Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it'll not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps. Ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
morning. Good morning. I'm your host, HB2N. You are watching Gone Trucking with John Galt on The Urban Landlord, at The Urban Landlord on YouTube. It is 2:51 Central. I am in Oklahoma on US 69 in Chakotay, Oklahoma. Good morning, everybody. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here, and of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode, please hit the Cash App, any one of the Cash Apps, preferably Portia's Cash App, but you know I don't mind either. I don't mind. Speaking of mining, I'm probably going to be investing in some silver and gold mining today. I don't mind. I don't mind. Woo! Woo! Now, things change, technology changes, but there's nothing new under the sun. There's been slavery since the beginning of time. The beginning of time. But as a man, you should want your dignity as a man. People all day, they want to say, oh, you work a 9 to 5. You work a job. You a slave. You a slave to the man. But you know what working my job gives me? It gives me dignity. I could quit the job today. Hey, boss, I'm leaving this truck on the side of the road. Come get it. Suck my dick. I can say that to my employer, not even my boss. I don't have a boss. I have an employer. I could tell him to go. I could tell him to eat a dick. Come get this truck. There ain't nothing you can do about it. And in trucking, you don't have to give people 2 weeks notice. It's actually better if you don't give them 2 weeks notice. You know, in trucking, it's actually better if you don't. You want to have another job lined up. But when it comes to these sports, football, basketball, baseball, this is the only way that rich white men can own black people. And when you sign those contracts, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 120, 150 million dollar contract, they own you. They own you. How much is your dignity? How much is your soul worth? I'm going to play this video, and I want you guys to pay attention.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Not that video, my bad. This video.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210. 5'9", 210. 441. Okay. 9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
I'm going to play that again. That was Jamie Foxx, the comedian slash actor slash singer who made his debut playing Wanda in Living Color, dressing up as a woman, putting a goddamn skirt on, putting a dress on, lipstick, fake boobs. That's him with slave owner Jerry Jones. I'm going to play it one more time.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance.
I'm 210.
441.
Okay.
9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
Did y'all hear that? He said he's 5'9", 210, with an 8.5-inch penis. I'm not even going to use the word that he used. I'm going to say a penis. Let's play it one more time.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210.
I'm 210.
441.
Okay.
9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
This is why I say being an athlete, trying to having these aspirations to be an athlete, to have a owner, to work for this NFL, to work for the NBA. And you remember what happened with the Clippers? The same thing. This is the only way white men can own black people. It's through a sports team. This is the only way. Now, you got to ask yourself, how does he know he has an 8.5-inch penis? Well, I'm going to tell you why. He knows because he's seen it. When you sign these contracts, they own you. There's no dignity. They look at you up and down. Crack that ass open, boy. Let me see that culo. Let me see that meat. Stroke your dick, boy. Stroke it. Let me see how big it gets. This is what they do. Now that player, do you think he's going to quit? No. Because they're all in on it. They know. They trade their dignity for a check. They trade their soul for a check. How does Jerry Jones know how big his dick is? Now, if I'm sitting next to, let's say I'm sitting next to Get Crack. And Get Crack, he's evaluating the athlete, and he says, yeah, he's 210, 5'9". And then he tells me, hey, also he has a 8.5-inch penis. I'm going to slap the shit out of Get Crack. Don't you say that shit around me. The hell? The fuck do I need to know that information for? But what the fuck did Jamie Foxx do? Nothing. He ended the live like a good boy. He ended the live like a good boy. Oh, sorry, massa. I don't want to make you look bad in front of these good white folks. Sorry, massa. I don't want everybody to know that you're a homosexual, and I'm with it. I'm with it. This is what the athletes, this is what they do. And you know what's even more sad is you got grown-ass men being super fans of these people. Instead of focusing on looking like a football player, you got your pom-poms at the games cheering them on. Yes, daddy. Yes. Score that touchdown. Yes, daddy. Those arenas should be nothing but full of women cheering them on. That's what it should be. You got a bunch of grown-ass men. You should be in the gym trying to look like a football player instead of worshiping them. But what you guys got to see is the reality. Y'all got to see the reality of major sports. This is how they view these players. They view them as cattle. They view them as a piece of meat. That's what they see. That's what they view these people as. Yeah, hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. But that's exactly what they view these men as. Cattle. Property. There is no dignity in sports. Sports is being an athlete, being an actor, being a musician. unless you, I could see being a musician, going to play in you know, some bar, but being an entertainer is not a job. I'm sorry, it's not a job. You're trading in your soul, your dignity. You're giving up your rights to another man. You're a slave. The new slaves. All these entertainers are slaves. And what they're selling, what they're trying to tell you guys, they want you to feel like it's okay to be a slave. It's okay to sell out. That football player should pack up right now. Whoever he was talking about, I don't know what athlete he was talking about, but he should pack up right now, clean out his locker, and leave. But will he? No. No. He's okay with being a little house nigga. He's okay. Jerry Jones, you want to see my dick, Jerry Jones? Look. Look. You want me stroking for you, massa? There's no dignity in this shit. You got grown men cheering this shit on. Now, if you want to just watch sports for the, you know, for the overall, yeah, I watch the, I loosely pay attention, but I ain't no fanboy. You ain't gonna see me in another man's jersey. I don't give a fuck about none of these niggas. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. When Kobe died, I didn't give a fuck. It was sad because his daughter was with him, but I didn't give a fuck. Ain't no fan of none of these niggas. Worshiping any man is I was gonna say adultery, but it's not that. I forgot the word for it. But this just goes to show you, is idolatry. Worshiping any man in the flesh or in the grave is idolatry. Any man. Only man you should be cheering on is yourself. Only man you should be worshiping is the Most High. Don't even worship yourself, but cheer yourself on. Cheer your friend on. Cheer your son on. Cheer your wife on. I feel bad for any woman that has to sit and watch her boyfriend or husband sit around and watch a bunch of other men play a game all day. I feel bad for that woman. God damn. He should be loving you. He should be worshiping you. Well, not worshiping, but he should be loving you. Getting to know you. He's sitting around watching a bunch of other men. And then these are the type of men they watching.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210.
5'9", 210.
4'1".
Okay.
9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
And Jamie Foxx like, uh-huh. 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 He had to hurry up and end that live. He ain't even laugh. Yo, Jamie Foxx, man. Yo, Jamie Foxx. We know you was at them Diddy parties. We already know. Hey, Jamie Foxx. What's going on? Was that you ordering that 1,000 bottles of baby oil? Was that you? We know you was at them Diddy parties with a skirt on, lifting your skirt up. We know. We seen you. We seen you, nigga. Goddamn sex cult. That's all this shit is. It's all this is. This is why you guys have to have your dignity. There is way more dignity and honor in working a job. I promise you. Has anybody ever went to their job and had to show their boss their penis? Has anybody? Has anybody ever filled out a job application and they asked you how long was your schmeckle? Has anybody done that? How long is it? How much do you weigh? This is like the slave trade. I know y'all seen them slave movies. Oh, that's a buck right there. Look how tall he is. Look how strong and wide his back is. Look at that lady. She got them childbearing hips. Look how big her titties is and her ass is. It's inhuman. Reduced to a damn piece of meat. That man, Jerry Jones was talking about that man. That man is probably a father, somebody's son. This is all, they're a bunch of pansexuals. All of them. All of them. This is sick. But I'm glad it was put out there, because what's funny is I'm seeing how former athletes are reacting to it. I saw Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco reacting to it. Ocho Cinco was like, I don't think he knew Jamie Foxx was recording. That's the issue? That's the issue you had, Ocho Cinco? Shannon Sharp was like, he shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said that. But y'all did the same thing. Y'all went through the same rituals. Why you think Shannon Sharp is so zesty? He had to do the same thing. Ocho Cinco had to do the same thing. They make them niggas strip. Hey, strip, nigga. I want to see everything. Everything. I want to hold it. I want to see everything. They sign these contracts. They own you. They own your likeness. You know what that means when they own your likeness? That means they have property. Your body is now property of them. They got insurance on your legs. Imagine another man having insurance on your legs, just in case something happens to you. See, they don't tell you all of this in sports. When these athletes sign these contracts, when they give their likeness away, when they give their soul, they sign their soul away. They put out insurance on these athletes. So if he breaks his legs, he can't finish out his contract. These owners, they still get paid. They still get paid. It's not a loss for them. They own you outright. You give up your autonomy. They give up their asshole. And when they own you, not only do they own you, they own everything about you. You completely give up your rights. They can follow you. They can tap your phones. They can bug your house. They can wire your cars. They can put GPSs on everything. They know about every bitch you fucking. They know everything you're eating. They know where you was Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They know everything. You think they just signed in $100 million contract for nothing? They have total ownership. And that's the allure for these owners. Slavery is still alive and well. That's why they market it so much to these kids. Be an athlete. Be an entertainer. Be a drug dealer. Because they want you to be a slave. If you're an entertainer, you're a slave to Hollywood, to these producers. If you're a drug dealer, you're eventually going to be a slave to the prisons. If you're a rapper, singer, you're going to be a slave to these music labels. And if you're an athlete, you're going to be a slave to these owners. And they own you. And when they're done with you, they're going to throw you out there like a piece of trash. Because to them, all you are is meat. You're not a person. You heard Jerry Jones say it. You're 5'9", 210 with an 8-inch cock. That's all he sees. That's all he sees. What does that even have to do with football? You got to ask yourself, what does even happen? What is even... Yo, I'm not...
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210.
5'9", 210.
441.
Okay.
9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
This is sickening. This is sickening, man. But be happy. If you're employed, be happy that you can leave your job today. They don't own you. You're not a slave. You're an employee. You got shares in a stock. Be happy. You're part owner of a business. Yeah, we all got to pay taxes to Uncle Sam. But we're not slaves. We have dignity. Don't let the media fool you to believe that working a job is slavery, because you can always leave. You can always go find another job. You can always say, hey, I'm going to save up and work for myself. These athletes, we see it all the time. They sign these $1 million contracts. These niggas is broke. We see these entertainers all the time. These niggas got all these views on YouTube. Then when they die, they mama gotta have a fish fry to pay for the funeral. These niggas is broke. Not only broke monetarily, but spiritually. These niggas broke. Anytime you let another man disrespect you like that, buck break you, and you allow it, you're broke. Spiritually, I don't care how many zeros in your bank account. I saw this and it just reminded me why I don't even really watch sports like that no more. I watch the stats. I see the winners and losers, but sitting down and watching the game, I don't really care no more. It's all social commentary for me. But you guys got to see behind the veil how these owners really look at these athletes. You guys remember the owner of the Clippers when his side bitch got caught up with Magic Johnson and how he viewed black people? Said he don't like black people. They the enemy. And you know, when you're at war, rulers used to enslave the enemy. So people were so confused. How could he hate black people but employ them? Because they're not employees, they're slaves. He told his side bitch, half black, half Mexican, he told her, don't show up to games with black people. Those are the enemies. Yeah, you can fuck them behind the scenes. Donald Sterling, thank you, Geek Mike. Yeah, you can fuck them behind the scenes, but don't show up to the games, because now you're embarrassing me in front of all my slave owner buddies. They all feel the same. It's bigger than Nino Brown, y'all. Anyway, that's my monologue. We're going to play a quick little song. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. And of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode of Gone Trucking, hit one of the cash apps in the description. Here we go.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
Hey, Bobby Perkins, salute. Yeah, I just woke up, man. Well, maybe like an hour ago I woke up. Maybe like an hour ago. Stanley, if you're still there, I do want to get your take on this. See what you think about this. Get Crack, I definitely want to know what you think about this too, man. Virgo, you're still available. Oh man, prayers up for Virgo. Man, I'm just glad she's doing all right though, honestly. Claris said there are some rappers that are signed to labels and they aren't even allowed to drive without the label. They're slaves. Yeah. They're slaves. That's why. That's why. Stanley, what'd you think? What'd you think of that, man? That video.
Well, I just found the irony that didn't he play Django?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
He was acting like a Steven.
Yeah. Yeah. He played which was a great movie, honestly. But
yeah, I mean, he was playing a character that was kicking some slave owners' asses.
Yeah. But in real life, he actually protects the slaves. That's the funny thing. He ended that live so quick. He couldn't wait to protect that slave owner.
Well,
Ah,
the only thing I'm having to say is you sound a lot like um what's his name? The guy who who's a kid who bended a knee? You sound a
oh,
lot like him.
oh, Kaepernick, Kaepernick.
Yeah,
You
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 sound
know
a lot. Yes, you're sounding a lot like Kaepernick here.
the thing about Kaepernick though is he traded in one slave owner for another. He didn't have the talent to really make it in the NFL.
Okay, well,
So
I don't know. I don't know how
yeah.
that's relevant. I'm just saying you sound a lot like him. I'm waiting for you to take a knee.
Ah, come on. I'm not taking no. I ain't taking no goddamn knee. I never kneel. I'll die on my shield before I kneel, Stanley. I'd rather die on my shield. I want honor.
And Stank D, he made something, said something about my progressive opinion. Well, progressives think rich black people are no different than rich white people as well. Y'all are sounding mighty progressive this morning. I compliment you.
Ah, come on,
I
Stanley.
must be, must be rubbing off on you.
That Stanley. No, it's just that I don't totally. Uh, I'm not like most conservatives where I just totally dismiss the idea of racism or forms of racism. But I think the real racism is that blacks allow themselves to be used by people that hate them.
Okay. Again, that is just a weird take. Um, Slaves don't often have a choice in, these matters. So you got to be consistent in your logic. You know, um, I don't see the consistency there.
Well, I think once you sign that contract, you don't have a choice anymore.
Okay, basically, are you saying like Kanye that slavery is a choice?
No, 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 no. I honestly think Kanye is insane. I think sometimes people they try to be too much of a philosopher. And I
Right.
think what Kanye meant was he didn't really mean the slaves in the transatlantic slaves. He really meant he was trying to make a choice. He was trying to make a parallel of the slaves today
Yeah,
that
but
choose.
you're doing the same thing he's doing. If the real racism is black people allowing themselves to be slaves, that's pretty much what Kanye was saying.
Right, but I think the issue is that he was trying to make it seem like the slaves of the transatlantic slave trade, they had a choice. They didn't have no choice. They didn't have a choice. People today have a choice.
Do they?
They have a choice. They have a choice. But with
If you are basically, the only you're going to be the first um, person to go to college. You come from a very poor background, and your one talent is going out and playing football and being a potential millionaire to help your family. Do you really have a choice?
I think you do. I think you do.
If your only route, and it could be, just kind of brainwashing, I'll admit that, but if your
Yeah,
only way
yeah,
out of the hood is bouncing a basketball and that's your best talent, and your goal is to make enough money to, pull your family out of poverty, that's might not have a choice. It's either
yeah,
that, it's either that, or be a baby daddy. Um,
yeah, yeah. No,
I don't-
I get it. I get it. I feel like it's to me. I look at it as the same as those women on the street selling pussy. Like, your baby needs formula. You don't. You come from a broken home, and you don't have any other choice. You got to sell your body.
Right. So the bottom line is, you either have choices or you don't have choices. I don't see you as any different. Your logic is any different than a Kanye. And you kind of explained Kanye, kind of used a bad analogy there. Maybe he meant in the modern day.
Yeah, yeah,
Kaepernick, his big thing was, hey, there's racism in policing. And there's racism in the NFL.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I that's a very progressive point. I'm impressed.
Stanley, I just don't like it when you say that, but you may be right. All right, you might be right. You might be right. I just don't like how you're framing it, but all right,
I
I'll give
I
you
bet you don't. But
I give you
bottom
that.
line,
So
bottom
wait,
line, and
wait,
I'm not
wait.
even being facetious. I'm just
uh,
trying to help you realize that you are not sounding any different than black progressives.
well, I just can't ignore the signs. There's a great song by Ace of Base called
Shut up.
it's called I Saw the Signs.
Wait,
You
Ace of
know,
Base isn't? Is that the? Wait, Ace of Base, wasn't that a song?
yeah, I think they were Dutch. I can't remember, but yeah, Ace of Base had a
Oh,
great
oh,
song in the
what?
night.
I'm thinking about All About That Bass. My bad.
No, no, no. Ace of Base, they had a great song in
You
the
know,
'90s
he
called
didn't
"I
get
Saw the
that. He didn't get
Signs."
that. Did he get right? It's all
Nah,
about
nah.
that bass.
Yeah.
Well, Ace of Base had a song in the '90s called "Signs," and I saw the signs, and it opened up my mind. I saw the signs.
Shut
Uh,
Jesus,
Shut up.
I'm just,
I saw the
man,
signs. It
man.
opened up my mind. I saw the signs. But yeah, but would you think of the video though? What'd you think of the video?
You know what? I'll be honest with you. Jamie, they're both flawed individuals. We know that Jerry Jones is known for his awfulness, and
Yeah.
you know what? Jamie Foxx, for all his accomplishments, he's a performer.
Yep.
If you really want to be unkind, he's a professional clown.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep. Yep. And
now,
I think
why the video was posted at all is kind of uh, makes me
well
wonder.
well he was live, and I don't think
Yeah, but
he
you
didn't
can
know.
you can pull those down, can't you? You don't have to leave them up there.
Well, the thing is, when people are live like that, Stanley,
Hmm. Hmm.
especially when you're a celebrity, other people are recording it.
Yeah, that's true.
So he ended it immediately, took it off, but probably 1,000 people had already recorded it at that point.
Well, the more interesting thing is, how is Jerry Jones going to react? I mean, this is just another nail. They've been trying to get him out of the league for years.
Yeah, but I mean, you would think that him being out of uh, uh, those photos of him when he was against integration, you would think you would think that would have got him out. I don't
Well,
think this is.
he was really young at the time. That's what saved him.
Yeah, but still, I mean, he was there.
Well, it's
But
all adding up. It's all adding up.
yeah, yeah,
Jerry Jones is really old. He really does need to retire.
yeah. I think he's 81.
Yeah, I'm thinking he needs, an 81-year-old talking about, black men's penises. Yeah, don't stay too long. Don't overstay your welcome, Jerry. You might
Yeah,
need to just go ahead and hand over the reins.
yeah. Yeah. Get Craig. What'd you think of that video? Did you see that video too, Craig?
Well, what you played it. I wasn't
Yeah,
gonna watch that on my own. I was like, what's going on here?
yeah. Get crack. You ever have a job and they told you to pull out your wiener?
No, I don't think
No.
so.
I hope not.
what, what talent agency is this, man? What the
Yeah,
fuck? Is this
right.
Gigolos R Us? What the hell's going on here?
You gotta ask
That
yourself,
is
like,
pretty weird, though.
it,
He said it matter of factly, like it's like,
yeah,
that's a stat you need to know. Okay,
yeah, yeah,
interesting.
yeah. He said he. Oh my God, he really did say it like that was like something he's looking for an athlete. It's gotta be more than 7 inches, or I'm not gonna sign you.
You know, I
Like
wonder
what?
Jerry Jones is breeding football players on the side.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Like they used to breed slaves.
I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be.
I mean, weren't you talking about like the whole? Wasn't last night or last morning we were talking about how China picks out people and tries
Yep,
to breed them and shit.
they do. They do. Yep, yep. That's Yao Ming's parents. They were
Mm-hmm.
bred.
That's
They were
called
bred.
Mm-hmm.
that's called eugenics, folks.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
they were
Mm-hmm.
bred. They were definitely bred together, man. And it's that's why I say, Stanley, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything's still, nothing has really changed. We got a couple new words in the lexicon. Technology has definitely changed, but sentiment and the spirit of a lot of things, nothing has really changed. Everything's pretty much the same. You know, Jews still hate Muslims. Muslims hate Jews. People still look at black people as cattle, horses, and you got a bunch of fanboys. You know, it's not much has changed.
Uh, we just know more about it. The communications and knowing about it has changed.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are still asleep though. They don't understand that they're what they're really putting their time into, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but yeah, yeah, man. I just couldn't imagine signing a contract and having to show my genitals to my owner. I couldn't imagine that. I just couldn't. I just don't know how that makes you a better football player either. What? I don't know. You know anything about that, Stanley? Did you have to do that in the Navy at all? You have to. I don't even think you got to do that in the military. They don't ask that type of stuff. It's just crazy. But I did like the parallel that Jamie Foxx actually played a slave. You
Well, he
know,
played us some asses.
yeah. But often, art imitates life, and I guess life imitates art a lot of times. A lot of times. That's why, I know you don't like to compare movies and art to real life, but when you see it, it really changes your perspective on why they even do it. Why are there so many slave movies? I think because subconsciously they're trying to tell us something. You guys still are slaves and you don't even know it.
I think it's mainly because of white guilt. They're trying to highlight uh, basically feeling guilty. Hey, we don't tell enough history. It's always been about the masters. Let's give the slaves um, some highlight. But there have been articles written about this. Like a lot of these slave movies involve or are starring British black actors.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the real slap.
And you know what's funny
We're
too
going to
is
talk
they
about
had,
American slavery with Shakespearean actors.
yeah. You know, it's kind of just another parallel to that movie, and what just happened was they had a scene in Django where they were about to cut his penis off. They're about to castrate him
Hmm.
at the end, and it's just another parallel where the slave owners, they were they were really hyper focused on
Penises.
penises. Yeah. I feel like if I was a slave owner, that would probably be the last thing that I would worry about is his penis if I was a slave owner, you know.
Well, I think slave owners, there were many who were also concerned with, managing what they would call natural increase. That's actually a word they used for slaves, and the natural increase was basically how you created wealth.
Yeah,
I mean, slave at one farm would go, be mated up with another slave, a
yeah,
female slave at another farm, and then the natural increase, the plantation owners would share the profit. I mean,
yeah,
you
yeah,
basically, it's kind of like horses. That's why they call it
yeah,
chattel slavery. Your stallion,
yeah,
and a mare who is famous for producing good offspring. Both are valuable, and the offspring, the natural increase, is as valuable, if not more valuable, than the parents. So
yeah, yeah. That's why,
when you say when you say there's nothing new under the sun, there history. I'll say it for the hundredth time. History doesn't repeat; it rhymes. So,
yeah,
there are going to be recurring themes, just, the details aren't necessarily exact, but,
yeah,
it's a
yeah,
rhyme.
yeah, yeah. I guess when you really look at it, I guess slavery, for us descendants of slavery, I guess it wasn't all bad for us. We kind of benefited.
Well,
You
it's not
know.
all bad for us because we're like 150 years afterwards.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't good for the slave.
I'm just saying, genetically, that whole process of mixing and matching. I used to
Well,
think about that too because I used to hear stories about how like, sometimes sons would be forced to mate with moms and I wonder,
oh,
you know,
yeah.
also they would want like dumb slaves too. They didn't want you. They would breed for making you kind of retarded. Like that would be a thing too. And I often wonder is there is there something, is that still kind of lingering genetically with some black folks?
Um, you mean genetically stupid?
Yeah, I know you're gonna push back against that, but
Well, at
I
least
mean,
so I don't have to do it now.
yeah, 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 yeah. But I mean, if you do, if we know that that did occur, so if if you take that into consideration,
I don't know that
It
they were
might.
trying to breed. They were breeding for like IQ. They were breeding for physical stature and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, but they were afraid of, uprisings and stuff, and there were many of them. But I think even in that breeding, they didn't really, they were kind of, they wanted dumb slaves. They didn't want smart slaves. They weren't, breeding for, Shakespearean writers and stuff. They were breeding for, cattle, or horses. You don't want your horse to get spooked when it's running. You're thoroughbred, and you want it to stay straight. Look ahead. Don't look to the left or right. Don't see
Right.
what's going on. And I think a lot of black folks today, they just look straight ahead. They ain't looking to the left and the right. I often wonder, is that also some genetic, is it genetically, you know? But I do think, since then too, there are a lot of there are a lot of black folks who breed for, like me. I could even with, I could never have a baby with a dumb chick. Like I could just never do it. Like I even like, cuz I've been, Stanley, I've been with some bad bitches. But a lot of times the really bad bitches, they're not all that bright. And I made sure not to procreate with those women. But when you have a really smart woman, I think instinctively you want to procreate with that woman more so than the woman that just looks good. Sometimes it's about, you wanna give your offspring the best best opportunities genetically. You don't want to just be breeding with a retard, you know. So maybe we have been able to push back against that, the genetics, a little bit recently. So maybe it might not apply, but
Well,
I,
I honestly don't think that Jerry Jones is actually breeding, but um, he is looking for the best athlete he can buy for his money.
yeah.
Um, and I kind of think people like Jerry Jones don't know that things are changing, even if ever so slightly.
Yeah, but I don't think Jerry Jones is I don't think he's any different than any of the owners.
Oh, I don't think he is.
Yeah.
In my opinion, he needs to retire.
But I just don't think, I mean, if he retires, it's just gonna be the same thing. I think you know, this is, even back then during slavery, it was only the top 1% that could own slaves. So I think it's still, nothing has really changed. It's only the top 1% that can own athletes. Uh, you know, just a different form of slavery, you know? Well, obviously they get paid. That's a good thing. But, I truly believe that these owners, they know every detail, every nook and cranny of these athletes. They probably walk in while they're taking a shower, look them up and down. I wouldn't even be surprised if it wasn't, you know, even more formal. If it wasn't something more formal, like they got a whole team of guys that just look them up and down. full physicals while Jerry Jones is sitting there watching. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh well, I know they go through full physicals.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have like videos, all types of stuff. Jerry Jones just sits back in his mansion and watches the videos and probably jerks off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think it's very insidious what goes on. Very dehumanizing.
Well, that is true. But you could argue that military boot camps are the same way.
Yeah, but I don't think they make you guys strip and get naked though, do they?
Not in my experience.
Yeah. I'm sure even if you did have to go through a physical, it was probably just you and the doctor. Probably no cameras around. Jerry Jones wasn't there. Even in the military, I think there's still a certain level of dignity that the the military men and women they have. They don't have to be subjected to full on dehumanizing them as a person. Yeah, you get broken mentally, but not physically. And you always have you can always walk away if you want. Now if you're in a firefight, you can't, in a firefight, you can't just walk away.
Right. And that's my point about do we really have freedom of will?
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, Black Knight said we had to line up, drop, trial, and spread them. Is that true, Stanley?
I don't even know what that means.
He said drop trowel is your trousers. You had to drop trousers and
We had to
spread them.
line up, drop. Oh, this is. I don't remember having to do that in the Navy. Are you sure you're not confusing your experiences there, Black Knight?
Yeah, you might have to do that in prison, but I don't know about the.
Exactly. What were you on a prison ship?
I'm the captain now.
I'm just kidding, Black Knight. I'm just kidding.
That would actually be a good idea to have a prison ship.
That had to be like your induction, like Black Knight. If you went through Fort Jackson or an intake center, Fort Jackson in South Carolina, I remember having to go through a physical to even be, how you do your physical before you go to boot camp or you start boot camp? I had to do one for officer candidate school. And there was a turn your head and cough, and it was that sort of thing going on. So
yeah, but wasn't it like it wasn't like a bunch of you lined up and did it?
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, ooh.
If you've ever seen those movies, like when like those World War II movies where all the young men are volunteering or wanting to volunteer.
Yeah.
So they line you up and they test your eyesight and a bunch of medical stuff.
Yeah.
It is. I had to go through that.
Yeah.
And it was a female doctor who told me to turn your head and cough. So that was really the first time in a situation like that. It was just kind of awkward.
Was she hot?
You know what? I was so traumatized. I remember she was a brunette. That's about the only thing I remember.
Oh yeah. I actually have to find.
You are in line with a bunch of guys. It's like that doctor was running a train on me.
Oh wow. Wow.
Got that
Yeah.
clipboard, huh? Got them
You know,
glasses
I
on, huh?
wonder how many scrotums did she touch that day?
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, I gotta find a new doctor down in Texas. Oh man, I can't wait to get on ZocDoc. Oh my God. I swear when I'm on ZocDoc, it's like I'm on Tinder or something. I'm like looking for the hottest.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucker?
I'm like looking for the hottest doctor. Oh yeah, I can't wait to go to her. Oh yeah. Yo, I swear, crack. My old doctor, she was a fucking smoke show, man. Oh my God.
I thought we had some
Oh.
kind of discussion about doctors earlier. Wasn't someone saying like, was it you who said like, no, I can't trust female doctors no more or some shit?
Yeah, no, I
Was
wouldn't
that
trust
it?
a no, yeah, I wouldn't trust a female surgeon, but just like a regular doctor, yeah. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't
You're
want
a
to get
freak, dude. You're
I
a
wouldn't
freak.
get. Oh man, yo, I had this little Indian lady. Oh my God, I would just, you go in the room. I would just get naked. She'd be like, "Oh, well, I was just, you don't have to get naked, but all right." Like, oh, I got a little rash on the bottom of my my shaft. I want you to check this out.
Oh my.
Oh
God.
my, yeah, she was just like super petite Indian lady. Oh, that little Indian accent. Oh, I did. You need to eat more vitamin D. Yeah. I wouldn't wanna. A female dentist, I'm okay with. Even though I feel like when you're getting teeth pulled, it's probably better to get a male dentist because they're a lot stronger. They can probably get it out in one pull. But open heart surgery or something, nah. I need a old white man for open heart surgery. I need or an old Asian guy. Hell nah, I ain't getting no lady. Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, they might actually be better though. You never know. Like women's hands are a lot smaller too, so you never know. But yeah, let me get an old Asian guy. Do you think angels take human farm? What is he saying?
Human form temporarily.
What the
And
Look at the username.
she is a she.
She's a she. You know this?
Yeah, this is an actual female.
You know this
Eclectic
person?
element.
Oh, that's a woman.
Yes.
I've seen this person in chat, but how you know it's a woman? You've seen her in
Because
panel?
she said it came up. She said she was.
Okay. Hit the link. Let's talk about
Oh
this.
God,
angel.
hell nah. You gonna let someone hit the link with this username? La caca da batata put it in by wavy hair.
Please send me spam. Yeah, you might have to hit the link because I'm. Are you
Oh,
like?
that's funny.
Are you I wonder if she's like Arabic or something, because like don't they like read backwards over there or something?
Oh
I feel
my
like
God, what the fuck are you talking? Read backwards.
We read from like left to right. Don't
Yeah,
they
they
read
all
right to left?
because Hebrew, all that is right to left. Yeah.
Right to left. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. Like your sentence structure doesn't. It's
No,
not
I mean,
English.
it's just like you just flip all the letters and go the other way. That's all it is. Yeah. No, I mean, because that's just a point of view, right? There's no reason why you have to write left to right. You could write right to left. It's just like, but the funny thing is when they do numbers there, it's read left to right.
Oh, okay.
Because they took it from the Indians, so they read the numbers the the same way we do. So
I always thought we wrote left to right because most people are right-handed. So you want to write towards
I
the
guess
right.
that could be a wives' tale. Yeah, you could think that.
Yeah.
But the way when back in the old days, people wrote either way. They didn't care until until some set of people because the Phoenicians, when they gave the alphabet to the Greeks, they were doing right to left. The Greeks did it both ways, but eventually the left to right way won. And then yeah, I don't know, man. Hey man.
Oh.
People just
Oh.
decided to pick one way and said, "Hey, dude, you're confusing me. You keep writing
Yeah.
this way and that way. Pick one way, man." And that's just how it went, I guess.
Yeah, I guess yeah, I guess that would be a little confusing too. Like,
Because yeah, people didn't care about how they wrote things, you know. They even wrote like Chinese will write up down, right? So
yeah,
they'll do
yeah,
up
yeah.
down
Well,
and
it's just elites
yeah.
doing it, right?
I don't know. People did
I mean,
whatever they wanted.
writing. I thought only like the clerics and like really
I
elite
mean,
classes of people could even write at all.
well, I mean, the Egyptians started the whole game with their thing, and and when you look at hieroglyphics, it's a mixture of alphabetic system with a phonetic system with a logographic system like Chinese. But they could simplify if they wanted to. They just didn't want to, right? So they make it all hard and complex. But I guess if you look at cuneiform, it's just a bunch of scribes like writing down a bunch of documents. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if the alphabet kind of democratized like writing systems to more common people, but I can't
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, language is really it is.
I mean, the funny thing is all the alphabets come from one place, So some desert people back in the Sinai Peninsula created the alphabet, and that's how we all got it. Every alphabet can be traced to that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how crazy it is.
Yeah, I often wonder, like, with all these different languages and stuff, like, it almost it just seems very I don't know, man. It just seems like I just can't see how humans. Oh, fire to one, man. Salute for the Cash App, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you. Good morning, man. But with languages, it just seems like I can't imagine us just kind of evolving to create languages. It does almost seem like it was maybe given to us or taught to us somehow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could theorize that.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure, the writing systems is kind of interesting that there are only a few like origins to it. Like everything is like goes to a few ancestral forms, and so you could postulate that some alien came down and said like, "Hey, human, why don't you figure out how to write your sound?"
It's definitely the right thing to do at this stage to imagine aliens.
I mean, anything though, but something.
It's gotta be. You gotta tack on a conspiracy theory just because.
Well, hey Stanley, do you know how the Cherokee alphabet was created?
Yeah, basically it was artificially created.
So it was just one dude who looked at like English and other like language, like the way they write, and he independently devised an alphabet. First, he tried to do an alphabet, and then he created a syllabary because the language, like the Native American language that they were using, it was better to have because they have consonant and vowel couplets. So it was better to make a syllabary. So he figured out independently, like, man, writing an alphabet with our language is stupid. It's so cumbersome.
Basically,
so
they
he
were
went through the
trying to
process.
elevate.
So he went through the whole process of developing like an efficient way to write his language independently without anybody telling him about the idea of an alphabet. He just saw these white people write down, and he's like, how the hell can they do that and get the sound out of like looking at that? And so he just made it. So that's what maybe an alien probably came here and like wrote some crap down, and some smart human went over there and saw these aliens write it down and goes like, hey, these aliens, they write their sounds. Why don't I figure out how to make my own way of doing that? Shit. Could it be?
You know, and that kind of goes to the story of the Tower of Babel too. And it's kind of funny that's like a language. Babel is like a language app too that they have.
Yeah. Hey, Duolingo stock went up again yesterday.
Oh God!
You sold too early, bro.
I know.
You just kept it.
I know.
What the fuck? I was like, hey, wait a minute.
I know. I should have just kept it, man. I swear,
it was so
man.
funny. Every time we mention a stock here, it's a good pick. Every time we talk about something,
every single time.
Palantir, Axon.
I think like the really good thing about it too is like we don't just talk about it as in, you know, it's just a good stock you should get in. We talk about like the company, we talk about the social issues surrounding it, and even the political issues surrounding it. And I think that's what makes it such a good, like, all of this stuff really does go together. You know, like people think that's why so many people think that the stock market is gambling, but it's like if you can, like, you know, link the charts to the social climate, to the geopolitical climate, it's at that point it's not really gambling. You're just kind of, it's more of an odds thing. Like,
I mean, but it also gives you a raw distilled indicator of economies. You know, there's no spin. When you just look at price, you just see some guy wants to buy something versus some guy wanting to sell something.
Right.
So you can quickly gauge like, oh, there's good demand or weak demand in some commodity or some stock. Then you understand where things are going, man. And there's no article attached to it. You don't really need it. And a lot of times you look at it and then you try to find the why after. Like you just look at it, you know, oh, it's happening. And then you think, oh, why is it happening? And
but
I think figure that out later.
we talk about the why before though, and I think that's what makes it so much more powerful. Like that Duolingo shit, we know why the stock is going up.
Oh yeah, that's a different case. Yeah, I mean, when I look at the chart of gold, you know, you look at it, you're like, I don't. There's lots of reasons for why it could be going up, but then you have all the pieces now starting to add up. You got China doing the stimulus. You got maybe Russia and China both collecting gold in preparation to decouple from the dollar, perhaps, or you know, there could be many reasons. And the other thing too is like, oh, you see silver and copper going up because like if everybody wants to do EVs and do electrics and solar panels, you need that. So yeah, everything's adding. Oh, I forgot about uranium. Yeah, remind me later about uranium, man, because they're restarting the what's that New York nuclear thing that melted down? What was it called? Man, they had a meltdown. I have a video of it.
What was this in Russia?
No, this was here. This was in the U.S. That was one of the reasons why people hated nuclear after a while. That, like, you know, the Simpsons and stuff, making jokes about Homer Simpson. Yeah, 3 Mile Island. That one. They're restarting it, dude. So that nuclear plant that melted down way back when, like decades ago. Oh man, they're booting it back up.
Yeah, nuclear. Is anybody working on like cold fusion?
Cold fusion, man, isn't that a conspiracy?
Yeah. Yeah. Is anybody working on it though? Yeah.
Fusion, they've tried been trying to do, but it's hard to do. So that's why the cold fusion is like that conspiracy where they're like, oh, fusion's easy. You can do it in your kitchen. So you have all these YouTube videos. It's kind of like the Tesla guys, right? The Tesla
Yeah,
guys who
yeah.
go like, "Oh, I could build a Tesla coil and then generate free energy. Watch me." And it's like, "Oh, okay, yeah."
So do you believe that Nikola Tesla actually did build that shit, or was it like do you
I
think it's
think
just like a conspiracy theory?
Well, I understand where these a lot of these conspiracy guys come from. I mean, if Cam the King was up here again, because the last time he was talking about scalar waves. I know that conspiracy theory, the scalar wave theory, the whole this and that, and like I think if you go back to those old shows, you can clip out that whole section because everything Cam the King was talking about with maybe Rashu was there at the same time. I was pulling up all the articles, everything, because I know exactly where to look them up because I know about and a lot of those guys, they really think about they don't like Einstein stuff. They
Yeah,
really hate it. They want the ether to come back. They really want to believe that the ether exists.
yeah,
Einstein was just a hack or whatever, and just like because after the advent of general relativity and essentially like quantum, yeah, they don't like that. They don't like that shit. They want to go back to the old model where the universe is an ether. Because if it's
yeah.
an ether, you can just model the whole universe as an electric circuit. All right.
Mhm,
And the
mhm.
ether is a medium. It's like the copper conductor. So you can just model like the sun as a inductor or capacitor or some shit. And you know, like then you could just use Maxwell equations to describe the whole universe. You don't need all this complicated, oh, I have to find a unified field theory that we're doing now, where we have to have we have the classical equations, you have the modern equations, you have like yeah, they don't like that. They don't like that at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the reason why, because it's not elegant anymore. You can't describe everything into simple equations because electromagnetics can be described in 4 like equations. That's it. Very nice. But when you
yeah,
talk about the universe, it's like, okay, if it's a big thing, we have to use this equation. If it's a very small thing, we have to use this equation. If it's if it says speed of light, you have to use this thing. It's like they don't like that, right? Everything has a different regime. So now you have to use different equations for different cases. Nah, yeah.
So you
That,
you
that
think you
so,
think
yeah.
you think Tesla was a hack, or was he like
No,
was
he definitely knew what he's doing. But as far
yeah.
as like does the like expansion of what we know in electromagnetics, is that the best way to describe the whole universe? That's a different set of matters, man, because I'm sure he probably thought he could describe the universe in those terms,
Yeah,
but
that was one of the things about him. He pretty much he said it was a lot simpler than what we believe it is today. You know,
I'm sure,
he did believe all energy just came from the ether and he could
yeah,
harness it.
yeah, right.
But
So
then,
yeah, it's
but
tough,
now,
man. I'm not a
now,
physicist, I can't tell you.
but then now you're getting into really like now it's like what is the ether then, or how, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
uh,
then that's where the conspiracy comes in. Then it's like
yeah,
it's kind of like it's like kind of like alchemy, right? When they try to find
yeah,
the philosopher's stone, it's like once I find
yeah,
that
yeah.
magic element, I could turn all this crap into gold and this and that. I was like, oh, okay. But nowadays, it's like, oh, it's just an allegory. It's not really these guys were actually trying to do that. Oh, okay, whatever, man. So it's kind of like
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah. No, I believe that they
Yeah.
definitely were,
So
especially good old Adolf. Yeah, nah,
Adolf.
yeah, I think
But
that guy
that's a
was,
lot of the hermeticism, the secret societies, and all that. They
yeah,
talk about the philosopher's stone, but whether that's really like you try to do real alchemy or is it just an allegory for the mind or whatever they want to say, blah blah blah. Aleister Crowley type shit. Well,
yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. It does make you wonder though.
Yeah, we can talk to Candace Owens about it. Bring her on here, and then we could talk about like, okay, what you do with Aleister Crowley? What the JPL? And then it's like, do you think the Philosopher's Stone got us to the moon?
Yo, you know the thing about Candace Owens, man. She's got to relax, man. She's really starting to lose her shit. I don't know. She could be onto something though. I just don't think she's as there's some people that I just think shouldn't talk about this type of stuff. Like me, I know about a lot of this stuff, but I don't talk about it. I'm not that smart. I'm not, I'm not a fucking.
She sounds like she's someone that just recently discovered all these connections. It's
I
just
know.
like this is old shit, bro.
This is so
Like,
old.
Like, this is like people knew this from the 90s, 80s, 70s. Come on, what are we talking? Why are we digging this stuff up? Why is this popular now? Is this a distraction?
Right. It's
because
like,
the Zoomers definitely don't know this stuff. I mean, you just talk about Jack Parsons and JPL. No, they don't know nothing. This is really old school shit.
The Zoomers they're kind of retarded though.
They don't. Yeah, the conspiracies they know come from like ancient aliens, right? They just watch.
Yeah.
They just get stoned, and then they turn on the TV one day. They flip the channels, and then they get, oh shit, ancient aliens, and then you see the crazy guys with the hair and this.
I swear that ancient alien shit. It started out really good, but then they started to go really crazy. And I'm just like, all right, man. I remember they had an episode that there were mermaids. And I was like, all right, I'm done watching this shit, man. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah. For me, I'm always neutral about conspiracies. I like conspiracies in a way because it's kind of entertaining. It really is. It makes you kind of wonder because it is possible that might have happened. Yeah, I could definitely believe an alien came down. They crash landed or some shit, and then some human walked out of his like little house and then walked over to his goat and then saw this alien like writing in the sand and going like, what the fuck is he doing? And then he inspires that guy to make writing in the desert.
Or just like the alien teaching the human how to communicate with him.
I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible because it's the same conspiracy as the evolution, anti-evolution people. The anti-evolution people, like the actual like reasonable ones, say like evolution is real. The problem they have is that the evolution to make the complex life that we have now couldn't have happened so quickly. It's like if the evolution is real, it would take way longer. That's what they argue, right? They say like, oh, look at the Cambrian explosion. Look at this. How come all this stuff happened at this quick pace in these specific times in our history? So they think like we probably were manipulated, like something was helping us get to this point faster, right? Some active agent. And then what they think is what some people will be like, okay, Camp Alien or Camp God, right?
Yeah.
So whatever, fine. Blah blah blah. You guys can argue about that shit. I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, I just can't believe like evolution just seems so. It just seems so. It's like
because microevolution you can believe, you can see it right away in the lab because the virus, right? It's just so simple, it can evolve quickly. But then you can say like, okay, well, how did we get from like a one cell organism to something with an eyeball, and that eyeball evolves to something closer to what our eyes look like, and then all of a sudden it has like a mouth, and then you know what I mean, with teeth, and then you're like, oh, okay, you guys are like.
And then like, and then to be able to procreate with another thing that's exactly the same.
Well, yeah, I think that's the most basic part of it. I think that's included in the package. But from going from like it used to be like your mouth and anus was one hole, like you shit right in the same hole as your mouth, and all of a sudden you had two holes come out. Like, how did that happen? And then you got. You're like, all right, you guys, But the thing, so to me, I'm like, okay, I could buy it. I could buy that. A conspiracy. I don't know if it's a conspiracy. I guess it's an alternate theory. Fine, whatever.
Yeah. That's why I think evolution is just I really do believe it's just a theory. I think it's like a really complex way of trying to explain things, and I don't believe it. Even when you
Well,
get into the
I'll tell you this. You know, the panspermia theory, right? Where we have comets and meteorites come down on Earth, and
yeah, yeah,
they contain like viruses. And the thing, when you look at viruses, this is how you could manipulate our DNA quickly, because those
yeah,
viruses have the mRNA sequences and all this shit from somewhere else, and it just goes into you and just reprograms your cells, and then all of a sudden, like, so an alien could theoretically like toss a bunch of rocks at you like from far
yeah,
away. I mean, and they don't care. They're like the millions of miles away. They're just like, yeah, yeah. Look at that stupid Earth. Yeah, just toss these rocks at them in regular intervals to increase their evolutionary rate by like tweaking it left and right. You know. So
yeah.
yeah,
Or like
I don't know.
the
Mm.
tardigrade too, like the
Yeah,
tardigrade.
right. You're right. Yeah, there's some weird ideas out there that could be
Yeah,
possible. I don't know.
yeah, yeah,
That's X Files shit. That's why I like that show. I was like,
yeah.
oh, X Files. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just, because even when you get into like the race stuff, that's what really makes me not believe in evolution, because
Hmm.
they try to like make they try to make racial differences like white people are white because they live in a cold environment and stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Like I don't think it's necessarily, or black people are black because they live in the sun and stuff. It just seems so stupid to me, because like how long would somebody have to live in the sun before they turn black? Like how long?
Yeah, I guess what. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I I don't.
Hey,
It's like
You reminded me. There's a comet. That's gonna be in the early morning. It'll show up in the early morning, maybe near the moon, and you can watch it with your own eyes if it's dark enough.
yeah,
Or
yeah,
you can get some binoculars and watch it. It's gonna be, I think, this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday. Okay.
oh shit.
And
Oh,
the last time this comet came to visit us was 80,000 years ago. You're watching something that just rotating around like us for 80,000 years. Can you believe that shit? Then come on.
you said eight. You said
80,
8,000 years.
80,000, 80,000.
Ah,
Man,
Jesus
what kind of
Christ.
humans were watching that thing in the sky and going like, "Oh shit,
Yeah, seriously.
what's that?" And they start praying to it or something.
Jesus Christ.
And you're seeing something that old ape was watching 80,000 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I've seen like shooting stars before. I don't think I've ever seen a comet before though.
Oh yeah, comets are pretty cool. Last time I saw the comet was I think Stanley probably knows the Hale Bopp, but I remember the one that crashed into Jupiter, the one that broke apart and then started crashing into Jupiter. That was fun. You could take a
Isn't Ju-
telescope and watch that.
isn't Jupiter like a gas planet though?
Yeah,
Isn't it
yeah,
like all
yeah.
gas?
So the gravity broke the comet when it went near Jupiter, and and all the pieces started slamming into it. So you could see the little explosions with your
Oh wow.
telescope when it hit it. Yeah, that was cool. That was a cool time.
Do you have a telescope?
Yo, I do. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I think I need to buy a telescope.
Man, the company that I bought it from just went out of business, which kind of sucks. It was kind of, oh man, it was a good place to buy telescopes.
Oh
Do
man,
you have?
back when.
Are you able to take photographs?
No,
That's
I'm not. I'm not a photographer. That astrophotography is like a next level nerd shit. Like
Yeah, 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 yeah.
nowadays it's easy though because everything's
Yeah.
computerized. You could just pay the money and not do the effort. But back then when you had to do it manually, oh man, people were like they just started like doing carpentry and doing stuff to make their own mounts and stuff. It's just like, oh, you guys are hardcore, man. And
Yeah,
some
no,
people made their own damn telescopes too. They just like made their own mirrors and shit. It's like whoa. That's a
yeah, no.
serious hobby.
I follow a couple of YouTubers that do that. Like the photography and shit, man. Like when
It's
they're looking
cool.
at the sun, it's really cool.
It
Like when
is
you look at
cool.
the sun, like that shit looks. I
I
mean,
have a solar filter. Yeah, I can look at the sun myself. Yeah, with my telescope. Yeah,
man, the
it's not
solar
expensive.
filters. Yeah, no, the solar filters are crazy. Like when you sit and really just look at the fucking sun, it is insane, man.
Actually, that reminds me of the movie Sunshine. You watched that movie? That was about a
Sunshine.
it's a sci-fi movie where the spaceship goes into the sun.
Oh yeah,
And-
yeah, where
yeah,
they had to like restart the sun or
yeah, and
something.
then there was
Yeah,
this one
yeah.
guy that was crazy that just kept looking at the sun and started getting
Yeah.
mesmerized by it.
Yo, I swear, back when I used to smoke weed, I was literally mesmerized by the moon. I would go in my
Yeah, the
backyard,
moon's man.
smoke weed and just look at the moon all like the whole night. I would just smoke weed and just stare at the moon. And I swear I felt mesmerized by this shit. Like I would just look at it all day. Like not all day, but for like hours. I would be just high as shit looking at it. Like, yo, is it getting closer? Like what the fuck is going on? Man, I can see people going crazy looking at that, looking at like the stars and shit, or like the moon and the sun. I can see people going crazy. Oh, good morning, Portia. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, man. That's why I had that. That's another reason I had to stop smoking weed. I would start to really look at the moon and the sun, and I was just like, yo, these motherfuckers are the same size, man. Something is going on. I can't. Yeah, I can't take this shit anymore. You can go crazy looking up at the sky too much. That shit'll make you freak out. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna invest in a telescope at some point because
Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah, so Orion telescope, Meade Instruments, yeah, they're out of business. This is bad, man. Man, that
yeah,
means we're stuck with buying shit from China, or I'm just gonna have to pay more money and buy something from Germany if they still make telescopes. Yeah, you don't
hopefully,
want cheap shit from China though. Oh my god, no way. If you want the
yeah,
real good stuff, you gotta buy German then. There's no choice.
we'll fuck around, look in the telescope and see the prime minister of China in there. Like, what the fuck? The fuck? Motherfucker. You just have his picture superimposed inside one of the lenses. What the fuck? Black Knight said he had one as a kid. Yeah, it's different when you're an adult though. It is really like driving like late at night. I sometimes I start stargazing. I'm like, oh, let me get back centered in the road before I kill somebody. Oh man. Yeah, like where I'm at now, I'm like out in the middle of fucking Oklahoma, and it is beautiful out here. It's like super dark. Oh, it is. These stars are like bright as shit out here. There's like no lights out here at all.
Oh yeah, Momo was talking about that website. Oh man, I forgot. Like the Clear Night or whatever he called it. Like he would try to go get routes where he could just go stop by some place where it's super dark. You could see everything.
Yeah. Oklahoma's one of those states where it's just it's fucking gorgeous out here. Yeah,
That's another conspiracy too. They think like people put all these street lamps that leave them on so that you can't see the sky anymore, and that disconnects you from the actual heavens. So that it makes you go crazy. It makes you go because the birds go crazy. You know, because all the street lights are so bright, the birds think it's still daytime. So they studied like these birds like get confused and they go nutso. Yeah, because they don't know when to sleep.
I believe it.
So you're staring in your phone, or we're staring at our computers right now, really bright. You know, that's why you should always try to have a dimmer on your screen where it turns your screen yellowish. so
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it doesn't like, yeah, because you're like shooting this shit in your mind, and your brain thinks it's daylight. It kind of messes you up,
You
your
know, you
cycles.
know, you
That's
know,
probably why people
StreamYard.
go crazy nowadays. That's probably
Yeah,
why.
you know, StreamYards it actually has a dark mode now too.
Yeah, you should
Like
definitely
if you
turn that
go,
on. Yeah.
yeah. No, I've been using it. It's
Mm-hmm.
actually better for your battery too. I've been noticing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's it gets pretty. I could definitely see animals going crazy, man.
Yeah. See, we're going too far away from what we're supposed to be in nature. So I think this is why we see all these problems. I mean, I don't know if you can say it's a conspiracy or not, but you definitely can say like it's not having no effect on people.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
we
yeah,
are animals. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
No matter what we say, we're still an animal, dude.
Yeah. I definitely think it is like a byproduct. I'm not 100% sure if it's necessarily conspiracy, but I think it's definitely a byproduct of it.
Yeah,
And I think
modern living. Yeah, there's a
yeah,
cost to it.
yeah, there's a cost to it. Yeah, and I think ancient civilizations, they were way more in touch with the reality of the world, They kind of understood it a lot more. But I think even with that, there were byproducts from that too. Like they
Hmm.
were, they actually thought that, sacrificing somebody could affect crops and shit. Like so it's like, well, you got to pick your poison. I don't know. I think I'd rather stick to the internet. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
I don't wanna.
yeah, man. Nothing's perfect in this world. This is not
Yeah,
heaven. Let's put it that way. So
yeah, it is crazy. I don't know. You ever get into the hollow Earth theory?
I heard about it. Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
interesting. Yeah, I mean, flat
yeah,
Earth is already wild for me. Already.
yeah.
Flat Earth.
I could actually believe hollow Earth more than a flat Earth,
Yeah,
though.
you could maybe believe hollow Earth, yeah, but flat Earth, you're like, what the fuck? You guys are like,
Yeah,
nah, bruh. You're making things way harder to explain shit now. You're just like, this is
uh,
ridiculous.
yeah. Flat Earth just seems a little too. It, it's I
It's a
don't know, man.
psyop, man. It's a psyop. This
Yeah,
shit's a
it just
psyop.
it just
Dude.
seems like it would be it just seems like it's way too many people that would have to keep it a secret, man.
Yeah, yeah, basically Bob would have to be killed. It's like
Yeah,
every time he rides a plane, he'll just have to be like telling us all lies and stuff. It's like, what the fuck?
but Bob he doesn't even go high enough to really disprove it,
No, he
but
doesn't. But a lot of, because if you look at the instruments he uses and the things, it's just like, dude,
yeah,
if it's really flat, you really are just gonna have to change everything you know about how to make those instruments right. So,
yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah,
I do think because that the whole Admiral Byrd thing, that's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. That guy did say he went inside a hollow Earth and shit at the
well,
in the
yeah. I
North
mean,
Pole.
Stanley might know, but then I think I asked about Operation High Jump before to Stanley. I don't think he knows about Operation High
Oh,
Jump. Yeah,
oh yeah. Stanley, you never heard of that? What Admiral Byrd?
Antarctica.
Yeah, I think he was actually a seaman, wasn't he? Wasn't he?
Yeah, it was led by the U.S. Navy. Yeah,
Yeah. I'm surprised Stanley.
it's
He was
a
probably
seaman.
Stanley was probably there actually.
Yeah, right. He was there.
He was Stanley's. He's been sitting here to make sure none of our conspiracies come to fruition. Stanley's still working for the government. Yeah, Admiral Byrd was
Goddamn
this.
mole.
Yeah,
Yes,
Stanley's the
Admiral
mole.
Byrd. Yeah, B with a Y, not an I. Okay, Admiral
Yeah, yeah,
Byrd,
yeah, yeah.
Operation High Jump. Look it up. You can
Yeah,
look it up.
That's a real thing, and
That's a real thing.
he even there's footage of him talking about. Yeah, he went inside the Earth, and there was a sun inside the sun, all types of crazy shit.
Well, I mean, the other conspiracy is that he was there to find the Nazis that ran off to New Swabia, the secret
Yeah,
Nazi hideout, where they're like, oh, okay, we went to Argentina and Antarctica, so yeah, blah 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 blah.
it would make sense though, because I as bad as they were, I feel like just imagine if they kept power, like where we would be technologically if they remained in power,
Oh
Ah,
my god.
we'd probably have like lightsabers by now, man.
You really talking about this shit?
Fucking lightsabers out here, bro. Fucking,
Yes. I think people idolize the power of the Nazis way too much. Like,
You think so? All right.
I think some of it is kind of exaggerated. I mean, I do, but still, a lot of that stuff was already transferred to the Soviets and the U.S. So
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why I tell people, like, if you really want to learn some mathematics, like, look up some Russian textbooks or like a lot of their publications. A lot of it hasn't been translated to English.
Really?
And
Why
so
not?
I don't know. I mean, people are lazy, like to dig around, because people, you have to understand how much stuff is made in every year, from PhD dissertations to books and stuff. We haven't gotten around to like even translating or digitizing them. That's why when Lasagna Killer comes up here and says like, "Oh, you think you're smarter than the internet?" It's like, do you know how much the internet doesn't even record?
Yeah.
There are so many books in libraries that are not digitized even on the internet, bruh.
Yeah.
So there's probably still tons of Soviet mathematics that haven't been translated to us. And I
Wow.
bet you, I think there's a YouTuber or somebody, I kind of remember now, who goes over like textbooks and stuff in Russian, and he shows you what these textbooks are saying in English, and he just
Mhm.
like, it's like, whoa, wait a minute, fuck. I wonder
Yeah.
how behind we are because we don't translate these books. Yeah. And that
Yeah.
whole thing with the Twitter, like, oh, how many doctors can get this answer right? That really bugs me out, because it's like,
Yeah.
this shit, if they can't do that type of stuff, what other things, like if you had a mathematician, who doesn't even
Yo.
understand something from the Soviet Union 50 years
Yeah.
ago, can he even understand that shit? It's just like,
Yeah.
damn,
Yeah.
we have too many blind spots now.
Yeah. That's why even with I don't even think the whole moon landing thing is a conspiracy anymore. I really do think we've literally just gotten dumber since then. I really do.
Oh man,
I
it's
think
really bad, dude. I
I think
really think, yeah.
we've like lost our kind of like that need to explore and
Yeah, we have because we took over all the land masses, and there's nothing else to
yeah.
explore. But
Yeah.
there's still underwater stuff. So
Yeah,
there's a
but I
lot
mean,
of stuff there.
even with that though, I think that's like like greatly. I think we know more about the underwater than they let us know.
I think there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about. There's so much shit down there, man. Yeah.
I just think that they can't really say what's down there. There's probably underwater.
I mean, that's
fucking,
why James Cameron loves doing subs, man.
Yeah,
He loves that shit. There's
yeah.
a reason why.
They found that sub that sank down by the Titanic. They found the
Oh, the
remains of.
tourists. Oh, the
Yeah,
tourists.
yeah.
Yeah, James Cameron was on TV telling exactly what went wrong. He was just like, I know what went wrong. I know what they did wrong. was just like,
Yo,
and then
that's a
he,
brutal. That's a
yeah,
brutal way
he
to
just
go,
clowned them
man.
because he warned those guys because he was saying like that company's so cheap. They did
Yeah.
everything on the cheap. They did this thing. They did shortcuts. Yeah, over. It's no
Yeah,
joke.
when I saw they were using a PlayStation 2 controller, I was like, yeah, this shit is doomed to fail, man. Like, you shouldn't be able to man a submarine with a Dreamcast controller, man. That's fucking. The
Might as well use
fuck?
an Atari joystick, bro.
Right, right. That'll probably actually be better. Use that. Shit. Hey, I was like, this is
Shit,
retarded,
man.
man. This is fucking
But
retarded.
that's how fucking shitty it was because people know that there was still air when the thing
Yeah,
stopped working. So
yeah,
what were they even thinking about when they were like stuck in that thing and like before it exploded? It's just
yeah,
like, bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like,
That
would you
had
start
to.
freaking out, or you just be like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna die now. I better pray or some shit," you know?
I
Or
mean,
would you just freak out for the 10 minutes that you're still alive?
I don't know, man. Bro, I'd probably start freaking out. I'd probably start freaking out. I don't know.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd probably start
I
freaking
don't
out.
know.
Cause I'd be the dumb motherfucker to try to open it up. Like, I I'll take my chances trying to swim to the surface
Oh yeah,
and
right.
get the
You get the
get
bends.
crushed. Yeah,
Yeah, you
get the
get
bend.
crushed, or you get the ultra bends. Like your head starts pounding with the nitrogen poison.
Oh my god. Yo, that's why it's like unless I'm in like a military sub, there's no way I'm getting in a fucking sub, man.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
You gotta be a fucking idiot, man.
they were
That
all
shit.
rich too, weren't they? They were
Yeah,
rich. They believed in
yeah.
that dude. It was like, oh, okay, I'll pay for it. I was like, all right.
Yeah, but that just goes to show too just how like stupid kind of our society has gotten since,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, like we're really fucking stupid, man. Cause there's just no way. There's no fucking way, man. I don't know. Yeah, it couldn't have been me. Yeah, but yeah. They said it was over like, you know, a millisecond. So I guess they didn't feel anything. They just kind of turned
Okay.
into vapor.
All right. Sure. Sure.
You think it was
I
worse?
don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying. Whatever. Could be.
Jesus. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they said their bodies probably got eaten all up by, you know, crabs and lobsters and shit.
Yeah.
Ah, man. Circle of life. God damn. That was the most expensive meal those crabs ever had, man. Okay. Fucking catfish eating on a billionaire. God damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Like.
Yeah, it's
Whoa,
pretty
whoa,
crazy.
whoa, whoa.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm definitely gonna be seeing if I can check out. I got some plans this weekend though, so
Yeah.
yeah, might play a little blackjack this
Oh,
weekend.
cool. Cool.
Yeah, yeah. Let me get the go on the cheap table. Let me get the
The cheap table. Yeah.
hit me.
Hit
Hit
me.
me. Yeah. Did you hear what happened to Virgo?
Yeah. The hysterectomy,
Yeah,
right? Yeah. I was
yeah,
there.
man.
I was there on
That's
Stanley when Stanley was here for that.
oh, okay,
That's
yeah.
before you showed up, man.
Oh, okay, yeah. Man, I'm glad she's doing good though, man.
It's rough,
Yeah,
man. Shit's rough.
yeah, no. It is a good thing though, too, you know. Stanley ever meets Virgo up in real life.
What? Wait, what?
Dude.
Dude.
I didn't bring a condom, dude.
What the hell? I thought you were trying to get him up with Lindy Lou. Lindy Lou.
Lindy Lou. Nah. Lindy Lou won Stanley. I think Stanley's yeah. We gotta get Stanley some coochie, man. I just think he needs some.
Are you just trying to do that because you're getting tired of tough guy like clowning him?
Hey, please don't disturb my asceticism.
Oh, okay. All right there.
I mean,
Right
you know,
there.
when you get up in age, you know, it's actually more important to find the right woman, rather than just, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I
I
don't
get it.
need finding the right pussy if we have to be crude. It's more quality is more important than quantity.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I get you.
I get it, but I feel like you know
And
sometimes
you
when you
also have to think though, I've had a good woman. That's why I'm kind of picky and choosy.
no, I get it. Trust me, Stanley, I get it. But eggs,
I
you
think you
know.
cut. I think you cut out. You cut out. What you say?
Okay. I said, you know, to make an omelet, you got to crack a couple eggs first. You know, I feel like Stanley, you're like a old lawnmower. You know how like you got to prime it first. I think you need to prime yourself first before you can turn it on. You know, it'll probably be easier for you to find the right one if you crack a couple. You know, you prime yourself a little bit. You gotta get some coochie, and then you can find you you'll be ready to find you something solid.
Hmm.
You can't keep can't just keep watching those Mia Khalifa videos, man.
What?
Yeah, Stanley got exposed yesterday for
What do you
watching Mia
mean?
Khalifa.
What?
You know how like when you end a YouTube video and they have all the suggested videos after
Oh, come on, bro.
one of Stanley's suggested videos was a Mia Khalifa video.
I
Like,
still have no idea who she is.
man, she's banned in like 6 countries right now. The- yeah, she's like an Arabic porn star, and she was like, I'm not sure if she was one of the first, but she like made it
Nah, she wasn't the first. She was just the most
yeah
popular one for a while. Yeah.
yeah
For some reason, I don't know why.
she would like suck cock in a burqa, and it really
Oh, wow.
offended. Yeah, it really offended the Muslim world. So she's like banned. She's like literally banned in Saudi Arabia. If she goes there, they will hang her if she goes to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, yeah.
Like that doesn't happen often.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I used to date a girl that was Saudi Arabian, and her dad was like in the government. He was like some rich, super rich guy in the
Oh my
government over there.
god.
Yeah.
You risked that. You would have kind of got killed, man.
Yeah.
And I ain't fucking around with that kind of shit. And if you like,
Yeah,
hell
nah,
nah.
she was like ultra like super super rich type shit, and like she straight up told me like it's really hard because my dad's a freaking multi-millionaire, and I love you, but I can't really take you back home because
Nope.
if you're not a ultra wealthy person, you won't really be accepted. That shit, I'm not
Yep.
gonna lie, that shit kind of broke my heart. It
Well, let
wasn't
me put it
because
to you this way: I've been to Saudi Arabia. You're the
Mhm.
winner.
Yeah. But you know, it does kind of do something to you when you know you can't be with somebody because you're not a freaking millionaire. You know, it's kind of it's kind of.
Okay, you know what? What I'm trying to say is that if she was too like attached to being a millionaire, or the daughter of a millionaire, and she can't be with you, you're probably the winner.
Oh no. I'm definitely.
I
It
mean,
was.
you can be rich in America just as easily, if not easier, than being rich in Saudi.
No. It was more so because he was like in their military too. He was like a general or something. I don't know how they do it, but like he could have got me killed type shit, you know? Like so
If
it
you
was
went there, or if you stayed here.
if I went there, like if she let him know that we were dating and he knew about me and stuff and I went over there, he could have got me whacked. Like it was that type of shit. And it was
You're the winner.
yeah, no. Yeah, no. You know, she wasn't never, you know, she liked me a lot more than I liked her. But it was like the when she told me, it was just kind of like, damn, I didn't know it was that
Oh
serious.
shit!
I didn't.
I'm honest. I would have laughed. I would have literally laughed. I'm like, you know what? Um, you you go be rich over there.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, she was one of those like super rich girls. She never had to pay for anything. Daddy bought her a damn near a penthouse, you know, downtown Chicago and shit. So it was more so just like fun for me. It was never really serious, but like when she wanted to make it serious, it was like she had to like really tell me about who she was and who her dad was, and I was just like, yeah, I'm good on that. I'm not trying to get beheaded, you know, for Allah. I don't even believe in Allah. Nah, fucking Allah. Who is that?
You're
Who
going to
is
hell,
that?
infidel.
Yeah. I'm not no infidel. I can't even spell that. I don't even the fuck infidel. I
Yeah, well,
am
I'd be like, bitch, you can't even drive over there. So,
yeah, right.
you go on back.
I don't know. Go back to fucking
Yeah,
Saudi
as
Arabia,
rich as your
bitch.
daddy is, he can't. He won't. He doesn't even need to bother getting you a car because you can't drive it.
Stupid ass bitch. Dumbass bitch. If your daddy knew what I had you doing, he'd
Oh,
fucking kill you. You gotta worry about me. He saw some of these videos. Saw his
videos.
pride, saw his pride and joy. Yeah, no, this was when I was like, like still in school and stuff. So I was like filming everything. Yeah,
What the fuck? That's fucking
yeah.
disgusting, ass people.
Nah, when you're in like film school and stuff, you start
Oh,
to,
you're.
yeah. I had to get the lighting right and shit.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
It's everything was. I filmed everything back then.
All
Yeah,
right,
had
here
to
we
had
go.
to had to burn that hard drive.
Mm, mm-mm.
but but yeah. It's but
Yeah.
yeah. Stanley, you should check out Mia Khalifa, man. You should her films aren't even all that crazy to me.
They're bad. They're
Yeah,
terrible, honestly.
yeah,
And her boob
yeah.
jobs are like terrible. They were the worst. I was just like,
Yeah.
wow, that's the worst shit I've seen
You,
in my
you
life. So
I don't know.
pathetic.
I don't know if you ever saw. She had a sports show with Gilbert Arenas at one point. Did you ever see that?
No. Mm-mm.
It was so good, man. But she got people hated her so much.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they hated her. And
That.
I used to think she was such a great sports analyst, man. Like
Yeah. It
I
doesn't
thought
matter, man. It doesn't
I
matter,
know,
dude.
I know.
Once you go, yeah, that's the problem. That's why being a porn star really is like a bad idea. It's just like
It
shit.
really there's
That's like
really no
scarlet
going back
letter
for it.
forever.
I know. And it's
But-
just like for me, I didn't
and you don't
I
make much
wasn't
money off of it. It's just like
you
it's not
don't.
worth it. Yeah, it's the
It's
only reason you do it is because you want to be famous, so you do escorting after. But it's like
yeah,
that's not
yeah.
even worth it. I don't think. It's like nah, that ain't worth it.
Yeah, I really don't think it's
That
worth
shit
it.
ain't worth it, bro.
Yeah, because once you try to go into something else, people just always remind you
Mm-hmm.
that you're a fucking whore.
Mm-hmm. Everybody saw it. Everybody saw
Yep.
it. They're like, "Oh, it's you." And then you get a kid go to school and you pick up your kid, and then all the kids are going like, "Oh, hey,
yeah, yeah.
whoa."
Yo, I saw a video of this kid. He was getting interviewed by his porn star sister, and
What?
she was like asking him questions, and he said every day on his bus ride to school they talk about her porn, and it's just like, man,
God.
that kid, eventually he's gonna shoot the school up eventually.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. That's what's gonna
Yep.
happen. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
That's why it's such a I'm all about women being free to do whatever they want to do. Like I don't, I'm not gonna tell her that it's wrong, but it's just like you don't think about these things, like how your family, you got a little brother, he's got to deal with that. If you want to have kids one day, they got to deal with that. It's just such a dirty, dirty thing. And for like Mia Khalifa, it's like, yo, you grew up Muslim. Like
I thought she was a Christian Arab though. That was the thing. She wasn't even Muslim.
Oh, okay.
But still, she's Arab though, so it makes him look bad.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's really. Yeah. Stanley, that you probably would like Mia Khalifa. She's kind of like, she's like a porn star, but she does like, her scenes are kind of like softcore porn. They're like not really good. But
well, you trying to make Stanley watch porn, man. He's like 1,000 years old. He doesn't need to do this anymore.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just think Stanley's a good
Well, the
guy.
bottom line is, watching porn when you've had it done to you personally, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, nah. It's just I just think Stanley needs a lady in his life,
Ugh.
Just
whatever.
I have no doubt that I do, but I'd rather do without if I have to do, it. I'd rather do without if I can't have good quality.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
There's quality ladies out here,
Oh, I'm sure there are, and eventually I'll meet one.
Yeah. Try going to Trader Joe's. You can find some good women at Trader Joe's.
I can tell you right now, I'm a Wegmans guy. If I have to, if I will meet my woman in a Wegmans, not a Trader Joe's.
You don't like Trader Joe's, Stanley?
Hell no.
Wow.
That's like that's like the Walmart of upper echelon grocery stores.
Whoa! Boom!
I guess you're not as.
As a matter of fact, better than that, I want to meet my woman at a farmer's market. not a place that with packaged like guava jelly.
Yeah,
I like the guavas to make my own jelly, not pre-packaged, pre-made. My guava jelly can't be having preservatives, artificial preservatives.
yeah. Hey, Crack, where do you get your groceries from?
It's either Whole Foods or like the co-op. There's a
See,
co-op. Yeah.
see that he's gonna meet a good woman at a co-op or a Whole Foods. You know this
Yeah.
Trader Joe shit.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if I need something
you
cheap,
meet
I'll go to Trader
you meet
Joe's.
Grace Thorpe's at Trader Joe's.
No, no. Grace,
Hey, Stanley.
Grace is going
Hey,
to.
Stanley. I'll tell
Grace
you
is,
this about Trader. Wait,
no, wait.
I'll
I
tell
was
you
gonna
this
say
about
Grace.
what?
Grace goes to Save a Lot. That's where Grace
Yeah,
goes
yeah, she
to.
goes to stable, but
She
hey, but Stanley,
like I told Ben, you're not Newport. You might be Rhode Island, but you're not Newport.
Hey, Stanley, Trader Joe's like cashiers are so friendly though. Someone
They
mentioned it in
are.
the stream before. Was it
They
you,
are.
HB, or somebody else?
Yeah, yeah. No, I think I mentioned it. They're
Yeah,
super
I was
friendly,
I was
man.
like thinking like, yeah, you're right, they are. Yeah,
They're
but
super friendly, man.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd rather meet like the shoppers, not the cashiers.
Especially like the old men. Yo, they're like the
What?
super like the old like retired guys who just want to work. They're like the nicest ones, man.
Oh,
You
for
know,
God's sake.
they're fucking.
So
You
what
could
do you
tell
buy in
like
Trader Joe's, HB? What do you buy in Trader Joe's? What stuff you buy there?
I usually get like Trader Joe's has a lot of like pre-packaged stuff. So sometimes I
That's the
like they got
problem.
this yeah, no. I don't get like my main groceries from Trader Joe's. I get like specialty items from Trader Joe's. So I'll get they'll have like pre-packaged stuff. And then sometimes I just get like random stuff. Like they have like random like tea tree oil and stuff, and I get like dehydrated fruits and stuff from there. And I just get random stuff from there. Like Trader Joe's is like I don't know how to explain it, but it's one of those stores where it's like you just go there to find like odd foods to try out because they always have like odd stuff.
Like Trader, because they have the package stuff where they go like there's Trader Ming's and then Trader
Yeah,
like
yeah.
right. It's just like what the fuck? This is
Yeah,
racist.
yeah. I know,
We go
right?
Trader
It's like,
Joe's, Trader Ming's. What the?
yeah.
Shit?
Like, why?
But but
Who's coming up with the names
but
of
actually
this shit?
sometimes I just go there because
Trader Charlie Chan.
yeah, Trader Joe's. But they have their own like liquors there. So
Oh,
yeah,
I
so that if you go there, you can see like if you need some real cheap shit and you're like, wait a minute, let's see how crap this is. And sometimes you'll
yeah.
get something that's actually good. So if you need some cheap liquor, they might have something that's actually okay, because they
I'm gonna
have their
try
own
that
brand.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna
I
try
don't
that
know.
out.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if they still do it anymore, but that's what sometimes
No,
they
they
do
do.
that.
They do.
Oh
They have
yeah.
like their own wine aisle, and they have
Yeah,
liquors
yeah.
and stuff too. So I'm gonna try some out. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's really just like
Yeah,
the
Portia
ambient.
confirms. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually I don't get my main groceries there. No, I don't. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't get my main
No.
groceries there either. Yeah. But
Mm.
I think it is partly it's the service that I like too. Like they're always just so nice in there. You go somewhere, and they give you bad service. I don't care how cheap the food is or how good it is. I don't want to go. Like if you make me feel like an asshole for coming to your rest or your grocery store, you know, like I don't want to be there. Like in Chicago, they have this place called Jewel, and like usually like they'll have some, sassy fucking
What?
lady up.
Jewel?
Sassy ass. Yeah. That's like a Chicago place, and they usually have like some sassy ass bitch at the front. Fucking, won't even talk to you while you're buying groceries and shit.
So it's called Jewel
64.
Osco.
Yeah,
Jewel
Jewel
Osco.
Osco. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh
60,
man.
64.85. Like, oh god damn. All right, bitch. Whatever.
Oh my lord.
Fucking cunt. No customer service at all. Yeah, I think that is just the thing with Trader Joe's. And it
What
feels
is
like
eclectic element talking about in the chat?
I don't know, man. I think they're like Arabic and on some smoking some poppy seeds or something. I don't
Sounds
know what
like
the
a
hell.
crackhead scammers.
I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
What on earth?
I don't know, man. I think eclectic. I think they hit the
$1
hit a,
for the pillow.
No, every time Eclectic comes here, it's always the same shit. It's like it's insanity, man. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
This is why the internet is such a bad thing. It's just
Yeah.
mental illness.
I think she's actually writing poetry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If you thought it was a haiku, it's like it just keeps going. It's endless.
And well, it could be like some high level like performance art. There she is. I'm catching on. Okay, all right. I got you now.
Yeah. I think it's like the mind of a psychotic person. You ever see like
I think it's kind of beautiful. If I ever met a mermaid, I would expect her to talk like that.
I think me and I forgot who was on the panel, but we were theorizing that your late wife was maybe a mermaid you met while you were on your on your ship. And you met her out there on the sea. She's some mermaid or something.
Somebody's been watching too many Tom Hanks movies.
Yeah. So you never saw any sirens out there while you were on the?
No.
Stanley.
Just a bunch of hoes. Just a bunch of hoes sitting out on the jetty waving at us when we were pulling into port.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I had like this old Master Chief telling me about we were pulling into Palma de Mallorca or something, and he got to talking to me about, some woman that he had known 30 years ago, had met, and every time he was in Palma de Mallorca, they would hook up. And I'm like, you know what? By now, this woman is probably like some toothless hag that it's like she's waiting out at the end of the jetty, waiting for you to come meet her.
Yeah.
It was just you had to know this guy. He looked like your stereotypical like sailor man. That's what he was like. And his olive oil in that port, it doesn't even make sense. And I'm after thinking about it, I'm like, you know what? That after talking to you, I will never have a woman like who isn't American. I'll wait till I get back off deployment. I'm not going pushing in the gut in Palma de Mallorca for a woman.
Yeah, I don't know how those guys fall in love with those women when they're like deployed. Like you guys are.
Well, they make you fall in. I told you about that guy who met a Filipina in Abu Dhabi. I mean, he was talking her up, and when I finally got a hold of her, I'm like, dude, don't marry her.
Yeah.
It's like this girl was hideous.
Wow. She wasn't even hot.
Hell no.
Wait, she was Filipino though. How is she a ugly Filipino? What was wrong
You
with her?
know what? I don't know how, but she managed it.
Wow. But she
In
have like
Abu
bad teeth or
Dhabi.
something? Was
In
she like
Abu, you know what? I didn't stop to like examine the details. It's like, dude, you're talking all kinds of shit and wanting to marry her and go through all kinds of paperwork and talking to the captain like, Captain, I'm in love. You know, I want to like fill out the paperwork so she can get part of my salary when yeah, I'm like, damn,
Oh
dude.
god.
I don't know what kind of spell she put on you.
yeah. Yeah, I could never like if I ever married like a third world chick like that, it would have to be like it would only be like business. It would just be business. Like there's no way I'm falling in love with no third world chick. It's straight business like transaction. It's nothing. There's no love.
Man,
I don't
being
know
on
how
that boat with a bunch of dudes must do us something to a man, dude.
yeah, yeah,
This is
yeah.
getting
You
desperate.
know,
Yeah,
it'll
yeah.
do something to you if you let it.
Yeah, yeah,
What are you
yeah.
saying, Stanley? What are you saying?
I'm just saying, you know what?
Hey,
If you're
you
in the
cheated though. You got
military,
those free playboys, man. What the fuck?
yeah, well, you know what? That meant I didn't have to like go out finding ugly Filipina chicks in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, seriously. And then too, it's like, bro,
I probably should have lent him a couple copies.
you're fucking
Was that
American. You're fucking American, man. You don't have any pride in being American like these.
Well, it really wasn't a he was into Filipinas.
Oh, okay, well,
And when we were in Norfolk, there's a large Filipino community, and those were his peeps. He's a
yeah,
blonde, blue-eyed guy. But those were his peeps. He was actually well known. Everybody knew him in that community. And I guess he was hanging out with the Filipinas. The Filipina, they're like um the south of the border immigrants here. Um,
yeah,
um, Poor Filipinas will go overseas to, these Arabic countries, Persian Gulf countries. They will work as in hotels, as maids, and, some of the menial work and
mhm,
send money back home. And that's a good thing.
mhm,
But, you know, she, she, you just have to be careful. She probably latched on to him like, hey, this guy's my ticket out of here,
yeah, yeah,
to a
yeah,
better life. And you know what? I'm sure a lot of times it works out as mutually beneficial, but you hear the stories about, and in the Navy especially, you'll hear the stories about how these women will hook onto a sailor, get back to the United States, and in 2 months they're gone.
yeah. No, I don't think it ever works out unless you move there. I think that's the only time it really works out. But if you're trying to plan to move her back to America, she's gonna leave you, bro. Like just making the plans. That's how you
Yeah,
really
she
test
just
her.
needs a ticket to America, and
Yeah.
once she's here, maybe she's a good person and she's grateful to you for the rest of her life. Or she like gets here, kind of scopes out the territory and like, hey, you know what? Thanks for bringing me. You were a darling for doing it, but I'm here
Yeah.
now. I'm off on my own.
No, I used to watch these content creators. It was like this I think she was Vietnamese chick, and this it was like this Jewish guy, and I guess he found her over in Vietnam, and she's like hilarious though, like she's funny. So he moved her and his dad into his house, like rich Jewish guy, and they made like content together, and she was hilarious though. But I knew eventually she's gonna leave this guy, and then Lo and behold, they had a video together where they talking about their breaking up. I was like, yeah, bro, it's only a matter of time, man. Like
Right.
you can't move these chicks over here, man. You gotta live over there. If you want to make it serious, you gotta live over there. Like, don't you gotta embrace, learn the culture, learn the customs. Don't try to bring her over here, man. That shit don't work. Once she
Maybe
gets
if he
over here,
moved over there, he would have moved off or moved on after a few months.
that's how you know if it's true love too. Like if it's real, like you'll I feel like that's where a lot of guys go wrong. They don't really like embrace the woman and her culture altogether. Like if you got that type of bread, like just move there, man. Don't be Vietnamese or be Cambodian or whatever. Like, you know, it's not what you think. Because those chicks, they're gonna leave. Like third world, I don't think there's really true love in the third world, man. It's like how you gonna fall in love when you can't get clean water? Like that shit.
Wow.
I'm sorry, man. You know what I mean, Crack? There's no time for love when you gotta eat
I don't know,
expired
man.
spam and shit.
I have no idea, dude.
Oh fuck, you got
No
time for no
luxury.
love?
There's no luxury for that.
Yeah, love is no. That's a perfect world, a perfect word. Love is a luxury, man. Like it's a fucking luxury. You gotta. It is. Love is not a. It's a luxury, man. People out here starving. You trying to fall in love? You fucking idiot. Are you crazy? Fucking, it's a luxury, man. You know how many people we had to kill so we can fall in love in America? Are you crazy? How many wars we had to be in, man?
You're basically telling us like, see, you guys got brainwashed by Disney.
Big
that
time.
Shit's trash. That's bullshit.
Big time. That Disney shit fucked a lot of guys
I think,
up, man.
I think it does have an effect, especially women. Women love the Disney shit. They love it.
I think men more than women. I think women
Really?
are more. Yeah, I think women are a lot more logical than we give them credit for. I think they are. I really think they are. I think women understand the world for what it really is. Guys,
did you see John like yesterday, last night?
What? No. What did he do?
Oh, you missed out on the whole thing about like Sleeping Beauty or some shit, and he go like Sleeping Beauty, yeah, Sleeping Beauty. What the fuck?
Right.
No, go back to the other stream, dude. Go back to that shit.
What was
Man,
he
you
talking
missed a
about?
good one, man. John was on one, dude. It was like crazy.
John must have had
that was
about
Kino.
6 beers.
That was Kino. We had 50 viewers watching at that point.
John must have been drinking, man.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yo, drunk John must see TV, man.
Yeah, it's must see TV. That's real.
Yo, he's in his bag. Oh man, damn. I wonder what he was saying about Sleeping Beauty. What was he?
Yeah, whatever. Go back.
Yeah. That's why, I give Stanley shit, but I get it. Dating is easy. Like love, that's the hard part.
That's it exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you can date anywhere. You can go to any country and find some chick to date. But love, man, hell nah. That's why these guys, man, y'all don't get it, man. Think you're gonna find love in fucking Thailand? Are you crazy? You think you'll find love in the Philippines? Are you insane? You crazy? Colombia? Love don't live in Colombia, man. I'm sorry.
It
Love
comes
does
to,
not.
it crosses the border, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I don't even
My
blame those
love was so
migrants, man.
powerful, it crossed a desert and scaled a wall.
Man, I do not blame those. Oh man, this video. I sent it to Portia. I don't know. She's probably eating some honey nut Cheerios right now for breakfast. Portia, you still up, Portia? She's probably brushing her teeth. Ah, Portia, make sure you floss. Make sure you floss, Portia.
Oh man.
Portia, you still there? Portia.
Okay.
I wanted to
What?
see what she thought about Jerry Jones too.
Oh
Oh
god.
God, yeah. She probably rolled back over sleep.
What is this woman doing? Is this like a this is like a continuous haiku?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, it's not ending, dude. I've seen this before. I
yeah.
think I
This
think
is
we got a wild one out here.
yeah. No, I think this is
Now
like
I wish
early.
Tough Guy were here so we could talk about continuous versus constant.
Ah, no, please, no.
This haiku is continuous.
That's why like John is like the only weed smoker I can talk to. I can't even talk to weed smokers anymore, man. I like when I used to get high, tough guy would have sounded like fucking Einstein to me. But now, like I just now
You
that
have
I'm
a
fucking
very
so
low opinion of Einstein.
I know. Now though, I just want to punch him in the face when he starts talking like that. Man, shut the fuck up, man. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm sober over here, man. Like I can't. John, I'm telling you, John is like literally the only weed smoker I can deal with anymore, man. He's like the only one. I don't even think John gets high, honestly.
No, we already figured it out. It's like because he's too damn smart. He's
Yeah,
drinking and smoking to pull of his IQ down to our
yeah,
level.
yeah. No, seriously, John. I couldn't even, dude. John could probably, John could probably figure out the cold fusion if he was sober. John, I could see John in a lab coat, fucking figuring out cold fusion and pulling energy out of the ether. You see this fucking ether? This ether, I'm a fuel all my Airbnbs with the ether. these niggas, these niggas got free energy. They still complaining about white people. They still complaining, niggas. I done gave these niggas free energy. They
Shit.
yeah, people. Most people should not be smoking and drinking, man. I really, truly believe that. I think you got to be high IQ to really get the benefits from that type of shit. If you're just in the middle, you should probably be sober. What's the difference? Aren't they the same word? One times
Mm,
one equals two. If you think about it.
consistently,
Yeah.
continuously, yeah, whatever. Oh my god, I don't know what the fuck you guys are. But it's
Yeah.
important. I think that's important to know
Yeah, no. Yeah, it is. It is. It
because
is.
people do start mixing words together all the time, and then eventually it just eventually every word is like the same meaning and definition. It's like whoa, dope, bro. We
You're
can't
out of
talk no
truck.
more.
Oh, I love that. This is nice. You're out of trucks and tricks. Why do like felons and I like them free? Because no one's
Yeah,
listening to
this.
me.
I think this.
Oh
I
my
think
lord!
Stanley. I think this
I
is like
think I think I'm in love with her.
I think this is like early stages of dementia. This is like early stages of dementia. I think
This is like
this is not.
I met a girl in college. This girl was beautiful, but
Mhm.
she dropped out of college to go work on an herb farm. And we were at some party, at some old house. And, she breaks out her paintings her finger paintings that she drew with her own menstrual blood. And
Whoa.
this is like
Oh.
some hippie shit. And
Ah,
eclectic elements poetry is reminding me of this woman.
Yeah,
some shit right now, man. God damn.
yeah. I know a girl that she has a whole jewelry line where she takes her like breast milk and her period blood and turns it into jewels.
How do you wait? Hold it. How do you do that?
I'm not 100% sure, but she like I think she like puts it
Oh, this is
inside of
funny.
a.
Oh man, did you see her last comment? You stolen my paintings.
Okay, yeah, nah. I think she's starting to come back to reality now.
That is actually funny.
Yeah, nah, that's hilarious.
You got to come up
I'm
and talk to me now. Now I'm intrigued.
yeah, hit the link. I
I
wouldn't
think she
even
said
be.
she's married though.
Oh, okay, yeah, her husband probably tune her up if she gets online. Yeah. I know. I wouldn't even be opposed to buying a period blood painting though, honestly. Like if it was good.
I mean, how do you preserve it though? I mean, preservation is about.
I don't know.
That blood eventually will flake off.
Will it? I
Eventually, I
guess it would.
think so.
I think it would depend on the type of canvas that you use. Because if it was like a canvas that was a little more porous, or maybe like thread or something.
Oh man, you guys are thinking too much about this shit.
Actually, I'm
Yeah.
kind of interested. I mean, I didn't really look for her. You know how you sign your painting? I wonder if she signed it in her period blood.
Yeah. Probably just squatted over it, and that was her
Oh my
signature.
lord, Jesus!
kind of like a
Ah!
kind of like a Jackson Pollock.
Yo, speaking of period paintings,
It was
Ava,
a period piece.
You want Ava to paint this?
Yo, see if Ava will start making period paintings.
Oh my
Oh
god!
Lord!
You guys
How
are
do you
sick.
ask a woman to make a period painting?
Crack could do it. Crack could
Yeah, I could
definitely
do
do
it.
it.
If I really wanted to, yeah, sure, I could do it.
Yo, she could. Yo, Ava could like really go crazy with that though.
Did she ever sell that painting?
No, she's keeping it. Yeah, she's
Oh
keeping
Yo,
it.
Crack,
wow!
I'm telling you, Crack.
Hmm.
Tell her to think about it, man. She could be the period painter, and that
Okay,
could be
fine.
her. That could be like her niche, because that's all art is nowadays. It's all about niches. It's not about the art anymore. The art
Yeah,
sucks. The art
yeah.
sucks. It's all about the niches.
I'd like to write a poem comparing her period blood to her red hair. There's got to be a poem in that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. If Ava made a period painting, I'd probably invest in one. You know?
So would 12th Man.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh.
I'd put it in my bathroom, hang it up in there.
Oh God! Look at American Man. This has to stop.
Nah, American Man, you
We
could have.
will not be censored.
Come on, American Man,
You're
change.
anti-art.
You
Yeah.
install.
Anti-art.
You,
Anti-art.
I don't know. You freaking American Man, you install toilets, but period paintings, that's too much for you. Come on, man.
This shit's going into the Louvre, baby.
Yeah, that's
The Metropolitan New York Metropolitan Museum. It's like we're going all the way, baby.
I honestly thought you meant LOO. This is going into the loo.
Oh, yeah, the Louvre. Poo in the Louvre.
the poo in the loo.
Poo in the
Poo
Louvre.
in the loo.
Oh, look at this dude. Campbell's soup, but with a uterine lining. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then if Ava
A
did
new
that,
type of menudo.
her paintings would be worth more too, because she can only make it once a month.
Low supply, high demand.
Yeah. Oh
Post
my god.
premenopausal art.
You know,
I'm telling
EA
you,
is
man.
gonna do a pre-order.
Yeah. He's gonna order the first 10 paintings. He's gonna kill himself right afterwards.
What is up with that EA, man? What is...
I'm telling you, that's why EAE is like. This is why like watching too much porn can turn you deeply depressed. EAE is like I remember you know who Jenny is, right?
No.
Jenny, the super like Christian girl.
Nah.
She's on CT sometimes. No, you don't know her.
Don't remember. Nope.
Stanley, you know who she is, right? The super like
Yeah,
Christian.
I think I do.
All right, yeah, Jenny's. So she's a pretty girl, right? She's a real pretty girl.
Pretty plain.
Yeah. She's kind of plain, but she still is like naturally pretty though. You know, she doesn't wear makeup or anything. And one day, so she just got pregnant not too long ago. She's maybe like, I think she's like 6-7 months pregnant now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've looked in the Discord and EAE sent me a message and he's like, yo, make sure you go to Jenny's next live. She's been showing her belly at the end of every live. And I'm just like, yo, EAE, bro, come on, man. Like, bro, like when I get on these panels and act like a pervert and shit, I'm like hamming it up. But this guy is like, he's literally watching her whole live to see her show her stomach at the end of the live. I'm like, bro, you got a problem, man.
Well, I think she has a problem for showing it.
You are really deeply troubled, man. You gotta stop
I think
this,
she's
man.
just showing it for him.
No, she's showing it because she's, a proud mother, happy about, being pregnant.
Oh, for God's sake, can't you do it covered?
No, he's like jerking off while she's doing it,
like, there are guys who get off on pregnant women.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a genre.
Yeah. I've never watched Pregnant. I may have watched it once or twice, but it didn't do anything for me. I don't.
Well, see, I never had to. I lived it.
Yeah. Was your wife more like sexy while she was pregnant to you?
Extremely. I tell you what, believe me, it was a show.
Yeah. There's something with that, I think it's like the vulnerability, she's like just waddling around all pregnant and shit. Like,
No, I can tell you right now, my wife, the whole pregnancy, she was awesome. I mean, I don't know whether it was they give you like extra vitamins and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was an awesome experience.
She's glowing. They always say that to pregnant women. She's glowing.
Yeah, she was horny too.
Yeah. You never thought about like there's your kids in there, and you might give them dimples or something. Like I feel like it is hot, but then like when
You
you
know,
really start thinking about it,
I'm glad I didn't think about it because
okay,
I'd have
yeah,
done like
probably.
a Trump.
What do you mean?
You know,
So I know what you mean. All right, Stanley. All right, I can't disagree with you on that one, man.
no, she was pretty, you know, attractive. I thought, and I
Yeah,
don't know. It's just hard to describe, but I was probably more attracted to her when she was pregnant than when I
yeah.
first met her.
Do you think too because you knew your kid was in there, like it was like kind of a
Probably,
pride thing
probably has
too?
something to
Yeah,
do with it.
yeah. Like yeah, that's my seed in there. This is mine.
Let me water it.
What's that
Like
voice, bro? What the fuck is that voice? What is this? Is mine. What the hell?
it's like like a 3-year-old when they figure out like they can own stuff. Mine. This is mine. Like, bro, this is not yours. Did you pay for this? It's mine. Stanley is like those guys at Normandy with the flag and shit. I've conquered these lands.
What the hell are you talking about, man? What the fuck?
I don't know. Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
But like Eclectic says, it's mine and yours.
Ooh, ooh. Eclectic, you gotta hit the link. I feel like you're going through something right
We're
now.
still never gonna meet up. I'm depressed now. No pull-ups. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know what
I was gonna
eclectic.
go no pull-outs.
Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Ooh, never pull out. Never pull out. Yeah, eclectic, you gotta hit the link. I'm really worried about your mental health right now.
I'm enjoying the poetry.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on right now.
You know what? I'm just like really intrigued.
Hey, Portia, you back in the chat because I know John doesn't type like that. He better not. Portia, are you there? You there, Portia?
I mean, no, that was
I
me,
wanted to
man.
show you
I
this.
put it that. That wasn't Portia.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, eclectic. Hit the link, eclectic. I wanna we need to diagnose you real quick. Are you
I think you
okay?
just want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I know. Crazy chicks are the hottest. I just got a feeling she's like Arabic or something. Cause this
Oh my god.
or maybe like Sri Lankan or something. I don't know.
You think she's maybe a belly dancer?
Possibly.
F
Take
your shoes, take them off. I don't want this. Ooh.
yeah, I don't know. This sounds a little too freaky right now.
Oh, I'm even more intrigued now.
Where exactly is Sri Lanka? Isn't it over by India?
Yeah, it's the island. Yeah.
Oh,
It used to be called Ceylon.
It's
okay.
Sri Lanka, honey.
You know where
I'm
the
I'm
rapper
free.
was the
Oh, I
rapper
love this.
MIA.
I'm free if Palestine free.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think
It's going to be free of Palestinians.
yeah, this person, whoever this person is deeply deeply troubled. Something is not right.
American Psycho quote? What have we uncovered here? Uncorked?
Yeah.
Yes, it's the truth. So what next?
Okay. And
And
we're not getting
Yeah,
well,
anywhere
she's
with
a
this.
I think you should keep writing. I'm enjoying it. In all honesty, I actually am.
she's making like Jeremy look sane over here, man. This is crazy.
See, I don't think she's crazy. I think she's kind of like a siren.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm hearing or reading, and I'm just anticipating what she's going to write next. I have a master,
Yeah, Stanley, you are
and
ex
you're not him.
Navy. Oh wow, she's one of those types of chicks. Wow.
Well, you know what? She actually does sound like kind of like
A slave.
yeah.
Yeah,
Is this
yeah.
going on backstage? I'm not seeing anything. I don't.
You gotta hit the link if you want to see what's backstage. Yeah, Stanley, you got me kind of interested in it now too. I want to hear her voice. I want to see what she's.
I like it. Now what? I
All right,
don't even know what
all
that means.
right.
I don't want to be your master.
Wow. Yeah, this is this is getting really weird. Stanley's getting turned on by a psychopath.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're 1,000-year-old man.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
does
yeah.
what does a slave sound like, Stanley? Oh my lord! If I like you to
Ah,
decide for me, if I like you to decide for me, because I'm too broken and cannot think. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I have no idea
wow.
what a slave sounds like, American man. And you as
American
a
man's.
Trump voter, might be able to.
Ah, come on, come on. We were doing so good. We were doing so good. You guys always got to make everything racial and political, man. Jesus Christ.
Well,
We got
he
a woman.
asked me, "What does a slave sound like?" You know what? I imagine
We
he's in a
got
better position to answer that than me,
we got a woman in the chat going through a mental breakdown right now.
because I'm too broken and cannot think. Well, that's fine. You can write, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh,
Was
Spring
it?
Creek.
Is this kind of like the equivalent of in the Hanoi Hilton? The only way to communicate was like to tap on the walls.
Yeah, maybe.
Is this your tap on the wall, Eclectic?
Yo,
You're
I
in a
wanna.
prison and can only communicate in haiku.
Hey, when you guys want a really good steak, where do you guys go? When you want a
My
steak?
my kitchen.
Ah, okay.
You talking about you want to ask us about restaurants or something?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Where
I
you
was
go
born like
for?
this. You smell funny to me. Oh man, is that an insult?
Well,
Oh, uh-oh. Crack. Are we going there? Are we going there?
Get cracked. Wake up, motherfucker.
Let's get it.
so
Let's
The
so
get it.
goo.
I talked about earnings yesterday for Micron, right? So they had a
Hmm.
great earnings. So it's up, um, I think 15% so far pre-market. And
Ah.
if we look at the semiconductor ETF here, this is the 3X.
Hmm.
So it's up 9%. So hopefully I can
Wait, wait,
sell
wait, wait.
pretty soon.
Wait,
Yeah.
this is a semiconductor ETF?
It's 3 times though. It's SOX L. Okay, you see this
What
SOX L?
what's it called?
SOXL.
Okay.
because it moves 3 times the SOX. SOX is the Philadelphia. It tracks the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. So this is
Mm-hmm.
what. But SOX L is 3 times that. So it's about 9% here, right?
Yeah.
From three
Yeah.
percent times 3. Yeah.
I really like ETFs, man. I really like
Yeah. So if
ETFs.
you don't do options, you can juice it up by using this thing. So it's just three
Yeah.
times that. Yeah. But let's see. The SPY should be about up. Let's see how much. Yeah, it's not up by much, but it's something. But if as long as this thing can drive the Nasdaq up, then yeah, there's a good chance next week will be good. If
Yeah.
Powell doesn't say anything weird today and inflation numbers tomorrow or doesn't surprise, it shouldn't surprise. You already have the CPI and PPI from 2 weeks ago. It shouldn't be a surprise. If you know
Mm-hmm.
those two numbers, you get the PCE number on Friday. It's not gonna. Yes, there shouldn't be anything special, and that's good. So we got China pumping, Powell's pumping. I think we're gonna close out the quarter in a good note. Okay, because actually the end of September is usually stocks don't do too well, and it goes
Mm-hmm.
down into October. But if we're ending things in a good note, I think the first week of October will be good. Then we'll probably have problems after that because people will be like, "Well, elections come in, or and the earnings season's coming, and we don't want to hold, and or something will happen. You never know."
Yeah.
I'm usually assuming that the news cycle is gonna change. They're waiting to write some negative stories, and they'll just dump them on someday, somewhere, mid October. But let's look at the earnings here. Micron stock pops on strong outlook driven by robust AI demand. Great. So Micron Technologies share surge in extended trading Wednesday as the memory chip makers revenue and outlook blew past expectations. So this company here just makes memory chips, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And these memory chips, they're more like commodities, okay? They're not like Nvidia, all right? They're not like Intel and AMD. These chips are kind of like they move more like gold and silver and copper.
Is it
Um
is it is it more like a
memory
why do
chip
you say
well
that?
memory chips are cheap.
Mm-hmm.
When the semiconductor industry was at its infancy, Intel used to make memory chips, but they realized right away that memory chips very low margins. They're very easy to make,
Yeah.
but you can't charge people a lot of money for them. So they dumped this business to other people. So it was one of the earliest manufacturing things that we outsourced. So it went to Japan and South Korea. They
Mm-hmm.
took over, and a little bit in China too. But Micron is the only U.S. company that still makes memory chips here in the U.S.
Mm.
It's based in Idaho, actually, so it's in
Oh
Boise.
wow. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was just out there. I was just out there in
yeah,
Idaho.
it's based in Idaho. Anyway, the Nvidia partner reported its fiscal fourth quarter revenue nearly double year over year, driven by robust AI demand. CEO Sanjay Mehrotra said the
Oh,
company expects current quarter revenue to reach a record high. So this is very good news. So if memory chips are being bought up like this, that means next year you'll see a surge in other things down the line. Because when you buy a lot of memory, that means you're planning on buying more things to take advantage of it. So the data centers are being built up.
mm-hmm.
The disks, the solid state drives, the flash RAM, everything, RAM, flash, all that stuff is being expended. That means they're gonna build more data centers for
Mm-hmm.
AI next year. So
So pretty much everything around that is probably going to be going up.
hmm
Even like the raw materials used for it is going to go up.
hmm
Yeah.
hmm
Okay.
yes, yep. So get ready for next year, man. After the elections, we gotta So that's why October, if there's a big crash, dip, whatever it is, I don't know what's gonna look like. Just start
Hmm.
buying like crazy.
Start buying.
Yeah,
Yep.
like crazy.
Yep.
Buy like crazy.
Well, silver.
Oh, actually, I
What
forgot
is it?
about this. Did you know the CTO, the Chief Technology Officer of OpenAI, quit?
Oh
She quit.
no.
So let me look her up.
Why would she quit? Well, she's probably making like $1 million a year.
Oh, she didn't like the CEO. So this is her.
Oh,
Um,
she's kind of hot, Stanley.
yeah, she's Albanian. Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Eastern European. Man.
Works. Hey, that works for me. Melania
Yeah,
is
it works.
Eastern European.
Oh man, I gotta
Oh.
find the probably a archived version of this. God damn it.
Trump
You
doesn't
think
sell out.
you think she was getting you think she was getting sexually harassed or something?
Who knows, man? Tech
Look at this
companies.
Yeah.
fool. Why would a CTO be a girl? Oh Lord.
So Mira Murati, Chief Technology Officer at OpenAI, plans to leave company. One of OpenAI's highest profile executives, she's among a series of longtime managers and researchers to leave the startup in recent months. So OpenAI makes ChatGPT,
Yeah.
the thing
Yeah.
that Lasagna loves to use. So anyway,
Yeah.
Mira
Let me.
Murati, the Chief Technology Officer, right, at OpenAI, the influential artificial intelligence startup, said on Wednesday that she would leave the company after working there for more than 6 years. Well, 6 years is a normal time to leave a company, actually, a tech company. 6 years is actually too long.
Mm,
Most people will
yeah.
probably be like 4 or 5, they'll be out of there to go jump to
Mm,
another one. In a memo she sent to employees and later shared on X, Miss Murati said that she was stepping away to create the time and space to do my own exploration. Wow, such a boilerplate excuse. Yeah, a
yeah.
lot of them always say that. I'm just doing something else. Don't worry. And then next thing you know, she's at a competitor company. Anyway, though she
Yeah.
did not
Yeah.
elaborate on what those next steps would be, for now my primary focus is doing everything in my power to ensure a smooth transition, maintaining the momentum we've built. Miss Murati is the latest in a string of high profile departures in a turbulent year for the company, which includes the surprise ouster and reinstatement 5 days later of Sam Altman, OpenAI's co founder and chief executive. Yeah, Miss Murati was briefly appointed to lead the company during the power struggle before rejecting the role just 2 days later. She has
Mm,
remained one of the public faces of the startup, making frequent public appearances to discuss its technology. So she probably didn't like him. Maybe I don't know what's going on. Who
mm,
knows? Anyway, the turmoil at OpenAI has been closely watched by investors and competitors. The startup is currently in talks with Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, and others for a new round of investment that could raise the value of the company as much as $150 billion, a huge leap from its last round at $80 billion. Yeah, this is gonna be something, man. AI, man, this is it.
yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter you believe
Yeah.
it or not, it's still being pumped with money. Full of money. Full of money.
Yeah. I never thought we would get to this point, man.
Yeah, I told when I graduated from grad school, maybe fuck, when was it? Probably at least over 15 years now. Probably maybe almost 20. Um so I told my friend, and she was gonna be a professor, right? She's just
Mm,
graduated. She's gonna be a professor. And it's like when you don't go to industry, you don't know where the trends are. But I just
mm-hmm.
told her, you got two choices here. You can't do what we did in 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 grad school. You got to do something way different. And I told her it's probably what you should do is you either do biomedical engineering type stuff, like you just get into the medical health research field where you just try to make electronics for health, like devices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you do AI. because I was there at the beginning when I saw like these people doing the large language models, but no, it wasn't large language models then. It was just machine learning, and it was still primitive, but I saw the potential. So I told her, you got two choices, do that. And she just couldn't decide. She just did both. So she did both just to see which one would stick on the wall. So I think eventually she moved away from the medical stuff because it was just too hard, and she went to the AI stuff. So I think she's doing pretty well now. Um, I think she's in DC. She's probably or Baltimore. Not Baltimore. I mean
Living
Maryland.
in one of John's rooms.
No, she's living in like Bethesda. So her and her husband, both professors. So they're fine. They're definitely fine. She doesn't need to live in DC, but they live in Bethesda. But they both have to commute. One commutes to DC or somewhere, and one commutes or Virginia, and one commutes deeper into Maryland. Yeah, that's just how it is. Anyhow, yeah. So it's really a crapshoot. You don't really know what the future is, but I've been pretty good at picking winners, like knowing the trends way early. That's all I gotta say. So if I tell you to go to Palantir, I'm probably right.
Yeah. So, Micron and microchip ETFs. That's what we should be looking
Yeah,
at.
semiconductor ETFs. Yeah. Damn,
Semiconductor
the
ETF.
Chinese stocks are pumping again, I think, this morning. So let me see. Yeah. They are. Because I think after the Micron earnings, yeah, it's juicing the whole market again. So if the Chinese market is following the U.S. market, yeah, together, yeah, mm-mm.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is about
big.
to.
This is big. This is really big. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Ooh
I
boy.
wonder. I wonder what. I mean, all this AI. I feel like it's. I think we're gonna have like an AI war or something.
Yeah. Most likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. AI versus AI, man.
I mean, the drones are already being tested in Ukraine, man. Once you get the AI, yeah, I think they're testing it all out together, and if they start making smart, I mean, they're probably going to just equip a bunch of soldiers with these HUD type glasses, right? You know, head up display type things where they just have everything in their glasses with Palantir software, just showing them where to like go and move. Like you can just micromanage the whole battle, man.
Yeah.
This shit's gonna be nuts.
Yeah. It's like I feel like we're kind of like in the infancies of like a deep type of technical war right now. But
yeah.
hey, CKJ, man, good morning. Uh-oh.
You hear background noise. He's driving.
Yeah.
He's definitely.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can hear you. We can hear you. Man, you driving your Scat Pack this morning, man. That shit was loud as hell.
No, I got a truck, man.
Oh, okay. God damn, that shit got a Hemi in it. Shit was
Nah.
loud. Shit was loud as hell.
I had a Charger with all the little, but
nice.
I got rid of that shit, man.
Why'd you get rid of it?
Cause I was buying a lot of property, man. You know, I couldn't move shit like wood and different things inside of it. I don't know why I bought it. I was trying to be cool at one point.
Yeah.
Fuck, I need a fucking truck, man. So I've been in the truck ever since.
Yo, speaking of trucks, I looked up you know the value of a 2001 Expedition? like in good condition, it's like 55 grand for 2001
You said a value
Expedition.
of what? What? Oh, 2001 Expedition. God damn,
Yeah,
2001.
2001. Yeah, it's like 55 grand for one like a good like under like 80,000 miles. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, 2001.
Yeah, I wouldn't even. Mm-mm.
Fucking Ford Expedition. Right? That's fucking insane. So, Craig, what are you looking at right now?
Let's look at the Hong Kong stuff. So it's gonna continue up. We're gonna hit here. Yeah. That's a very strong move now. Whew.
Yeah.
Man. So look at this. You can use this ETF HB, the yen.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 3 times FXI.
What's
So you
what's
can
all what what's all in the this what's this ETF called?
yen. Why? It's 3 times FXI. FXI is basically the top 30 Chinese companies. Okay.
FF. You said FF. Whoa, say that one more time.
FXI. FXI.
FXI. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But if you want the 3 times power of it, this yen. Yen is 3 times daily ETF. So
Okay.
yeah. So it's gonna jump up 18% now because FXI is up about 6% pre-market. I don't know if it'll last. It might just fade. The but yeah, we gotta take China more seriously now with this because if you got the Micron results and this, yeah, it just depends on who wins the elections, I suppose. I think if Trump wins, it's probably too annoying to play China because he'll just start talking about tariffs. Every time he says tariffs, it's just like, yeah. But if it's Kamala, then yeah, I think probably Blacks is right. She won't talk about it too much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I think Kamala is gonna um she'll definitely be a lot more a little bit more soft with China than Trump would.
the thing is, like, I don't know if like they'll really be soft anymore. Like, they're definitely both sides. I think are in agreement that they're not going back to the old ways. But
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Kamala won't use the rhetoric as hard as Trump will. Trump just yells about China all the damn time. Because if he
Yeah.
wins, it's just like every time he says China this, China that, tariff, it will just crash the Chinese stocks like back and forth. It'll just be. I mean, it's good for trading, I suppose, but it's not really something you want to hold because if it's a smoother ride, it's easier to hold it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine holding any Chinese stocks long term, man. Like
No, you
hell
can't. But
nah,
at least you can hold
hell
it for a
no.
few months. But if Trump's there,
Yeah,
you can't even hold it for a week. Probably every other
yeah,
week he's yelling about China. Just like, yeah, they'll be just like, nah, fuck that shit.
yeah. Hey CKJ, what have you been thinking about how the market's been moving lately?
I don't know, it's been on gas right now so far. So I mean, I don't know. I just I don't know, man. I wait for a pull. Like I haven't traded, man, because it's been on gas. I'm trying to wait for a pullback, but that shit just been like nonstop. So I don't like
Yeah,
hop in shit. That's how you get clapped at.
Yeah.
So like I said, like the last couple of days, man, like it's been on a run from Asian session to London all the way to
Mm-hmm.
New York. So it's like when you trade futures, man, like me, I like to buy. I don't like to sell the market. So I just try to wait for like a pullback. If it pulls back like to a certain level, I try to get in. Like yesterday, I had a good trade yesterday. Got in and just rolled it up. So, but I couldn't catch nothing last night. By the time I got to the house, it was a little bit too late. It was
Mm-hmm.
already in the move going up. So
Yeah, because of Micron. Yeah, Micron earnings was good, and after that, everything rode. And then the Asian session, once it's open, it's like it's over.
yeah, man, it
Fucking
was like
Hong Kong just went for another. You heard about the news, right? CKJ3, the stimulus, Chinese stimulus.
man, I don't pay attention to none of that stuff.
Yeah, because that thing is gonna affect everything else. Because once you got Jerome Powell, plus that, it's money printer extreme edition. You got China printing, US printing, boom, 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 boom. Everything's just gonna fly after the elections. Once the elections is decided, that's it. Everything goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be
We're
a
we're gonna
crazy
have a real
election.
good Christmas, man. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin.
Yeah, it is. We didn't have no Santa Claus rally last year. I know a lot of people was expecting it, but we didn't have one last year. It should be hopefully be one this year.
Let's see.
I'm just trying to like foresee like the future because I don't know like if Kamala win, man, I don't know what's gonna happen, man. I don't trust her, man.
Man, hard to say. Yep, that's
I
hard to say.
trust that woman.
Yeah, I definitely don't trust her either. But I don't know. I
You
don't
said
know if
what?
she's really. Say I definitely don't trust her either. But I don't know if she's as bad as we think. I know who she comes from, but I
Do you
kind of,
think?
I kind of.
Think I don't know. Just listening to her, man. Like I don't think she could run the country, man. I don't see it.
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
you know,
And you
you
know
know,
what? And
president.
everybody always talk about she's a prosecutor and all this other stupid shit. That don't
Yeah,
mean shit. That
yeah,
doesn't mean she could run a country and talk to other rulers, man. Like I don't know, man.
yeah. I think the issue with Kamala is her dealing with other like leaders in the world. I just can't. I think she can run the country, but
I don't think she can run it.
ge- geopolitically, that's where she's gonna have a problem. You know, because she's not gonna be able to talk to Putin or
Oh, Putin. Ooh.
Okay,
Prime Minister of
what
China.
gives you the confidence? Like if you ask somebody, what gives you the confidence, right? That
Hmm.
she can run a country and you will be safe. What gives you that? What has she done? Like we had Trump already. We see how
Yeah,
that plays. You know what I'm saying? Like we have something to go off of. We don't have nothing to go off with her. Like we just don't. Like I don't trust her. And she always smiling and laughing and like seem like she's
yeah,
out of her mind, like she's high or drunk. Man, I don't want. Man, come on. Man.
yeah. I really don't like that laughing shit either,
I don't.
man.
I don't want her driving my fucking car, man. Like I don't. Like
Yeah. She's always giggly. That shit is very it's like unnerving, man. It's like what the fuck is going. I
and
don't
it's not even funny. Like what are you
Yeah.
laughing?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Shit.
Yeah. She makes me uncomfortable a lot.
And you're gonna have to deal with that for 4 years. Hell no,
Yeah.
man. No.
Honestly, probably 8, man. Probably 8.
Nah,
God
man.
damn. 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah. I think um I think if she gets in, you can guarantee that second
Term.
yeah, the
Yeah.
second term, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think too, you know, there's like a lot going for her too, man.
You think
Like
so?
yeah, I think,
I don't see it. I don't see it.
the thing, I just look at kind of how America is now, and you know, you can't really play the race card, but the woman thing is another card. that she could kind of play.
But you know what, HB? I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't think white women is gonna vote for her. I think when they get behind closed doors, they is not gonna they're not gonna vote for her. I think they just like in the public they just say that just to, but behind closed doors they are not gonna vote for her. This is their when you think about it, it's their country.
Yeah,
no. Good for them. And you gonna let this foreigner get the spot before us? Hell.
Ooh, I didn't even think about it like that. Yeah,
Hell
you're
no.
kind of right. You're kind of
And
right.
you know how women are.
Yeah.
They may smile in your face, but behind your back, they don't really. I don't think white women is gonna vote for her.
You're kind of right, man. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know. This is gonna be interesting, but you're right. I do think a lot of people. I just think it is so like it's so polarizing between her and Trump. You're literally like at both opposite ends of the spectrum on everything. And I think when people always say the lesser of two evils, this is really that election right here. However you think.
But do you think Trump is really evil?
No, I don't. But I think they do. They believe that. Like just as much as I don't like Kamala.
Stanley.
Yeah. Stanley feels the exact same way.
And Ryan kind of does too. He's not really a fan of Trump. And he's like, Trump's the lesser of the two evils.
Exactly. That's the thing. I think a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah,
when I listen to people and they really don't have a reason to be like upset with Trump. If you ask them, they really can't say nothing.
Yeah,
I'm saying? Like,
it's all
Trump
personal stuff. It's all personal
stuff. But even that, Trump was the golden boy. Just what 10 years ago, he was the golden boy. Yeah. Like he was on everything. Yeah. And then overnight, everybody hates him. Like, where's the evidence that he's a racist or he's all this things that they call him? And it's just like, come on, man.
Grab him by the pussy.
Yeah, it's true though. That grabbing by the pussy shit is true, man. You got a bag.
God damn.
Yeah, man.
That's what he's too real. Can't be talking that real shit.
He's too real, man.
Too real.
We saw what happened when Crack met up with Ava, man. We saw. We were there. Pulled up in the cyber truck. Yeah, man. You pull up in a cyber truck, you can probably grab him by the pussy, man. It's true.
Jesus, man. Shit's too easy.
Yeah. You got that cyber truck wrapped. Got a camouflage wrapped cyber truck, man. Yeah, you can probably grab him by the pussy, man. It is what it is.
Fuck.
Yeah. I'm just ready for this shit to be over with, man.
Yeah, me too. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I'm
so tired.
I'm kind of like
ads.
Yeah.
That's why I ignore TV and everything and like social media. I try to ignore everything, but
just tired.
Can't avoid, and the phone line, fucking text nonstop. Like, want to do a survey? You want to do this?
Oh,
Shut up, go away, fuckers.
Arguing over Kamala Harris. Is she black or is she green or whatever the fuck she is? Like, I'm just tired of it, man.
Yeah. Don and Company. Yeah, nah, I'm tired of this shit too, man. I'm just ready to get this shit over with.
Oh well, just think about buying property, CKJ3. That's good. Just get that shit. Get it.
Yeah, man. I'm just waiting on like I said, waiting on to see what the election gonna do, and I think I'm gonna start buy stuff like next year sometime.
Mm-hmm.
I think I want to move from Ohio though, man. I don't think I want to stay here no more.
Damn, where you trying to move to?
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm trying to get my clearance back. I had a secret clearance, man. I'm trying to get it back. But if I could find like a probably like another like job where it'll sponsor me to get another clearance, I go there. I don't know. I don't know. I'm tired of living in Ohio right now. I mean, it's not a bad place, but I want to see something different.
Yeah. Nah, I definitely feel that. Ohio.
Yep. You know what's happening in Ohio now. Now we see the plan.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
saw the plan. Intel's coming. Now we know why everything's setting up like it is.
Yeah, they've been working on that for like
Hold on. Be right back, you guys. Be right
the
back.
last
Hold
couple of years. They're supposed to be building like a chip plant. I think it's
Yeah.
closer to like Columbus or something, but I don't know. I don't know if they started on it yet.
Yeah, it's been like a start and stop, but yeah, I think Intel's trying to make it work though. So you got one in Arizona, we got one in Virginia, we got one in Ohio.
Oh, so they got other like chip factories out there. Arizona.
Yeah. Arizona's was always the main place for the expansion because Intel has the fabs in Oregon and Arizona, so now it's just like expanding those.
Oh, okay.
But then now
My cousin,
adding to Virginia and because Virginia's right next to the Amazon, I mean, kind of thing too. So Amazon has some wants to be close to the Pentagon, and
but
DC.
you know what? Virginia is 'cause I stayed down in Norfolk when I was in
Mm-hmm.
Navy, but it's a sleeper place to like live, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
really like a pretty decent spot to live at.
Yeah, I mean, if
But
you're getting your clearances, you're saying you're getting clearances and stuff, you definitely can get a
yeah,
lot
man,
of
I'm
jobs
trying to
there, man.
see if I would have known what I know like now when I was getting out, I would have probably went into like cybersecurity or something. My
Oh.
clearance that it would have been so easy for me to get in because I had the clearance at the time, but try to get it back if I don't have it. And somebody was telling me that I need to get CompTIA Security Plus. I got to get that certification because I can't work on anything government without having that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna try to study for that, get that, knock it out the way. And like I said, I got the military background on my resume, so it should be hard for me to find something.
Yeah, cybersec is so hot, man. You can't not get a job if you went to
Man,
there.
there's so many openings for it to get into it. I got a buddy that served me. His brother actually just got out the army, and he landed a job in where is he at? He's in is it Qatar? Not Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
One of those countries over there, man. But
Right. Yeah.
he's
The
making
Galt.
like 175 tax free, and
Mm.
pay like
Tax free.
tax free
Damn.
per diem. So he's over there living a life, man. Like, yeah, man. So,
Fuck. Son of a bitch.
yeah.
Tax free.
Yeah,
Man, I made that money and it was taxed. I was so pissed every month.
yeah.
Payroll tax, this tax, that. Oh, yeah, bitch. Fuck. Damn. All right.
Yeah, it's
I don't
great.
know. Yeah, you gotta move. You gotta move, then you gotta do it. Yeah, do it soon. Do it soon. But what other places you thinking about going to? You got other states you're looking at?
I I don't want. I don't think I'll. I mean, I do like Arizona. That's probably the farthest I go, like west.
Mm.
I mean, I go back to Virginia again, but I don't know, man.
No, Lawrence, that was Ryan. Ryan said he liked Hawaii. I think he might move there when he retires.
Hold on, right, kick right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ohio is owned by natives. It's maybe Native American land. All right. It's even with the support of Zionism. Oh boy, I think they both support Zionism, don't they? Yeah, they both do. So there's not really much of a choice. That's kind of why I don't like get into politics. I just feel like, bruh, the main mission is the same. It's kind of, and when you look at Ohio and stuff like that, with like, okay, you got Governor DeWine, Republican, and it's kind of, yeah. Everybody has their own agendas, and it all serves the same purpose, I think. Let's see, anything else? No. Okay. Well, since let me see if I have any articles to read. I read you the OpenAI one a little bit. Yeah. Let's see. I think this is going to be interesting to talk about. You heard John talk about payday loans yesterday. Let's look at these. Look at this. Let's look at this. What happened to those TV ads for payday loans? On TV this summer, you might have seen this ad with a smiling young woman offering help for all those troublesome bills. Let me get the image here. I put the image in the StreamYard, so I'll put it up and you can see it. Here you go. You see this? You see this ad? Western Sky Financial. Get up to $5,000. Must have a checking account. Now you look at the fine print here. The APR for a typical loan of $5,000 is 116.73% with 84 monthly payments of 480, I think 88 or 86 and 58 cents. Amazing. So it's a 100% Native American owned business. Yeah. They do, but I'm not voting. Yeah. Vote, don't vote. I don't know. That's up to you, Claris. You'll have to make your own decisions on how to play the game. So let me present the article. So you see that ad I showed you. Now I'll share the article. Okay. And we can continue reading it. So, yes, as I said, on TV this summer, you might have seen this ad with a smiling young woman offering help for all those troublesome bills. The problem solver from Western Sky. Get up to $10,000 without collateral, enough to pay off your payday advances once and for all, she says. There's a beating drum in the commercial, presumably to drive home a point. Western Sky says it's 100% Native American owned and therefore exempt from state laws banning high-cost loans. But Benjamin Lawsky, superintendent of financial services for New York State, doesn't buy that argument. These are companies looking to prey on people who, in my opinion, are some of the most vulnerable people in our society, he says. New York is one of 15 states that ban high interest loans. This summer, Lawsky sent a cease and desist letters to Western Sky and 34 other online lenders. He asked banks to block the companies from getting access to New York's bank accounts. New Yorkers' bank accounts. And the state sued Western Sky for charging interest rates of more than 355%. The impact was immediate. It's a pretty nice, large, beautiful building, and right now it's empty, Western Sky's supervisor Tommy Lawrence said while standing in the company's deserted call center on the Cheyenne River Indian Reservation in Eagle Butte, South Dakota. Western Sky announced in September that it was laying off nearly 100 workers because of what it called groundless overreach by government regulators. Lawrence says jobs are scarce here, so people took the news hard. We sat down on the floor and then I told them. And Indian people don't cry loud, you know. So there was a lot of silent tears, he says. That's one of the ironies in the fight over payday lending. Some of those affected by the crackdown are the same low-wage workers regulators say are preyed upon by lenders. And it's not just Western Sky that stopped lending. Other companies have shut down too. So didn't John say those payday loan sharks were getting killed by regulations? And now John's the lender of last resort. John Galt, the urban landlord. Right. Anyway, so interesting. So it's glad he mentioned that. This is just simply, in our mind, a number of bureaucrats who decided that they didn't like the industry and were going to attempt to put us out of business, says Peter Barden, a spokesman for the Online Lenders Alliance. Online lending, which had been growing rapidly, could decline by some 20% or $4 billion this year, according to one analyst. Barden says lots of people get payday loans because they need money and they can't get it anywhere else. We know what the demand is out there because we can see it online. I mean, people go into their search engines and Google short-term loan. I need a loan. Where can I get a loan? Barden says. Consumer Advocate says that's the problem. These borrowers are desperate, and what looks like a good deal can easily turn into a cycle of debt. The Pew Charitable Trust found that a typical borrower ends up paying more than $500 in interest for a $375 loan. Nick Bork, who's with Pew, says people often have to borrow again and again just to keep up. The lender has this unique legal authority to reach into the borrower's checking account and take payment before the borrower can choose to pay rent or utilities or other expenses, he says. In fact, it's called a payday loan because you're expected to pay up as soon as you get your paycheck. Pew wants regulators to do something about that, maybe give people more time to pay off their debt. Even lenders say they welcome some federal rules to replace all the differing state laws. They like the terms to be clear about what they are allowed to do or not allowed to do. And this article was written around 2013. That's about 11 years ago. But 11 years ago, a young John Galt became the last lender. The last lender. The urban landlord is now the last lender. Doesn't actually lend anything. No, you're wrong about that, the white John Galt. He controls your housing. The housing prices. He basically lends you a home to live in because your broke ass bitch doesn't understand the stock market. Okay. Okay, let's see what's next here. Let's see. Since I got full control of this stream for the moment, let's see what else we have. What other things we talked about recently? I think I can talk about some semiconductor stuff here. Let me find it. I think I have it in one of the tabs. Semiconductor supply chain. I think that will be good to talk about if I can find it. Supply chain. Man. Gotta go through my history now, huh? Where is it? Where is it? Semiconductor exposure 2%. Let's see. Okay, is this good? Okay, this is a good one. This is a good one. All right, present. Let me present my screen here. Okay, U.S. exposure to the Taiwanese semiconductor industry. Okay, this was a 2023 working paper by the U.S. International Trade Commission. Let's see how it goes. I think I'll just jump to the charts, but let me read the introduction. Maybe that'll give you a better overview here. Semiconductors are a vital component of many electronic devices and systems. They can be used to store and process data. Let me zoom in a bit. Hopefully you can see this. Process data and perform a variety of tasks. Different types of semiconductors perform different functions. For instance, an analog chip may be used to sense an unsafe temperature spike in the motor of a car. A logic chip can act as the brain of a smartphone, controlling the device's operating system and processing data. A memory chip may be tasked with storing family photos on a personal computer. All right, remember those three things: analog chip, logic chip, memory chip. And we were talking about Micron earlier. Micron is a big US producer of memory chips. Most other memory chips are mainly built in South Korea and China and a little bit in Japan. I think Japan still might have some production facilities for memory. Let's continue. Cars, personal computers, and smartphones are a few examples of the many types of electronic products that rely on semiconductors to perform essential functions. As the world increasingly becomes more connected and digitalized, the undisrupted supply of semiconductors is critical for downstream industries as well as final consumers. In recent years, the global supply chains of semiconductors experienced some notable disruptions. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a surge in demand for electronic goods related to remote working, virtual learning, as well as at-home entertainment contributed to a semiconductor supply shortage in 2021. As one of the major downstream users of semiconductors, the auto industry was hit particularly hard by the shortage, resulting in billions of dollars of lost revenue. Also, Russia's invasion of the Ukraine in 2022 disrupted the supplies of some critical materials used in semiconductor manufacturing. Russia supplies 25 to 30% of the world's supply of palladium. Remember that, palladium. I did mention platinum and palladium as potential things to buy later this year, okay? Remember that. And Ukraine supplies 25 to 30% of the world's supply of purified neon gas, both of which are critical for semiconductor manufacturing. The invasion also triggered volatility in oil price, affecting the manufacturing and shipping costs of semiconductors. These disruptions highlight not only the importance of semiconductors in modern manufacturing, but also the vulnerabilities in semiconductor global supply chains. All right, let's see here. One primary choke point in semiconductors global supply chain is the outsized role played by Taiwan. While Taiwan accounts for 18% of the global semiconductor manufacturing capacity, the world almost completely relies on the economy for production of high-end semiconductors. Around 92% of the world's most advanced chip manufacturing capacity is located in Taiwan. Okay? 92%, right, of the world's most advanced chip manufacturing capacity. So your Nvidias, your AMDs, your Intels, all in Taiwan, right there. Any disruptions to Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing, whether caused by pandemics, natural disasters such as typhoons or earthquakes, power or water shortages, remember that, water shortage. You need a lot of water to power these factories too, not just electricity. Factory shutdowns or international conflict would potentially have large impacts on global semiconductor supply. In this paper, we attempt to measure U.S. exposure and estimate the price and quantity effect from a hypothetical semiconductor manufacturing disruption in Taiwan. This work aims to help understand the level of U.S. vulnerability in terms of relying on Taiwan manufactured semiconductors for downstream manufacturing. All right. I think that's good enough for an intro. Let's just look at the charts and things. Maybe I'll skip around a bit too. Yeah, logic, analog chips. Okay, let me read this. Okay, logic chips. Logic chips are integrated circuits. That's what they call ICs on this paper that process data, execute software, and complete tasks. They are often described as the brains of electronic devices. Okay. I think you guys know about CPUs. You see the GPUs are on here. They also list other things like MPUs and MCUs, but I don't think you need to know too much about that. Logic chips are primarily used in smartphones, high performance computing, Internet of Things devices, and the automotive sector. Memory chips. Memory chips are used to store data. Primary examples of memory chips include dynamic random access memory, DRAM, as well as not and NAND flash memory. DRAM holds short-term data, requires a device to be powered on, while NAND flash memory provides long-term storage even after a device is powered off. All right. Memory chips are used in mobile phones, data centers, and personal computing devices. And we see data centers are using more in AI, so memory chips are definitely going to be important for a lot of storage of data that they collect. The AI will just have to sift through. Now we look at analog chips. Now analog chips is probably primarily you're going to find in very specific niche products. Okay, I think a lot of it will be in cars, thermostats, anything around that has to do with sensing. You're going to need a lot of analog chips for. So analog chips used in analog signals as opposed to digital ones. They function by representing a continuous real-world signal, which a proportional electronic voltage or current. Analog chips perform a wide range of functions such as power management, audio and video conversion, audio amplification, and can include certain sensors. Yeah, I mentioned that. For example, analog chips are used in electric vehicles for power management, mobile phones like 5G, Bluetooth, wireless connectivity, as well as military detection and surveillance equipment, radar, sonar, and infrared imaging. Global semiconductor sales reached all-time highs, first at 556 billion in 2021 and then 574 billion in 2022. Sales value of logic chips surpassed memory chips and has maintained the lead since 2019. These two product segments accounted for about 70% of global semiconductor sales. So, logic and memory, right? The value of the global semiconductor market is projected to nearly double, surpassing $1 trillion by 2030. All right. Very good. Lots of money here. Anything else? Let me look at this. Yeah, we can look at the sales. Here's a graph for it. You can see logic makes a big portion, memory, and a little bit of analog. Okay, this is a very interesting one. Here's an interesting chart to look at. Figure 3 share of global semiconductor value chains by activity. So we can look at EDA and core IP, electronic device design, automation, and intellectual property, product design, R&D, wafer production, total value chain. So you see, the U.S. still has very strong strength in design, the whole design process of the chip. Now that the U.S. is very weak in making the wafer, the actual production of the chips itself, which is now dominated by China, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, combined together with the rest of the world. So U.S. now makes only a fraction, about 10% of that. And I think ATP is the testing and packaging. So what I was theorizing is that Mexico will probably retool to do that part of the thing, because China is way overrepresented in the packaging and testing. So you think about your Foxconn. So after they build the chip, you got to put the chip on the board, into the phone, all this stuff. That's done in China, right? They do this low level work, very low level production. And the wafer production is probably like the most advanced ones are done in Taiwan right now, and South Korea and Japan. China can get some of the low level work there too. But I think, we'll try to do the ATP, the assembly, testing, and packaging part of the work in Mexico. That's my guess. All right, that's just my guess. I'm just hypothesizing here. I haven't read any articles about that, but maybe I should Google search all these things. Old semiconductors not reusable. No. They just get thrown away. It's not worth it. Because the fabric, I mean, old semiconductors are so cheap to make. You can just make new ones on the old process. They're not useful. I got John Galt, chip factory. Well, making a chip factory is not easy. Okay, let's see here. According to Meta research, at the end of 2021, global installed fabrication capacity was 21.6 million 200 millimeter equivalent wafers per month. Yeah, that's a lot of wafers. About 75% of wafer fabrication capacity was in 4 Asian economies: South Korea, Taiwan, China, and Japan. 5 leading companies own 57% of global installed capacity: Samsung, 19%, TSMC, 13%, Micro. Oh man, they misspelled it. Micron. Okay, this is Micron. There's an N. 10%. SK Hynix, South Korea, is 9%. Kioxia WD, Japan, is 6%. American companies own about 21% of the global installed capacity, though over half was located overseas. Damn. There you go. According to a recent Congressional Research Service report, in 2020, South Korea led the world in memory chips manufacturing with 36% of wafer fabrication capacity, followed by Japan, 22%. So I guess I was right. They do still do memory chips in Japan. China is 21%, Taiwan 11%. Taiwan led the world in logic chip manufacturing with 35% of wafer fabrication capacity, followed by China 23%, and the United States 13%. The United States and Japan have had the largest fabrication capacity for analog chips. So the only domination we have left is in analog. Okay. Yeah. Accounting for about 27 and 15% respectively. That's figure 4 here. You can see that. John, are you there? What's up, John?
What's up, Crack? Sorry, I was on mute there, Crack. Sorry about that. You know, Crack, you said something the other day about semiconductors, and you said the Intel is the only one that's making the chips. You said it's fabless or something. I remember you saying something like
No, so everyone else is fabless mostly. TI does some of their own chips because they do a lot of analog. That's what you see in this graph right here. So TI will do it. Analog device, ADI, I think it's called analog device something. I forgot what that comes. They also make a little bit. So a lot of smaller companies that try to just stick with analog chip production, they'll try to keep it here. But I know that since 2003, like a lot of them offshore most of their stuff too. But I do know, I think Texas, Instruments is expanding some fabs in Texas itself. They're going to build new factories. I think that was announced a few months ago. But Intel is not a fabless company. They design the chip, build the chip in that company. Everyone else just designs and then sends the design schematics to Taiwan to build, right? That's how it works.
Taiwan is like the AWS.
Yeah. Yep, basically.
Senior design in there.
Yeah. Well, they only do the high performance logic chips, as you see in this stuff. All the trash, the low level stuff, they can go to China. They don't care. They don't care if China steals it because it's just old technology anyway. So they can steal whatever they want. I guess they're comfortable with it because that's what I mentioned to Melanie when she was here. It's like it's I think they're comfortable with just allowing theft at a certain rate. You know, but it's not good for security. It's not good for security. Let's put it that way.
So the memory and the logic chips, are they more profitable?
Memory, no, not really. Most of it's in South Korea. Only Micron is done in the U.S. now. But yeah, and Japan looks like does a little bit of it too, but it's not as profitable as the logic chips. Yeah.
And what is that? What is exactly is an analog chip? What
It's like it's for the sensors, so it has the interface between the digital side and the analog world. You know.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Because we still in the analog world. It's like, especially a lot of it goes into cars. That's why Texas Instruments, their whole revenue stream is all mostly in cars.
Really?
Yeah. It's not in calculators. Let's put it that way.
Calculators.
You're not gonna make any money on calculators. Calculators is a very low margin business. They don't make, yeah, back to school. Yeah.
Oh man, where's HB? You not here this morning?
He was here. He said he was coming back sometime.
He on the road.
That was about that's probably like about 30 minutes ago. So I just decided just to read this thing.
I had to stop market looking this morning, Craig.
Oh, very good. Micron, which is what I mentioned, like about memory chips. Yeah, they're guiding pretty well for next year. So I think AI is still booming. And in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong market also rose overnight again, another 4%. So China's pumping, the US is pumping, low interest rates are coming everywhere. Everyone's happy, man. Credit is cheap.
My business is slowing down right now. You wouldn't believe this, huh? Like, this is time of the year. My business slows down, man. I have more time to be up here with you.
Okay. All right. What's up, Garion? What's up?
What's up, Craig?
What's up, Garen?
Morning, John.
What's up?
I wanted to ask Craig a question since October is about to come up.
Yeah, we're not there yet, though. Yeah, we're not there yet. Just hold your horses. Just load the money into the accounts. Load the money. Yep. Once we see the signals, we'll get in. Yeah, don't worry. But Chinese stocks definitely look more interesting to me now since Tuesday. So I'm just like, oh.
How the hell do you follow all those stocks, Craig?
Oh, I've been following the same. all you need to do is to follow the sectors, man.
Oh yeah.
Once you follow the sectors, you can find the individual tickers you want. Yeah. There's only a few. Mexico is one, right? Mexico, China, Brazil. Then you go look at countries, right? Then you can look at the industries. Yeah, we can dig down even further. Yeah. HB's back. All right.
Hey.
You guys bored enough with the semiconductor stock talk? Whatever this crap is.
No.
Oh, yeah, be
We
like,
need that,
you
man.
guys know about 45 nanometers? When I went to school, man, 90 nanometers was the hot shit. That was the hot shit. 65 was the hot shit. Now that crap is old trash. Like everybody's gone down. I think when I left work, we were at 20, about 22, 24. Yeah. I think by now, if I was still working, we'd be doing 10 and 9 and shit. That would be like, oh my God. Oh, I probably wouldn't get any sleep at all anyway. I'll be like working my ass off trying to figure out how to squeeze all those transistors into that little space.
Yeah, what is that? What is that? A nanometer.
Nanometers. That's the size of the transistor. The gate. The gate of the transistor.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the limit will be about 2 to 3. That's about the size of an atom anyway. A silicon atom. Yeah.
Jeez.
After that, I don't know what you're gonna do. You're gonna have to do quantum technology or some crap to figure it out.
Yeah.
You'll need alien tech at that point.
Yeah.
And then all the conspiracy guys will be like, "Oh, we already have alien tech. We found it in Roswell. You guys were just hiding it." Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
You have to have.
I heard y'all were talking about Antarctica last night.
Yeah.
HB was on the Fourth Reich regime's dick.
Oh yeah. HB loves the Fourth Reich.
Yeah. I think it's the outfits, man.
Oh, the Hugo Boss shit? Yeah, the outfits were balls. They were baller, man. That thing was, that was serious business.
Yeah, and I can't deny they had some real drip, man.
They did. Leather trench coats with leather. Like, they look like the Matrix, man.
I think my favorite's got to be the all black commander uniforms. Those were fucking amazing.
Hey, John, are you there?
Yeah.
John, you there?
Yeah.
Hey, did you see this video? Hold on, I'm about to play it real quick.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5, 9.5, 210. 210. 441. Okay. 9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
Why JB Fox looking like that, man? What the fuck?
Did you hear what he said, Gary?
I heard.
I heard a little bit what he said.
Hold on. Let me let Gary hear before you get your commentary, John. Hold on. Gary, listen, pay attention. Jamie Foxx is sitting next to Jerry Jones, so just listen to what Jerry Jones says to describe his one of his players.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5, 9.5, 210. 210. 441. Okay. 9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
Yo.
What the fuck?
Yo, Jerry Jones, man.
Hey, you know, HB, I talked about this a couple of weeks back, maybe a week or so back. The power in a man football player, like the defensive line, they measure their ass. And so you hear him talking about their ass. Now, man, look at the ass on that one right there. He got them
he talk more. He talk a little bit more than the ass.
Yeah,
Dick and ass.
Talking about his wiener, man.
Yeah, we're talking about 8. What did he say? 8 inches?
He said 8.5, Gary.
8.5 inches?
You think to play when they draft these motherfuckers?
Yeah.
Nigga, I ain't drafting this little dick nigga.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I think for the quarterbacks they want it to be as small as possible, but for the linemen they want the yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Better not be like 20 nanometers, bitch.
Yeah, come on.
I can't draft him. He got a micro penis. I can't draft him.
Man, some guys really like cattle, man.
Yeah.
Like, you imagine getting your dick measured? Make some money.
Yo, I played it earlier, and Crack was like, Jerry Jones said it matter of factly. Like,
yeah, the way he said it.
Yeah, I believe he does measure it. I believe he pulls out his own. He probably got a measuring tape from the 80s. He still pulls out.
Oh,
This thing's gonna fucking brand him on the ear. You gonna brand him on the ear?
What's that shit they
give him
go
a tag
to when they do the tryouts? Not trials, but it's right before the draft or something. They go in.
The combine. The combine. Yeah.
That's when they get all the measurements right there. You know?
Yeah. I think they do measure it though, man. It was a stat. I never heard that stat, man. I've looked up stats all my life. I never saw that stat though before, man.
Why in the not gonna lie? How does dick size factor into that anyway? Like,
no, hey Gary, this is why you're not making it on sports betting, man. If you knew all their dick sizes, you would win all the time. That's insider trading, man.
What the fuck?
You get your measure, Gary. There is something you can do. You go out here and you get the measure these dick size and report back to us, Gary.
Why don't you do it, John? Why don't you do it, John? It's your channel.
Yeah, Gary. Yeah, I think that might be your calling, man. Be a meat measurer.
Fuck no.
Gary, whip it out. We got 30 in the live. Whip it out. Whoa.
I'm about to take you to trial, goddammit.
Yeah, new trial, a new doctor.
It's like what the fuck?
Nah, seriously. But yeah, man, it's the crazy part. I watched Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco talk about it, and man, you could tell when they were talking about it that they were trying to cover it up, but you could tell that this is like kind of par for the course. I think they had to go through it too.
Oh yeah.
Cause Ocho Cinco, the first thing he said was, I wonder if Jerry knew he was recording. Not that it was wrong. Not that they ain't never measure mine. I don't know what the hell's going on. He said, I didn't know I don't think Jerry Jones knew he was recording.
It almost sounded like how you would measure up a slave back in the day.
Yep, no, that's how I started the live.
Yeah, that's exactly how they did it back in the day.
Yeah, no, that's I made the same comparison. These the new slaves right here. This the only way a white man can own a black person is you gotta own a NFL or NBA team, and them niggas will let you do anything to them. They signing that $100 million contract. Yeah, you can measure whatever. You can. I'll strip naked for you, boss. Whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like he knew. He said 8.5. Like so you had to get erect in front of Jerry Jones just to.
Yeah, I ain't thinking about it. Oh man.
Yeah, I would hope it's not 8.5 flaccid. Like God.
No boy, I bet he got. I was gonna say, if that's the case, he got a hard time peeing, man.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you couldn't play with 8.5 flaccid. You couldn't play with that. What the hell?
You got to need a daggum roll up.
You need 2 jock straps.
You need a tuck on the way.
You need a daggum.
Yeah, that's crazy. Nah, but I guarantee the guy he was talking about, he ain't gonna say nothing. Daniel Nixon, them niggas own him. They own him. They own him. He ain't gonna say nothing. I don't want to pay for. I don't want to play for no nigga sexualizing me. Nah, he ain't gonna say nothing.
He might say something if his dick came in about 4.5.
Yeah, yeah.
That nigga ain't talking about me, like.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. But I already know Shannon Sharp. That nigga couldn't wait to pull it out. Like, nigga, this nigga pull.
He already hard.
Yeah. Shannon couldn't wait, man. Nigga.
I bet he. Not gonna lie, I think Shannon was the one doing some of the measure. Save some time.
Yeah. Nah, we don't want him, coach. We don't want him.
Hey, you guys been hearing the latest on Puffy and their baby oil. Some
no.
Baby
Oh no.
It's not baby oil. It's not baby oil.
So it's really a drug?
That's what people are speculating.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Oh, that there was drugs in the baby oil.
Yeah, some GLB or something. It's like a
GHB.
I think it's a derivative of GHB or something. GLB or shit like that.
I'm pretty sure it's like a modified version.
Legal apparently. I think athletes would take it to go in deep REM sleep or something. You know.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Apparently that's what I was reading last night.
Jesus.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying some of that if it gets you deep sleep.
Yeah, deep sleep. Deep REM.
But for what Diddy was using it for, you already know he had Cassie on that shit. And yeah, I was trying to play it the other day, and there's this old video from maybe like 6 years ago of Cassie like sleeping on the floor in a hotel room, and Diddy was like making fun of her while she was asleep on the floor. But she was sleeping like a dog though. Like it looked like she was on drugs.
Yep, she was on that Diddy oil.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like people trying to say like Cassie, you know, she wanted it or she had a choice, man. When you drugged up like that, you don't know what you want.
You know, a lot of people thought that Eric Adams or speculating Eric Adams was taken down because of the Puffy incident. Some people speculated it was because of his criticism of Biden with the migrants.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one it is, but it looks like they got him. They indicted him last night. Have y'all talked about that yet?
Oh wait, Eric Adams
got his ass.
Oh, you got to pull that up. I didn't even hear about that. Damn.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I'm gonna pull up a clip before that. My man Eric.
Damn.
He was just a little too dumb, a day late and a couple IQ points short. He didn't know what he was getting himself into. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up here. I'm gonna pull up. Oh, I know I have it. It was so good. I sent myself an email on this one here. I'm gonna play this for you guys. Eric Adams, this is a tweet from Tommy Lauren, however you pronounce her name. You probably heard of her before.
Yeah.
Look, light blonde woman, I think. And she uncovered a clip from Eric Adams from a while back. Must have been about 2 years ago. Here's Eric Adams. Oh, he was talking big talk back then. Well, I ain't gonna say that. He was at least acknowledging something's going on. Let's take a listen.
Support. And let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We had a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted. All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community. So as you asked me a question about migrants, tell me what role you played. How many of you organized to stop what they're doing to us? How many of you were part of the movement to say, we're seeing what this mayor is trying to do and they're destroying New York City? It's going to come to your neighborhoods. All of us are going to be impacted by this. I said it last year when we had 15,000. I'm telling you now, with 110,000, the city we knew, we're about to lose. And we're all in this together, all of us. Staten Island saying, send them out to Manhattan. Manhattan is saying, send them out to Queens. Queens is saying, send them out to Brooklyn. No, it's not the game we can play. Open the floor up.
It was Eric Adams. He knew it was a problem. He knew it. But he just couldn't do much about it. It probably were people that would backstab him for the money, you know. And
but he got his money though.
Well, he won't be able to spend it. I think he's gonna go off to prison. I think they got him, man. I think they got him pretty good. You know what I mean? Eric
Is there a video of them reading like the indictment and all that?
Oh, I think he has a couple days to turn himself in. So we're gonna find out. I guess we'll find out if he's close to Puffy, but clearly he was expendable. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he was very expendable. When he
It's
tried
gonna be his replacement.
Let's see. I think you guys would be.
I was going to say just nobody.
Well, assuming he steps down, I think he'll have to step down. And I know they have an election coming up. So
AOC?
Nah. Who would be his replacement?
Imagine AOC is mayor of New York. Daggum.
Oh shit. Juju on the beat would be the mayor. That's what I call him, Juju on the beat. His name is Jumani. His name is Jumani. Let's see if we can find him. Let's see Juju on the beat. Let's see. Jumani. Yeah, he's not somewhere in this article. Let's see Jumani. If Adams were to leave office early following his felony indictment, he would be replaced by leftist Juju on the beat, Jumani Williams. He's a progressive Democrat. He's been a public advocate since 2019. Or if you think Eric Adams is bad, Juju on the beat probably is worse.
Who the heck is he?
Oh, you want to see who he is? Let's see if I can find a picture of Juju. Jumani Williams. Juju on the beat. Juju on the beat. Here's Juju. Somebody say, is his name? You see that by tropes, HB?
Yeah.
This is Juju on the beat.
Oh no.
Juju on the beat, y'all.
Jumani Williams. Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised they didn't get like an African or something.
You sure that ain't an African?
He does look kind of, but that Williams ain't no African tribal name.
Yeah.
Juju cut the jig. Juju cut the jig.
Oh, that's the mayor.
Yeah, that might
Future
be.
They always gotta dance. They always dance.
Niggas love dancing.
Fans make them dance.
Always gotta dance. God damn. So what is Eric Adams getting charged for?
Man, they've been after him for so long. There's no telling what they're going after him for, like public corruption, taking bribes from club owners, foreign bribes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of that migrant money slipped into his pocket. Because one of his buddies was hell-bent on getting his cut of the migrant money. So that money, it's so much of it sloshing around it. I wouldn't doubt that he wanted his cut, and after running his mouth about it, to ask for your cut probably was enough for them to come after him. Eric Adams. Man, I heard some wild shit about Puffy this morning. Blow your mind.
You really keeping up with this Puffy stuff, huh?
Well, I think from the music business, I just don't know what he did in music to make that much money. So it's curious. Like, what did he do? You see him sitting behind the booth in the studio, but he ain't turning any knobs or anything. He's just sitting there laughing, giggling and shit while somebody else is working. I'm like, what the hell did he do?
Yeah.
And so there's a lawyer online who, I think CLR or some shit like that. Anyone ever heard of him? I'm not sure, but anyway, here's another guy I think that's talking about it. Let me see if I can bring it up. And this shit is, you might find it a little bit like, damn, that's crazy. Let me see. I lost my screen. So take a listen to this lawyer right here, what he says about Puffy. I'll maximize the screen.
About this woman's experience with Diddy. I'm going to tell you the craziest thing about Diddy being locked up right now, facing mandatory minimums, the possibility of life in federal prison. Go read the transcript from the bond hearing and listen to what the defense says they believe is the start of the feds looking into P. Diddy. See, the defense says, my read of it, many months ago, a woman approaches Diddy and says, hey, this is through lawyers. We're going to be releasing a tell-all book about this woman's experience with Diddy over all the years. And it's going to make you look like a monster. And if you don't want that book to get out there, you can buy the exclusive rights to it for $30 million. Catch and kill this book. Diddy's team says no. Woman comes back with a lawyer. We're going to file a civil lawsuit against you because it's not just stuff that makes for good print. These are civil claims that we can bring and we can win millions of dollars. Diddy's team says, okay, bring the lawsuit. They bring the lawsuit, and within like hours, it's settled for, surprise, surprise, $30 million. After those things happened, a line of people came with stories to get their check too. Hey, if she got 30 mil, what can I get off this guy? I was there. I saw this. I heard that. And that then led to a federal investigation. See, people think, oh, somebody's out to get him. He pissed off the wrong person. It's the alcohol company that, nah, you guys got to understand that there's prosecutors out there who want big, sexy cases. They don't fall out of the sky every day. The chance to go after somebody like P. Diddy and put him away for life is like the greatest case you could ever find if you're a prosecutor. And so when a public filing gets released and you read it and you go, wait a second, that law firm is mad thorough. Wait a second, he settled it for 30 million. Wait a second. If all of this is true, then I could probably get some subpoenas. I could probably collect some evidence. I could probably build a case. They start doing it. They raid. A couple months later, they indict. It is very possible that had P. Diddy immediately caught and killed the story by paying the $30 million that he paid eventually anyway, that story never gets public. Nobody ever comes forward, and nobody in the federal government ever bothers to look for the baby oil.
There you go.
Wow. So
He just
really, It's that ego that got him indicted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, the ego got him, man.
I
So
mean, it makes sense.
obviously, he's talking about Cassie.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
Oh boy, here comes Ben Thorpe. What's up, Ben?
Hey, what do you mean, oh boy?
You know, you know, I don't have a problem with you, man. What's up, man?
Oh, not much. I agree with this kind of thing. Like, I agree with this guy's analysis. Like, because I don't know if you ever heard the Latin phrase "qui bonis."
Yeah.
And that means like who benefits, and usually that's about like where the money at here. And I found like with a lot of legal stuff I've been involved in, it's all about the money. If you look at who's benefiting, you can. And weirdly enough, do you know who benefits from domestic violence laws more than anyone else?
I would imagine the lawyers.
They benefit, but who really benefits to the tune of like tens or hundreds of billions of dollars is law enforcement. They get massive amounts of funding to enforce these laws, which is weird because generally speaking, feminists and police officers are not in the same culture. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times cops are the ones who are on the like shit end of this deal because, you know what I mean? Like this idea, a lot of cops are rough with their wives. Like that's part of police culture is like they're stressed out and there's a lot, you know what I mean? Physicality. But if with enough money, you can pretty much get anybody to do anything. And what you were talking here about, I think a lot of these police departments, I would say like 60% of their budget is spent involved in domestic disputes. Sometimes 80, 90%, depending if it's if it's a small town. We were in a town, the town that raided this RV. Okay.
Yeah.
That was Sturbridge, Massachusetts. When we went to the police station, it was like a fortress. It was like a 3-story brand new building. Everything was high tech. You went to the secretary, it looked like you were on the USS Enterprise. She had like screens all around her, you know what I mean? This control board. And then we looked into it and I'm like, what is the population of this town? The population is 9,000 people. It's a tiny town.
Yeah.
Average income was like $91,000. So it's a rich, small town.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look up the stats. I was like, well, how many homicides last year? 0. There's like never been a homicide there. So how do they justify this massive investment in, police in this small, rich town where there's, you know what I'm saying? There's very little crime, and they need to justify it through action. And so it's action like this that's crazy, that like where there's like 5 officers, but they're going to run into a problem because it didn't make any sense. It just didn't make any sense. The overreaction, like military style action, when you could have just made a phone call or put out a warrant. And so I think it's a weird, like with a lot of these things, it's weird how much like money changes everything. And I think now, and it's interesting because Grace went to the DA on that, and he was like, that sounds like a misunderstanding. I think we'll be out of here in 10 minutes. Then they came in with, 3 officers and notebooks filled with stuff because you know what they're worried about money wise. They're worried about getting sued. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like, why would they care if the girl says she doesn't want to press charges? Why not dismiss it? Like, what does the town of Sturbridge care? I don't live there. You know what I mean? Why would they care? Why would the Commonwealth of Massachusetts care? I'm not a resident there.
Yeah.
Why would they care and not just be like, oh, okay, we got too much crap on our docket as it is? Why would because what they're saying is we don't want to get sued. We want to be backed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So y'all asses can get sued, right? Instead of us, but it'll be harder for them to do it. A lawyer will be like, oh, I don't want to sue a state. That's tougher to do. And, so I think once it goes the other way, And because all these things that have happened to us are suable. And once one jury goes, yeah, like, how about like a couple mil for that? Because that's ridiculous. Then we're going to start getting all the Benjamin Crumb thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to those towns because he cares about people. He's going there because it's big bucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And once the public starts backing that, it doesn't really matter whether Derek Chauvin was basically acting according to his training.
Right.
The political pressure is yeah, and so it's not and let's face it, George Floyd's family doesn't care about like someone going to jail. They want them to be prosecuted so that they can then have a civil suit for 8, 10, 30 mil. And
I don't even think
they're going to give it to him.
Yeah, once you get arrested, you can be sued. Once you are accused.
Once there's criminal, you don't need it, but like it sure helps to say like there's a criminal.
You need it during
which is why it used to be that municipalities were really careful and would like really defend the boys in blue, like not want to. But at a certain point, it turns and it's like, we don't care. We don't care about you, and then also we don't care about because we're going to have to pay anyways. We're just going to have to pay. It's like a mafia hit.
Yeah, I remember during Trayvon Martin's trial, his mother said, "We simply wanted an arrest."
Yeah, right.
They didn't want a conviction. They didn't need a conviction. They needed that arrest, though. That is what made it all work.
I see what you mean. Just being charged.
Just being charged allows you to be sued.
A boost on the suit.
Well, you can't go forward if you haven't been charged. At least in Florida, you can't sue someone if there is no charge. But once you're charged, even if you're found not guilty.
Is that right? You can't sue civilly without a criminal charge?
Well, let me rephrase it. In relation to this killing or something like that, that's why they wanted an arrest. It had to be the arrest.
Yeah, you can't sue for wrongful death.
Right.
If everybody
charged with it,
backs everybody and says like it was all done by procedure. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not. Yeah, that's probably in effect true. Like technically, maybe you could, but like someone would have to admit wrongdoing on some level, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's interesting the way it really works because I've been puzzled about the P. Diddy thing, and I thought when I heard you say like there's some wild shit. It's actually what's wild here is that it's not really the thing itself. It's not like someone really cared about people being treated a certain way. It was just money.
Yeah, she was willing. Apparently, she was willing to sell the story, and he didn't buy it. So she got her money anyway, and everything came public.
Have you ever seen the video of him near the elevator with I don't know if it was wife or girlfriend at the time?
Well, he beats up the girl?
Well, but if you watch it carefully, when he kicks her, it looks like a big swing back, but he barely grazes her.
Mm.
And it's a lot of showmanship. It's a lot of looking like, you know what I mean? It looks like a desperate guy who's trying to exert control without actually, landing any blows. It's mostly just lightweight stuff. I'm not saying it isn't, you know what I mean? Like it isn't physical, but it's not. I mean, if you want to hurt somebody and you pull your leg back like that and you take a swing, like you can hit him where it hurts.
He's a big enough guy where he could, do some serious damage to a woman if he so chose. I agree with that.
Even barefoot. But then the other part of it is funny is like odd is like here's a guy running down a hallway, barely keeping a towel on himself. You're not someone who's in a position to assert dominance. Like you're obviously barely keeping it together. You're kind of like desperately trying to keep. It seems to me like desperately trying to keep a situation from getting out of control, which doesn't mean you're a good guy. It just if you're this kind of like billionaire who's got this like basically army of bodyguards who like brutalize people, like why would you personally be? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a drug lord and it's come down to you running down a hallway with a towel on, like you've lost control of your organization.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's that's a very good way of looking at it. And I bet you that probably is the case. I would imagine, and I haven't followed Puffy very closely, like his social life, but the quality of the women that he had probably is diminished over the years. You know, when he was at his peak, he probably had really good-looking, young, hot women. And toward the end, I think he was with some woman in Young Miami. I don't know much about her, but she seems to be a little less classier than a Cassie, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Which happens because thing like there's good women who would never like sue a guy, just like take him, right? But then if one does it, right, which she got paid like tens of millions of dollars to settle that little thing there. I mean, like I would gladly go through something much harsher to get a payout like that. It's like a minute of like a little bit of roughness.
Well, I
She got
think
paid
she's
like
alleging a
20,
little
30
bit more
mil.
than a minute.
What's that?
I think she's alleging a little more than a minute, you know?
Yeah, but I mean that's the only evidence, I think. But whatever. But like that's essentially like what she used to say like we're gonna go public with this, and he gave her like a payout of 30 mil or something like that. Maybe yeah. She also said other stuff, but you could just see by that interaction that like he was very hesitant to be brutal when he could have been.
Yeah,
You know what I
he
mean?
could have. You know, I don't know. We don't know what he did back in the hotel, but he definitely could have been more
Doesn't
brutal.
seem like it seems like a kid who's kind of like frustrated but is not really a kid. It doesn't look like the behavior of a killer, of like a guy who like just absolutely knows how to brutalize women, because you would send first of all you'd send someone else to do it. You're never going to put yourself on a camera, and he's not so stupid he didn't know there was a camera there. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
he was smart enough to buy the footage or something. So I think that
Right. But then
you know,
he was stupid enough that someone leaked it.
yeah. Well, yeah, years later, someone mentioned and said, you know, classy. Someone says, John thinks Cassie is classy, says a lot. Maybe classy is the wrong word, but you know what I will say is, like, this woman does look a lot better. You know, it looks a little bit more presentable. I think most people would agree. Here's the woman here. Like, you know, there are other pictures of her. You know, she's nice young lady. You know, I don't know what her background is, but she's got some naturally good features.
I know where you hover that arrows on. Yeah.
And then you get this woman here, and it's just like not so classy.
Right.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, you're gonna get more desperate. Like you know, what I think is an interesting comparison with P. Diddy is Hugh Hefner. Because I don't really see any difference other than the color of the skin between those two guys. Although, you know, there may like, but if anything, Hugh Hefner is worse because he did all this stuff publicly. Do you know how Hugh Hefner got his start?
No.
Okay, so the early 50s, he launched his Playboy magazine. The thing that really got him viewership, he published nudes of Marilyn Monroe, who had become a big movie star. She had taken those nudes much earlier,
Ben,
and
you're breaking up.
she had taken those.
Ben, you're breaking up there.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
She had taken those nudes, you know, before she was famous, and she had begged the photographer to never release them. So Hugh Hefner never okayed it with her, and he paid $500 for the nudes and absolutely exploited the fact that she now was a Hollywood star by showing, you know, a thing she did which she regretted doing. And he did that a number of times. So the idea he's a nice guy is crazy. He hated women.
Wow, I didn't know that about him.
He even did that, you know, Vanna White. Do you remember Vanna White, the Wheel of Fortune girl?
Yeah. Was she
Same
on?
thing with, and he was personal friends with her. Then he found these like nudes that she had taken before she got famous, and begged him not to publish them. He published them.
Wow.
So the idea that he's a nice guy, but he has this image that he was like, you know, because he worked it better than Diddy, because he would go and on like interviews and talk about how he really loved, you know, he was going to liberate us all from sexuality, but like he was ice cold. But towards the end, his playgirls or whatever playmates became more and more tawdry and obviously fake, fake everything and just hoes, because at a certain point, and what these girls went through at the Playboy Mansion, it was like a disgusting. There was gay porn. That he had to have guys there. You know what I mean? It was like just gross.
It's kind of like Puffy then.
Yeah. And so I think, but I think that was always there. It like anyone could see, like even in the 70s, that it was just gross. And one of his big buddies was Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby loved what was going on at the Playboy Mansion, and you can't tell me that Bill Cosby wasn't doing what he was doing in the play. You really think there was no drugs in that mansion? You think there was no drugs? It's just that it was during an era when a lot of that stuff was tolerated. And you know what like the big rock groups were up to in the 70s. They had groupies who were 14, 15. Everybody looked the other way. But now, R. Kelly pees on a girl and it's like she's going to make, you know what I mean? It just seems crazy because it's just like doing something everybody was doing, but now it's like not cool to do. And sometimes if you fall on the wrong side of it, like Bill Cosby, they don't whitewash it. But some people like Hugh Hefner, they pretty much whitewash it for you. And it all depends on, you know what I mean? Like Epstein, they were all covering for until it got too bad. And then they turned on him super hard. But it's a very fine line between those two things.
Yeah, I still don't know why they turned on Epstein. Why, what made them turn on him? I have no idea.
It got too hard to whitewash, I think.
But shit, most people didn't even know about Epstein when he was arrested. So what was too hard to whitewash? I didn't know anything about him. I'd never heard of him before.
Well, you have all these situations that like people were like, it was an open secret. Bill Cosby was doing this stuff. Everybody knew about it. But at a certain point, one person breaks hard against him, and then everybody wants to cover their asses and say like, I agree. You know what I mean? It's like a weird mob mentality.
I think like part of it is you no longer become useful anymore to the people that were using you. I think that's really the biggest part. If you look at
what I'm saying is it's just a calculation people make.
Yeah.
They have no loyalty in these circles, and like they'll just as easily turn it on you as turn it on someone else. And when you realize that, it gets real scary, and which is why you shouldn't do any of this stuff to begin with. But you're protected up to a certain who was it? Russell Brand. Everybody knew he was sexually super promiscuous, but because he's kind of a lefty, it was all good and funny and like charming. But then when he like kind of broke with liberalism and started like questioning
that's right,
establishment, man, there was no end to it. And he was like, well, you guys were just laughing about this, you know what I mean? And then there's this woman who says like, okay, I was in Russell Brand's hotel, he pushed me up against a wall and he inserted himself into me. And it's like, well, that doesn't sound like rape, because when did you say no, or where's the gun, or where, you know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like you did something that maybe now you want to turn on this guy. Like, what did you think he was? Like, you know what I mean? Like a monk? This was his rep. This is how he rolled. But what I think is interesting is for women, they win either way. So you sleep with Harvey Weinstein because you're a whore and you want to get a place as an actress. But then if it all comes out, you come out and support the other, you know what I mean? You win either way. You're never going to be held accountable. No one's ever going to say, well, maybe you shouldn't have done that, because you're just contributing to the culture.
Well, I
you're a victim on both sides.
I think with Puffy, it's going to be a little different. I don't think there will be sympathy for the men and women involved. A lot of these people were voluntarily showing up at the parties.
Right. A sex worker is someone who is a victim of being trafficked. That's all they do. That's their job.
Well, I do think there was some exploitation there in that he was holding the careers over young women head, some men too. And I think that, that would kind of rub people raw. Like, you're promising them a future in music, but you're just slaving them. You know, I think that's what really got him into trouble.
But do you also like? Does that strike you as like offensive? Because to me, anyone involved in business, you could call it what's the difference between exploitation? If I have an employee and I want that employee to make me money, and I don't really care about them beyond that, like to me that's normal. But you could call it exploitation. Like
Well, I
I don't
think
give a fuck. Once if I had an employee who's like a waiter, I don't really care if they're having problems at home. If they're not producing, I used to own a restaurant. If they're not like making it happen, like
right.
I'm basically going to fire them, and I don't care. I don't care if they go kill themselves the next day. That's not part of my relationship with them. It's not my kid. You know what I mean? But you could say, "Oh, you only care about us insofar as you're making money off us." Absolutely, goddamn right.
Well, I think if you
And if
were,
you want to call that exploitation, I don't care. I don't care.
well, I think if you were promising someone ownership in a restaurant, if they slept with you and you were taking them around town, around the country, doing drugs with them, exploiting them, I think that's where the anger comes in. If that person never gets a restaurant after having been exploited by you, he's going to be angry, or she's going to be angry.
Okay,
And
so if you use like Kamala and Willie Brown, right? Okay, let's just assume that. I mean, I do think no one even questions whether there was like sexual activity with a married man that was used for intimacy and insider like power broking within the establishment. Okay, was she exploiting him?
I think they were exploiting each other. And that's the happy medium where everybody feels like they win something.
Okay, so you have no problem with that, but you would say like if Kamala got a lot of promises that she'd get stuff, but then she actually like didn't become the DA,
right?
Then she'd have a beef with him. I just don't understand that. Then you got played, bitch. You know what I mean? Like you got to make sure you only give up. You know what I'm saying? Like how is that exploitation? Like you just don't know how to like negotiate well. But she was a bad bitch because she's going to make sure, you know what I mean? That she's sort of like, you got to work it on your side. If you're going to like engage in this, you got to make sure, because that's not really how healthy relationships happen. So like you got to use your power to make sure you get your side of the deal. And if you don't use your power to get your side of the deal, I think you got to take the L. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, I just don't think, you know, once you bring in like the abuse, physical abuse, I think that's when you're going to turn people against you. And that's where he's in. Like, you know, he sent people to prison.
Yeah, there may be some stuff like where it's like mafia stuff, like hits and all that stuff, which is totally illegal.
Well, I mean, the people closest to you, you can't beat them up and then expect loyalty from them forever.
Yeah, it's stupid. Well, when you play this game, it's good. When you play these kind of games, usually you're going to end up losing. And Hugh Hefner has basically, like I think his own daughter said he was a scumbag. All of his exes said it was gross there. Like, so I do think in the long run, it does come out. But some people are able to like put that day of reckoning off by like playing it well. And it's basically just like playing the game well of exploitation. But it's exploitation on both sides. And
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You know, there are people with very little talent that want to be famous, and he's exploiting that desire. And
yeah, I think it's just like a kind of cautionary tale about being rich and famous. Is that like people don't care? Like, you know what I mean? It's the oldest trope in the world. Is like be careful because you might want that, but like you're never going to know who you can trust and who you can't trust from that point on. And like maybe it's better not to have those things because people can take it away. Like you're living in a fantasy world and people will play you. But to say, I'm saying these people. Remember that girl who said Vince McMahon exploited me because he would like kind of give me to other executives as like a kind of sexual plaything. But she was also making millions of dollars and living in a luxury apartment and getting like all kind of expensive jewelry. And I mean, do you really think she thought she was contributing to the business side of the company? No, she was just a whore. So you can't send a whore around. Like, that's how it works, right? Like, whoever wants a piece of this whore, like, whatever, like, that's her value. So then for her to say I'm a victim of something that as an adult she did because she got exploited, like, where's the question about, like, well, why did you do this? You're an adult. You could have walked away. And I understand if there's guns involved and there's like cages involved and it's like, you know what I mean, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But these cases don't involve that. So to say like, oh, you exploited what they call a sex worker, which is just a prostitute, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, isn't that employing someone in their business?
Maybe you wasn't paying them and drugging them. You know, you probably could pay them. That you just get a John charge. But if you're drugging them, I think that's where you're taking it. You know, you're crossing the line.
Okay, but right. But do you think like typically when a guy gets like he's like let's get some hookers, don't you think drugs is almost always a part of that, and the hookers are participating, and like that's just part of the culture? You really think there's like a non-drug like prostitution culture? It's part of the culture.
No, I think that if they come to you high or drunk, that's one thing. Well, that could be considered rape, I guess, as well. I think the active part of getting people intoxicated, particularly without their consent, is really what got him into a lot of trouble. It seems to be.
But when you say consent, it's like what I'm saying is if it's part of the culture, then they can do this thing of saying like, well, you didn't I didn't sign a paper saying I was going to do this, but like, I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, to me, if like two people get drunk at a bar, go home and have sex, like the woman can't say like, I was drunk, you shouldn't have taken advantage of me. Like neither of them can say that. You know what I mean?
You know, I don't know what the law says about that.
It just like it would be like a wash, like a cop, like a judge should say like, get out of here.
Didn't he accuse her just the same?
Unless I think actually in those situations, to be honest with you, like I think if it's just like raw physicality and it's like a sexual encounter, women have way more power than men, way more power.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so like I think most of these women are. Why would you ask the question like, why are you behaving this way? You know what I mean? It's just like you're a predator. Like almost any man is going to be weak if a woman, unless he's happily married. Like any man is going to be weak if a woman just wants to be a predator. He's mostly gonna fall, and she doesn't have that problem, I don't think.
No, not typically. No, that's true. A woman can resist a man more than a man can resist a woman. That's for sure.
Yeah, I was in court yesterday, and this, the court is mostly filled with like losers, scumbags. They just look like the dregs of society. And this woman came, I don't know, a lawyer or what, but like she was stacked. She was beautiful. She was confident. She looked good. She was wearing like a great little skirt, and like I was pretty much ready to like at that moment because I didn't want to be in court, but I was just like, oh man, if this woman said like, let's get the fuck out of here, I would be like, yeah, absolutely, anything you want to do. This sucks so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she knew it when she was walking by. You could see she knew it. She was the shit. You know what I mean? Like some women, they know like you just walk into a room and you own the room. You have absolute power over everyone there. You know what I mean? Who's feeling anxious or you know what I mean? And all she would have had to do is like come over to me, talk a little bit, and like I would have given her the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have, but like I would have.
Some men will.
It's a lot of power. Whereas like no guy can do that really, and just snap their fingers and like women are gonna have sex with them. It's only certain type of women that are gonna do that.
Yeah.
Mostly women don't look for that like short term.
It's not gonna be natural like that. Man will spring to action.
Yeah, like the fawns. Remember the fawns from like Happy Days?
Yeah.
Like it's not really how women react. You snap your fingers and women come running over to you and kneel.
Yeah. I remember the fawns. Yeah.
So, anyways, I just think it's more complicated. I'm not trying to defend P. Diddy in the sense like I think all this stuff is stupid, but Elton John, someone wrote an article about him because he used to fly people like from America over and have like literally the oil. He would have bathtubs or like hot tubs filled with oil that he'd bring young, attractive men over to have parties, and someone wrote about this in a tabloid, and he absolutely scolded them into that it's homophobic. And meanwhile, he's got kids supposedly, right? So he's having these gross parties, but because he's gay, he gets to like hide behind this, like, well, that's homophobic. You're just trying to like, it's not right. Like, it's wrong for you to say like these, like to even write about it when he didn't deny the actual thing was going on. It's like, oh, how dare you, right? So
yeah, we had a murder case here a few years back, and the media was kind of hush hush on it because a lot of the men involved were gay, and I guess one of them had killed one of the other, and like one of them was married, and it all came out, and these were fairly affluent men. So yeah, it's a little different with
yeah. There. Have you ever heard of bug chasers?
Yeah, I've heard about. There used to be there was a San Francisco craze, if I'm not mistaken. I remember reading about that in San Francisco. Yeah.
Yeah, and when monkeypox came out, a lot of these websites for gays, because I know about this because there was a priest. It's a long story, but anyways, when you go into the site that he apparently was on, it'll actually it has a box to say like, I prefer that, right? Which is kind of crazy. And the health department asked this site, like, could we just send a letter to the guys who checked that box saying like, health, da 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 da, and the site refused to do that because they felt like it was, you have a right as a gay dude to do that, right? Which you would say like is pretty crazy because you're going to spread epidemics this way, and it's going to start touching people outside of, just the bug chasers, right? Because that's you're a vector. Like, you couldn't be more of a vector for epidemics than to say like, I want to have like raw dog anal sex with infected people. You just couldn't be more of a vector. You're like a virus. You're like, you know what I mean? And then we basically shut down the whole world for a virus, but like these guys, we're not going to say anything because they're gay. And, it's just like, I just think it's all kinds of hypocrisy with the P. Diddy thing. And I don't know why everybody wants to, I think I do know why everybody wants to pile on, because they want to say like, well, he's worse than me. And I don't really know if that's true. I think he's more successful than you. And so I think it's envy.
For the people who are unfamiliar with or weren't aware of bug chasers, an undercover look inside the world of HIV bug chasers and gift givers. Gift givers are they're not giving Christmas gifts here. This was back in the day. Must have been, let me see when the date on this is, 2016. Bug chasers. HIV bug chasers. HIV was the bug, and they were chasing.
And you got to ask yourself at a certain point, what is the psychology of someone who says like, I prefer having raw dog anal sex with a man who's HIV? It's very close to suicide. That's like a ultra dangerous. You know what I mean? That's like skydiving without a parachute.
I wonder how many of those people are dead. Yeah. California has a number of laws related to HIV, including Senate Bill 239, signed into law 2017. This bill changed HIV's criminalization laws. It states that criminal penalties based on HIV status are only applicable if the person intends to harm another person.
So if you do it just for fun or recreation, it's fine.
The bill also decriminalized blood and tissue donation for people with HIV, and it repealed felony charges for HIV positive people who solicit prostitution. What? What? It's almost like they don't believe HIV is true.
Yeah, I've heard that theory. I don't know much about it, but I do think there's an argument that what happens there is just your body becomes exhausted, and it's really not. It's not a disease, but it's just a manifestation of your attacking your body. Like, you know what I mean? That you're just like exhausted, and your body can't fight anything anymore. But I think there's something also that goes on because yeah, gay, yeah. Right.
How many people knew what GRID? That GRID was the original name of AIDS. Did you know that?
I never heard it. But I've never known. I've never known an HIV person who wasn't gay. I mean, I've never seen that even on TV.
That is true. GRID, or gay-related immune deficiency, was the original name for the disease that would later become known as AIDS. Why do you think they changed the name from GRID? Why do you think they changed the name? You have any ideas, Ben? Why do you think they would change the name from GRID to AIDS?
Same reason they didn't want to call it the China virus.
No, that's very true. It's very true. If it had left it at GRID, that wouldn't have been an AIDS scare in America.
You know, I think I don't know if you were aware of this, but like among, like, say, suburban white people, there are a lot of people who really don't believe in STDs. Like, they just don't. The whole scare in the 80s and 90s, I came up with, like, everybody trying to scare you about STDs. Even very sexually active people, like, who are white and straight, they don't actually seem to. Either they're lying, you know what I mean? But, like, there just seems to be, like, a kind of idea, like, that was overblown. It's like a little bit like marijuana. It's, like, not that dangerous.
I've had many women that have never thought about HIV, STDs. Never
If you're having sex with people who are, like, adjacent to, like, you know, AIDS people and, you know what I mean, like drug addicts, yes.
Yeah.
But if you're just like a couple of healthy young white people, I just don't think it's just not on their agenda. They just don't believe in it, and I think that comes from experience. That it's actually a smaller phenomenon. It's somewhat confined to certain populations. Even though the theory would be like, well, everyone's going to have AIDS pretty soon. Like, it just never really happened.
It never happened. You know what's so interesting, Ben? For years and years, I looked at, when I first moved to DC, I would look at, it's like they always tell you it's the AIDS capital. I said, what? All these women can't have AIDS, can they? Like, who am I going to sleep with now?
Right, yeah, because you say, like, you combine like this level of transmittability with people who have casual sex, like, just do the math. Everybody's going to get it. And that didn't really happen. So someone was lying at some point.
And I remember seeing a map when I first moved to DC, and I said, man, that's amazing. I said, well, AIDS is pretty easy to evade as long as you don't sleep around with certain people that live in certain parts of the city. And I'll show you a map of the heat map in DC of the AIDS.
Oh, is that right? You got it? Yeah.
And, Ben, when we met up, we were right over here. We were in the AIDS heat zone.
All right.
Now, for AIDS. You just catch it walking down the street over here, Ben. And then you see this is another ward here, another AIDS hot zone. Another AIDS hot zone. Hot zone. But over here, Ben, I mean, once you get up into the nice ward, this is one of my other properties are. They don't seem to catch the AIDS like these people. Very interesting. It's been like, the AIDS seems to form in this area, seems to spread a little bit more. I don't know what that's about, Ben. They never explained it to us. Why
Yeah. People didn't explain it to us. Also, even though, like, how they were like, you got to wear a condom because of pregnancy. Okay. And you got to be on birth control. But as a Catholic, I don't know if you know this, but, like, the church has been really into what's called natural family planning. And it's relatively easy for a woman today. And I don't know how long this has been something that's easy to figure out, but you could do what's called the symptothermal method, which means there are these signs. I won't go into it, but, like, it has to do with, like, keeping track of the calendar, but also there are certain markers that would take a woman like 2 minutes every morning to check on.
Like her temperature.
Yeah. And as long as she's not, having a guy deposit semen within a certain thing of about a week,
right,
it's pretty much foolproof.
Yeah,
Other
yeah.
than that, it's actually more effective than condoms and all that stuff combined. And also it preserves the woman's libido, which is you would think would, and it doesn't turn her body into like a chemistry set by faking, which leads to breast cancer and like real problems that they
What you
can't
talking
no
about?
longer
Condoms?
deny.
What are you talking about? Condoms or the birth control?
It's usually birth control. Like like a lot of parents like will freak out. Even Grace's friends, like their parents put them on birth control at age 15, which if they just educated them a little bit, it's not really anything that like even like a low IQ person.
You know, that's interesting, Ben.
You know,
people talk about teaching their children the birds and the bees. That is a big part of it. When you can get pregnant, they teach them.
Relatively easy, and like I mean, like the Catholic Church will like have there are these classes where any woman's welcome to come, and it gives you that control that you think you get from birth control, but you know what I mean. It's almost like a little secret that no one knows about. You can have like healthy, normal, fun sex with no chance of pregnancy if you just use your brain a little tiny bit. And like I think it's just like the pharmaceutical industries that don't want women to know about this. Again, we bonies. Like, who makes money off women being able to have sex with no drugs and no IUDs and no, you know what I mean?
Like,
Who gets money off that? Nobody.
Let the pharmaceuticals do for you what you could easily do for yourself.
You could, if you're just smart enough, and you could say, well, a girl's 15 years old, 16, 17, she's not going to be able to control herself. Sure, she will.
Yeah.
A few days a month, she just says like, let's do this in an alternative way. No problem. And the guy's not really going to care either to avoid pregnancy, because like that's a big deal. And you know, it's kind of one of these things like we were lied to about that.
Yeah, you know, 2 points. I think they teach sex education, but I wonder if they teach like the ovulation calendar is what you're talking about.
They do teach it kind of generally, but like they always say the rhythm method, which is what it used to be called, which is just following a calendar, is not that effective. But if you could research this, Mother Teresa taught Indian women who are generally not that well educated, like the real deal, like this more complicated method, which is not really that complicated, and the actual rates of pregnancy were so close to zero, because you know how like there's theoretical and there's the actual,
right.
And a lot of times when people are doing the rhythm method, they're like married people who are just sort of trying to avoid being pregnant, but they don't really care if they become pregnant. That's why you get those skewed stats. But like in India, where they were like, where they were saying like, girls, don't get pregnant because you're going to get stuck in a cycle of poverty, and they're like, yeah, I don't want to get stuck in that, but I gotta like have a man and hold a man. It was close to zero. And that's not because of like it was that intensive, but it was like, it's just, if someone's motivated, this is a problem that could be solved through like using your mind. And of course there's going to be a 1 in a million where a woman's cycle is totally whacked, is this irregular, and so like a woman like that can't do this, right? But that's very, very rare. Most women are absolutely clockwork.
Yeah, it's not a one size fits all. Yeah, but it works for most people. Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
It's like when they,
go ahead.
Well, my daughter had open heart surgery when she was a month and a half old, and they're like, there's a 5% chance she could die on the operating table. But then they took me aside and said, well, that's only the kids who are like close to death anyways. Like, you're fine. You know what I'm saying? But they have to say that. But I was like, damn, like that's like rolling the dice. This kid's going to be dead. And then they're like, they can't tell you this, but like they kind of tell you on the side, like that's the kids who like are just like one. You know what I mean? They're on death's door anyway. Same thing with it was the same thing with the epidemic that we experienced. The only people who died were people who were on death's door. I had it. It was actually kind of fun. It was like crazy, 3 days, and then you're over it. Unless you're on death's door, and then it takes you out. But that would be true of anything.
I don't even believe it existed.
Yeah, I think you go that far. Yeah. How do you explain that? I felt it like all the symptoms were just like spot on.
You probably had a flu. the flu symptoms and the COVID symptoms are basically the same. They overlap pretty much 1-to-1. So,
but it was like this sharp, intense pain in the joints. That's I've had flu before. It was much lighter than the flu. Actually, it was just harder.
When's the last time you had the flu?
What's that?
When was the last time you had the flu?
Oh, it's been a while.
Like when? Like how long?
Maybe in my 30s, early 30s.
And you're in your 50s now?
Yeah. Well, I like to say
almost. Yeah, I'm just saying, you're a decade older at least, right? Things hit differently as you get older. The flu that you had in your 30s, that may have, not even prevented you from going to the bar. That same flu in your 40s may knock you down for a day or two. It's just the way it is,
True, yeah, but you believe in the flu. You believe there's a flu virus.
I haven't had a reason to not believe it. Kind of with AIDS. I just assumed that AIDS existed until I looked back and said, damn, only people I knew with AIDS were gay. And
I think what about like I would say, like I hear what you're saying, but I would say, like, you really only get the flu also when you're like you're weak. You know what I mean? You're like it always hits you when you're like weak and exhausted, or you're burning the candle on both ends.
Right.
I actually don't really think I think most diseases, in a sense, can be prevented by just being healthy and happy. And you want to talk about ones that I think this one I think is true. What do you think about this? Almost all these mental illnesses, except Alzheimer and Parkinson's, which are actually in the brain, they're all actually fake. They're not brain chemistry diseases. They're just like psychological problems caused by a problem you haven't solved, and taking drugs to cover it up. Like depression, a lot of people say, "Oh, you got depression." I've had depression. I've never had depression once I fixed my situation, and instead of like dealing with a situation that was messed up, I just said, like, I'm out of here. Never had depression since then.
They say black men very rarely get depressed, no matter how poor they. You ever heard that?
I believe that because you have higher testosterone.
You think that you think that's part of it?
Yeah, and I just think that it's a slight thing, but like I would say that blacks are generally more optimistic.
Yeah. If you're optimistic, you're not going to be depressed. Yeah.
Yeah, and whites can tend to be, like, especially my people up in Norway, they brood, you know what I mean, in the dark winter, and it's more of like I think that's a combination of genetics and environment. But like, what's there to be depressed about in Africa? It's just like it's a very simple life, and you just got to like go chase those animals and kill them and bring them home, and you don't have to build a big house to stay warm, and you don't even really need like clothing. You know what I mean? You just, it's pretty simple. Why would you be depressed? It's a simple life.
Someone says black men rarely get depressed because all of the syrup. I thought that stuff would depress you, though. Doesn't it bring you down? I think it's because how can I say this best? Like, there are people who come on here all the time, and they talk about I think maybe Master Kim and some other people, I can't remember their names. Like, they have a strong pressure to not let their family down. Right.
Asian culture, yeah.
I imagine it's not as strong in whites, but it may be a little bit stronger than it is in black people. But I think that black people don't really have that strong pressure to not let anyone down. They may have pressure to satisfy people. Like, man, I want to hit it big so I can buy my mama a house. But if he ends up in jail, he doesn't feel like, oh, I let my mama down. I let my daddy, my family, my name. I think that's that pressure to not,
Usually the way I think it works is usually Asians are here, whites are here, and blacks are here, or in reverse. Blacks are here, whites are here, and Asians are here. So it's like the human condition, but it's a little bit different. And I think it's like with my kids, like it's interesting with Grace because people have seen a lot of Grace. She will never get depressed, even though she's been in situations that are unbelievably hard to navigate. She will always choose to lash out, which sucks if you're with her all the time but I'm glad she never gets depressed. She never internalizes it. She'll always just lash out and act crazy. But I've got other kids who will internalize, and that's easier in a certain sense, but like you got to pull them out of it. And I just think like that's the racial thing too. For whatever reason, God has 3 types of children, and they're all similar, but they're a little bit different, and they all have their pluses and minuses. Because I talk about the Asians as like a hive mind, like they act in unison.
Yeah.
This emphasis on the individual, and that can be good because, like, as a culture, you look at the Japanese, right? Like the way they did, like, factories. There was harmony between the owners and the employees,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't what's that word, contentious. It wasn't like us versus you, and then we get stuff done.
Yeah.
And it was superior to the American thing where the workers are saying like, I want more money or I'm not going to make any cars, and the owner's like, well, there's only so much money here, but like I got to make a profit, you know what I mean? Whereas in Japan it's like, no, it's harmony. You do your thing, we do our thing. And there's no like, and they just did it better than us, and that's why all the auto plants shut down, because that makes more sense. If you're going into work every day trying to figure out how little you can do to contribute to the company, that's going to make your culture inferior to a culture that you go in and you feel like, I'm a valued partner in this. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the hive mind works in a certain way, but then you have on the flip side, do you know that Asians are so devoted to like work ethic that like in South Korea, the reproductive rate, which is supposed to be 2.1 just to keep the population stable without war, is now 0.68. 0.68,
Wow,
which means for if the population is 200, the next generation is going to be 68. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is massive decline. You don't find that in Africa. You don't find that in Arabia. You don't find that in, you know what I mean? Like, so like they're committing group suicide because they're so into the hive that they're so into like keeping the hive going that there's not going to be a hive because they're not even
like, you know what I mean? Like Norway or Sweden.
It's worse. It's worse. The worst in the world. Because Asians, so the Western world had to get to the place it's at in Norway and Sweden, but it had a resistance. It took a long time because you had that I would say that kind of white kind of like exploration, that kind of drive that kept it longer. It took a longer time for it to come in. But with Asians, as soon as Western culture hit, it absorbed it, had no resistance, and then it becomes this hive that's actually like imploding because it doesn't have that. People just say like, well, I don't really care about my sexual happiness. Like, I just don't even care. I'll just work all the time. You know what I mean? Whereas like black people would be like, I think like, again, like black folks are gonna say like, no, I'm getting mine. Like they would look at the Koreans as like crazy. Like, so you're gonna work 80 hours a week and you're not gonna even like.
I got a buddy he once told me and he's a good friend. He's been on the show, Philippe, and he is a very successful guy. But he once said to me, he said, man, like, he works out in Silicon Valley or wherever. He said, man, like, it seems to come natural to them, working and shit like that.
Yeah,
whereas it's work, and he once expressed that. He's like, he can just notice it in the people that the work just seems to come naturally, show up early.
You mean Asians? You're talking about Asians?
Well, I guess the Asians and the whites and the high performing whites in Silicon Valley. There's just that, that desire to, do whatever they're doing at work to make a change in the company or whatever. And my friend, he's just more like a mercenary. Hey, you want to pay me? I'll come and do it. But he doesn't take it to heart, like, hey, I'm helping this company do this. He's He looks at it more from a self.
But there's an interesting thing with Asians. I know this, that like, so Asians are puzzled why they can't have a Silicon Valley in Asia, because they can work like crazy, but they don't have that innovation culture. So they had this thing where Asians, like Chinese companies, would come try to learn, basically from white folks, like get that sauce. And so they would come over for trainings, and they would do things that like white people do, like they would do these. I don't know if you're, because you were in. They would have this like innovation culture where they'd have you like do group exercises and like climb walls and stuff. You know what I mean? To learn, like to encourage you to do your own thing. And a lot of these high tech tech companies will have these like lounges where you can kind of do whatever you want and play pool or whatever. They just assume you're going to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? But they don't micromanage you, because they feel like that's where the sauce is. You might interact with someone, you're stewing an idea, and then you interact with someone. You know what I mean? And it produces that. But the Asians replicate that. But when the Asian employees were supposed to be doing this stuff, they would always be asking the boss, "Am I doing this right?" And the whole point is, stop asking me, just do it, right? Like they would just be turning around, going like, "Oh, am I? Is this what? Because they have that hive mind, and so it didn't work. It didn't work, and they still haven't been able to do it. They can only take what we do and replicate it. They can't actually, they don't have that like original innovation, that drive, that Steve Jobs thing, that Elon Musk thing. It's just not part of their culture. And it may be all the way, I think it may be all the way down to genetics. It's just not your contribution.
Yeah. No,
the world. And so like, well, own it. The white guys are always going to make a ton of money, and then you're going to make money secondhand off replicating what they're doing. But like, you ain't going to be able to like put that toothpaste back in the tube. And you know what I mean? And I think also, this is my thing with blacks, is like, blacks aren't going to be able to do either of those things, because you just can't compete. You ain't got the culture or the genetics to do it. But what you do have is very, very important, which is like social skills, sense of humor, sense of music. And you know what they say when people say that? They call that the shuck and jive, right? So like that's the answer to the IQ problem. Is like, why don't blacks just do the dance, the bajingo or whatever? And they're like, that's not possible. But it is never going to be possible, because you're in a competitive environment, and we're not ever going to stop doing that. If you just have a slight advantage as a group, you're going to take that whole industry in your group and exclude the other group. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I talk about a lot here. Yeah.
So even though the distance might be small, you know what I mean? But like, if Africa had to provide its own cars and everything, it would. But as long as there's white people who can do it for you, you're just going to bring them in, give them a cut, and you know what I mean? Arabs don't know how to refine oil, which is not as simple as people think. It's very, very complicated.
I can't even find
these corporations have developed massive cultures in which they know how to do this. You can't just snap your fingers and say, well, why don't we Arabs do that? It just doesn't happen.
I read a book, The Last Dictator in Africa, or something like that. I'll have to look it up. But in the book, the guy talked about how there was a British geologist that found a lot of the oil in Africa. Otherwise, they never would have found it. I think he found it in Libya, and other places.
Yeah.
And they never would have found it otherwise,
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, they were on it the whole time, right? And they even talked about it as like, if you read, before oil was seen as like an economic engine, they would complain that there are these black pools. Like other cultures would complain that there are these like pools of black water that's useless. And you know what I mean? So it basically was the contribution of whites to say like, this stuff could be used to like do all kinds of fun stuff and make life easier. And why not just say, instead of trying to say like, well, without blacks, we would have never like gotten X, Y, and Z, and just acknowledge like that's not true.
Let me read a summary of Dictatorland. I'll respond to what you're saying. The dictator who grew so rich on his country's cocoa crop that he built a 35-story high basilica in the jungles of the Ivory Coast. The austere, incorruptible leader who has shut Eritrea off from the world in a permanent state of war. Give me 1 second. All right, let me just share that with you guys. I'll do that in case people want to read it for themselves. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you. And there you go. You can read it for yourself. And so the guy went around Africa and he's telling behind these stories of violence and excess lie the dark secrets of Western greed and complicity. The insatiable taste for chocolate, oil, diamonds, and gold that encourage dictators to rule with an iron hand, siphoning off their share of the action into mansions in Paris and banks in Zurich, and keeping their people in dire poverty. It's a very interesting book. It was written by Paul Kenyon. I was in the airport somewhere, I can't remember where, maybe in Ethiopia somewhere, and a white lady recommended this book. She had lived in Kenya most of her life. And we were in a bookstore. I said, what book should I buy? She suggested this book here. Dictatorland, The Men Who Stole Africa. Very, very good book. Very good book. Quick read by Paul Kenyon, a travel writer. It was his last book. Yeah, very interesting book. Yeah.
Now, of course, he's got to take the perspective that this is exploitation, right? That's his perspective because that's the only one you're allowed to have.
I don't think that was his perspective, man. I think he gave, from my standpoint, I think he gave an honest assessment in that, he talked about how they couldn't find the oil. So the British came. This geologist, he talked about him, the man that found the oil, maybe in Libya or somewhere, and how once he found the oil, the Libyan dictatorship really sprang into action, and so on and so forth. Once Nigeria, the same thing. Wherever they found resources that the Africans couldn't find or couldn't monetize, instead of the people sharing the wealth with their people, they just became richer and richer. So you see someone like a Mugabe or the president of Mali, And so anyway, so that's what the book kind of was about. I think it was a fair representation. I'm sure it has critics on both sides, but
well, it's interesting because I knew actually a lot of people from Eritrea. You know what the glory of Eritrea is? It's the Italian buildings. They have no like sense, like to this day, it's like frozen in time because it used to be an Italian colony.
Yeah.
And the glory of Eritrea is literally the Italian buildings that were built when it was a colony. And they've never actually added to the architecture, and they just keep it up. That's it.
Is that Eritrea or Ethiopia or both?
Eritrea was actually, the difference between Eritrea and Ethiopia is Eritrea was an Italian colony for like.
Oh, okay, I guess.
And so they eat pasta, which is funny because when we had like a restaurant, I didn't realize they were Eritreans, and they're like, oh, we should have pasta in our meals, and I was like, what are you talking about? And they'll use the term chow, and they love to them the ultimate bling is like the association with Italy. So Gucci, Armani, Ferrari, all these things are in their culture.
Right.
So they had a positive experience of colonialism, and and they can travel to Italy easier than they can travel to other European countries because there is this relationship that they always had. And it ended in this like massive rebellion, just like at the end of I think World War II. The English came through and like liberated them, but I'm not so sure they were, because don't you understand, like, their pride is in the period of colonization.
Yeah.
So
the Ethiopians are just the opposite. Like they pride themselves on having never been conquered, and they're right next door, right?
And they are genuinely the only country in Africa, although Mussolini did like take over, but they never really like established a colony because the Axis lost. But it's also the poorest country in Africa and the most dysfunctional country in Africa because they were never united. And you could call it Ethiopia, but when you get to know Ethiopians, it's just this tribe, that tribe, and the other tribe. They never, all it is like one tribe gets a hold of the government, milks it for resources against the other tribe until that tribe gets enough to like take that guy out. So they never really understood like the European system of like thinking about a shared thing, and they'll label it Ethiopia, but it's just not. And then so all the refugees are the ones who say like, well, my tribe lost, so I'm out of here because I don't want to suffer. But as soon as their tribe gets back in, they would run over there and like become part of the government, you know. So it's like not really, it's not it's just they, and you can't function. The problem is you cannot function in the world economy if that's how you think. And so not doing anyone any favors to say, well, yeah, it's kind of cute that you all speak different languages and no one speaks a European language and you can't really communicate with people outside of, you know. And so they have this thing like we were trying to get a certain type of spice from them. It's called berbere. And it's just a spice mixture. You know what it is?
Yeah, I've had it before. Yeah.
Okay, but in Ethiopia, they call that a national treasure, and
Really?
they put massive tariffs on people who want to export it.
Really?
But you could make it in unlimited supplies because all it is ground peppers. You know what I mean? And it's not like it's a limited resource. You could make as much of it as you want to because it's just basically a pepper blend, right? But they love the Ethiopian form of it. But like, so it's stupid for the government to make it so hard to export because this could be a major crop.
You ever had the Mita? Did you serve that?
Another one, yeah.
Yeah.
But so my idea was, look, these people would. My idea was that it actually someone could, if you found people in DC to do this, all you would need to do is create, because we have food factories in America, right? Like you don't need thousands of workers to grind peppers. It's machines that can do that. If you set up these factories in Africa, you could put out 1,000 times what they put out. And you could give it to the local people for free, but you could have a whole economy based on it because Ethiopian food is blowing up worldwide, and everybody could make money. But instead, they call it a national treasure, and they really discourage it being exported because they don't understand how modern people like how the world economy works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They think of it as like magical. It's not magical.
You know, I wanted to get back to something you said earlier about, you know, you have to do something well. I do agree. I do agree with that. You see the Pakistanis and all those people that come over here and they don't try to be rocket scientists, right?
Yes.
They go mostly to the lowest level of commerce and they just retail stores, you know, work in retail stores, things like that.
They get their kids educated and then it's like a free-tier program. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty much every ethnicity does that.
You know, I think Americans with all this immigration and stuff like that, a lot of people are going to have to start kind of adopting some of the methods that the migrants use that are effective here in America. I mean, they're changing the paradigm. I think how you live, how you consume housing. You know, having a 4,000 square foot house may not make as much sense anymore. You know, the cost to maintain that, whereas the migrants, they're living 8-10 to a 4,000 square foot house, you know.
Yeah.
If they were living in one that big. So
but I think the housing thing as a whole, it has become totally corrupted. And you know, Kamala's thing is now that she's going to give 25 grand to any first time buyer. That's just going to anyone who knows basic economics. That's just going to send prices even more, not even going to increase it by 25. It's going to have a multiplier effect of like probably juicing up prices by like 3 times that. The average price will be triple that if that money becomes available because it has a multiplier effect. So I think the government is basically like leeching now off of, or the whole economy is leeching off home prices that make no sense. And I think the smart idea is to get on wheels, because you avoid all the taxation. The government hasn't figured out yet how to hit RVs. So, and because it's minor, they just let it go. But you can live in an RV on wheels. Like I'm sitting here right now on a public road.
Right.
I spend the night on this public road, and the government doesn't have any way to say you got to pay extra for that.
Property tax.
Yeah. And that's where they got you by the short and curlies, because they can jack that up however much they want, and really there's nothing you can do about it unless you. And because they're all doing it at the same time. But that's where the pinch is, and you can get out of it. So I actually think immigrants that come over here and they want to follow the American dream, they're actually stupid because immigrants generally will want to move to the suburbs where it's real expensive to honestly get away from the blacks, right? And all the noise in the city. Yeah. Okay. But that's super expensive. You're paying a ton of money. And everybody wants to be there too. So that causes a bubble in those places. When if you just don't care about that much, you can live in New York City in an RV, pay zero rent, as long as you know where to park and figure out how to do it and lay low. There's not really much they can do to get you. You could just rent a parking spot, which will be expensive in Manhattan, obviously. But there's a million places you can go until they figure out a way to get you. And then you just got to go to the next thing. Maybe you live on a boat. But like, the idea for young people right now, can you imagine a young person in DC who says like, I want to buy a house here and start a family? It's ridiculous. It's just not possible unless you dedicate yourself to being like at that top, 5% and do everything they demand of you. And even then you're just going to be scraping by.
Yeah. Unless you're very, very, talented to catch a break or create some breaks for yourself.
Yeah, unless you go to the super high end, that's right. Or your family has that kind of money, then it doesn't matter to live anywhere. But to me, it's like stupid, and even the immigrants are stupid to a lot of times immigrants, in some ways, like they, a lot of employers will say to the side, they won't tell you this, but like the best kind of workers are the children of immigrants, because they've learned to scrap and make it work, because their parents are clueless, right? So they have to navigate like the educational system. But it's a challenge to them, whereas like native born kids just become zombies in school because it's so easy and your parents like help you out constantly. But that scrappiness, that resourcefulness is very handy in small businesses, but it's like in a restaurant. Oh man, I can't tell you how many like people, if they could learn how like to just not get caught doing something, and not get worried about that, like, and they were scrappy and they just like, you know what I mean? Like a street vendor is like, it's almost impossible to follow all the rules in the Northeast city. But if you just don't care and you just like, move when the inspector comes around, you can make a lot of money doing that. But you have to have that scrappiness, that almost criminal sense of,
Ben, I've live streamed from Brooklyn, man, Manhattan too. Man, you'd be amazed at all the people that say, the hell with the rules. I'm going to sell fruit right here on the street.
Yeah, even things like seafood, like in downtown Providence, there's a guy who sells seafood out of a van.
Yeah.
And, they let it go because I think all the regulatory agencies say, look, people know what they're getting if they're they know they're taking the risk.
What
So
I think?
If it's that type of neighborhood, they're just like, well, we'll let the economy, it is what it is.
I think what I think it is, Ben. I think it is it's an acknowledgement that this is really the only economy that these people can swim in. And instead of just taking everything away from them and putting them on welfare, let them have some dignity and hustle. It's so small fry. Why take away these people? They have some aspiration. They can out there hustling. Why take it away from them? Right. And I think it's the government looking the other way. There's a guy on St. John's in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and he sells fish on the side of the street. They let him do it. He's been doing it for a long time, and I think
you wouldn't be able to do that in Manhattan. You wouldn't be able to do that in Manhattan.
Right, certain parts you probably can't now. You know, you couldn't do it in the Upper West Side, right? No one would buy it from you for one thing. No one would buy fish off the street in the Upper West Side of the East.
Right.
But deep in Brooklyn, where people are more accustomed to buying fresh fish, and he says fresh, they're not even gonna ask him what river it came from. They just buy it.
Yeah, because it's like a little oasis of like third world. It's like third world bazaar culture, right? Like every third world country has just marketplaces. They don't have massive regulations, and what keeps you afloat or not afloat is the quality of the product. And you know, if you're selling bad fish, you're gonna be out of business. But if it's good enough, it might not meet regulations, but like that's gonna sort it out. You don't need all that hyper regulation because look, people are basically healthy in these countries, and like our hyper regulation it just feeds like the Walmarts and the centralized who can afford to follow all these regulations. You wouldn't believe, John, in Rhode Island, if you have so much as a kitchen sink in a restaurant, a small restaurant, they'll give you a book of regulations, like 400 pages about what you can and can't do with the water that goes out the drain.
Right, yeah.
But they don't expect you to fulfill it. They don't expect you to like actually do it. You just fake it. And they let it go because they know you're there's no way you could do this.
Yeah.
Now the McDonald's will do that because they could afford to do all that right, and they have people who specialize in that, and they just take one model of it that fulfills those regulations and they just replicate it, you know, at all their restaurants, and they just have a guy they hire to do that. You know what I mean? But it's a weird economy, but like everybody looks the other way. And are you kidding me? Illegal employees. That's like every small business in Rhode Island has immigrants, but they don't want to actually police it because then you'd have all of these immigrants on welfare who would be like causing massive problems. So it's like an underground, they call it the gray economy. It's not like the black economy, like the black market.
They're
It's the gray economy, and it's like it could be estimated to be as much as like half of the economy in some places.
I think so. Like in DC, man, there's some streets you can't even walk up. You have to form damn near a single file line because they're vendors.
Yeah.
With selling their wares like fruit and clothes and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I can definitely believe it.
And like with landlords, you're a landlord. I don't know if you have this. I don't want you to reveal anything, but like in Rhode Island, up in the Northeast, you have basements of these like apartment buildings. And it used to be that basement couldn't have occupants because it used to be like there was a coal furnace down there that was like, you know, that coal smoke, and you have these huge bins of coal. But now it's all high efficiency. So that whole basement, like in order to like have the hot water tank and all that stuff, it just takes like 5% of the floor plan of the basement. And so you could build walls and build an apartment in the other part. That's not legal, but everybody does it. And you put like a guy who's like in his 20s there. You're not going to put little kids there because it doesn't really have the right like emergency exits and things. But you put a guy in his 20s there, you charge him half what you pay anywhere else, and he's a pig in shit. You know what I mean? Like he's perfectly happy. And even when the cops get called, because that happened to me, one guy, he's like, he knew it was illegal technically. So he thought we played a little game of chicken because I was like, you're not paying me rent. You're out of here. And he's like, go ahead, call the cops. And I actually did. No, I was just playing chicken with him. But he's like, actually, I'm going to call the cops. The cop came and he's like, dude, you got to get out of here. And then he took me aside, the cop, and said, actually, you're the one who's going to get in trouble if he doesn't buy what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? But like he didn't let him know. And the kid, because he was an immigrant, was afraid and bolted. But even the cops understand what's going on here.
Yeah, they understand. Yeah,
because if you actually enforced the that like you can only live in legal residences, you'd have literally tens of thousands of homeless people on the street the next day, and all the landlords would go under because that little extra rent is their profit. The rest of it's just paying the bills.
Now you wouldn't be able to force it even if you tried. I mean, I've seen cities cut water off to people with more than one property. You know, make them register as landlords and stuff like that. But still, I think with all these migrants coming, they're going to have to relax a lot of regulations that they used to have. That people from I believe they're going to, because the migrants are going to do it regardless. They're going to rent in unregulated places. We've shown that here.
Yeah.
And it's 5 hours 43 minutes. We have 52 people in the audience, and I'm surprised no one has come on to argue with Ben.
I thought you took people off. They all left.
Oh no, I think they you must intimidate some, and well, I guess if
As to come on, she's talking shit in the chat.
Grace wants to talk some shit here.
Roger, you at least come on and we can talk about live streaming here in DC.
All the blacks are asleep. They ain't gonna be awake till what, 11, 12?
Ben, you had too high of an expectation for me. You had to come back in an hour.
The soft bigotry of low expectations.
Ben is over here practicing high expectations.
But John, what do you think about that? It's called I forget what theory. It's called do you know these two guys, John McWhorter and Glenn? What's his name?
Yeah, Lowry or whatever. Yeah.
Glenn Lowry, right? And they try to be like, they're kind of countercultural among blacks. But when they talk about IQ, I saw them go down that path and they were like, yeah, the numbers seem to be real, but we can't go there because the only way we can deal with that is by saying like that theory. Remember there was that football guy, he was like, blacks are good at this, Jews are good at this, whites are good at this, why can't we all get along?
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's common sense.
Yeah.
And but it always is like, okay, well, blacks can dance and sing, so that's what they should do. But in actual fact, like, customer service is a massive part of the economy. And I do think that it's genetic that black people are way more friendly and social than whites, and who are in fact way more social than Asians. You just walk by black people and they're curious and interested no matter what it is. When I'm around black people, I hear all the little kids go, damn, that guy's tall, right? Among whites and Asians, they never mention that, but like, you just walk into a minority and they just like, they think it's funny and interesting and they'll say it out loud. And there's not this like, you know what I mean? Like this kind of like, and so I think like being effusive and friendly like that, why not lean into it instead of saying like, okay, we got to become inventors and we got to learn how to do what white people do? I just don't get it.
Man, I was going to say this a little earlier. I was in what they call STEM. They didn't call it STEM when I got into it. I was a software developer. I like to say I still am a software developer. You never stop being a software developer. And, when I used to go on interviews, a lot of times the guys that would be about my age, they would ask me a question like, what was your first computer? Now I would say Commodore 64, and they may say Commodore 64 or 10 or whatever at the time. But at that time, if your parents bought you a computer, you really had to want it because they were expensive. Right? And you had to really want it because you had to hack on it. It wasn't like the graphical user interface of today.
Right.
And so I remember spending hours as a kid hacking, writing little primitive code.
Right.
And
with all the prompts and the colon and all that stuff. Yeah, I remember that.
Any friends that come over and do that shit with me, right? They wanted to go outside and play basketball or whatever. And what I'm saying is that, it's kind of like a natural selection of sorts. So all this focusing on STEM and things like that, I don't think is going to work. I don't think
Right. You were an outlier. You're an outlier because there are a lot of black nerds, but proportionately less than you would find white nerds.
Right. And then, if you are a white nerd, I would imagine that the corporate world is going to identify you and put you far up the ladder. Right. If you type, you're going to go far up the ladder. And so you're not going to be in STEM anymore. You're going to be the head of the company or something, or head of a division. They're not going to.
It depends, because don't you think there are two types of nerds? There's one type of nerd that likes like just following what other people are doing. And then there's like an innovator type of nerd who's like that Steve Jobs type, who's like wants to actually envision a whole different way of doing things.
Well, and at that point, you kind of evolve out of STEM and you kind of become, Steve Jobs wasn't down in the weeds coding, right? He was.
I think he was originally, wasn't he?
I don't know. I think he was more. Well, he may have been originally, but again, if you're very, very talented, you're not going to be down in the weeds coding.
Right.
The business.
Right. You're hiring other people to do the busy work. Yeah.
Right. He's more of a visionary. I remember listening to him saying he didn't want any buttons on the iPhone. I don't think.
Right. He was a guy. And this is an interesting thing because nerds generally think in terms of practicality. They don't think in terms of like aesthetics,
right?
As much. They're like, I don't care what it looks like, just that it works. But he was a guy who blended an understanding of that with an understanding of like actually consumers care more about things looking clean and sleek.
Right.
And they call it industrial design.
Yeah.
But like it's more and actually human nature cares more about that than functionality.
Yeah.
Because that's why Androids, I don't think the Android model I think the iPhone model is better to say like there's only many things you could do here, and it's not open to anyone doing anything, but like it's safe. And the Android model is anyone can do anything, and that'll breed innovation. And people just prefer the safety because for most people, they just want to do what they need to do on it, and they don't care about like, well, you could do this. You know what I mean? They don't want the viruses.
Yeah. There's probably more functional. And back to the the black guys, black people, stuff like that. Yeah. This is my own opinion based upon my experience. I very rarely saw. I probably can count on one hand how many Black Americans that I worked with in software in 20 years.
Is that right?
Software developers,
even with DEI.
You
never saw DEI hires.
You're not going to DEI a software guy. You're not going to do that. Like you might DEI a manager of the software.
It don't really matter. I see what you're saying. In the weeds, it matters what you do. Yeah.
You got to be writing that code, or you're going to have chase glitches all over the place. So the code has to be tight, concise.
Yeah. So they work in administration. Yeah.
Right. So they may be your manager. Something like that. But I just never saw them. And one of the things, I worked with an Indian lady, and I always remember what she said. I was developing some software with a group of people, and they asked her if she wanted to work on the team, and we were moving to .NET, Microsoft programming platform, whatever. And so she says, she didn't want to learn it. She didn't want to progress in her, software career. And I think, we've pushed a lot of kids or encouraged a lot of kids to get into STEM, but we haven't told them that like it's going to be a forever learning process because you're not going to stand still and let you make a career for 20 years. You got to keep learning. Your children are going to be screaming in the background. But you got to be practicing, trying to get better in your job. Oftentimes, it's not going to pay you to go learn. You got to figure that shit out on your own. Right. And that takes a different personality, I think, than most.
And you find a much bigger difference in between the sexes than you do between the races. And like yesterday, I was in court, and I never know, with these like misdemeanors that are like very hard to understand. Like it's not like I was dragged in there for something obvious. It's this like bizarre kind of like I was kicked out of all of the batterers classes because they didn't like what I said on YouTube. So it was interesting because this male judge, even when he was dealing with like typical cases, he would explain the law, and you could tell he always drew it into like the Sixth Amendment, even when he's dealing with someone who he knows is just going to say like, yeah, my attorney told me to nod my head and say yes. But with female judges, who are the preponderance in these low level situations, they don't explain the law, and they speak kind of more emotionally, like, oh, I can see you're making progress, and I'm glad you have been on the right path. They don't really care about the law. But guys, I think, can like be like, nerds about the law.
Yeah.
And so this guy, the last time I came up, it was a woman judge, and I was accused of something. I was accused of live streaming a class, which wasn't true. But her thing was like, well, we can't let you get away with that if you did that. So I think we'll have a hearing. This guy, he said he had a whole conference before I was even up there, but I could overhear parts of it. And he was talking about the nuances of like this whole regime of battering classes. And he was saying it's never been tried. It's never been like tested in the Supreme Court. And like the whole thing is kind of shaky legally. And then he just gave me a kind of pass and said, like, if you can find another way to do this, we don't care. Do you see what I'm saying? So it was like, it was actually like he was like a legal nerd. And I just don't think that women belong in these areas. That like you really do need someone who cares about. I had a woman judge. I read her the law. She shrugged her shoulders. Yeah. And the prosecutor laughed when I read the law. And I'm glad because it's on the transcript now of the hearing. And I think a male judge would be like, well, how the F do you just not respond to that? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
I was saying I was unlawfully arrested because I read the law. You know what I'm saying? And so then now that gives me a possible lawsuit because I got it on the transcript.
Hey, Ben, let me respond to this comment here. And I want to ask you, I think you have a couple questions too in the chat. Last time Imperius was up here, I was just putting backstage if he were just going on and on and on, but he was talking about shutting down the channel and calling people pedophiles and Dennis, Dennis said, he's a nice guy. He comes up on the show. And, there's just some things I think you shouldn't say about people, and pedophile is one of them. So that is interesting. So I just don't think you should do that, man. Like, if you believe it, call the police. Go ahead and call them a pedophile, right?
I think I have a new term for people like that. I call them they have pedophilia, which means the love of talking about pedophilia all the time, which I think is a mental illness. Because whatever you want to say about me, for example, like no one has even made an accusation that it's just that what they're saying is if in any way feel like you're sexually off, I'm going to go to the most extreme case and just say that. And I think it's just antisocial. Yeah, there's no light there. There's just heat.
Someone said the blacks are scared of the white man. It is very interesting though, Ben, I have an interesting. When I first saw you guys, I think my opinion of you again was formed based upon my initial impression. I didn't know any background. I haven't looked up any background on you. I kind of judge people as they go, right?
Yeah.
And my thought was that, you seem to have a good relationship with your daughter. And, for a lot of people, don't have that with their parent, particularly if it's a daughter, father.
Yep.
Particularly in the black community, to be fair with you. Yep. And it probably seemingly is growing in the white community too. So I always took the hatred for you guys. And again, I haven't watched much of your show at the time. So I said, where the hell is this strong hatred coming from? I thought it was like kind of the envious of your relationship with you and your daughter.
But actually there's more hatred from whites than blacks.
Well, again, like I said, you see the Avas of the world, you see the, and I'm not criticizing Ava, I like Ava, but I mean, you're right in that she has some, animosity towards you as well. For whatever reason, I'm not sure.
But she also will always laugh at my jokes, so I can see that it's not as deep as she might want it to seem. Yeah. You know what I mean? And she's always talking about me in sexual terms, which you can say is what happens with women who try to scold you sexually is they'll often like basically tell you their fantasy that they're having about you. And it's really easy to say like, oh, wow, it sounds like you're really excited about me sexually.
And
they can't really say anything.
Let me make sure this is not a porn bomber. Man, give me 1 second. Put a picture up. Here you go. Make sure it's porn bomber. You're not a porn bomber, are you?
No, I would never be. Ben knows me. No, not a porn bomber.
She's one of these sexually obsessed.
Oh, is that right? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no, I want to just ask a question. So when you're talking about the relationship with your daughter, so you think people are jealous of that? What are they jealous of?
Yeah, like you in particular. Like you could see, John. That's a picture of her eyes. She's a beautiful woman, but she's in her late 30s. She's been married for 11 years, no kids, and you know. So if you say what, she asked me like, what could I possibly be envious of? And there's a long list of things you could be envious of.
Okay.
With
Yeah. So be
Grace,
specific. Be specific. Like, what is it?
well, like you're not fertile, which is not your fault, but like
I
you're
don't
not
care
fertile and
about
Grace
that
is
as far as you
21.
and
She has her whole
Grace.
reproductive. I mean,
I'm not jealous of Grace, though. Nobody's jealous of Grace.
well, that's what everyone. That's
You
what all
think everybody's jealous
people
of Grace, but
would
nobody
say.
is. Nobody is. Like,
No
we
one
feel
on earth
sorry for
is envious
Grace.
of.
We feel
Let's
sorry
say,
for
okay, but
Grace.
you admit Grace is attractive and young, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's mid, you know, but go ahead. I mean,
Well,
it's fine.
okay, but like, but if I say she's young, you won't deny that, right?
Well, of course, we all understand what age is.
Okay,
Yes.
you don't
Mhm.
think there's anyone on earth who's older who's envious of a younger person?
But you're saying people are envious of your relationship. What is so?
Well,
What is the relationship
well, I
that you
said that.
think?
Well, I said that.
Oh, okay. You said all right. So,
Yeah.
what's the relationship you think people are envious of? I would
Well,
ask you that.
when I
Was
first,
it obvious?
when I
No, I'm
first,
asking him. I'm asking him.
well, when I first saw him, them, I should say, it was on CT's channel, and you know, it's a black channel. Well, I don't want to call it that, but it was. Let's just say they were discussing black issues, or it was a primarily black panel at the time, and there seemed to be a lot of animosity. Now, I didn't know Ben's background or anything like that. And so my initial take on it, based upon just looking at them, and they seem to be a close father-daughter, you know, seem to be a close father-daughter relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they're not poor, they're not drug addicts. And Grace came on Be Brave, and she clearly has some intelligence.
Yeah.
And Brave said it at the time, and I agreed with him, you know, she could easily go into corporate sales or something like that. And I said, yeah, I think so. You know, she's chatty back and forth. She's assertive. Sales fields that would.
Yeah, like a pharmaceutical rep, she could easily be.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, fair enough. That's another field. And so, with all the hatred and criticism, you know, she's 5-10 pounds away from firming up and pharmaceutical office. And
He always brings that up. God.
I'm a stickler for people reaching their potential. And
Yeah, I'm just saying, but the relationship.
So in that sense, you have, and again, I'm a black guy. Let me cut my camera on so you can see I am a black guy. I am John Galt.
I see that.
So
yeah.
I deal with people, you know, all the time, and a lot of the times, you know, my tenants, many of them are black and have been black over the years. Their parent, mother, father relationship is not very good.
Okay.
And a lot are angry.
Hang on. Can I say something?
Sure.
Hold on. John, this lady's telling you she's not jealous of me, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Look at you. No, I'm not jealous of you. I'm sorry. You want me to be, but I'm not.
Okay. Let me just hang on.
No. I gotta flex a little.
Yeah, here she
Look,
goes.
what are you not jealous of? Tell me what you're not jealous of.
Oh my God.
So
much.
That's a dad flex.
I have a wait. Hold on. No, I want to say though. So, John, me and Fed Up, we're talking to one of our mutual friends who is a male streamer. And we were having an argument, and he took my side in the argument, and he said, I don't know, Fed Up, you seem like you're just like a little overinvested. Like, I don't really get what your point is in this argument. She later messaged him and said, oh, so you're just going to turn on me and take her side just because you want her on your stream to ogle at her tits?
You're making shit up right now. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're making shit up right now.
Well, I saw the DM. I saw the screen.
Show it then. Show it.
Well, I don't have to. I'm just saying.
No, show it.
Look,
Show it or shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Show it or shut the fuck up.
This is what angry
You're making shit up right now.
If it didn't happen.
Show it, bitch.
No, no, no.
Show
No
it.
one has an obligation to. This isn't a court of
Oh,
law.
okay. So we're
No
just
one
gonna throw
has.
shit out that makes no sense that
No
you
one
just
has an
made up.
obligation to show you proof of anything.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, then don't make claims you can't back up. You're
no, you
making
no,
claims you
no.
can't back up.
Anyone can make claims, and you know it's true. Now,
It's not true. That's why I'm
okay, then
asking
say
you
how
what the
it's not
fuck are you
true.
talking
Don't you don't
about?
say like, okay, well, you need to bring in evidence. No, you don't have to bring in evidence.
Oh, okay. So we can just throw
But
shit
now,
out.
but
So
now,
yeah,
but I
Grace
want to,
once
I want to
messaged me.
respond to
All
John.
right. So
I want to
listen,
respond to
listen.
you
All
and
right,
John
John.
at
Hey,
the same time,
guess what? Grace
and say,
once
the
DM'd
problem,
me and said Ben had hit her,
the
and
okay, hold on one
he had
second.
hit her really hard,
Hold on
and
one
she
second.
wanted to get away, and he wouldn't let her.
Hold on one
That
second.
that's
Hold on one
something
second.
that actually
You
happened.
can go ahead and say this.
I
Just
have
give
the
me 1 second.
DMs.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Just give me 1 second.
sure.
Now,
Hmm.
I think the reason that girls are envious of Grace is because I'm just
Nobody's
gonna say this to
envious
John.
of
Just so,
Grace.
okay,
You're
shh,
so crazy for
quiet,
thinking
quiet,
that.
quiet, quiet. See, black men can't do this. They have a hard time doing this. I'm going to tell you, shut your fucking mouth for a minute. Okay, now,
Sure, sure. Go ahead.
just for a minute, then you can talk.
Sure, go
John,
ahead.
what percentage of women do you think have trouble with weight and are aware of it? Like, are like constantly trying to lose weight, like Oprah type thing.
Above 50%.
I think it's more like 80% of women have
Never had that
trouble,
problem.
trouble
Never
with
had that.
weight. Okay, I think 80% of women think like I could use a few pounds, or I wish I was this, or I wish
Right.
I was
Yeah.
that. I would say 80%, maybe 50%. Like it's a massive problem, like it's 100 pounds or more.
Right.
But what's interesting is if you ever watch Grace's eating habits, she eats voraciously. She eats fast food.
Yeah. She's
And
like a
I
pig.
understand you
Yeah.
could say, I think John would agree with me, like Grace is out of shape, but like if she exercised, I don't
Mm.
really think it's so much excess weight. It's just like a lack of exercise
Exercise.
because he
Yeah.
says firm up. And I agree. And she agrees.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if you have a close relationship with your father or a man, could be your husband, and you're trying to please that man, like, but you're not doing it in a way that it's like fearing, but like wanting is like positive. I think girls will want to look good, and it's just easy for them because they want to make that man happy. That's the and a father feels happy. I'm proud when Grace is walking around with me in a way that I wouldn't be if she was fat. And it's just intuitive. It's not like I got to yell at her or she's in fear. It's just you're just not going to need to overeat because, in a sense, what women are doing is they're trying to fill their daddy hole with food. And if your daddy hole is filled with daddy, which I know can be taken the wrong way, but like I mean, if you just have that,
But Ben, she's
then
fat.
you
She's
don't
fat.
have that problem.
She's fat.
And
She's
women
fat.
resent the fact that it's so easy because if you don't have that, it's going to be really hard for you not to want to like try to console yourself with food, which
Okay.
of course
So
exacerbates.
Ben, listen, be quiet for a minute. So Grace has gotten fat, but she still has a great relationship with her father. So what do you blame
No,
that
actually,
on?
Grace has lost weight. When John said, like John's honest, he'll say 5 to 10. He used to say 10 to 20, and as like the problems in our relationship have decreased, like that
Yeah, you're
situation has
obfuscating. No,
improved.
you're obfuscating. She's literally like for her height, she should not have the belly and the arm fat and all of that she has, right? Yeah, she's got big tits, great,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
she has no ass. She's gotten fat, right? If you pinch her belly, if you pinch her arms, you can see it, right? But
no,
she has a great relationship with her father. So what do you blame that on?
well, but then she gets all of this hostility, including like with people who I can't talk about
That has
some
nothing to do with the
deeply.
question I just asked you. What do you blame it on?
Well,
Her
yeah,
her weight gain.
that's what I'm saying. Like she has a lot. Like she smokes cigarettes because she's anxious because people are attacking her constantly.
It's everybody else. I got you. Okay.
Excuse me. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
it's
Excuse me.
everybody else. Yeah, it's not her relationship with me
No,
that it's a stressor in her life. That's
it
what
can't be.
is the
No,
opposite of a stressor in her life. And everybody
absolutely.
knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Excuse me, ma'am. You want the receipts? Okay, you want to sit there and call me fat, whatever. You are a liar. Here's the receipts, okay? Look,
Yeah, sure.
okay. This is your text. This is your message. Shilin wants an invite to outlining server. Many psychos are there. I'd vote against it, to be honest, but it's up to you. Also, thanks for being an absolute ass crack to me just because Grace has her titties out for you to ogle.
Yeah, that's not
Unbelievable.
my
Does that
screen
sound
name.
like a
That's
jealous
not my
person or a
my
non-jealous
username.
person?
That's
Oh,
not
okay.
my
Now it's not
username.
your name. Yes, it is, bitch.
Show me. Does it say Fed Up Southern Girl? Does it say Southern?
All right,
Anywhere?
now it's time for me to pull up my pictures of you. Hold on.
You can do that, but you look like a 50-year-old woman right now.
All
That's
right,
fine. You
so
can do that, but you just pulled up somebody
nothing to be
else's
jealous
DM.
of.
You just
Nothing
pulled
to be
up
jealous.
somebody else's DM that did not have my username on it.
Nothing. You're not jealous of anything, girl. Definitely not.
You can show it all day long. Everybody's seen it.
Love you. Go back to seething. Bye.
Yeah, nobody's seething. You're such a psycho bitch. What the fuck are you even
But
talking
John, I
about?
wanted to say, I think the difference between black and white culture on this is that blacks are less angry at me, or less prone to be angry at me, because I think there's more of there's less of an experience of like my father was weak, but that my father was absent.
Right, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you're not as angry if your father's absent. I've run into really a lot of young black women who say like my father died young, or he was in jail, or there's just kind of more of a like absence problem than that he was weak. And I think kids who have a weak father become angry. Kids who have no father, they lack discipline, but like they're not really so much angry at men. And I actually don't think that in black culture, generally speaking, there's as much hostility towards masculinity, because black culture is oriented towards masculinity, right? Like, so like if you look at rap music, it might be a juvenile kind of masculinity, but it is a kind of masculine culture.
Yeah, I've long said that, I think that a lot of times you'll hear black men talk about their fathers, like my dad was a G.
Right.
Girl, like there
Even
is
crackhead. Right.
Yeah. But I think the men who just, it's kind of like that Bronx Tale, and I showed that here. Have you ever seen the movie Bronx Tale where the little boy came out with the money from Sonny or whoever it was, and
no.
Al Pacino, whoever it was, Al Pacino, he comes out and he slaps the little boy and he takes the money back to the man and tell him to take the money back or whatever it was. And I think children, young boys in particular, look up to the man who's strong, who's not weak. And
yeah,
this week they will find it somewhere else.
Yeah. It's kind of like if you say like ghetto culture, which I know is not synonymous with black culture, but ghetto culture, you have like the drug dealer, the basketball star, like those guys are seen as the stars of the neighborhood, against the backdrop of a kind of like matriarchal culture, but the boys rebel against that kind of mama stuff. You know what I mean? And so you have two distinct cultures. But then again, when the boys become criminals, the women protect them.
Yeah.
And nobody participates with the cops. So I mean, it's different in white culture. You don't find it's just a different setup. I don't know that it's worse or better in actual fact, but it is different. And I think that's cultural. But I think culture, this is what people won't say. Culture stems from deeper waters, which have to do with genetics, I think. And so there are some things that are unchangeable. You could transplant a black kid to Japan and he will kind of end up half Japanese and half black because the genetics will come through. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's a bad thing because I think the genetics are good. Like, I think America is superior to Norway because it's a superior culture that has, I like the mix we have, like 13% black, 60% white, and the rest a mix of Asians and Hispanics. I think it's a good mix.
What mix do you like?
What's that?
What mix wouldn't you like?
Well, I think like if the whole country was like DC, like Chocolate City, I think you find massive corruption. and like
Like
it's
what's
not
going on in New
it's
York
done.
right
It turns into like Haiti, you know.
now? Like what's going on in New York right now?
Yeah, I think the problem is if you look at DEI culture, what it actually like it's interesting you say like it doesn't affect programming because programmers have to program. And
Mm-hmm.
no one's gonna like tolerate people who can't program in programming.
The
But
shit ain't
I know where blacks can easily get jobs is in education.
Mm-hmm.
Because education is kind of a shit show. It's just a bullshit show. Like no one actually but you won't find them in like elite schools where they actually know how to do education. But like in public schools, it's very easy. You can fall into like administrative jobs in middle schools as blacks. Like you can be a principal easily, um, and jobs like that where it's kind of like nobody really cares because the whole system is kind of garbage. Yeah, middle management, HR, those kind of things. But like it doesn't affect things where it really matters. Competency really matters.
I agree with you. You know, Ben, this is a high school that is close to where I live. And you can see the people on the screen that work there. We did a critique one day.
Yep.
And I mean, it was just job after make work job. You know what I mean?
And what goes on in these schools is there's like a benevolent culture.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But it's like everyone's just biding their time. You know what I mean? It's just managing people and trying to have a good time, and not having any like major incidents. But there's no impetus on education. Like they might say we're doing Shakespeare. It's part of the curriculum, but no one's taking it seriously. No one is actually
No,
thinking you can
that's
read
not true.
Shakespeare and really like affect young people and have them like turned on to what Shakespeare's all about. Just doesn't happen. They don't care.
Okay, what I
Yeah,
will say.
I agree with you on that. I think that, you know, many of the young kids in the inner cities, after they get reading and writing down, the majority of them should be sent out to work. You know, not in the field or anything. Don't really take that wrong. But learn how to work somewhere. You know, if your parents don't own a
They could
business,
be plumbers. They could be plumbers, right?
well, you know, in my opinion, I
Don't
think
you
that
think, Ben, isn't plumbing like a very admirable goal?
I don't think plumbing is an admirable goal, but it's a skill.
Okay,
That's
but
relatively simple. Yeah.
if these
that
poor
we
people, if these poor people can learn plumbing, don't you think that's a good
feel that
skill?
we give you some autonomy. But it's my
Mhm.
opinion, based upon hiring plumbers over the last 20 years, that by and large, it's like a passed down trait or passed down skill.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a good skill because
But
if you're not willing to learn how to do that skill, then those people, even they're just dumb blats, right?
Well, no.
There's
See, I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say the word dumb, but what I said was
no,
plumbing.
I was talking about what Ben said.
Plumbing is like a passed down skill, in my opinion. You often talk to a plumber, you say, well, my uncle, my dad, my mother's
Mhm.
boyfriend, somebody.
Yeah.
Uh,
What if you had parents who were highly educated and you still wanted to do a skill like that, like plumbing, carpentry, something like that? Would that be acceptable?
you know, both of my parents are educated and they wanted me to go to college. My dad, he was a little bit more on the industrial side, and he wanted me to learn a trade and stuff like that. That wasn't my interest. But
Yeah.
had he been doing it, had he been a tradesman, I would have had an easier pathway into trades. I would have learned it, at least the
Mhm.
basics from him. Hey, this is a pipe cutter. This is a
Mhm.
inch pipe, a half-inch
Or
pipe.
machinery, something like that. But Ben, do you think that that's a
Well,
lower
see,
skill?
I would say in general, like like there are people who fall outside of the realm, but like when we were in New Hampshire recently at a hotel, there was in New Hampshire has almost no black people in it, but we went to a Dairy Queen where it was all black folks, and um, like I think because it's customer service and because relatively Dairy Queen's just a blueprint you just put down. Um, them like kind of having warm relationships with each other, that is like that's a good fit, I think. And like sometimes
Okay,
you'll be traveling
you're
in the
off.
middle of like in the middle of nowhere, there's like a rest stop or something, and you'll find like an ethnic group, and maybe they're related to each other, but they'll just sort of take over that plaza and work together as kind of like an enlarged family. And like I think that's a good deal because they as a group are
But
worth a
Ben,
lot to whoever owns that plaza, which is
Ben.
probably going to be a white guy or an Asian.
Okay, Ben, let me ask you a question. Okay. So I know you're highly educated. All right, you got your
Yes.
master's. All right. So if your children were to go into the trades, into some sort of trade like that, like plumbing or carpentry or
Yeah.
construct, or how would you feel about that?
Well, my son is pursuing what does he do, Grace? Electrical plumbing. But it's a wrong fit for him because he's incredibly artistic and sensitive. So it's not the right fit for him. You got to have a personality type that's just like they call him phlegmatic. Like certain type of people they just like doing a relatively simple job, working hard, and then coming home and watching TV and having a family. He's an artist by his nature, and so like I think he'd be much more successful leaning into that, even though that's more of a difficult
Uh,
field. But he's incredibly talented.
Wait, leaning into what? Leaning into the
Being an
artistic.
artist, yeah.
How's he gonna make money in
Well,
the
there are artists who
meantime?
make a lot of money, and if you do graphic art, graphic design, you can have it has a huge commercial aspect to it, advertising and all that stuff. But fine art is more competitive, but also there's tons of money in that if you can get to the top, the elite level of it. So
So, do you look down upon people who do trades, like trade schools type of
see, the
things?
problem with you is you don't listen. You
No,
don't
I'm just
listen.
asking you a question.
No, 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 no. You're always trying to like you're trying to work some angle by pretending to ask questions, but it's just underneath it is just hostility. And then you put words in my mouth which have nothing to do with what I say, and so you're not receptive. And the fact that you're not receptive means that like you're alienated from yourself because a woman should be receptive, not aggressive. You should open your
Okay.
ears and let me penetrate your ears instead of closing them off and trying to
No,
penetrate
I don't
me
know that I
with
want you
stupid
penetrating
questions
my
that make
ear.
no sense.
Okay, let me ask you again.
You
Do
just want to
you?
say, do you look down on blue collar people? Like that
Yeah.
makes no sense. No, I just said blue collar jobs are perfect for blue collar people who have a blue collar type of personality.
So you don't think that? So you think that based on your personality type, you have to choose your job based on that, even though there are financial
If you have the
responsibilities.
kind of mind that can handle like uh, law school and becoming a lawyer and like presenting things in that way, you should not become a plumber. No.
Okay, so okay, so you're trying to dictate based on your personality. You should do this, even if it's not financially responsible. Do this anyway. So get into student loan debt
No, I'm
and
not
do.
saying that. You don't think lawyers make a lot of money? You
I have
moron!
I have
You
two brothers
idiot!
that are lawyers. You
Yes, women
fucking
should do things
moron.
that are fitting for
I
women.
have two brothers
Men
that are
should do things that are
lawyers. So
fitting
don't talk to
that are
me.
fitting that men should
All
do things
right.
that are fitting for men. Blacks should generally do things that are fitting for blacks. Whites should do things
Wait a minute.
generally that are
Whoa,
fitting for
what's
whites.
fitting for
Asians should
blacks?
do things that
Whoa,
are
let's
fitting
go back.
for
Let's go back.
Asians.
Like
Obviously.
rewind. Wait
And
a
within
minute.
all those
Whoa.
there are certain outliers who should do what's
Wait a
fitting for
minute.
them.
Wait a minute. Shh.
Stupid idiot.
Listen. All right. Listen. You said there are
Well,
certain
what's
things
fitting
that
for
are
you is to
fitting
find a
for
bridge and jump
blacks.
off of it. So Google a local bridge that's tall enough that you can do what you need to do because you're just
What
some
are
moron on
fitting
the
for
internet.
blacks? What does that even mean? There are jobs that are fitting for blacks, is what you just said. What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? There are jobs that are fitting
What do
for
you
blacks.
mean when you say niggers should this and niggers should that? Like what do you
I
mean?
never said
Yeah,
that.
you
So
do. Yeah, you do.
how about you explain
You're a
what you
southern
just
girl and you
said?
think niggers this, niggers that. So what are niggers
I
what? What?
never
You
said
tell me
that.
what niggers means for you.
I never said that. I'm repeating back to you what you just said. What are jobs fitting for
Well,
blacks?
tell me about niggers. What do you use that word and you say the niggers this and the niggers that. What does that mean for you?
I have never said that.
That's a
So
lie. Now you're going to say, show me receipts. Okay, well, let's use the term blacks, which is not the term you prefer to use around whites. But anyways, but now that there's a black person here, we're going to clean it all up, right? I'm supposed to sweep up for you. No, you think blacks are worthless and should be killed, correct?
I have never said that. No, I disavow that entire statement you just said. It's so
Okay,
ridiculous.
so what use are black people?
They're people, so they're useful.
Okay, to do what?
Anything they want to do. You're
Okay,
the
so
one
if
that
you
made
look
that
up and
ridiculous
you got
statement.
high level heart surgery and you see a black guy, do you feel as good about that as when you see a white dude?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
You're lying. But on white people panels, you'll just go ahead and, say that
I'm
and a
just
whole
trying to
ton of
figure
other things.
out why you said that shit. That was so fucking crazy. Like you're talking to a black man who is
All
on
right, how about
panel,
this?
and you're like,
Would you
niggers aren't this,
would
niggers
you
aren't
marry a
that.
black man
It's
in
so
your town?
crazy.
Would you let's say you weren't married. Would you marry a black man?
If I was in love with him, yes, I would.
But why do you add the if? Why wouldn't you just say yes?
Okay. Yes. There you go.
Just as easy as a white man.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're just lying. Okay, so you're a liar.
Why do you think I'm
And
lying? That just shows your obvious racism. The fact that you're like, nope, you know
no,
what?
I'm
Your
just saying I've
answer
heard
is
you
not
talk when you're
accurate.
around white people, and it's a very different conversation than you have when there's a black man here.
I
I
don't
know
have
that's
any
true. You
problem
know
with there.
that's true.
I don't have
But
any
you're trying to
problem with there
trick
being a
John
black
into
man
you're trying to
here.
make
You
John feel like
do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
Right.
I have.
So you're just a liar, and I don't want the point of having a conversation with someone who's just a liar. Do you
Okay.
think there's a difference between blacks and whites?
Of course, there's a difference.
What's the
Yes,
difference? What's the difference?
that's genetic. Yeah.
What is that genetic difference manifest in?
What do you mean manifests? What do you mean?
Is there a difference in intelligence?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so what is the difference? Personality
That
type?
no, it's melanin is basically the difference.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're just lying.
How am I lying?
Do you think blacks are better at sports?
Yeah, that's called genetics. Yeah,
Okay,
I
but that's
already
not
explained
melanin.
this.
They're not better at sports because they have darker skin. There's no sport of having dark skin, moron.
Yeah, no, it's genetics. I told you,
Okay, so that has
genetics.
to do with like muscle tissue
Yes,
and testosterone.
sure. Yep.
Okay, so it's not just melanin, moron.
No, you asked me one question. Now you're going to a different point. It's genetics versus
So
what you
do you think
find.
blacks have higher testosterone?
Yes.
Wouldn't that make
Genetics.
them have a higher, like that they're more coordinated at a young age, that they're more active physically? Yes,
Sure. Yeah.
that they're more social, more gregarious.
Yeah. What's your point? What's your point, though?
Well, my
What?
point is, you think there's a difference, and I'm saying
I
that
never said.
people.
Go ahead. I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me.
Sorry. Go
Excuse
ahead.
me. You never said there's a difference.
No, no.
I
I
you're
think you're
such a
jumping from
moron.
point to
This is
point.
why your vocation in life is to find a bridge and jump off of it. Because I
Yes.
said to you, is there a difference between blacks and whites? And your response was, yes, there is.
There is genetically, yes. But as far as how I treat people, no.
Okay, but that isn't even a response to the question. Is there a difference between black and whites? The response makes no sense to say, I treat them the same. That's
Yes.
stupid. That's stupid.
Treatment and
And of course,
understanding
you
of
don't
genetics are two
treat
different things.
people the same if they're different, moron.
Okay, so
Would you
how
give a
how should
black
I treat
woman,
them?
wait, would you give a black woman the same cover-up cream that you use on your face?
Cover up cream? What is that?
Concealer?
I have no idea what you're even talking
Yo,
about. What?
answer her question.
Foundation?
She asked you a question. Answer her question. Why are you running from the question?
What question?
Southern girl, repeat your first question. The question that you asked him that he ran from.
It's been so long ago, I swear.
Stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid because you obfuscate everything. What
She
was
asked
it?
me what I'll answer because she's too stupid to
Yeah,
answer. The
go
question you
ahead.
asked me is, what do I mean that blacks should lean into their strengths and lean away from their weaknesses?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I already answered that question.
You're
Black
just
people
so
should do
fucking
what they're good
racist.
at.
You're
I think
so
they're great
fucking
at
racist.
customer service,
That's insane.
social interactions. Generally speaking, there's outliers, uh, and things like the entertainment industry, athletics, and all those kind of things that we all know are cultural, acting, all those kind of things.
In 2023, 70% of NBA players were African American. 17% were white, 2.2% Hispanic.
Like, I get
Damn
that
near
you can have
Here comes the
strengths, but to
coolness.
treat people
that's damn near
differently
no
is
job,
so
right?
insane to me. It's so insane that you're like, let's treat people differently. When it's like, yeah, we get it. We have
So fed
genetic
up,
differences.
We
That's
sick,
fine.
boss.
fed up,
I can help
fed
you.
up,
We
fed
sick.
up, fed up, fed up. In the game of basketball, which is a
Hmm.
limited game, it doesn't mean all sports. In the game of basketball,
And
do
football.
blacks have a genetic superiority?
Yes, I will
All things
admit
being
genetic
equal.
differences. Yes.
Okay.
But the way
So,
you treat people is different. You don't treat people differently based on their genetic uh advantages or disadvantages. I don't understand why you're like, well, yeah,
that's
let's.
stupid to say. Then if you're going to say, I'm going to pick players to play basketball and my life depends on winning, you're going to pick the black players. You're going to
I'm gonna pick
you're
the
going to pick
best
black
players
people
is what I'm
over
gonna do.
whites because that's you're going to say all things
No,
being equal, that's going to be superior.
no,
Yes.
because guess what? There are some whites that might be better
That doesn't
at that
matter
sport.
in the
I'm
scenario
gonna
I
pick the best team. Why is that so hard to understand? I'm gonna pick the best no matter what their color is. I'm gonna pick the best. No matter what their color is, I'm gonna pick the best. I'm not looking
but
at
that's
them
not the
Sorry
scenario
based
I
to
on
gave
break
you.
it to
color.
you
Stupid to
guys,
answer
or the
the
racist
Hold on, what
animals.
you got, Lee? Yeah, what you
Black
want to say,
people
Lee?
don't. Black people are not born knowing how to play basketball well or football well. Sorry to burst
No,
the
that's true.
coons and the racist bubble.
But you want to go to where it's super specialized? How about sprinting? Sprinters in the Olympics.
Oh yeah, but
So if
that's
you're
unless
That's
talking
like
they're
the
about
like
like
most
white
Africans
people.
in
raw,
Kill it.
Kenya and things
specialized,
like that, like
raw,
the Kenyan nationals
specialized
that
thing.
run in marathons, things like that, they still have to practice for those things. Once again, they're not just born out the womb like that.
Let me respond right here. Hey, Lee, why do you think the East Africans dominate year in, year out the marathon?
I would say it has nothing to do with them being black. I would say it has more to do with the fact that where they live in a high altitude. So they're used to that type of used to the thin air and breathing that air. So it
But
aids
Lee, but
them.
Lee, but Lee, but
You
Lee,
ask me a question, you cut me off.
but
Go
Lee,
ahead. It's
you
your show.
already answered it. You already gave your stupid
Yeah,
answer. That
you
makes
said
no
the air.
sense.
Okay. No, you said the air. Okay, fair enough.
You
Okay,
sleep
but
with your
Lee,
sandals
do you
on. It
know
gets no dumber than that.
do you know the phenotypic difference between East Africans and West Africans generally? In other words, their body type, how they look different.
Why did the cops pull you out the septic tank?
Do you know? Do you know the difference? East
Why did the
Africans.
police pull you out the septic tank? That's what I want to know. Tell me that. You're
Oh, you
smart,
can't
right?
answer a
You're
basic
intelligent.
question.
Tell me that.
East Africans are lankier than West Africans. West Africans are stouter and more muscular than East Africans, who tend to be lanky.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Now tell me why the
Do
police
you
pulled
think
you out the
that's true?
septic tank.
Do you think that's true? She's laughing like that makes any sense. That's a stupid. Like, I don't even know. Is that a joke?
I
No.
saw it. I saw them
Black
pull you out the
people
septic
usually
tank
have a
when your
good sense
daughter
of
was
humor.
lying. Your daughter was
You're an
lying.
idiot.
Your
You're an
daughter was
idiot.
lying to you when the cops pulled you out. What happened? Why was you charged? And why did they pull you out?
Do you
Why did
even
she
know what a
just?
septic tank
Why
is?
didn't your
Listen.
why didn't
Hey,
your daughter
listen,
just say,
listen,
"Hey,
listen,
he's in the
listen.
bathroom"?
Hilarious guy. Do you know what a septic tank is? A septic tank is
Why
a tank
did your
that's
daughter
buried.
pull you out the shithole? Why?
A septic
Why did the
tank is something
police
that's
pull you
buried
out?
in someone's
Why did the
yard
police?
that
Okay,
acts as
the
a
version of that
filter
for your
of
van. The
waste,
version for
right?
that
So,
in
like,
your van. The version
maybe
of that
you
for your
need like
van.
a little
Don't
more
move the
white. You may need
goalposts.
a little
What
more
happened to you? Let's
intelligence
talk
to make
about
some
that.
sense. I'm asking you a question. Do you recognize that East Africans are genetically lankier than West Africans?
There's nothing you could tell me about Africa that I don't know. All right. So now I want you to tell me
Do you know
why the
that to
police
be
pulled you
true?
out the van. Why the
Do you
police
know
pulled
that
you
to
out the
be
van?
true? Do you know that to be true? Do you know that to be true? That East Africans are generally lankier and less. They're thinner than West Africans, who tend to be stouter, and they're better sprinters. You think that's
Okay,
just
What I
what's your
know to be
point?
true,
environmental?
is that the police is
What
not
is
going to arrest you from your daughter if something is not wrong. So I want to know specifically what was wrong. You're intelligent. You know everything. So tell us. We want to know.
You think that the police are infallible. Okay, as a black man, you think that's true. Okay, so you don't know anything about Africa or America or
So you're not
anywhere
going to
else,
answer the
especially
question
as a
then.
black
Now
man.
you're a champion of
You're
black
a
people. You're a
retard.
champion
You're
of
a
black people
retard.
now. Why did
Yeah,
the
I am.
police arrest you? Why?
Yeah,
For
I
what
am
reason?
against morons like you. Yes, I am. The
every
police
I'm a
often
moron, but you
act.
got arrested for being around your daughter. That
Yeah, I
seems
get
everybody's a
pretty
arrested.
moronic.
moron?
Yeah, that's why
Everybody's a
I'm
moron.
black and you're white. You're a little bitch who thinks the police are actually like right 100% of the time. You're whiter. You're the whitest white person ever.
Okay, when they arrest Ben Thorpe, they got it wrong, right? They got it wrong. That's why you was hiding because
Yeah,
they
and they
got it
got a
wrong.
lot wrong. Do you know how
You
many
was hiding
black
because they
men?
got it wrong. You was hiding because they got it wrong. Yeah,
Well, you know,
right.
that is interesting, Lee. It seems to me that you are a black man, if I'm not mistaken. You kind of are siding with the police against a white man. You know, are you typically pro police
Are
or
you
just pro?
familiar with Malcolm X? John, you familiar with Malcolm X?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Malcolm
But
X said, I'm going to answer your question. Malcolm X said, I am for truth, no matter who says it. He also said, I am for justice, no matter who is for or who is against. So we're
Right,
not
but
going to
did he
play this
say the
game with
police
the
are
police.
always
Now, all of
right?
a sudden, the
They're right.
police is bad. When they come to arrest Ben Thorpe, now the police is bad. They
no,
Let's
wasn't bad
do
before,
the
but they
wait
bad
wait wait
now.
wait.
Shut
Stop.
Let's
up,
do the
Ben.
logic.
Let
Let's
him
do
Why
the
talk.
did they
logic.
arrest you? Why did
Let's
they
do the
arrest you?
logic.
That's what I want to
Let's do
know.
the logic of
You were
your.
hiding. Your
No,
daughter's a
no.
dirty, filthy Sally.
Let's
She's a
just hold
Sally. She's
on a
a
second.
back
We can
alley
ask that
Sally
question in a
who
second.
lied.
Hold on a
Why
second.
did they
Hold on a
arrest you?
second. Let's follow your logic
Why did
for a
they
second.
arrest you? Why did they arrest you? Because if it was a
I'll answer
black
that. Just
person,
give
you
me.
would be singing a
Just
different tune,
let
right?
me
If it
follow
was a
the
black
logic.
person, you saying they
Let me
right, right?
follow the
So they
logic.
arrest you hiding
So
in
the police.
the moving van version of a septic tank.
Quiet,
Your
quiet,
daughter
quiet.
lied,
House now.
right? So
Okay, be
tell me what
quiet for a
happened.
minute. For a
What
minute.
happened?
For a minute. I
What
will.
are you charged
Just a
with?
minute. Just
What
hold
happened?
on for a minute.
Can you
For a
be?
minute.
Are you allowed
Hold
to be around
on.
your daughter now, or would you
Ready?
be
Let me
arrested?
round up.
Is that the
Let's just
reason why
follow the
you moved
logic.
from state to state so you won't get
Let's just
arrested?
follow the logic. I will answer all
Tell
your
us.
questions. Okay,
Tell
I'll
us.
answer all your questions. I just want to make one.
Lee, let him
I
answer the
just want to
question.
make one point. Then I'll answer all of your questions. According to your logic, the police only arrest people that they should arrest. That means that,
When did I say that, you
according
fool?
to your
You
logic,
fool. When did I
well,
say
it's
that?
implied, right?
You don't
I
have
didn't say it
comprehension skills, you
specifically.
fool. Stop
So
sexing
that
your
means
daughter.
that
It's affecting your mind.
the massive amount of young black men who have been incarcerated
Oh God
are
Almighty! This has
therefore
nothing to do with what he asked
are
you.
therefore
Stop
it's an extension
porking
of his
your
logic,
daughter. It's
are
messing with your mind.
therefore justly incarcerated. So you must think that young black men are
You're
inferior.
gonna end up with a
So
retard
there
for
you go.
grandson or a
Yeah,
granddaughter.
that's
Stop
pretty
Now I'll
porking your
answer your stupid
stop porking
questions.
your
Go
daughter.
ahead. Go ahead. Ask your stupid questions. Go ahead. But I don't believe that's true.
No,
I
you
don't
said
believe
you were
that
going to answer
the
his questions.
incarceration rates
Answer
in
them.
America racially
We're
reflect
waiting.
any inherent
We're waiting, bud.
inferiority. No.
We're waiting.
We're waiting for you to answer questions, and you just go on and on and
You
on
want to
about
know? You want to
shit that
After
know
you
has
why?
answer that question,
nothing
I
to
You
have
want to
do.
know why the? You want to know why the popo came into my RV
The
and
popo. You're not.
and
You're not.
smashed
Oh
my
my God, the
and?
popo.
Can I
Why do
answer?
you use
yes,
like
was hiding
slang
from
like
them. You were
that?
yes, when you was
So
hiding from you're
retarded.
innocent. You were hiding. Yes, yes. Tell me when.
I
Tell me what
wasn't
happened.
hiding from anyone. I was in
Yes,
my
you were.
RV.
Yes,
You's
you
a
were.
motherfucking lie.
You were sitting in the
How am I
shitter,
Saw it.
hiding from
Saw
hiding
it.
when your
It's on the
daughter
internet.
lied. Your daughter lied and was like, "He's not here. He's not here." You were in the fucking RV right there.
She
You
never said that.
violated the NCO. Just admit it. Admit
No,
it.
but if I had violated the NCO,
You
why?
did. You did. You were in the shitter.
Okay, all right.
You
So
were
I
in the
can't fucking
shitter.
respond. You know what? I'm going to violate your fucking head by cutting it off and throwing it in the
No,
garbage where
you
it
were. inmate
Triggered.
Yeah. I'm gonna fucking do this. You're not gonna do shit.
This guy is the
You're
whitest
gonna
guy I've ever seen. That's
you're
what
gonna
white
sit in
people
an
do on the
RV
internet.
on your fucking
That's what
ass and
white
go,
people do on the internet.
oh, I have a back injury
You got
because I
triggered
don't get
because you
up and
have
move.
emotions.
That's what you're gonna do.
This
You're
is
gonna
such a
fucking
white boy
sit on
approach.
your ass and do jack shit. That's the thing. And that's what you did when the police
Shut the
came.
fuck up. Shut the
Hey,
fuck up. How about that? Shut your fucking stupid mouth. If you want to ask a
what
question, I'm not gonna stay here if you're just gonna talk. You two
no. Okay.
N-words are just
That's
gonna
fine.
talk over me.
All right, repeat your question.
You have a fucking question.
Your mother's an N-word lover.
Your audio doesn't work, bro. It didn't work again. You
Yeah, it's cutting out a little bit.
I'll say it again. Your
That was
mother is an N-word lover. You
also
know the N-word because your mother loves
hit.
N-words.
It
That's why
didn't
your
hurt. It
daughter
hit. Maybe
is
you got to
Sally now.
talk to a Chinese
All
guy to
right?
get your microphone straightened out. But
N-word
like,
pop. Her Sally clocked.
hey, yo, you can't insult someone if your mic doesn't work, bro.
Just admit though, I will
Yeah,
say
you
this.
hear me. You can hear me loud and clear.
No, I
There you go.
can't. No one can.
Now
Now it's
it's good.
working, but you got a little too excited, and I don't know what happened.
It's good now.
If you have a question or something to say, that's fine. If you want to talk about my mama, I'll talk about your mama. But that's kind of
I'm
retarded.
still
That's
waiting
why
for you to
black
tell me
people
why
sometimes,
you was
a lot of
arrested,
times,
why
people
you
get
were
tired of
hiding.
being around black people
I'm
because that's how
still
they are.
waiting for you to tell me that you was hiding. It's you know, it's on the internet, right? You know, we can go see it. I saw it. Why would you hide your daughter? You traumatized your daughter again. She was crying, Daddy. She was crying because you was arrested. They pulled you from the van. What happened? Why did they arrest
Yeah.
you?
So who traumatized her? Who traumatized her?
You
That
did.
makes no sense. They did.
No, you did. Because
They
you
did.
can't
He
live
doesn't know cause
independently.
effect. He doesn't.
You
He
know,
doesn't
you're
do
the type of
that.
people who go like, those people in Gaza traumatize their kids by having them
No,
like.
listen,
No,
stop
it's
trying
the
to make a
IDF that's
metaphor.
murdering
Stop
those
it.
kids.
Ben, why can't you live independently? That way Grace doesn't have to worry about
I
any
can
of
live.
the legal shit.
Why
Why
don't you
I can
two
can't
live.
get
you
a
live
job?
I
Stop living
independently?
what's
I can live
taxpayers'
independently.
dollars.
Do it then, motherfucker. Do
But why
it.
should I? I can just
Because
because
you
you can't.
can. Because you should. Because that's what real men do. They live independently.
Really,
Real
real men
men.
live
You're not
independent.
a real man. You're a fucking baby. You're sitting in an RV laying on
Why
your
don't you
back.
tell? Why don't you?
You're a
Why
disgrace
don't
to
you?
the white race, man.
Why
You're a
don't you?
disgrace
Why
to
don't
the
you
white
wake your
race.
husband up from his sleep right
He's
now
at
and
work,
tell?
you dumbass. He's
All
at
right, then
work.
tell him
That's
not to come
why.
home. Then tell him not to come home because real men live independently.
No, when he comes home, we cook together and we eat together and we have a
So you're
life together.
codependent, and he's not a real man.
No, we work. I know you don't understand that concept, but what we do is we both
He doesn't
work.
Yeah,
understand
you're
anything
brokies.
normal.
You're brokies. I
He's
agree.
a homeless guy living in a van, fucking his daughter. He doesn't understand
Jesus Christ,
anything normal.
you are unfucking fixable, dude. I'm trying to fix you and you're just unfixable.
Did I
You
ask for
really
your help?
are.
Did
You
I
just
ask?
want to lay on your back with a fucking blanket or whatever you have across you. You look like a fucking senior citizen. Look at you.
Do you
Senior
think it makes
citizen.
sense to try to help someone who's not asking for your help?
Look at him. Just look at this
Hello,
specimen of
hello.
a
You
quote
asked me
unquote
a question.
man. Look at him.
Now I'm
Just
asking. I'm, as this guy would say, asking you a question.
give us
And
the 360.
I'm
Give us
asking
the
you,
whole
how can you
I
help
tell you what, do a
someone who's not
180. Give
asking
us
for
the
your help?
180. Give us half the body. Just show us.
No,
Let's
I
see.
know. I already shown you dick pics.
Oh
You go look at
no.
them and rub one off. Okay, like
You're
that's.
wrapped up like a little fucking baby that you are. Look at you. Just like, Grace, roll me cigarettes. Grace, give me this. Grace, give me that. You're not a fucking man, dude. You're not a fucking man.
Okay, but what are you? If I'm not a fucking man, then why do you follow me around the internet
Because
begging
you're
to see my dick?
hilarious.
I don't
Because you're
get it.
hilarious. That's why.
Okay, so you're attracted to me.
No, it's not attractiveness. No,
Okay,
you're
but you
just,
are
you're
literally
funny.
attracted to me wherever I go. You follow.
You're
You
funny.
attention.
You're
That's called
funny to
attraction.
laugh at. That is true. You are pretty
Okay,
funny.
so you're attracted to me.
Sure. Yes. Very attracted.
So you're very attracted to me, and
Yes.
and
Especially in that blanket. I'm very attracted to you.
yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So you're very attracted to me, and I'm
Mhm.
supposed to also feel like I need your help, though I'm not asking for it. You're attracted to me. Have I ever followed you around the internet?
No, you have
No.
not.
Okay,
That's
so I'm
true.
not attracted to you, and you're attracted
Yeah.
to me, and you
Yes.
have some moral things you want to tell me. Like, why would I care? You're just a bitch who wants to like come around sniffing daddy's balls, and like
Mhm.
you're angry because
I'm
Grace
not angry.
has access to me that you
No,
don't have. So
I'm not angry.
what the fuck? What the fuck do you have to tell me about anything?
I'm not angry. I'm just having a conversation. I'm not
Yeah,
angry.
I know you're not angry. You're enthusiastic. Your
You
pussy's getting
just told
wet
me I was
because you're
angry.
getting daddy's attention. But you
Okay.
don't like it that my daughter is actually someone that I would put myself in jail to help. And I wouldn't give a fuck if you jumped off a bridge because you're annoying. And that's the difference. And that's what explains all of our dynamics here together.
Okay. Together with what, Grace? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that explains why you're
I
an
don't have
idiot.
any dynamic with Grace
You're
except for
stupid. You're a
when
liar.
she inserts
No.
herself
So,
into
okay.
the
So you're
situation.
very attracted to me. Okay.
Sure.
So
Yes.
what am I supposed to do about that? I haven't really responded. I've tried to like flirt with you and
What?
I've
What?
shown you dick pics and I even took a
Mhm.
shit while talking to you once. Okay, so
Did
you
you really? I
you
didn't
fucked it
know
up.
that.
I don't know what to tell you. You fucked it up. You didn't
I
run game
didn't
like
have
you should
any
have ran.
idea. But
And
I know that Grace.
attacking my daughter doesn't get my dick hard.
I haven't attacked your
Or
daughter. Your daughter made up shit about me and showed somebody else's.
it
Uh,
gets boring. It gets boring. Like all you do
yeah.
is you sit there and say like, "Can you give me attention?" And I don't know what to tell you. It's boring.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, if I could roll you cigarettes and buy you food and feed it to you, I'm sure I would be more, interesting and attentive.
Yes. Yeah,
But
and
I'm
suck my
not good
dick
at that. I'm
and suck
sorry.
my dick too. Yeah. And you had an
Yeah.
opportunity to do all those things. And you were
Wait a
too.
minute. Wait a minute. Suck your dick. What?
Yes.
Uh, okay. So I roll your cigarettes, I feed you food, and I suck your dick.
Yeah.
Is
That
that
would be
what you're used
preferable
to?
to this.
Is that what you're used to happening? Or
Well, I get it. Oh my God. You're
yeah.
so boring. And also don't say stupid shit like that. Yes.
Okay. I'm
Be
sorry.
respectful of my daughter. Yeah. And my relationship
I
with her.
wasn't talking about your
That would be your
daughter.
best option.
You're the one talking about your daughter. You're the one.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
am I
about your
used to
daughter.
having
You're the one.
am I used to having a woman do those things for me? Yes. Right. That's called
Okay. So what woman is sucking your dick? How are you used to that?
your
If
mom. Your mom.
okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, I get it. Like, you're so stupid. Like, don't you understand if you want to flirt with me, like going like, wait a second, I understand what you're saying right here. I'm
I'm not
not saying that. And only a moron would think like this is, oh my gosh, I'm gonna really like get him on this one. You can suck my dick and you had an opportunity to. I was there and you were like intimidated, right? You couldn't handle it. And
yes. I
so
was very
you
scared. Yes.
drove away. That's not my
Yeah,
fault. And if
because I'm
and
worried
and
about
now like I don't really have time for that shit because you suck. I don't know what to say.
so you're not willing to like let's try again. Because I would try it
No,
because I didn't want
no.
you and Grace and it being content and all that shit. Like you guys always want everything to be content. So that's why I got scared. So sorry.
Yeah, like you want to get married. Like I don't even understand. You're married, right?
Mm, not necessarily. No.
Not necessarily. What does that mean? Are you married or aren't you married? Like this is the part I don't understand. If you're married, like
No, I'm
you
not.
really
Okay,
should.
no I'm not. No, I'm not.
So is your
Okay.
husband at work?
If you want to call him my husband, yes. He's at work. Yes.
So then you have a husband.
Well, that's what you call when it's common law. That's
So
what you
you
call
want to
it.
give me suggestions. Here's a suggestion for you. If you have a husband,
Hmm.
don't run around looking for sexual attention from a man on
I
the internet.
wasn't wanting sexual attention. I wasn't wanting sexual attention, but it seemed like that's what you wanted.
Well, I mean, anyone can see that you want sexual attention.
No, no.
What do you want?
It's called interaction. It's just interaction. That's all it is.
You're very attracted to me, and you follow me around the internet to do what you're doing now. You want my attention, and it's because you have a sexual obsession.
No, it's not.
What else accounts for this? I don't find you
Why
interesting.
is
I
it
don't
always
find
about
you entertaining.
sex with you? That's the thing. That's why.
Uh,
Why is it always about sex?
it's not. Do you
That's
think
what
I
you
want to have sex with
always.
John Galt? Think I
No.
want to have sex with John Galt? No, because he has interesting things to say, and I'd like to hear his opinion on things. With you, it's
Okay.
just
So
like,
would I.
I don't know, bitch. I don't know what to tell you. You had an opportunity
You're
to
okay.
close, and you didn't, and I no longer have any interest in you.
Okay. Well, but we can't mentally interact now.
No, just like I don't find you sexually attractive. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry.
So you have to
Go
find
bark up
people
another
sexually
tree. Maybe try it
attractive.
with John. I
No.
don't
Wait a minute.
find you interesting.
To
You suck.
wait. In order to mentally or intellectually interact with someone, you have to find them sexually attractive. That's what you're saying.
No. We
Okay.
went
Well, then
over
there you
this. You're a
go. There you
moron.
go. Then you
I
can
don't
interact
find
with
you
them.
interesting on any other level. You're a dumb woman who seems only to want to flirt and be sexy, and
I'm
I don't
not
find you very
flirting.
interesting on
I'm
that
not
level.
flirting or trying to be. I'm not.
That's all you ever do. It's like
No.
he. Look at your PFP. This is like, I'm seductive. Look at my eyes. It's like, well, I don't know.
No, it's just a
Opportunity,
picture.
and
You know what I look like, so I don't know why that would be threatening to you. It seems like you're threatened by that PFB.
whatever.
I mean, I can change it if that threatens you. I feel like it's getting you
You
a little
are boring,
excited
bitch.
right now.
You are boring, bitch. I would like for you to go away and never come back. Is that clear?
And that's why I'm never going away.
Do I ever ask it to put you up or say like, boy, I'd like to talk with her? No.
Yep.
Like, can't you take a hint?
Yeah, I do have some interest in him. Yes, I am obsessed
What do you
with
call someone who can't take a hint?
him. Someone who's been sent too many dick pics, I would say. How about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Okay. So my dick pics make you even more attracted to me, and that you're locked in.
No.
What's that called when someone says like I'm like sexually and emotionally locked in on someone? It's called obsession. And like I understand that a lot of guys could say like it's great to have a bitch who's obsessed with
All
me,
right, Ben,
but like
let me ask you
I've been
something.
through this. I can't talk about it legally, but like
All right, listen.
it ain't it's not that fun, and like I'd prefer it if you could take a hint and get lost.
Listen, Ben, do you
And
understand
if
there are
you can't
different
find a way to like overcome this obsession, again, I would advise you to check on Google, find a bridge tall enough that you can like end the obsession that way. Because I
You
just
keep
don't
telling
get it.
me to kill myself is what you're basically saying,
I'm
right?
just saying if there's nothing else you could do with life, then like I would prefer it if you weren't around to do it. I
I
would.
don't think
Like,
so. I don't think you would want me to
that's what
not be
happens with
around.
obsession. You want the person dead. Yes.
Because
I'm
as
not gonna do
Grace
it.
said earlier in her Discord, was like, somebody click the link so we have some content. I don't think that would do you any good.
What would it take for me to prove that I'm uninterested in talking with you?
Probably stop talking to me.
Okay, I'll do that.
Good luck. I think you're fucking obsessed. You just can't. You can't stop. You have to keep talking. You talk and 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 talk. Oh wait, Grace, do this for me. Do that for me. Roll me cigarettes. Do this. Do that. I'm rolled up in a banky. What do you call it? Blankie? Whenever little kids have their little banky, that's what he looks like. Look at him. Unbelievable. Grown ass man. Grown ass man. Like that. It's unbelievable. John, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. You just let the shit show go on. you just let the shit show go on. That is awesome. I appreciate you.
You guys were keeping it going, so I didn't feel the need to interrupt you.
I know. It's awesome. He's
So
like, the blacks, this and the blacks that. It just, Yeah. So you're awesome for letting
I
it
mean,
go on.
Ben, he's a little provocative, but there is some truth in what he's saying there. You just have to be able to take it, without being, emotional about it.
I mean, there is some truth, but he just says it in the most like racist way. Like, God damn, I'm from the South, right? Where racism originated. You know what I'm saying? But the shit he says, I'm like, I'm not even saying things like that. My friends don't even say things like that. Like, this is crazy. The shit he says.
That's,
Like, well,
that's part of the
yeah.
appeal is, that Ben does push the envelope where most people don't go now, and that's kind of the lure, because people can't find that in mainstream news or media, so they
I
find
know, but it's just like I don't know. The whole saying of like, yes, some, not all. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
he just embraces like all this, all that. It's ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. I don't
I
know.
think people understand, when you're speaking, conversationally as opposed to like a classroom where you don't say, where you have to be more specific in what you mean when you're speaking. But when you're speaking here, most people I think can read between the lines there.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think, like I said, being in the South and then him being in the Northeast, for him to talk about what race relations are like is very rich because down here we're very much diverse. Let's put it that way, right? We're very much blacks and whites and Hispanics, and all of us are mixed. Up there in the Northeast, it's not like that. And so for him to speak as if he's like the arbiter of truth for how race relations are is just very fucking rich. So it just drives me
John,
nuts. I'm like,
John,
what
can
the
you
fuck are
admit that
you
this woman?
talking about? You don't
John,
know
can you
what you're
admit that
talking
this
about.
woman is boring? I mean, she's just boring.
Wearing a
What part of
blankie
the
right
South?
These
now.
intellectual points are like so boring. It's unreal.
What part of
I'm
the
wearing
South
a
are you from, by the way?
huh?
What part of the South are you from?
Georgia.
Oh, okay. I'm from Alabama originally,
Oh, really?
in Northeast Alabama.
Northeast Alabama. Okay, so like, yeah, if you picture like middle Georgia, like
Yeah,
Atlanta area, yeah.
yeah. I'm not far from Atlanta. 90 miles.
Yep.
Ask
There's some
ask her some
boys over
questions
there.
about specific things in Georgia. She won't know them because she's from North Carolina. Go ahead. You
Ben,
find that interesting, but like she doesn't know anything about
No.
Georgia.
Ben,
No.
some porridge over there.
Ben's Ben's eating some rice pudding out of a bowl,
And rice.
sitting on his back in a fucking van. Oh my god. Yeah, don't buy a house, people. Live in an RV and sit on your back and eat rice
I
pudding
looked
out
at,
of a fucking bowl.
Ben, I looked at that when you mentioned that about an RV and the lack of the government's ability to tax you. I said, damn, that's kind of interesting. I need to look into that.
It is
Yeah.
interesting, but here's the thing: sorry, my dog's bothering me. If you want to have kids, like, okay, well, let's live in an RV and have kids and get them to school. And I get it, like you could do that, and I think that would be admirable. But to do like homeschooling out of an RV and do all of that, I don't see most people doing that. So
It's not for everyone,
it could be if you're like, in your senior years and you want
yeah,
to
yeah.
live in an RV. I get that. That's actually a good plan.
You
But
avoid property taxes. You can take
yes,
those things out really, really nicely, and
yeah,
it
I
can go
think
a
it's a
long.
good.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I think it can go a long way. One of the things that really captures people are the property taxes where they live, and
Yeah,
you know,
it is fucking bullshit. Property taxes, because again, like if we were to build a shed on our property, then Google Maps is going to show that we have that shed. So they're
yeah,
going to tax us more because now we have a pole barn is what we'll call it
yeah.
on our property. and they're going to charge us more just because we built that. So I get the whole RV thing, but if you're young and you want to have kids and you want to do all that shit, you got to have a house, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like,
And I agree with you on that. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think you can. I just don't think you can do that shit. But if you're a 54-year-old man with a daughter who's going to help you stream, and you want to avoid taxes, then yeah, sure. I guess it'll work.
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Indeed.
And that's what
John.
they're doing.
What's up?
Oh God,
What?
John, you ever had a woman obsessed with you?
Pester me?
Obsessed.
Obsessed me? Yeah, I'm sure I have. What about it?
Well, you would have remembered it.
Yeah, I'm sure I would have remembered it.
She couldn't take no for an answer. Couldn't take a hit. I mean, couldn't take a hint.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you had that experience?
I'm sure, man. But my memories.
You would remember.
Man, not with my memory, Ben, but I'm sure. Yeah, in my days.
But do you understand that like, I'm sure that happens a lot with black women because of that like lack of father. When they do land a man, then I think it can become like super exciting to them in a way that like really is unfair to the relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can see what you're saying. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because the normal thing is you have a warm relationship with your father. You learn how to interact with masculine energy, and then he hands you off to your husband, who doesn't have to do the daddy thing anymore, right? But like I think a lot of the problem with like a lot of young people in general is the girl wants them to be a dad and a husband at the same time. And that's what you ever heard this phrase, like, I can fix her, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
It's a big mistake, right? Because you have to be equals. You have to be equals. And I think actually, I was telling you this theory. Young men are looking for a mother figure. Young women are looking for a father figure.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put them together, they can't relate to each other because they both are looking for something else that the other can't provide. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
And I don't know what the solution is. Grace just met up with a guy named Lalo.
Yeah, I think I saw this thing, yeah.
And we had a hashing out of it like yesterday. And another guy who had already had also like tried to like, run game, let's say, with Grace when I was around. He was saying that if a guy invests a certain amount in spending time streaming with us, he deserves a kind of sexual payment.
Really?
Whether or not Grace feels anything in that way, like he like he's clocked in, you know what I'm saying? And so he just gets a paycheck, which I would agree. I don't know if you agree. I would agree if you're dating, that's true.
Yeah.
But if you're in a situation that's ambivalent, like streaming, especially since Grace told all these guys, we're just, our relationship is a streaming relationship. It's not really beyond that. And when they asked, like, one guy said, like, I'm in love with you, Grace, and she was like, I'm not really feeling it. But like, you don't also accrue a kind of sexual payment from just being with a female that you're attracted to. Do you agree with that? Is that common sense?
Yeah. I think it's common sense.
But these young guys, see, but what I was trying to say, Grace didn't understand what I was trying to say. I was trying to say, like, this idea of a guy feeling like you owe me is a kind of like son-mother dynamic, because a mother does owe you certain things before you're an adult, right? You'd agree that, like, one side, like, your mother owes you her breast when you're an infant, and you don't owe her anything. But like, if you have this mentality, like, females owe me, I think that you haven't really matured beyond that kind of mother.
Sorry, go ahead.
And black women, black women who hit me up, a lot of young black women hit me up when I was doing Tinder, but they always wanted to make sure that, like, they were like, I'm in this for the money. You need to provide me resources. That's very common on Tinder.
Yeah.
And I also think that's a kind of daughter-father thing that they're setting up.
that they're looking for. Yeah.
And they do it as a kind of flex to say, like, look, I'm not really interested in the white man. But it is a kind of like, if they say, like, well, you're white, so therefore you have money, it is a kind of like, I don't know, implicit sort of white superiority
Well, yeah.
idea.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
do you
they
think
will
that?
admit that when they come on, that like they will admit that's what they're looking for, and that's why they. But that is a kind of like father-daughter relationship. I don't know. Maybe there are white guys who do this with black girls, like, and it's like, but I don't know why you would do that as a man. Like, why should I buy you something and tell you you're a queen when
So
it's full relation? Why don't
if
you
you and
buy me rings?
if you and Maggie were to be like together, would you not just want to buy her stuff? Like, wouldn't that be natural? And she's your daughter, so wouldn't you want that? Like,
You're not listening. Yes,
okay,
that father-daughter relationship.
yeah. So what would you? How would that?
Like, and for example, the problem here is you have the same relationship with me. You think I owe you attention, and I don't.
No,
I want to give
I
you.
don't. I'm just
I don't
legitimately
like.
asking because
I don't like you.
she's your daughter.
Go away.
Okay, never mind. All right, fine. Just cut the conversation. That's fine. But yeah, as far as yes, there's a daddy-daughter relationship. That's natural. I was just trying to figure out because Grace is no longer like your daughter. She's an adult now, so um, she shouldn't be seen as your daughter anymore. As far as
You must be the stupidest person on earth. Grace is no longer my daughter. Okay, that
no,
doesn't.
no. Okay, let me rephrase that. What I mean is, she's no longer a minor who's under your control. She's an adult, right? So it shouldn't be like, oh, well, she's my uh, somebody I have to look after. She's no longer somebody I have to take care of, and all of that. She's an adult now, right?
No, that's not how it works with females.
How
They're
does
under
it work? How
dad's
does it?
control. They're under their dad's protection until they get married. That's how normal cultures view it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's not how it was with my culture, and I'm white, so I'm trying to figure out what your
Right.
culture
Whites
is.
don't have a normal culture. Hispanics
Okay.
have a normal culture.
Okay, what's the culture you're talking about? Because for us, which we're white, it was once
Have you
you're
ever looked
able
at?
to
Have
earn
you
your
ever?
own
Are
money
you
and make
familiar
your own
with?
way
Are
in
you
the
familiar with what an ear looks like?
okay, you're just talking stupid
What
now.
What is an ear? How does an ear work? It's a hole, right?
Sure.
What goes
All right.
into the hole?
Continue.
What goes into the ear hole?
Probably what you would say is a cock. Is that what you're gonna say? What's
You
your
think
answer,
that
Ben?
ear-
Because you
you think that
always answer with cock.
ear holes are sexual organs that are meant to be penetrated by
That is
people?
so fucking
That,
retarded and disgusting. I don't even know
that's what
how to
you said. That's what you just said.
because you said it earlier. That's why I'm repeating it back to you. It's
I
because you
said
said it.
the
Yeah.
ear organ which should receive a penis.
Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. But I'll repeat it back to you so that you think that that's what we're talking about. Go
It's
ahead.
disgusting because what would you think this is like a problem in society that
Because
men have
nobody in the
sex with ear
world
holes?
thinks that your ear hole is supposed to be penetrated by a cock. That's why it's disgusting. Because nobody in the fucking
Not
world.
disgusting. It's stupid. That's like saying like a
You said
tree
it. You
penetrated
said
by a
it.
cock.
All right. You
That's
said it.
disgusting. It's just stupid.
You said it. So what does that
No, I
mean?
no, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did. Yes, you
All
did.
right, let's try again. So you're
Okay.
familiar with an organ called an ear. That's not disgusting.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
I'm
And
familiar with the ear. Yes. Uh-huh.
then I asked you what goes in the hole of your ear,
And I uh-huh.
and
And
you get
because
and
earlier,
you guessed
because
you guessed that it is the male member that goes in.
be,
And
mhm.
let's try again.
Okay.
What goes in that hole?
I don't know. Give me the answer, Ben. Give me the answer.
Don't know what goes in that hole.
No,
It's
I
just
don't. Because
if
I've
it's
never
not a
put
penis.
anything in my ear but
Yeah,
Q-tips. But you go
that's
ahead.
the
You
problem.
tell me.
You've never actually used your ears. your ears.
No, I've
And
never actually thought about something that would penetrate my
see, you're not
ears
listening. See, right now, I'm
other
talking.
than a
If
Q-tip to
your
get the
ear hole
wax out.
worked, you would
Yeah.
allow my voice to enter your ear hole. Then the real tricky part is you have to take those transmissions will vibrate your eardrum and then cause that to go to your brain, which will
Okay.
register
All right.
those thoughts
So,
and
gotcha.
then and only then respond. But there's something wrong here. Maybe you don't have ears, maybe the eardrum isn't working, but I really think the problem is the connection between your eardrum and your brain, which doesn't seem to be working because you keep asking me questions that I've already answered
Mhm.
and asking stupid questions that don't make any sense, and then saying also things that obviously make no sense, such as that it's disgusting. You find it morally disgusting. You're going to virtue signal about ear sex. Okay. Stupid. That's why you,
Ear sex.
again,
Ear sex is the
you
funniest.
force me to say, I really think you should find a break and really get taking another breath because it's not making any.
Mhm.
If your brain doesn't work, really, nothing is going to work.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. You are correct. You are correct.
Okay, yeah. So you agree with me. So now the next step
Yes.
is to Google
Mhm.
and find the bridge, get a ride, and
But
or
you
consider
told me
something
you didn't
better.
want to meet me though. You told me you were like, "Fuck you. You should have met me. You're not going to meet me. Whatever." So find a bridge. Oh, you're just wanting me to kill myself. That's what you. Okay, never mind. All right, you just want me to kill myself, is what you're saying.
I don't want you to. I'm saying the logic here. If someone is brain, you know how they tell when someone is dead medically.
Yeah, how? Let me know.
Do you know? I asked you a question. See, this is the problem.
No, I don't know. Tell me
There
then.
is
Tell me.
no brain activity,
Yes.
and you have the same problem. There's no brain activity, and
Yeah.
so therefore it's a hopeless case. And you're like matching that up to like actually being dead would make sense, or you've got to figure out a way to get your brain to work.
I'm
I
trying.
tell you,
I'm
that's
trying through interaction with you to get my brain to work. That's what I'm trying to do. All right.
well, I haven't found it to be successful.
Well, then that means you're failing because my interaction with you is supposed to make my brain work.
No, I think you're a hopeless case, which is why my
I'm
perspective
hopeless.
logic would be to find a bridge to jump.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, try harder, Ben. Try harder. I think if you try harder, then my brain might work better. I think.
No,
No. No. It's funny as
mirthless. Like
That's funny
I'm
as
telling you, you have a major problem. I don't know what to tell you.
Uh-huh.
Try this. Look, Larry, I
I
got to
can't
try.
stop laughing. I'm
Try
sorry.
this routine with a male skydiving instructor. Okay, don't listen to what he says and jump, because then we'll agree the same
No.
result will
You
occur.
know what? Because my
I'll
eyes
be
are so
happy.
sexy. No, look, because my eyes are so sexy, the male skydiving instructor will save me. So now what? Yeah, you're fucked. Now you're left with me for life, bitch. Now you're left with me for life. So there you go.
I had another female say that it wasn't those are not words.
Yeah, how many
That's why I
trans
suggest ending your life, because those words are not consoling at all.
Well, you got a banky. You got it all over your fucking body right now. You're in a van. You call an RV. Um, you seem pretty comfortable, so
I
I
don't
think you're
understand
okay.
why. If you're looking for sexual attention, lots of people will give it to you. Why don't you try to run game
I'm not
on John?
looking for
Why don't
sexual
you try to
attention.
run game on John?
John, why the fuck would I do that? What
Because
is
you're
wrong with
sexual
you?
attention, and I think other people would be happy to give it to you. Try your husband. That would be the natural way. You would look for that attention. I don't understand.
Oh, you really don't.
It would
But
please
no.
me to know
Let
that
me
you
ask you this. Let
are
me
dead.
pivot. Let me
It
pivot. Let
would
me
please
pivot.
me to know that you were dead. Can we
Can
say,
I?
okay, so like
Can I?
maybe move on? I'm not going to do
Yeah.
anything
Can I pivot?
to get to that point, but like maybe
Let
you
me
could
pivot.
say
Let me
like this
pivot.
is the dead end for me sexually.
Okay. Let me pivot. Okay. So you want the kids to
You
be
can't pivot from that.
from what?
From someone saying it would please me to know that you were no longer alive. You can't really pivot to say like, well, okay, let me try another
Well, I
angle.
don't care
Like
what
that's
you
it.
say. I don't
It.
care what you
That's
say.
it.
I don't
That's
really
it.
care
It's
what you say.
over. Go away and never come back.
Okay. Well, I don't care what you say as far as me dying or whatever.
Go
That's
away and
into
never come back.
speak into existence. I don't care. But let me ask you seriously. So when the kids, like, you want custody of the kids and all that, what, like, you're in the RV, like, where are they going to come visit you? I don't understand how that's going to work. How does that work? I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I want them to come visit you and have their dad in their life, and I want all that to happen, but how's that going to work if you're in the RV?
It would please me to know that you were no longer alive.
Okay. Ugh, you're terrible. You're fucking terrible. It's non-tent. It's fucking non-tent. 24/7. I'm gonna lay in the back of a van and smoke a cigarette and demand that somebody bring me food and
You
cover me
suck
up.
so much. You are the worst troll ever. God almighty. You suck. You just suck so much. Literally anyone would be better than you. Ride coming on and talking about how he's ripping pussy apart. He's from New York. That would be
That's funny.
that would be much better than
Did
this.
he
You are
really?
so lame. You're so this is non-tent van. You're so fucking lame. So fucking lame. Yep. Are you silent or were you silenced? Can we get another caller up here, please? Hit the link. Hit the link in the description.
Why'd you look
Open
a
to
fat
all
fucking
callers.
troll?
12th man, let's go. Come on.
Yeah,
We got a woman up here. She's horny. She wants male approval and attention, and she's not getting it. Let's make her happy, boys. Hit the link. Let's go.
I'm surprised that doesn't work, Grace.
Well, maybe if she could try to be a little less lame, men would be excited to come on, but... Where's Imperious at? Yo, I dig Imperious. He has John's channel, but...
You look fucking terrible, Grace, by the way. But, yeah. It's me seeking attention, not you.
12th man, hit the link, brother.
Yeah, you're not seeking attention. Look at you. Please click the link because Grace can't make any content. Please click the link. Fucking stupid whore. God damn. Idiot.
She's seeking attention, but she
Oh,
looks
she left.
bad.
Bye-bye, sweaty. Please never talk on the internet ever again.
All right, we finally figured out how to get rid of her.
Yeah. Just call her lame for like 2 minutes. She'll leave.
You guys got me drinking beer a little earlier than I usually do. It's 11 o'clock.
What do you think someone like that does, like for the after party? I mean, it's just like, how can you just be rejected unambiguously and be like, okay, I'll try that again in a little while? It's just like, I would think it would make you want to revisit things, but some people, I guess, I don't know, like that's like, you know what the problem with someone like that is? Some people just want attention. They don't care if it's negative or positive.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And I think I was pretty unambiguously negative towards her, and it just wants to do it again. I had a kid once like that. Only one kid I ever taught like that. And I was super in favor of corporal punishment for this kid because he would take any attention. You know what I mean? So you couldn't beat him with verbal because he just was as happy with negative as positive.
Mm.
And maybe he'd be into the problem with a lot of women is if you say like, I'm going to give you a beating, they're excited about that too, because they're ESM. So you run into this problem that you really can't discourage them. You have to like, I don't know what.
Things have changed a lot since I was growing up, Ben, I tell you.
Yeah.
What up, John?
What's up, 12, man?
How you doing this morning?
Oh, man, one day at a time. Have you had a beer yet, 12, man? Or you drink wine, right?
Oh, no. Man, it's only 7 in the morning. I got appointments today, and it'll be tonight before I have me a glass of wine.
Is that what you drink? You drink wine? That's right. I did see you with the box.
And beer. I drink beer, too.
What kind of beer?
Wine and beer. What's that?
What kind of beer you drink, 12, man?
I usually like the high gravity potent beers, like 9.9%, like Hurricane Stack. I drink the ghetto beer, John. John, I drink ghetto beer.
Apparently. You drink the Hurricanes, huh?
Well, back in the day, it was Colt 45, but I don't think they make that anymore. I never see it.
The Hurricane, malt liquor.
But 12 man, why don't you just drink hard liquor if all you're looking for is...
I can't do it no more, Ben. I'm too old for that shit.
Well, you just put some water in it.
Don't work like that.
What do you mean it don't work like that? It would work like that. What do you mean?
Not for me, it don't.
Well, all malt liquor is actually not beer. It's grain alcohol added to something that's like fake beer. It's not actually. That's why they have to call it malt liquor. It's not actual beer. It's just watered down.
That makes sense. Malt liquor.
So why don't
I like it all right.
Why don't you just water your own grain alcohol down?
I've been drinking malt liquor all my life.
Yeah, you've never had a beer.
Yeah, I never could do the Budweisers and Busch and Bud Lights and all that. Just didn't do anything for me.
Really?
Maybe a headache and get up and take a piss a lot.
You can't drink beer?
I can, but I don't care for it. No. Well, I like a good IPA. I do go all out and buy IPAs sometimes.
That's a beer.
But we make our own here in Alaska.
Is pale ale a beer?
What's an ale?
I would think so.
Yeah, IPA. Yeah, it's not considered a beer. Okay, it's an ale.
I think ale is a higher alcohol content beer.
Alaska IPA. Alaskan IPA is the name of it.
You like your shit to get you drunk on 12 man.
You know,
believe me, wine is as much as I need, bro. Get me on that hard shit, dude. I'll be going to jail and shit.
you know, everybody said that 12th man sounds normal when he's not drunk. Like he sounds like a 55-year-old. He still sounds like an 80-year-old. Don't you think?
Nah.
Yeah, I do.
He sounds like a grandpa.
He sounds like he's drunk too.
I'm old enough. I'm old enough to be your grandpa.
No, you're old enough to be my dad.
More like grandpa, I think.
Well, maybe in hillbilly culture, grandpas are 55. No.
My mom had me when she was 16, so yeah.
But why you sound like that, bro? Why you sound like that?
I don't have a problem with the way I sound. I guess if you do, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Well, your voice all gravelly and stuff. What happened? You know what I mean?
Boy.
You sound like somebody who's like Well, come here now. I'm gonna tell you what happened down in the summer of 1947. It's like, you know what I mean? You don't sound like you hear my dad talk. It's like a normal 55-year-old.
50.
Normal guy in his 50s, like
Late 40s.
late 40s. Still got a little bit of pep in his step. You know what happened to your pep?
All that weight he carrying around, I don't see how he got any pep in his step.
Go ahead, man. You always have a good comeback.
Could you have any pep in your step when you weigh 500 pounds?
Dog's what, man. So great.
What you got on the agenda today, John?
Oh man, same old, a little this, a little that, 24 hours of informative news and coverage and opinions.
Seems like every day there's a new migrant story or legal immigrant story.
Speaking of news, did you guys hear about what's his name, Marcellus Williams?
Who is that?
Nope.
Okay, so this is like going viral on Twitter. So he's a black guy who was given the death penalty in Missouri like today or yesterday, I think, last night.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor and the victim's family asked for him not to be given the death sentence because he maintained that he's innocent, because he was charged with killing a, I think, news reporter in 1998, and there wasn't definitive evidence. So people are worried they're going to start rioting about it now. You know what his last meal was?
Chicken wings.
Chicken wings and tater tots.
Yeah, I read that.
That's funny.
You know, if he were innocent, I would imagine that they would have demanded he be free. But they wanted to send him back to prison for the rest of his life. That's not the way you treat an innocent man, is it?
Well, I just think they're saying like there might be enough doubt not to, you know what I mean?
You know what Ibram X. Kendi called it on Twitter? A lynching.
Lynching.
They said they killed him. They lynched a black man.
Oh, good boy.
Hey, John, I want to ask you a question about strategy on YouTube. Because you have an interesting strategy. I'd never seen anyone else do it. You're trying to keep it going literally 24/7.
Yeah. You noticed that.
He is keeping it going 24/7.
And I had the same impulse, and I think we both got the same impulse from Chaotic Truth, because he would have guest hosts carry the show, which I think you extended to say, why not carry it 24/7?
Well, I wouldn't say I was inspired by him, but I did show up on the show, yeah.
Well, he I don't know if he was the first one, like, I mean, whatever. I'm just saying, like, wherever you pick it up, you
I'm not taking anything away from him, but yeah, go ahead.
24/7. And I had the same impulse, but because we'll often go 18 hours a day, but large parts of it we're not even there. So we'll have like orators talk about what happened during the main or something like that. But the problem is you run into a quality issue.
Yeah.
Do you ever find that?
Well, I think during the day is probably when it's a little bit, what do you say, a little more highbrow. And then late night.
Yeah, like 3 a.m. is just like on TV, right? You're going to have the weakest hosts early in the morning.
People getting drunk, they off work now, they drunk, they're ready to argue or talk shit or, just come in drunk,
Right. But since there's no expense on your side from having it, you don't need to have a studio going, right?
Well, there's expense from the standpoint of, like to do it, how StreamYard is. I don't know. Do you guys use StreamYard? I can't remember.
Yeah.
So their plan is going up. It probably doesn't affect you. I don't know if it does or not, depending on how many seats or something, whatever you have.
How much they're going up, John?
But I'm saying whatever rate you pay, it doesn't cost more to do it 24/7 than to do it 3 hours a day.
Yeah, right.
So there's no like incremental cost.
Right, yeah, there's no incremental cost. Yeah.
And you I've seen you do actually where you have two streams going from the same channel.
Yeah, pretty slick, right? Sometimes we'll be streaming on one, looking at the other one. You know,
Which
somebody.
I think is like interesting because most people don't think of it that way, but yet why not? When there is no incremental cost, why not have as much? But there is a reason you wouldn't want to spread yourself too thin because you might, you know what I'm saying? Like we had a guy who would come on, he was called the Prawncess. He would for a while and then he would just play a video of ants.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I've seen the video.
Until we turned it off in the morning.
Yeah.
Kind of funny in a way because it's like anti-content. Like he specifically chose the most boring video he could find. But on the other hand, you know what I'm saying? There's a, like, you understand, you're a businessman. You understand, like, just because you can do something doesn't mean it makes sense, depending on what you're trying to do.
Right. Yeah. I think it's probably better just to restream some of your old streams or clips of your old streams. You know, you can do that as well. You know, just line up a bunch of clips of your old streams, and then
because you're saying why not use all the resources that you paid for instead of, like, since
there is that, right? You know, I haven't looked closely at the analytics, but I would imagine, you know, the people that log on at 12 at night are a totally different group that log on at, you know, 7 a.m.
Yes.
You see the different types of people logging on. You know, when I get on sometimes 4 o'clock, you start seeing the people filing in. Those are kind of different people than the ones that were there just a couple of hours ago, right?
Yeah, I agree because, like, what you could say is dead time East Coast would be like 3 to 4 a.m., but in Australia, that's prime time. So I was trying to get folks from each kind of like time zone, like Europe, Australia, then back to West Coast, then East Coast. That way you're actually able to do it 24 hours without necessarily having like up and down times. But there is a natural way in which your audience skews locally, even though technically there's nothing preventing you from having, you know what I'm saying, like an Australia centered segment.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's an interesting thought. Is that, you know, I can't say, but, you know, if we were to structure our overnights to cater to the people that are just waking up, you know, like our topics, you know, update them overnight. Say, okay, this is going to be the Eastern Pacific Rim hour, right?
Right.
I never thought about that, but that is very interesting. It is
Well, because of the British Empire, assuming that you are going to stick with English, you could go U.S. West Coast, Central, Eastern, then England itself, of course,
right?
Then India, Kenya, and you could pretty much, and then Australia, New Zealand. You could pretty much, like they said, the sun never sets on the British Empire.
Yeah, right.
The sun never really sets on the English language because of that.
Yeah.
Although I would say the heart of Anglo culture is the U.S. and the U.K., just population, everything.
We had a guy come on the other day from Taiwan.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he's from Tainan City. So I can't remember what time he was on. I was on. So
yeah, and pretty much the elites in every culture speak English. So if you get them, like, I was surprised to find on our analytics that our 6th biggest country after 5 that you could, you know, pretty much predict was Saudi Arabia.
Really?
Yeah, and I do understand that most people on the internet in Saudi Arabia probably speak English.
Right.
But still, to be 6th is unusual. And I
You
wonder.
understand VPNs though, right? People have VPNs, so it's going to ping in those different locations. So it's not fair.
Could be that. But I don't find pinging from a lot of like countries you wouldn't expect at all. But also I was surprised Germany was 4th because, you know, English isn't a German language, but
yeah,
you know, it has to do with kind of, it's interesting. we ended up when we first started out, we had a lot of people from Manchester, England, who were tuning in, and I think that has to do with like that part of England has a very masculine quality. You know, Northern England, it's kind of old school and
All those dudes are
like
super
rougher, like
masculine.
pub culture type guys, less
Very
sophisticated,
masculine.
civilized.
Yeah.
And also Australians kind of like us too because they have a rougher sense of humor. And you know, I don't know. I think that pretty much worldwide, Black Americans are seen as interesting. You know what I mean? Like in China, they're fascinated by Black people and they love the NBA.
I never thought about it. Yeah.
And North Korea too. That whole Dennis Rodman thing is interesting, right? Because Dennis Rodman, of all people to be like kind of like your ambassador, it's weird because obviously Chinese people, because their height, are never going to really be good at basketball, but they there's something about it that like scratches an itch for them. I think it's exoticism, you know, like the other. Because American blacks are about as far away culturally from your typical Chinese, and so for entertainment, you could see why they would like to. You know what I'm saying? Like even sexually, people like what's close to them, and then also what's like really different from them. Both of those are exciting.
You know, our top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 demographics are US, UK, Canada, Germany, and India. And then Australia.
Okay.
That's by views. But Australia has more watch hours. Quite a few more watch hours than India. So by watch hours, it would be India. Australia would be number, I guess they would be at one up above India.
See, I would say my guess is why India is higher than you would think is because if you ever stay up late and you're we used to do this thing of trying to go on, find live streams, any live stream to go on. But at a certain hour, it's all India that gets promoted because they're between Africa and Asia and also Australia.
Okay, Ben, can I ask a
Since
question?
you're 24 hours, I bet that you're one of the few channels that's an American channel that's on in India. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
All right, can I ask a question that's totally off topic? Or no? You guys want to keep going?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you this, Ben. So you were talking about girls who were just laying out in their bikinis, laying out. So if Maggie were to be, because how old is Maggie? 15?
Oh, we're gonna go here now, right? This pedophilia
No,
thing.
I just want to ask a question because I'm
That would just
trying
be
to figure
called
out the
pedophilia.
parallel. The parallel
The
is what I'm trying.
love of talking about pedophilia.
No, it's not pedophilia. I'm
It's
just trying
terminal
to make a
disease.
parallel.
I need to advise you to find a bridge.
Okay, can I ask you about the parallel? Okay, so you've talked about how
She doesn't listen.
Okay, well, if Maggie, who is 15, right?
Try again another time.
If she were to lay out in front, she just wants to go in a bikini somewhere, and there's a guy who's across the way, is she allowed to do that? Because you said that was something that sort of, you watched that. So should she not?
There's like 5 reasons I don't want to answer that question. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw the question then. I was just wondering because I'm like, okay, well, she's this age, and then I saw a clip of you
Right.
talking about.
You're importing hostility in a like.
No, I just saw a
You're
clip.
sneaking in hostility within a kind of idea that you're just asking a question.
No, I saw a clip of you talking about a
And I could do that to you
14-year-old.
too. And I could say, like, why is it that someone who's married is openly saying she's sexually attracted to a man on the internet and dogging him everywhere?
Yeah, that would be legitimate.
You answer that question
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, that would make sense if I was openly saying that. That would make sense. Yeah.
Okay. And I could say I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm curious about your answer. Like, what would you say?
Right. I'm curious about my question too.
What would you say to your daughter? Like, don't wear a bathing suit and go out because there might be a man that could look at you?
I already answered this question by saying there's like at least 5 reasons I can't answer this. So, like, I legally can't.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, but you can do it. There's multiple other
All
reasons.
right. That's
You're
fine. If you
annoying
can't
person I
legally,
don't like. It
I
would
thought
make
there
me
was.
happy to know that you were dead. Like, so, like, what? Can
Okay.
you take a hint, please?
Oh,
Try one of these other guys. They might not wish that.
Okay, I'll go kill myself, Ben, because you told me to. That's fine.
What's up, Tough Man? What do you think about all this?
Well, why not talk to these 2 other guys? I don't understand.
It's a lot
No, I'd
first
love
thing in the
to. I
morning,
just
John.
She's cammed up for you now, Ben.
She's a good-looking woman. I don't understand what is this thing. Either she should go take that beautiful face and go get ready for her husband, or find another man.
no. I'm going to find a bridge right now. Is what I'm going to do, because you've told me that multiple times. So I'm gonna go find a bridge, and I'm gonna go jump off of it.
You know, John, I was watching a thing about. I was on the the Whatever podcast.
Yeah. You on there?
No, we'll be on there someday, but they're
Okay.
aware of us, but they're too afraid to have us on. I'm trying to sneak on as a transgender woman because they won't take guys on, but I'm trying to use Ava because she got an invitation.
Mm-hmm.
But because trans women are women, as you know, as we all know. So if you need women on, then I can do that. But there was a Taiwanese girl who was saying that she had been abused by her parents, because at one point she threatened to commit suicide, and her parents said, which I think is interesting, they said, "Go ahead and do it."
Really?
Yeah, and she was using that as a form of abuse. And then the guy, the Andrew Wilson, who's the guy I know, who is like a guest host there, he said, "And did you do it?" And she said, "No." And then his point was, well, like, see, you were manipulating them, and you were trying to manipulate them, and that's why they called your bluff. And I actually think 99% of people who talk about killing themselves are just doing that. They're trying to manipulate. And
Doing
I
it
think
for
one of the worst
attention.
forms of manipulation.
For attention.
Yeah. And even most women who attempt suicide, they know it's not going to kill them, or they set a situation up in which they're going to be discovered before it's too late. Whereas men are much more likely to actually not talk about it and just do it. It's more of there's a huge difference in terms of those two things. So it's an interesting thing with that, because I do think a lot of people should ask themselves the question, like, if I'm just basically wasting resources and not providing anything, why am I alive? Why are people providing me with resources? Like, why do I have a right to eat food that productive people are making? And I do think that's a basic question that society should ask of people. Do you think so, or do you think that's cruel?
You mean like what do they call them? The eaters, or the workless eaters, or whatever. I've heard the term used, something like that, the eaters or something like that.
Well, if you say to someone, for example, like you're familiar with it, if someone's a junkie, right? Like a serious hardcore junkie, they're saying there's no way I can ever get off this. I think society should say, like, okay, here's an opportunity. You can go in this room. I actually think jails should be used this way. Instead of housing people who like get annoyed at their kids or something, or their spouse, it should be used for people to say, okay, well, we've got this cell, and we've got staff who can make sure you don't take drugs for the next 2 weeks. And so it's like magic, right? You just tick a box. They already have the whole system set up. You ain't gonna get no drugs in jail if the system wants to prevent that. And if someone said no thanks, I just don't see how they have a right to continue living at that point. Do you?
Oh man, that's a hard decision to make. I'll say that much. That's a hard decision to make. I don't think I'm the one to make that one.
I agree with you, but it's like a kind of interesting, like, how can you justify existing if you're basically killing yourself? I mean, these people cost a ton of money to society.
Yeah.
And yet they well, like, why wouldn't someone say, yes, I'll do that? You know what I mean? It's like hard to imagine. But they'll say the only way you can get these people to do anything is if you say, like, okay, I'll give you rehab, which is like a 70-day vacation in a resort, basically, right? But we can't say, like, how about 12 days in jail? And they won't. And fat people too. The same thing with fat people. I don't understand it. It's pretty easy not to be fat if you're not given food, and we have the facilities to prevent you from getting food, and you won't die. You know, they can give you Gatorade or whatever to keep you from dying. You're much more likely to die if we don't do that than by doing that. But they all say, I would die. I've heard them. I've talked to junkies. They go, if I stopped taking these drugs, I would literally die. And that's not true, because I've been in jail with junkies, and they go, yeah, the first 3 days are rough, and then it's like not that
you'll
big.
get over it. With
They're
Eric, hold on, Ben. With Eric Adams being indicted, the mayor, the Chocolate City mayor, you guys all remember him saying that you ain't seen this much chocolate running the city. He says Chocolate City. And so if he gets indicted, well, the next man up is this guy here. You see on the screen. Let's take a listen. This is Juju on the beat.
We are going to have to accept some discomfort in the next few days. That's what we're going to have to do as a city to get through this. And so I'm asking the mayor and the police commissioner to allow people to express their anger, to allow people to express their pain. And as a city, we have to accept that we are going to be in some discomfort for the next few days. And the only thing we should be asking is, how do we address the pain and how do we address the anger? And as long as the leaders are from the community making the decisions, we should all be supportive. We are going to have to accept.
That's likely to be the next mayor of New York City. And I'll remind you of what the previous mayor said. What did he say? Let's see what the previous mayor said. He told us all.
Not only that, what do? First woman of color to be the commissioner. First Spanish speaker to be the commissioner of the police department. First Trinidadian to be a deputy mayor. First to be a deputy mayor. First African American to be the first deputy mayor. Second African American to be the chief of staff. Why? The first one was by David Dinkins. When you look at our administration, first Indian American to be a deputy mayor, first Filipino American to be a deputy mayor, first Korean American to have small business services. You look at our administration and you will see for yourself, we got all of this chocolate running the city.
Yeah, all this chocolate, baby.
You know, this is actually like it's not a new development. When Reconstruction happened in the South, there was a wave of black politicians all of a sudden because the North imposed it on the South. And there was one of the reasons for Jim Crow and the KKK rising and all that stuff was in response to the utter incompetency of the situation.
Yeah, right.
And the argument, the real argument from the segregationists and also like people like, countries like Rhodesia, and I know that people say, like, you got that Martin Luther King quote, justice deferred is justice. What is it? How does it go?
Denied or some shit like that.
Denied, right? Which is saying, like, you can't do things slowly.
Yeah.
Which is I don't really understand how. I understand how you could say that there's a certain thing that parents can do and say like, okay, maybe we'll go next week, and then it's always let's go next week, let's go next week. But if you look at actually the progress of blacks from the time of slavery until the civil rights movement, it's a steady progress. And that includes segregation. Segregation did not reverse that trend. It's actually civil rights that reversed that trend.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. These
And
people got
look at, for example, you know the history of Rhodesia, right? So you had
yeah. Yeah, I
all
know
these
it.
whites, and it was a very bountiful country. And then the idea was like, yeah, well, we can just do this. Let's get rid of the whites. And it was an absolute catastrophe. And Haiti did the same thing too. Haiti was the first
They
country.
killed more people.
They've never recovered.
Let me play the rest of this video, Ben. Let's see. Let me play the rest of it here.
Oh, Stanley's in chat. Come on, Stanley. Come on up, brother.
Stanley.
Come on up, brother. Stanley. I won't hurt you.
If Stanley's not gonna come up, I'm just gonna read every chat in his voice.
And women in black-owned businesses, we're now spending billions of dollars.
Man, you know, this man really got out over his skis. You know, he really got out over his skis.
He got out over his skis.
You know
I thought he was billed as like a fairly conservative guy when he first came in.
That's how they play these guys, man. You
Yeah.
hear him talking. You know, he fairly conservative, yeah, because he ain't talking about reparations and stuff like that. Yeah, okay. You know, he's a moderate in that sense. They try to build him up like he was a police officer. In reality, he was like a trans cop. And
right.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
John, I got to bounce for now, but I'll be back up later.
All right, 12, man. We're going to talk about the Seahawks.
Take care, my brother.
We're going to talk about the Seahawks when you get back.
Geno Smith.
12th man.
Sounds good.
You're the 12th man.
Have a good one, y'all.
You 12th man. But yeah, so here's a man that probably couldn't run a convenience, couldn't even run a bodega. But you know, his political desires to be the mayor, thinks it's easy.
Yeah.
He sees all this money ahead of him, and he's like, "Yo, I'm about to get me some of this and get rich too." And he was sloppy, greedy, had other sloppy, greedy people around him, and I guarantee you, some of those tentacles is what brought him down. At least one of them, yeah.
You know, are you familiar with like WASP culture, like that? You know what I mean when I say that, like, WASP culture that came from the British Empire, but it was the original culture here in the United States, more in the north than in the south, but in both. And WASP culture is interesting because it has, people will say like, "Oh, that's just rich white people," but I wasn't like, I grew up like half in WASP culture and half not, because my grandparents on my dad's side, they worked for an elite Episcopalian school. They lived in Newport, Rhode Island, like right on the bluffs. They weren't themselves rich, but like they wanted to get their kids into that culture. So I experienced like going to the Berkshires in the summer with all these like fabulously wealthy people that he was friends with. And the interesting thing about that culture is like there are no-nos in that culture. Like you never flash your money. You never drive you drive a shitter car, because only trash, nouveau riche, like drive a Ferrari. That's considered like gauche. You know what I mean? And when you build a house, you build it in like good taste. You don't make it the flashy house on the block. And all kinds of things, like, and you also like, you spend your money on education. You never talk about money. You never talk about money. and that kind of stuff. But you have it, but you never talk about it, but you keep it. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole series of like kind of rules in that culture, which I think lead to good government, because like the elites in WASP culture were like the kids who went to like British boarding schools or boarding schools here, and they were taught to be leaders. And so like something like corruption was seen as like it was it was understood through the centuries that like you can't be dirty a little bit. But when you find someone like like a black guy who's suddenly in a position of power, doesn't have that culture, he's like, why can't I get a little bit on the side? We're gonna have to hire someone anyways to do this. Why don't I hire my buddy? He'll give me a little kickback. Do you see you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it's not a culture, because like if you're a hustler, you're always going to be doing that, right? Everything you're going to do, you're going to have a little bit of kickback. But that mentality doesn't fly in government.
Yeah, no, it does. You know, that's the reason why if you're going to steal in government, you really have to have friends and family with businesses that can at least give a service, or you can overcharge for the service.
Right.
There has to be something done.
It has to be done above board. You can't do it sneaky underneath the table, which you could do in the hood, and nobody's gonna care. Like you were saying, you can get away with like violating health code in the hood. Nobody cares, but you know, in an elite restaurant, people care. So it's not the same culture, and you translate the same mentality. It is true that you find the same corruption, but what you do is you get a defense contract. You know what I'm saying? Or like doctors will say, like, the drug company had a seminar in Hawaii about like the proper way to use this medication, and we had some free time. That's all cool for white folks. You know what I'm saying? But it has to seem above board, even though really the reason you're going to Hawaii is because it's a nice place to go, and that's the draw. But it has to be like something that looks okay on the books. It can't just be a rep from a medical company just giving you cash. And I think people who don't understand the rules of that culture might say like, "Whoa, it's a kickback's a kickback."
You know, Ben, one of the things you mentioned about the WASP culture, I remember reading some Booker T. Washington, one of his books, and he talked about how the blacks that went north and they got a chance to see the waspish people, and they would, you know, more or less serve them in their leisure. And that was the side that they saw, and it had such an influence on them that they wanted to live a life of leisure too.
Right.
But they hadn't seen the 100 years or so of the previous generations chopping down the trees and building those houses. All they saw was the life of leisure that they currently were living. But they didn't see the foundation that had been built to achieve that life of leisure. And I think, you know, and I've talked about this a lot, and you've mentioned it, that, you know, there is no foundation among a lot of these men. You speak of it like in leadership and things like that, and that no one has really laid a foundation, but they've seen the leisure, and the leisure is a result of the foundations being laid. You know, your father, your grandfather building the house, chopping down the trees, and all these things. And for many blacks, I don't think they have had the experience.
But even the concept of leisure is different in the different cultures. Like, so an aristocratic person, for them, leisure it'd be a kind of higher level type of leisure, like where you'd say, like, I'm going to read literature, I'm going to study poetry, I'm going to like travel, but I'm also going to become aware of the history of the place I'm traveling in. It's like a kind of thing where you're chilling, but you're also learning at the same time.
Yeah.
It's not like when you see like a rap video that rents out a mansion and they just bring the hookers and the crystal and whatever else. You know what I'm saying? They don't really get the mansion culture.
Right. Yeah.
Although, you know, and when it's done, like the rental's over, like there's just a big bill of cleaning everything up. But it kind of is a dissonance, which is why a lot of times when, like 50 Cent made a ton of money on records, moved to Connecticut to a really rich neighborhood, and he built a kind of house that
he bought Tyson's house.
sold. Oh,
He bought
sorry.
Tyson's house.
But like when you put a nightclub in the basement of a mansion, you actually reduce its value. So WASP culture is like, put money into a house because that's a good investment. But when you say like, oh, I'm going to put a basketball court with literally gold leafed lines on it, now you've actually reduced the price of that house. And that's why I think like when blacks get money, they shouldn't turn to other black people for ideas. They should turn to like people who've had money. And Jews are good at like riding the middle ground, because the reason that a lot of people don't know, the reason why WASPs excluded Jews from the country club, the golf course, and universities is because Jews don't respect the WASP rules, which are often unwritten rules. Like, do you know Zuckerberg started Facebook with these guys called the
Winklevoss.
Klaus, they're right.
Winklevoss,
who were twins, who were WASPs, and they trusted him because they were raised in that culture that we're in this together. And then he undercut them. And then they appealed to Harvard to like penalize them. And Harvard had already kind of like stopped doing that, like keep the Jews out. So they were like, whatever, it is what it is. The market's gonna, like, if he didn't do anything illegal, we're not going to penalize him. But if you watch that movie, Social Experiment, it is in a certain sense an anti-Semitic tirade, because it's kind of saying like Jews play dirty, and that kind of sucks.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that with that kind of lens on it. I never thought about it like that. I didn't really think about the Jewish aspect of it at the time I watched it. So.
Well, Jews used to be excluded from like Ivy League schools. They couldn't go to them. And then when they were allowed in, they're like way disproportionate. And, it's very difficult to, let's say certain things on an Ivy League campus now, which everybody would have said before that happened. So it's an interesting, but like you find with WASP family, like I don't think the Trumps are a WASP family, like they're kind of nouveau riche. But you find that like the second generation will marry a Jewish person as a way of accommodating to the new culture and the new elites. Because at this point, if you don't work with the Jews, you're not gonna be able to make it. Like the old WASP like sensibilities, like I don't do business with Jews. You can't make it that way, and you'll get
no
sued.
more Henry Fords. There'll be no more Henry Fords of the world. Huh?
Yeah, right. But but people don't know this, but like it used to be quietly understood among WASPs, because WASPs don't really, like Henry Ford was unusual in the sense he published it, but his understanding of Jews was the common understanding, but he just wouldn't talk about it. And when it got let go of, the WASPs thing got let go of, a lot of good stuff was lost. Because once the Jews get in there, now you've got to do this, like, it becomes kind of anti-white. And a lot of these Ivy League schools are very different culturally than the people who founded them would have wanted. And yet there's this understanding, like, it's weird because there's an Ivy League school in Providence, Brown, and the black kids went up there and had a protest saying like, we demand something, whatever, more blacks. But if you think about it for a second, why should a foreign people demand of the people who built something that they don't pass it on to their descendants? Like how like what right do you have to come to something you didn't build and demand that you are now the owners of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the people have been taught this, and they've been drilled that they're entitled and their feelings matter more than anything else. So I think that's the only thing that really can explain it there.
Like I have a great ancestor who was the governor of Virginia prior to the abolition of slavery. I think I'm supposed to feel ashamed, but he was a great governor and a great man who had the mores of his time, you know. But like if I was a direct descendant of Robert E. Lee, I couldn't be prouder of that heritage. And I don't really care if people don't like that. I just don't, you know what I mean? Like, I think there were a lot of people during slave times who were great people, white and black. And this idea that like, you're supposed to, because you know, you're supposed to be ashamed of them and like, sort of like give everything away that they built.
You know, Ben, I went down to Richmond and Charlottesville before they tore down the statues. And I mean, I read a lot about Charlottesville. Well, I read a lot about Robert E. Lee before they tore down the statues. I was just curious. And the man was a great man, to be quite honest with you, everyone, if you were to be objective.
Yeah, and he wasn't like some kind of fanatical racist by any stretch of the imagination, but he probably would have had what I think was a reasonable idea, which is that like foreign people who are here now are going to need to be elevated slowly because they're not equipped to just make the leap.
Yeah, here are some pictures of the Robert E. Lee statue as it was defaced before it was torn down. The Robert E. Lee statue on Monument Avenue in Richmond, Virginia. There he is, the top of his horse there. More pictures. More pictures. What does that say there? Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump.
I mean, you can literally see, I'm not saying, but like, if you look at that statue, you go from top to bottom, you see like a kind of nobility, and then you see this like vulgarity, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and we're supposed to root for the bottom half of that statue, not the top half. And it's just like, I don't know. It just seems like a descent into anarchy.
Someone mentioned Ibrahim Kendi, but this is also in Richmond. This is the black response to Robert E. Lee. This is Kehinde Wiley. His statue, Rumors of War. I think Kehinde Wiley is the guy did he draw the Obama in the Greens photo? I can't remember if he did or not.
Oh, I don't know.
Rumors of War by Kehinde Wiley. And I think he chose that name for a reason. I guess Rumors of War, Kehinde Wiley, 2019. You can see that there. He put himself on top of a horse with dreadlocks.
Which in and of itself, you'd have to say like, it's an unoriginal work, right? It's just putting a black guy on the same horse is kind of lacks creativity.
Yeah.
And it's actually like it's actually saying that we don't have our own thing. I mean, I don't think anyone would doubt there are great black artists. I saw a documentary about Haiti, and it's unbelievable. But they did a little segment on this artist who was just making basically art out of garbage, but it was beautiful art, and you could see that it was like, I mean, it was coming from his soul, and it wasn't like this like racial thing. It was just like a kind of interesting thing he was doing. And that's a great thing, but like when it just becomes like art becomes a way of saying like, I don't like black people, it's boring. It's not very good art. It's not very interesting.
Yeah, not very interesting. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Political art of all kinds is boring.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. Yeah, Robert E. Lee, I think, is a guy who they've done a disservice to him by not telling the complete story about him. I think he was a great man. He didn't fight any war from a racial standpoint. He had to make a choice, and he chose his family, which is honorable. For all people to do, stick with your family. And that was a choice he made. And that's why he ended up fighting for one side of the war over the other. He came out after the war. I think they made him a citizen, if I'm not mistaken. And he went on to do great things, started churches, William and Lee University.
Oh yeah,
No.
Washington Lee.
Washington Lee. Sorry, Washington Lee is one of the universities that he started. I think they've now changed their name to what, Washington University or something.
Oh, is that right?
No telling. I think he created churches. Black people were able to go to his churches. There were testimonials of blacks going to church with him, never having a problem.
Whereas Abraham Lincoln, actually, his solution to Reconstruction was to actually he thought blacks should be shipped all back to Africa.
He did.
And yet no one's defacing his statue.
No one. Not yet. Let me get a beer, Ben. I'll be right back.
All right.
Stanley just keeps talking shit in the chat.
Stanley, come on up.
He's a little coward. Pussy Stanley and his pussy
Stanley,
little chat.
come on. You got a 21-year-old girl.
Aww. Is it too real for you? You don't want the smoke?
Come on.
I tell you, Benny, you really have really tampered down the black people. Ben, usually the black people want to get up here and rock and roll.
I know that's funny. That's funny, John, because I find this happened when I first was on, like, they call it the Destiny Sphere, the debate sphere, which is mostly white.
Yeah.
People would start shit with me, and they would talk shit, and then they just wouldn't anymore. And I crowned myself the king of the debate sphere, because if you can't talk to me and you hide from me, like, by default, I'm the champ, right?
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, if no one will take you up on a fight,
by default, you win.
I think you win, but they would say, well, I don't fight you because I have moral problems with platforming you. But that's just cope, obviously.
Someone say Stanley Cross. Stanley Cross, I think it's been a civil conversation. But if you think we're idiots, you can come up and correct us. I don't think we would shout you down. It's not like it would be someone else on the panel that may talk over you. I'm pretty respectful. Ben's pretty respectful.
Yeah, like I would love to have a conversation about Haiti, because when I saw this video, I don't know, I'm sure you're aware of it. Like, it's unbelievable, and it's been hundreds of years, and there's a massive amount of aid that goes to Haiti, but like, there's something pervasive that doesn't seem to be fixable.
Ben, what's interesting? We had an interview with a resident from Springfield or Charleroi, one of the two.
Oh, yeah?
He called in, or we called him, one of the two, and he talked about the Mexicans versus the Haitians. And not many people, well, I ain't gonna say not many people called it, but I caught something that was very interesting to me, and it was that he said that the Mexicans started their own businesses and the Haitians were employees of other people.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think, if you're, if you cut out more to be an employee, you're probably not going to build much, because you're dependent on the employee to build the factory for you to go work.
The employer, you mean?
Right, the employer, right. And so I think that is kind of, the Haitian kind of, mindset or disposition.
Yeah.
You're probably good workers, but somebody has to build a factory. And if no one builds the factory, then, well, you just got a talent pool of good workers with nowhere to work.
Yeah, from what little I know about French culture, like, the French are interesting because they are, like, very happy to pay high taxes to the government, and the government actually works there, is functional. So I can understand how they're more, I don't know what the word would be, like, kind of communitarian as a culture. Like, they're not, like, as independent minded, and I would think a colony would be the same way. It only works when it works together. But prior to the Haitian Revolution, Haiti, was an incredibly successful colony financially.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because I think it was mostly sugar that they grew, But because the French had international connections, of course, if you got a lot of sugarcane and you don't know how to like export it and make deals, it ain't gonna do you no good. But it was an incredibly, but it was like the working conditions were horrendous because it was very hot. There was a lot of diseases, and even the owners didn't want to live there, so they sent very harsh overseers to manage huge slave populations. So it was brutal. I'm not going to deny that. But
hey, hold on, Ben. Let me play this breaking news from Eric Von Adams.
So it sounds like the Southern District has laid out two different, among all the charges, two different real issues. That there are these travel benefits that the mayor and then borough president had received that he didn't disclose, but that there were also these campaign contributions that he used these straw donors in order to receive matching contributions to which he wasn't entitled, totaling $10 million in public matching funds. Of those two allegations, what's the more serious allegation that he's facing now?
Well, they're all serious. I mean, this is a 57-page indictment with 5 counts. The bribery is probably the more serious. The campaign finance law violation is probably on the lesser side. But those straw donations, essentially, getting illegal funds from New Yorkers to the tune of $10 million is just staggering. And Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, clearly has this case very buttoned up. I mean, you saw that, he had this slide there to his side laying out all the benefits that Mayor Adams had received. And he outlined really an almost decades-long period in which Adams cultivated these relationships, got the benefits. And then, I would just note that the illegal campaign contributions, bribery notwithstanding, are in and of themselves crimes. And so you heard Mayor Adams there really sort of aggressively belligerent in his, indignation with respect to these investigators seizing his phones 10 months ago. And then this morning seizing his phones, we heard a statement from his lawyer, Alex Spiro, who is a real bulldog, I will tell you. And, that's what happens in federal criminal investigations. This is not out of the ordinary in that, Adams was complaining he had heard nothing about, these charges prior. He was left in the dark. Well, that's what happens. Criminal defendants and targets of criminal investigations are left in the dark. He was complaining about, information being leaked. Now, unclear.
Man, they got this nigga over a barrel.
Now, do you think, John, like, do you believe this thing of like everybody does this, but only certain people get called out? Or do you think it's just like a cultural thing? Like you can't have this mentality when you're in charge of a major city because the feds will get you.
I think honestly, man, it's a low IQ person trying to play a high IQ game. And a greedy person, a person who couldn't achieve much success in his life and now being thrust into this position. He was just like, it was almost like they set him up. Right? Now look at the people behind him. Look at these sorry ass no count people behind him. They can't help him now. But when he was dancing and cutting the jig and shit, he had I showed you the chocolate city, all the people with suits and shit on. Now he got homeboy over his left shoulder, probably unemployed.
But don't you think when Kamala was spending her time with Willie, in addition to other things that she was up to, he taught her how to play the game right? No?
I think her mother was politically active too.
Yeah, so you got to learn how to play it. You can make a bag, but you can't make it by just straight up.
But see, the thing with Eric Adams, like he liked the nightclub. Well, blacks by and large don't own many nightclubs in New York City. So if you want to curry favors with somebody he got to go to, I think he was going to a Turkish guy on the clubs.
Yeah,
they will sell your ass out to save themselves. Not it's a cultural detachment there, right?
But you've heard the stories of Barack Obama, how he had stuff he was up to when he was in DC, but he knew how to mostly hide it.
But he was chosen too, so the media would hide it for him. This guy wasn't necessarily, maybe even if he was chosen, I'm talking about Adams here, he bucked the system. They would needed him to go along with this immigration thing, and he out here running his mouth, talking about, he want to meet with Biden. This is ruining. I played the video where he said this is ruining New York City. He was going against the narrative that these migrants are making America better. The narrative, he went against that. And I think that they decided to just bring him down. I'm not saying that's the reason. I don't know what the reason is.
But then I think an element of it too is that he was just being stupid about not being like smart enough. Like, you know how they do it. Politicians will do like, oh, well, I have exorbitant fees for my speaking engagement, not like fake accounts that are being matched. You know what I'm saying? It's too stupid. It's too
you pay for fees,
sophisticated, because all you need to do is one person to say like, yeah, I set up a fake account for him, and then all of them come rolling down.
All he had to do was wait till he get out of office. He could have cashed in.
Right.
All it took was a little bit of patience. He's still a young man. If he just did a shit job and didn't steal anything,
right,
he could have gone on to be a New York State senator.
Right.
Maybe even a federal senator,
but maybe also, like, sometimes people feel like, yeah, I can't actually do it in that kind of sense of like having been like pushed through DEI, like they cash out because they know they can't make it to the next level. They can't sustain it. Whereas like a Barack Obama, he's like, I could do it. But see, Barack Obama was raised by a white mother.
Right.
So that's a tremendous advantage because he
talked about having struggles of being black. Right. So, he was probably a little different than Eric Adams. I said from the time Eric Adams got in office, and I'm going to go back and look and see if I can find it. I said he won't be able to come back to Brooklyn. And now it looks like he may go to prison for the rest of his life and not able to go back to Brooklyn. But I think that they got him into like a vice with this migrant thing. That he
I think that's what it was.
Because he sunk the blacks. Did you see the video I played where he said, "This is destroying New York City"? Did you see that video?
I've heard him say similar things. I can believe it because blacks generally are becoming aware that like migration hits them super hard.
Yeah.
So he's right to play to that audience, but then you got to make sure if you're a politician that you're playing to all the important audiences, not just one.
And that is the thing, Ben, where I think that you see this picture here, Ben. Let me see if I'm sharing the picture. Where is the picture? Well, I showed you the picture of Eric Adams standing all alone with those poor blacks. He didn't have the people behind him that he had when he was in power. No,
right.
And for those of you just joining, here's what Eric Adams said about the migrants. This is probably a year or so ago.
Support. And let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this.
Listen what he just said. Never in my life have I had a problem that I don't see an ending to. But I don't see an ending to this.
I don't see an ending to this.
He's talking about immigration?
Yeah, talking about immigration into New York. Let's take a listen.
Will destroy New York City.
That type of language went directly against the narrative of the government. The government has been telling us these people are going to rebuild America. These are the new Americans. We should be happy they commit less crime and work hard and pay taxes.
Destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month.
Shouldn't that be a good thing for a sanctuary city? right? He's going against the whole narrative. He knew, but he had to go along anyway. But he kept running his mouth. See, I said a while back, I'd resign. I wouldn't preside over this shit.
Mm-hmm.
One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We got a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted.
That's a false choice. He could have said, I ain't cutting shit. Let him live on the street. That's what he could have said.
Yeah, but you have
more people.
You have a regime of benefits that you can't renegotiate it. You know what I mean? You'd have to renegotiate it.
All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community. So as you asked me a question about migrants, tell me what role you played. How many of you organized to stop what they're doing to us? How many of you were part of the movement to say, we're seeing what this mayor is trying to do, and they're destroying New York City?
Who is the they that he's speaking of? Who is the they? I'm going to rewind it back because I want you guys to understand what he's saying. What he said, I want you to listen closer to what he just said. The boy spoke a mouthful, but he can't say who that they is. Who is the they he talking about? They want to destroy New York City.
They're seeing what this mayor is trying to do, and they're destroying New York City.
They. Who is the they? Who you think he's talking about, Ben?
I would say another way of talking about it is the elites.
The people that he took the bribes from.
Probably that's true. Yeah.
The people who flew him around on first class flights and put him in fancy 5-star hotels. He biting back against his master. You destroy my city. He said, this nigga's crazy.
It's going to come to your neighborhoods. All of us are going to be impacted by this. I said it last year when we had 15,000. I'm telling you now, with 110,000, the city we knew we're about to lose.
Man, those are powerful words. That was at 110,000 migrants. They're well over 200 now. I've shown you 4,000 in one block. One block. You ever seen that, Ben?
No.
Let me show you this, Ben. It's truly amazing, Ben. It's truly amazing. 4,000 African migrants in one block, and this man, they put this low IQ man in charge of trying to manage this situation. They knew it wasn't going to work. They knew it wasn't going to work. And let me see if I can find it. Let me show you this video, man. This is amazing. This is truly amazing.
That is amazing. Huh?
Look at all these Africans.
That is amazing, no? That is amazing. That is amazing. Huh? Nigga, it's amazing, man. That is amazing.
All the African migrants, man. Man, he didn't stand a chance. Man, he wasn't smart enough to figure this shit out. But he needed the money, Ben. He needed the money, so he kept the job because, well, he needed the money. He liked the limelight. He liked being able to walk into the clubs and they let him in as soon as he pull up. He used to having to wait in line.
Together. Staten Island said, send them out to Manhattan. Manhattan is saying, send them out to Queens. Queens is saying, send them out to Brooklyn. Open the floor up.
That was Eric Adams, and I imagined that was part of his mindset that did him in being, he's greedy as well, so that wasn't going to save him. But
yeah,
he could have been greedy if he had been willing to go along, but he wasn't willing to go along. So
you can't have it both ways. Yeah, you in a sense it's blackmail, and if you don't understand it's blackmail, and you say like, "Well, I can say what I want. I'm the mayor," then they're going to blackmail you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard the theory? There's a guy named E. Michael Jones who has this theory.
Yeah, I heard of E. Michael.
His theory is that in the 60s there was an alliance between between Jews and blacks to break the South. And that a lot of times the blacks who were involved, like Southern blacks didn't want to make the alliance, but it was Northern blacks like or Northern educated blacks like Martin Luther King who kind of went along with it. Like he had a lot of connections with Jews and also communists, things like that. That was throughout the world in the 60s. That was like a, kind of a cool thing.
Yeah.
But that the alliance didn't hold because blacks, interestingly, they buck alliances. You know what I mean? Like there's a natural way in which like there's a healthy kind of like, what you see with Trump voters now, like there's a way in which it's now cool to be a black. It's borderline cool to be a black person who's into Donald Trump.
Right.
Where before it was just like not allowed. But now it's kind of becoming like rep to wear a Trump hat if you're a black guy. Like a lot of people will see it as positive and not just white people. And so I think that's what's going on here is this way in which you like if I was to take your average, let's say I'm a promoter, right? And I promote a black streamer. I'm not a promoter, but like say I was to really help him out. He's going to want to like break off from me at a certain point and usually like kind of assert his independence and claim that he was exploited. This happens a lot with black artists, like you see Kanye.
Yeah.
And I can see both sides of that because to turn around on people who made you billions of dollars and then say you're a victim of them is you kind of deserve to get punished for that, I think. But on the other hand, I really do think that a man should be his own man. And even if you come to that relatively late in the game, people should let you do your thing. So, but you find this, it's like in a sense, it's the tragedy of the successful black man that he needs others to help him. But then when he wants to break free and be independent, they punish him. I don't know how to resolve it. You know what I mean? I don't know what the solution is to that.
You ever heard of Freddy's Fashion Mart?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Anyone ever heard of Freddy's Fashion Mart? Anyone? I'm curious to know if anyone in the audience has ever heard of Freddy's Fashion Mart. While I give them a chance to take a look, I want to ask a personal question. Do you see McDonald's being around in the future? I don't think they would be able to pay $25 an hour. Sure, McDonald's is not going anywhere. McDonald's is a real estate play. Did you ever see the movie The Founder? Was it Founder about McDonald's? It was McDonald's, right?
Yep.
McDonald's is not about selling burgers. It's about real estate. It's a real estate. If you watch The Founder, you'll know exactly what I mean.
Yep.
All over America, McDonald's has locations on probably the best corner lots you can find. You get that much real estate, you don't even have to own it. You got under lease. You're now a real estate company. It's going nowhere. The $25 an hour employees will be replaced by the $0 an hour capital investment in kiosks. Programmed by people like me, the urban landlord, John Galt. That's how that goes, Chris Reed. You go over to London, the UK, probably Japan. They got robots making the hamburgers. I mean,
Oh, really?
Working there. So McDonald's, however you pronounce it, will not be going anywhere. What was I about to tell you, Ben? Yeah, Freddy's Fashion Mart. Freddy's Fashion Mart. You never heard of that? You were talking about how blacks in the North and their relations with the Jews and how they can turn their back on the Jews so easily.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what happened at the Freddy's Fashion Mart in Harlem. I'm sure Stanley remembers Freddy's Fashion Mart. Here's an article from the J-Post, the Jewish Post, from back in, I don't even know when it was. Massacre at Freddy's in Harlem, fire fueled by anti-Semitism. Kills 8. Burn the Jew store down. And I think if I Google and search, you will find the person that inflamed that riot was none other than Al, my man Sharpton. How the hell? You never heard of this before, Ben?
Mm-mm.
On Friday, December 8th, Roland Jones Smith, 51 years old, a Harlem resident with a criminal record going back 30 years, walked into Freddy's Fashion Mart, a Jewish-owned clothing store at West 25th Street, and pulled out a gun. Ordered all the black customers to leave, spilled paint thinner on several bins of clothing, and set them on fire. He fired it, resulting in killing 8 people, including Smith himself. Smith had been part of a group of picketers led by Al Sharpton, head of the National Action Community, and Morris Powell, leader of the 125th Street Vendors Association, who had been protesting the eviction of Sekulu Shangai, owner of the Record Shack, who was subletting from who? Fred Harari, the Jewish owner of Freddy's. The picketing went on for months, had led for Harari to seek relief with the state Supreme Court. In papers filed one day before the fire, recently the protesters have made motions of striking a match and throwing it on outside clothing displays on the doorway of the store. An affidavit by Kareem Bronner, a black security guard killed in the blaze, said that he had been called a cracker lover and would get mine as a traitor to the black race. Bronner was the only black that Smith did not order out of the store before setting it on fire. The security guard, even though he was black, all the other black people ordered out of the store except for the security guard, the cracker lover. He loved crackers and he lost his life. He loved the cracker's job. He loved the ability to feed his family from the job that the Jewish man provided. He lost it for that. Anyway, that's Freddy's Fashion Mart. You guys can look up more about Freddy's if you're interested. Al Sharpton, you have to ask yourself, how the hell does he maintain a $1 million gig on MSNBC after having flamed the anti-Semitism flames and even burned down one of their stores, and yet he's still uncancelable, as they say. You can't cancel him. Freddy's Fashion Mart, 125th Street. Anyway, Ben. Yeah, I'm really surprised. Not one person, Ben. What does that say? What do you think that says about the people that normally like to get up and, express their opinion? Not one person willing to get up and. What do you think that is, Ben?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of, when there's only so much of this, like, if you don't if you just have pure hostility, you look like a jerk.
You know, Ben, I think that a lot of people, you know, if this conversation with me, like being very confrontational with you, because we have maintained a pretty good audience. There are 56 people in the audience, and it's been that number pretty much all day. And I think that, you know, and you know, I've thought it all along, and I met you in person, and you know, you're not stupid, right? And if you were stupid, people would probably jump up here and, you know, have a battle of wits with you and think that they could do very well. But I think you are able to combat them with reason in many cases, and I think that's part of the reason why no one jumps up here, Ben.
Well, I think it's people want to say that I am, let's say, a racist. I don't really think I would represent an extreme position on race. I just will say what other people won't say. But I think I'm a moderate. I don't think I'm. That's hard for people to deal with. Like, I'll say there are certain aspects of Black culture that are negative, but I actually am of the opinion that all races are a gift. And I'm just saying that you should work with your gifts, not against them, because you would prefer to be white or Asian. You know what I mean? And that's hard to argue with, I think.
Someone said they don't want Stanley up in the morning. Yeah, I don't know who said that. Stanley can come up in the morning. I keep putting the link up, but they keep coming up with reasons not to come up here, man. That is amazing. That is amazing. You know, I think I definitely agree with you, and I think that
Stanley's a puzzle. Did you know that one of his chats was calling you an idiot? It was beneath him to talk with you. Weird for someone who like hosts as a guest host on your channel.
So, it probably was more of his way of commenting about you than me, but you know, I think that you know,
yeah, but he said these two idiots, so he's saying. I mean, we'd have to be saying like us two are idiots, and I don't know. I mean, like he has a funny way of doing things because he thinks he actually is. In a sense, he's like a rebellious son. He tries when he's on his own to assert that he doesn't need you and he doesn't need to be doing things that are helping your channel.
Well, he does it. Stanley's life was made long before I ever met him.
I think you're fairly tolerant of that stuff because it might bring good content. But
give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yes, Mackenzie, that's true. But I don't let them go. I guess we let them guest host Bronzes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying it's interesting that you would have. It's just got to be. It's just a kind of strategy, an interesting strategy to have haters on your own channel.
Yeah.
But we do it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think John knows what he's doing. I think John's, allowing people whatever he can get. And then he'll replace them with better people as the quality increases.
I didn't hear what you say, Ben.
I think your strategy, I don't know if it's with my guess on what your strategy is to keep it going 24/7, utilizing whoever's willing because they're like ego invested to carry it like Stanley, but that if you had a higher quality, I don't think he would disagree that if you had a higher quality host who was bringing you more views and wasn't like controlling his position, you would replace him.
Well, I don't think a higher quality host, if someone's better than Stanley, they're gonna have their own stream. If that's what their interest. You'd be amazed, man. A lot of people like Stanley in the chat.
Yeah.
He's a, I don't want to call him a liberal, but a Democrat or a Democrat voter or whatever. There aren't that many people on this in this space where they lean that direction. So he does kind of represent the other 40-something% that don't have a voice over here in that sense.
True.
I think there are 24 hours in a day, and man, honestly, I think that a lot of the stuff that I set out to cover, I haven't even covered yet, to be quite honest with you. I do want to talk a lot more about Airbnbs. I want to do some of my renovation work and kind of get community feedback and before and after type things. And someone says Stanley is way more entertaining than John. Yeah, I'm probably not as entertaining as Stanley. That's probably true. Yeah, indeed. I'm probably much more of a serious person, right? Well, Stanley's a serious person, but I'm probably a little bit more serious.
Yep.
You're probably not gonna see me up here, I don't know, women talk or I don't know.
The problem with Stanley is like he's more of a drama guy. He's more of like a shit talker.
Yeah, and that's more entertaining, than what I offer, right? So,
but it gets old. The problem with drama, it gets stale if you end up with the same dynamic over and over and over again. And then nobody comes up and he just talks about what he ate today and what someone else will eat. It becomes very safe.
Yeah.
But if he is able to remain open to criticism, that would be, but I think it is interesting, John. Also, like, why is it that people guest host on your channel? Same with us. Instead of starting their own channel, it's just an interesting kind of like psychology there because, but I guess you were hosting on Chaotic's channel, weren't you, before you started your own channel?
Yeah, the thing is, for me, I can't speak about anyone else. But it could be a myriad of things. It could be if you don't have let's say if you don't have a lot of content, right? Like you guys do IRL, is that what it's called? In real life, whatever.
IRL, yeah.
Right. If you can't do that, I've seen some guys, Lee Clint said Johnny can watch him paint dry. I've seen some guys that complain that they don't have the money to do the IRL.
It's expensive if you want to use mics and everything. It's expensive.
Right. Well, I think just the travel piece that they were doing, like the what do they call it, the passport bros, right? They're traveling. They try.
I mean, of course, you can do IRL right outside of your door, wherever you are.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's more interesting if you're traveling. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And so, it's kind of. I guess it would be kind of hard to get out of the gate doing that if you, or traveling around and you don't have any money. You travel, or you run out of money. Then what are you going to IRL? When you back
But
home?
IRL homeless, that would be interesting. IRL homeless, because it's not hard to keep a phone going, but your quality is gonna be low. But I think the main thing people want is they want the built-in audience, because
yes, I was going to get
very hard to organically create an audience. It took us a while before we got up to a certain point. But then actually, I think the smartest move for people to do it is to beef with the original creator and try to pull half his audience with you.
I don't like that approach. To be, I'm not saying it doesn't work.
You're impossible to beef with though, because you're mild mannered. So, but like that would be like a pretty good strategy, but it wouldn't work with you because you don't really beef.
Well, and again, like I think if someone were to do that, it takes I think you need to have a base of subscribers. And then it plays well if the other person goes along with it, right? So now he's putting your name in his banner and his name in your banner, and so that you're in a feedback loop in the algorithm. So now you're feeding off each other's views.
Yeah, until this is the problem. You asked me why people don't come up, but if you are vastly superior to the person you're beefing with, they're going to pull the plug on it as soon as possible, and then slander you massively, which has happened to us time and time and time again. Because there's really no way, if you're beefing, and losing, to save it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just losing, you have to go, like, take extra. I've been called a supernatural being by one creator, an FBI agent by another one. Like, I have got restraining orders against me, and this is all just from, like, interacting on the internet with people, because I think weak creators feel threatened by a superior creator, even though it should benefit them tremendously to have someone who's more charismatic on their show. But they get nervous, and I do think the way it usually works on the internet is, you know what I'm saying? Like, if David Letterman had this, like, incredibly great young woman who was, like, attractive and funny, he wouldn't care if she stole the show, because all he cares about is the ratings. But on the internet, I think a lot of people, I think they're like narcissists, you know what I mean? And so they feel like, if someone steals the show, then I'm going to lose. And, then they get conflictual and they lose the conflict. And then it makes, then they have to take emergency measures.
Ben, you run restaurants, and, I run my business here, and maybe not necessarily in software, but in software, things have to play well together.
Yeah.
Right. There's a lot of moving pieces, integration, as they say, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to make integration work, right? You're running Salesforce for your CRM and Sitecore.
Yep.
Content management system, and all have to work well together seamlessly.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of these content people, it's just my high level view. I haven't been around as long as you. I'm not as successful as you, but I have dealt with people. That's been my living. And what I have found, again, is that many people are unable to build anything. They're solo rappers.
Yeah.
They can get on stage and drop a verse, and then the show is over. But the people want more. They want the whole album, and you can't offer that. And the only way you can do that is by building a band, a team. And I think that many people are solo rappers. They're Deion Sanders of the football world, where they don't even go in the huddle. They just want to play their position.
Yeah.
And if they cover their man well and the team loses, they can go in the locker room with their head held high. And
right.
I think that's really what the issue is there, Ben.
Well, I think, John, like, economically speaking, if you're betting your money on it, like, streaming is an incredibly stupid investment. Like, because it's really hard to, like, make a living off of it. So a lot of people do it as a side thing, and what they want to do is just prop up their ego. So they create an echo chamber to prop up their ego, and a few of them can make a living off of it, but it's really a long shot, especially if you don't have that kind of natural talent, which in most cases you'd be in Hollywood, or you'd be on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd be a politician. So it's kind of an oddball that ends up who has talent and is on the internet. And I've always wondered why people don't team up together, because even like with IRL, you could have, we call them bits, like where both people are aware of it, and you're running kind of a script, in a sense of, let's say a romantic relationship that goes sour. You're going to get tons of views, and it could be sort of real, but also you're aware, you're somewhat acting. But what people do instead, the first guy who was fairly big we interacted with was a mixed race black guy named Darius, who actually had a lot of charisma. But in the end, he ended up, just a few days ago, at a convention, at a Twitch, you know what Twitch is? It's
Yeah.
another platform. At a Twitch convention, and what he did is bait someone into throwing a punch at him, who is a much bigger creator, by like saying all kinds of personal stuff about him when the guy didn't even know him.
Right.
That gives you a certain type of views, but it's also, it becomes illegal. People go to jail. You could get killed or really hurt. And it has that, it's a short-term strategy. Whereas if you collaborated with this guy and over the course of months and years, you kind of tease him a little bit. And you know what I mean? Like, it's a much, because you're going to get like 10 seconds of the actual fight. A lot of people will cover it. But then if that's all you do, that's a one-trick pony, and it's not very sophisticated.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with you on that.
But that's where the culture is at, where like that is what's seen as normal. But I do think people get tired of that, because otherwise, why don't we all go watch the circus sideshow where it's like the midget and the bearded? You know what I mean? It gets old. You can only see that so many times.
Yeah.
And shock value is not really it doesn't have longevity. You can only do a prank a few times and then it gets tiring.
It's like hitting cocaine for the first time, or dope for the first time. You always that next viral moment. You can never get to that next viral moment.
Right.
And I think, that it is kind of, like symbolic of kind of how a lot of young people, I mean, maybe some of the older people as well, approach life. They're looking for like a home run.
Yeah.
Opposed to a bunch of base hits.
Right.
And that if they focus on a bunch of base hits, you walk the man in line. Is that what they say? You walk the man in line. If you focus on a bunch of base hits, basically the man will walk right in. And which brings me to, let me see if I can find it. I see someone is stepping up here, Ben. We may have
let's go.
Call it a protagonist. Is that what they would call it?
Antagonist.
What is a protagonist? Don't make me look it up.
Protagonist would be like the main character. Antagonist would be the opposition.
Well, you never know. This could be the protagonist.
Could be.
But before I bring up the protagonist, I'm going to see if I can bring up this quote for you guys before I bring him up. And I think I found it. As I say, I like to instill a little information to people every day. I've lived a pretty good life, and I would like you to as well. And so here's a quote, if I can find it. I think I found it. I did. And this is one of the things I've told my cleaning companies, people that clean for me. I tell you, I had a guy that worked for me. You saw him on the street. Ben, you remember the white guy that when you came to my garage in the alley, he was back there in the alley in the garage with the...
Yes. Yep.
And he used to work for me anyway, but a few years, man. Yeah, I give him a lot of credit. He was great, but he was, just wasn't a good employee. Success in life is founded upon attention to the small things rather than to the large things. To the everyday things nearest to us rather than to the things that are remote and uncommon.
True.
And I do agree with that. Anyway, CKJ3, we got someone else up here to share the stage with Ben. CKJ3.
What's up, John? I'm just on break.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, no comments with Ben. CKJ3, usually people like to argue with Ben and get up here and call him pedophile, whatever. But as we're having a civil conversation here, it seems like none of the people that usually have fire for Ben want to come up. Isn't that interesting, CKJ3?
Yeah.
I don't know too much about Ben, so I mean I don't have nothing to
Hey,
say.
yeah,
Ben
I
is
don't have.
grown. I'm a grown man. He got his own life. I don't care. I mean,
Yeah. That's how I see it as well.
hope he
CKJ.
does what.
What's on your mind today? You've been trading today, CKJ3.
Yeah, I traded earlier. I'm done. I traded on 2 of my accounts. But yeah, I'm done for the day. The market, man, ran up like 300 points. Points.
A girlfriend of mine was telling me the other day she lost her funded account.
Oh, she could buy another one.
Yeah. I think she does. A lovely lady. I swear she is. So
You know what company with John?
I think she uses the one that you use, but she writes an algorithm and she trades off of the.
She used a bot, right?
Well, I guess if you call it a bot, but she wrote an algorithm C#, and she uses the. I think she was using the 15-day SMA. That's the what is that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
The
about.
moving average,
I
right?
really like indicators. One day, when I get the time, I want to see if I can pull on my chart and just show like how I like set stuff up before I start trading.
Are y'all talking
If you
about
don't
day
mind.
trading, like stocks?
Yeah, day
that's
trading. I trade futures.
Really?
I'm more into real assets, but I do listen to the people that trade.
And that's a good gig.
I mean, I got a 9-to-5. I mean, it's a good side hustle. When
See,
you know what you're doing,
I would
you make a lot of money.
never do that because I would assume that computers and like big people who have inside information are always going to get the jump on you.
Well, I think that basically, like what someone like Craig,
So
you know better.
banks and hedge funds, they don't day trade. You know, like they're trading off of like a monthly or like a weekly like candle. They're not going in every day and making trades.
Yeah, but if you had a computer, you can tell it to make trades like in a half second, right? Like just.
Yeah, but banks are not. They're not going in every day trade. They're not day trading every day. Like banks or hedge funds, they're not doing like me. I'm a retail investor, so I go in every day and I scout. Banks and hedge funds, they're not scouting.
You mean you're going for the little stuff that's too small and falls under their radar?
No. So basically, like when I look at at a chart or looking at like candles, I'm seeing where they want to take price to, and I just need to find my entry to get in and take it to where I think they're taking prices to.
All right, so you're like one of those little fish that feeds off the whale.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can't eat the whale. I don't have enough money to be the whale. No one has enough unless you a whale.
But I've always heard the best advice is to be counterintuitive. So whatever the market's doing, you look for the way in which it's like overdoing it, and you go in the opposite direction. But you're saying you go with it, but you're going with it short term.
Right. I'm not trying to.
So you never get burned.
I mean, I lose. Yeah, I lose. I could be wrong. It could pull back. It could pull back to my stop loss. And I could take a loss. But so say like today, from when the market opened at 6 p.m. yesterday, it moved like 300 points, right, from Asian to London to New York, and then it gave it all the way back. So me today, I waited for a pullback. And then I took it up for a couple points, made my money, and then I shut it down.
But how do you know when they're going to pull the plug on it and go in the reverse direction?
I'm watching the candles, and I mark off levels. So I have levels marked off, and I just set my alerts. I mean,
what I'm saying is, if you have a rational way of looking at it, doesn't somebody have a mega computer that you can program to do that faster than you?
I mean, probably so, but I mean, I like to look at the charts.
I don't know, it might work. It doesn't make any sense to me because if you're just playing a game that other people have more resources to play, better, I don't see how you're going to have an advantage over them.
I'm not trying to get an advantage over them, Ben.
Well, in order to make money,
just-
you got to have
I'm
an
just-
advantage over the other players, right?
I'm just trying to make my money and to go on about my day.
But you're not providing any actual like labor that you can then you're just gambling basically. But
No,
I don't know how you can.
I'm
I don't know if you're at the table with an expert gambler. I don't see how you're going to beat him.
not gambling.
Now, what I think what he's doing, Ben, if I can break it down kind of in layman's terms, is that you don't have to beat the whale. You know, it's like a ship just turning. You know, it takes a ship a long time to turn.
Yeah, I understand that.
And you can see that ship turning, you get ahead of that ship, and maybe you can catch a wave. And you can get behind that ship as it turns and catch a wave. And I think and that may not be the best analogy, but that's kind of how day traders see it. As an example, if a big institutional fund wanted to enter a position into, let's say, I don't know, any company.
Yeah.
There are signals that are sent out there. You know, they have to accumulate positions. They can't just buy 50 million shares at one time.
Right.
They have to accumulate a position. And so it starts to signal to the market, hey, this guy's accumulating positions in this or that.
Yep.
And people that are reading the charts try to take advantage of that.
Well, I know. The only thing I really know about is gold prices. And I know people do like within the hour, where is gold going, right? And I don't know how it just seems like a guess to me. If you're playing short-term gold market, how are you going to know anything that is an advantage to other players in the gold market? You could say long-term, I think gold's going to go up because, you know, the dollar's going to go down. But that's a different kind of game. That's like, well, you know, in real estate, John, there's like a buy and hold because it's always eventually going to be a good investment.
But with real estate, there are transaction prices that are very high.
Yeah, right.
The transaction costs are lower. So
but that means there's more players because there's less buy-in.
Yeah, indeed.
These prop firms, they have it to where you could get like multiple accounts, and then if you get like I got like a trade copier, and if I have like, let's just say 5 to 10 accounts, I don't have to make as much to 10x my money.
But that's if you're winning.
I mean, that's
going to be 10x a loss.
That's with anything though. That's why you have proper risk management. You know.
I just don't. I mean, I don't understand it. I actually think you're wrong. I don't think it's smart to do what you're doing. But I know that you can. What do they say? Like a tide will float all ships. But I actually think you're just
rising tide.
Rising tide will raise all the ships.
Like I'm wrong. Like wrong off of what?
I just think you have deluded yourself into thinking you have like this makes sense. And I'm not saying it makes no sense, but I don't see how it makes sense because you're not providing any labor that has any value and you're just gambling. And I think I don't see how unless you have knowledge that other people don't have or some advantage, how you should be playing that game. I just don't understand it any more than like really playing blackjack at the casino.
You feel the same way about people on Wall Street?
No, because they're insiders. They have knowledge. They have advantages. They have supercomputers. Like I could see how they would have an advantage. But even they are largely. I just think the game is rigged. So why play a rigged game when you can play a non-rigged game like selling your labor for,
But I do, Ben. I do, but I do both.
Yeah, but I mean, the day trading you think is a good investment?
It's a skill set. That's all it is. It's just a skill set.
But what skill do you have that any like random person couldn't have?
Price action.
You look at charts.
I look at charts and I'm trading price. I'm looking at the chart, seeing where I think that they want to push price to where liquidity is at, and I'm just playing. That's it. It's just a skill set.
Okay, but you're looking at a pattern, right?
No, not necessarily. No. So I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you an example. Say if I'm looking at a chart, right?
Yeah.
Mark off the previous high. I mark off the previous low, the previous
Yeah,
day.
I've seen guys do that. Yep.
Right. And then I go down to a lower time frame, and I may mark off it's called like gaps or whatever, right? And I'll mark off like the gaps. Now where the gaps is at is where is a bunch of like orders that they are parked. So I'm just waiting until price get to these certain levels, and then I'm just waiting for my entry to get in. Take it up a couple points, and then I'm done. I'm not trying to catch a whole move. I'm not trying to catch the whole move. I'm just trying to get a couple.
I guess that can make sense, but I just wouldn't know why, if there's a certain pattern that you see, why a bigger player couldn't just program a computer to do the same thing, and then that would counteract any advantage you have.
But Ben, what you fail to realize is they already trained off an algorithm, right? So at certain times of the day, you could see price either go up or go down, right? So I'm gonna give you an example. During Asian session, the market is slow, right? Because it's just Asian, right? Around let's just say 2:00, right? 2:00, 3:00 in the morning. You have London coming in, so the volume picks up because you got Asian and you got London.
Right. Yep.
Oh, then
I know this. With this, you could say gold futures are up on the Asian market, but the gold market hasn't really opened in the West, and you could say now would be a good time to buy, assuming gold was liquid, which it is.
Well, it depends on what the market has done the previous session. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you got to know certain levels. You just can't go in there and just buy.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm just gonna ask John a question. John, you understand what I'm saying? If there's a pattern, basically, that this guy's saying, he plays off a pattern. Couldn't a computer be programmed to see the same pattern and react to it without any human input? And then if someone was able to do that, wouldn't they have an advantage over him?
Yeah, but
I don't see how he's got an advantage.
No, I think what he's saying, again, I think
algorithm. I'm just following their algorithm. I'm not trying to beat them.
Yeah, I think again it goes back to turning of a ship. When institutions decide to, enter a position, they can't just go into the marketplace and say, "Hey, here's an order for 60 million shares." They have to build a position, and what him and people like Get Crack follow a volume on up days, volume on down days, and they build charts on that and to make predictions on where they think the stock is going.
But they don't have any unique knowledge. They're looking at the same charts everyone else is looking at.
Right. They're looking at the same charts everyone else is looking at. But as I'll give you an example. I was CKJ3. I was telling them a friend of mine, she lost her funding account, and she has an algorithm where she actually wrote her own C# code. I've looked at it. I've critiqued it a bit, and so she uses, say, a 15-day moving average. What is it?
Right.
What is CKJ3. What is the SMA? I forget it's moving averages. Was it 7 days?
Simple something. But I know what you're talking about.
Moving average. You can have you can build a chart off of a moving average of the last 15 days. Well, there are all these different statistical measures.
But pretty much anyone can make that chart.
Well, but anyone can't just write their own algorithm. Anyone can look at their chart. Yeah, you can add the SMAs or the whatever 30-day, 15-day, 7-day. You could add all of that, and you can make your decisions off of that. And that's what CKJ3 does. That's what Get Crack does. My friend, she takes it to another level and writes an algorithm to do it even when she's not there. She can walk away from her machine and feel comfortable in her algorithm, either working or limiting her downside. So that's kind of what's going on there.
But maybe you guys can help me see this. I know a little bit about YouTube, and we had this guy we interacted with, and he was like, you got to learn how to ride the algorithm on YouTube. And he was like, you can do that by various, like, you can have AI create channels that just scrape other channels, or you can kind of mimic other channels. But what I'm saying is, because it's so easy to have a YouTube channel, all of those, let's say, demands have already been supplied by people who see those things. And if you're just the last guy to the game, you're not going to have any advantage. You need to be an innovator in order to have an advantage over you know what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're
In an
saying.
extremely competitive environment, which I would think day traders are in and YouTube is in. If it's not extremely competitive, like if you're an orthodontist and you need to have all these degrees, then you probably do fine as just a regular orthodontist.
Well,
But if it's extremely easy buy-in, it's really hard to differentiate yourself.
Well, I think part of what benefits CKJ3 is the negativity of, people like, let's say, like you, right? That not a lot of people feel like they can win, which means that a lot of people don't get in. It's kind of like my business. Like, there are not a lot of people that want to get down and dirty, or so they think, of being a landlord. Even though
yes, but but that's a good difference but yours is active labor where you have to like communicate, manage, clean, and all that stuff. Whereas CKJ3 is not adding anything to these companies; he's just gambling.
Well, I think what he would say is that he's
speculating. He's speculating.
I think what he would say is he's taking advantage of supposed market. What do they call it? Not imperfections, but the market. Yeah, let's just go with the word imperfection. Right?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I knew a kid who was super smart that I taught. He was an arbitrage specialist. You know what arbitrage is?
Hell yeah, I know. Ben, I took the first 2 levels and passed the CFA exams. Chartered Financial Analyst, by the way. Derivatives, black shows, all that shit. I know all that.
But I'm saying, like, how are you going to compete with him? He was working for a huge, like hedge fund that he had access to, like, all the data, all the research. And so he was able to do it lightning fast. How am I going to compete with him in the arbitrage market? Maybe you can, but you could arbitrage. You could arbitrage Walmart. If you know someone's selling a certain amount on eBay and it's on sale at Walmart, you can arbitrage that because that requires a lot of labor. But I don't see where anything is like a snap of the fingers. How you're going to compete with that, with the supercomputer and like super educated people.
Well, I definitely think you are correct 100% when you're selling products online. Amazon can make sure that you don't sell anything on their website cheaper elsewhere. The stock market doesn't necessarily work in that fashion.
Right.
And so there are some inefficiencies, right? And again, you can't go in Walmart and buy 10,000 bottles of baby oil. But if you did walk in and you want to put in an order of 10,000 bottles of baby oil, and I'm using baby oil as an example, but if I were to go right now and put in 100,000 share order for any stock, then people will start front running me and driving up the price. And I think that is what, and don't let me speak for you, CKG. You feel free to jump in anytime.
Yeah,
But
so let's just say, news come out, Jerome Powell is speaking, right? You know what Jerome Powell is, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
I'm asking Ben, do we know?
Ben, yeah.
Powell?
Yeah, Jerome Powell. Fed chief.
Fed chief. Yeah. Okay, so every time he talks, right, the market either it moves crazy, whether it's going up or it's going down, right?
Yes.
So that's information when I'm trading that I know not to be in the market. Because
everybody does that at the same time.
Everybody is not like that though, Ben. Some people like to trade when Jerome talks. They want to already be in the market because they think it's gonna go a certain way before he even starts speaking. You see what I'm saying? It's all about risk management. So I won't trade when he's talking. I wait till we get done, and then I let the market settle, and then I try to figure out entry to get in and to get about. So it's certain things that I can know beforehand before I even start trading, because I know the algorithm is going off of certain keywords that Jerome Powell is saying.
Okay, so I would agree. If you say you have special knowledge, you have a special strategy,
But everybody has
then
a
I
strategy.
think
It's just
that can set you. If
I
you're
take the
looking at
time
the same
out.
charts as everybody else,
Yeah, but
I'm
I'm
how are
taking
you
the
going to come
time.
up with something better than them?
I'm taking the time out to study. I'm gonna give you another example. Everybody couldn't be Michael Jordan, right? He had a certain skill set. He put in a certain amount of time to get where he was at.
Yeah, but all right. So like this is what I would say. I know there was a guy who only had one move he made in stocks. Whenever there was a woman CEO appointed, he bet against that company, and he made a ton of money doing that. He didn't have to know anything else. He just said whenever they put a woman, replace a male CEO with a woman. Sometimes he lost, but on the vast majority he won because he was betting it. He was betting on human nature over like DEI optimism, because he knows like a company has got to make money. It doesn't matter. Virtue doesn't count. Except it does sometimes. Sometimes will give you a boost. But that's him betting against kind of like bullshit common man's opinion. But I don't see where charts you can really do that.
Because the chart is telling you what price is doing every day. You have a yearly candle, you have a monthly, you have a daily, you have an hourly, you have a 4 hour, you have an 8 hour, you have 15 minutes, you have 5 minutes, 1 minute, 3 seconds, 1 second. It's just price is fractal. So I'm just breaking down price.
Yeah, I can see where you're saying something, but I just don't. I know there's some kind of economic theory that I'm aware of that would equalize that instantly if there's the same information and like an endless supply of investors. It's gonna like close a vacuum unless there's some way in which it doesn't. And that's, I think, what John's talking about. It won't close the vacuum. But like, for example, I know there's like currency arbitrage where you buy currency at a certain rate and then you sell it in another currency.
You know about Forex, right? It's called Forex.
I don't know exactly what happens, but like that gap gets closed really fast. There's not going to be an open gap where you can just make free money. It's not going to last for very long because big money will come in there and just swoop it up very fast.
Yeah, but I'm not competing with big money though. I'm in my own lane.
All right, that may be, yeah, so that would have to be true, but I don't see how that's true because you say, John, like a big ship will like turn the tide for everybody or whatever. But that big ship, in terms of it, they want to make all the money. They don't. There is no little fish that they want to feed. They just want all the money themselves. And I think you can get lucky. You can ride a high. Like if you played the stock market the last 60 years, you're going to maybe delude yourself into thinking you've made good decisions, but you're just riding the market as a whole. And I don't see how little trades get you any advantage.
I'm going to give you an example. So let's just say the market moved 300 points today, right?
Yeah.
Me personally, I just need 25 of it. 20 to 25 points of that 300. I'm not trying to catch up. You see what I'm saying? And if I take that 25,
then it could just as equally go down and you lose 25 of the 300 negative.
Yeah, it's all about risk management. But if I take that 25 points and I copy my trade on 10, that's 25 points times 10 accounts. It's all about math, man.
But if it's I know that markets will rise as a whole. But if markets didn't rise as a whole, I don't see how you would just as unless you're making money off the fact that a lot of people are dumb and don't invest well. I don't see how you're going to do better than like the big players who are able to make small trades with computers. I just don't see it.
I think Ben, the issue has been that the big players have to make big moves.
No, they don't.
Well, I think they do. Like, for instance, let's say if you had Fidelity Mutual Fund, and I'm not taking up for it or disagreeing. I'm just giving you what I understand. And again, I passed two levels of the CFA. I didn't pass this third level, but nevertheless, I've had my financial experience. And so,
I believe,
so when they say a Fidelity needs to maintain or enter a position, again, they need to drop $50 million in a stock to even make it worth it for them. Otherwise it's just a rounding area. They're not going to get any bump in their portfolio by adding 2 or 3 shares. They need to buy 50 million, 200,000 shares. So and the get cracks of the world try to catch wind of them making that move by watching volume. And they say, okay, I see a big move on volume as an example on an up day. And then they do their magic looking at charts and things like that. And that's how they make their decisions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I just don't intuitively see how it's not just speculation. And that if you're going to speculate on something, you need to have insider information or a different strategy than the common strategy, because otherwise you're just likely to win as to lose. And if you are winning a lot, you may be deluding yourself into thinking that you're doing something that actually the market as a whole is doing. Like, I know guys who invest in cryptocurrency, and I think they're just wasting their time, because I don't see how you have an advantage over other investors.
But it's not see with me, Ben, it's not about having an advantage over other investors. Every day I come to the market and I just need to see my setup. If I don't see my setup, I don't trade. And like I said, it's all about risk management. I risk a certain amount to make a certain amount. That's it. Everyday.
I mean, I think it's better than gambling because there's no house advantage, but I don't think it's much different than gambling unless you have. Well, I can't only say it so many times, but I may be wrong about that. But I don't. To me, it seems like something that guys get into who really are over their heads. And if you do it as a hobby and you just want to do it for fun, that's fine. But I don't see it as very sound. Like, I would say, John, I don't know if you agree with this. I think real estate's a terrible investment unless you're making money off that real estate. But like just speculating on how prices are going to go, I actually think it's a fool's game.
I mean, who could speculate? You mean like just buying and holding some real estate, hoping that the price goes up?
Yeah, like right. And you understand there's always an opportunity cost, like so where you could be investing somewhere else, right? So I think the idea that you have an advantage over the market as a whole in understanding something,
I'm gonna check with you later, John. I gotta
say that.
Okay, CKJ3.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't understand what you're saying. But you know what I'm saying? Like you can make money off real estate if you fix it up and flip it. That's a good strategy. If you fix it up, rent it, and hold it, that's a good strategy. If you're just speculating on real estate, man, you got to have like some kind of knowledge that everybody else doesn't have, because money can go anywhere at any time.
You mean like buying land or something like that and just holding the land? Is that what you're referring to? Like
I'm saying, yeah, the strictly speculative. If you just take away like the income, even just buying a house, I think it's a bad investment because it's too risky for average people, which is another reason I would advocate for RVs, because yeah, the market might go up, but the market may also go down. And yeah, you can live in that house and that cuts your costs somewhat, but the risk is very high, especially now that the real estate markets are based on absolutely nothing that makes any sense. So I would not advise a young man to invest in real estate unless he's going to also add his labor to it. You know what I'm saying? Which is going to, over time, even if the market goes up or down, is going to increase the value. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've always bought like fixer-uppers myself.
Right.
And this always worked for me. The thing is, I think a lot of people want to buy something already brand new to live in. And I think that's where real estate becomes more expensive housing for people. I think if people look for the diamond in the rough, the house that wasn't fixed up.
Well, let me say this, John. Like, I think speculation, unless you're doing it as a hobby, you know what I mean? Speculation, like you're not adding any value to the thing. You're just buying it and hoping that the price goes up without actually adding any value to it through labor is a very dangerous game, because I just don't think you have any advantage over everybody would love to do that, right? Everybody would love to make money without doing anything.
Yeah, it's not very sustainable, to try and just speculate. So, I definitely agree with you. I'm older school. We're older school relative to CKJ3. And I think that probably is the bigger disconnect for you and where
But
real.
I see a lot of younger men getting like encouraged to do this. And younger black men too, like Fresh and Fit, they encourage speculation on crypto because they got to deal with the crypto guys who are selling their course.
Yeah.
And I really think you find a lot. I've encountered, we met this guy Dalmatian Dog down in North Carolina, and he's like, I speculate on crypto, and I'm like, I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? It's okay, but like, you need to have a superior knowledge about something in order to differentiate yourself. Otherwise, you might get lucky, but you might get unlucky. And I think overall, you're lucky if you break even, but then your time's wasted. And you know what I mean? Like I just, you got to have some edge on everyone else.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ben. I think, honestly, we come from a different generation, than the younger generation.
But we're right and they're wrong, is what I'm saying. And I don't think,
well,
I would just say, like, young men who are doing this should stop doing it if they care about themselves, because you may get lucky, but you shouldn't base your life on luck. Or just go to the casino if you want to do that.
Well, I think they would say that it's not luck. To be honest with you, that's what I think they would say is not luck. I think they would say that they have a sense of where things are going, and they trade off of that.
But couldn't it be that they're just deluding themselves?
It very well could. It very well could. There was a quote from Abraham Lincoln. You ever heard his quote? I think it kind of applies to what you're talking about here, Ben. And
hey,
Ben,
John, can you hear me? My bad.
Yeah, HB.
Okay.
Abraham Lincoln said, "What is conservatism?" And I'll share the quote with you, so for the people that think I'm not telling you the truth. Finally, someone comes up here.
Yeah. No, because my story with trading in the market and stuff. I started back when COVID first started. With the whole crypto boom, blew my account. So I sat back for like a year or two, did study, learned all the terms and everything, tried to get some knowledge about it before I got back in. So last year I started with 500. I'm over 10,000 right now in my account, in my brokerage account. And I think one of the biggest things that they teach you is the trend. The trend is your friend. Obviously, you can't compete with the whales, but if you see a trend, they say it. The trend is your friend. So kind of follow the trends.
Yeah, but that's the worst advice. I had some money at a certain point that I had to invest, and the big money guys always go, go against the trend?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that would work, but
That is
I mean, if you
not
if you
when you
see
buy.
if you see a stock going down, I don't think it's necessarily smart to, you see a stock going down 5 days in a row, it's going down. Probably not the best idea to go into that stock, but you see it.
No, that's not true. The big money guys will say, like, when something is way undervalued based on their knowledge of what the real value of something is. So it's like counterintuitive.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Riding the trends is how you get involved in bubbles,
Well,
and usually those bubbles will pop and screw you over.
those are the whales, though. If you got 50 million to invest, whatever, if you you buy 50 million in one stock, you control the market at that point. What I'm saying is we're not whales in a sense. We're more like the barnacles that ride the whales.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I just
And
yeah.
in that, a lot of times what really fucks people over is the greed and not controlling their losses. When CKJ was talking about he sets his stop loss, so even before he gets into a trade, he already knows how much money he's willing to lose on that trade.
Right, but so do
So
a lot of other people. Which
no, a lot of other people, they don't. A lot of other people don't. A lot of other people, what they'll just do is they'll buy a bunch of stocks and just hope it goes up, and not even. And then what's even crazier is, like, once they're like $1,000 in the hole, so now they gotta hold it. Now they're sitting there holding a stock that's in the red for months, just hoping it goes back up.
right, but they sometimes are right to do that.
Sometimes they're wrong. All those people that held GameStop, yo, Ben, there's still people to this day holding GameStop. Still,
Yeah.
to this day. There's still if you go to Reddit, you could look at the GameStop Reddit right now. It's still people hoping that the stock goes back up just so they can get their $50,000 back and $60,000. And you got to understand, there's a lot of people where it's greed that really motivates them. For a lot of people,
Well, that should be what motivates you when you're trading stock.
nah,
Money.
for
You want to
a lot
maximize your profits.
for a lot of people, it's more so just, hey, I just want to
You're
make.
saying they're being irrational.
Yeah. If you think you're gonna get rich in the stock market, that's the people that lose. But if you're just trying to make as much as, let's say I make $1,600 every week at my job. If I can make half that in playing the stocks, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm saying, like, but you have to have a counterintuitive trend. You'd have to see when people are being irrational and you act rationally. Then I see.
Right.
Then I can see it. Then I could see it.
Yeah. You can't, honestly, like, thinking logically it really hurts you in the market. And I think that's where, kind of maybe you and John, you guys think logically on things. We kind of think a little bit more, just a little bit more abstract. And understanding too that, we live in a different age now. I think you have to invest. You can't just rely on 401k or, the same things that we used to be able to rely on. You have to be a little bit more aggressive in this day and age.
But how do you know that when you say, like, I'm smarter than the next guy, that you actually are and you're not just deluded?
No. I'm not saying that I'm smarter than the next guy. I'm just, what I'm banking on is that I'm less greedy and I'm less impulsive.
But that means you're smarter.
No. That has nothing
I
to
don't
do
mean
with being
IQ
smarter.
smart, but like you play the game better.
Not even that. Not even that. Because sometimes what gets a lot of people is, let's say, like, when you set a stop loss, you're setting it. When you buy a stock and you set a stop loss, you're setting a stop loss at a specific price that you're willing that it's going to automatically get out of that stock.
Right.
So
Anyone can do that, though.
Right. Anyone can, but what ends up happening is a lot of people don't. They don't manage their losses. So a lot of people, what ends up happening is they might be on the right side of the trend, but they got in at the wrong point.
But I get what
And
you're
they
saying. It's called the gambler's fallacy, I think, where you say like, I'm gonna hold on because I'm so invested that I'm gonna
yeah.
keep like my numbers haven't been coming up, so I know I'm like it's gonna come up big right around the corner, which is not rational because
No, it's
every
not. It's
time you
not.
roll the
It's
dice,
not.
it's a new roll. But
It's
yeah,
logical. It's logical. It's logical because every stock goes up and down eventually. But I mean,
yeah, but
while
it's not
you're
like it's going down. It's gonna definitely go up. Some stuff
right,
stays
right,
down for forever.
right,
But
right.
I just don't. Yeah,
But
okay.
but you know, a lot of
I think when it comes to stock, this is me, old guy, and I don't know much about the stock market. But what I've heard from really rich guys is you look for the long trends. You're counterintuitive. You buy low, you sell high, and you don't play the hour by hour game at all because it's just too unpredictable.
yeah. Once you actually have your money, then yeah, of course you're gonna play the long game at that point. I mean, you just put it in you know, the S&P. You just sit it in the S&P.
Well,
That's
that's if
when you
you
want to
believe
that
that the stock market isn't going to totally crash because the economy is going to crash,
yeah, but you know,
which I
knowing
don't.
how
I don't trust that.
yeah, no, we could have a crash at any moment, honestly. But
And it could
you
be
know,
30 years before you get back to the level you were at before the crash. I actually think that's true. But if people will say, well, if you look at history, it's always gone up a certain amount and there have been dips, but then they've recovered. But past performance is not an indication of future performance. And they say
no,
that
no, no,
whenever
no,
they
no. They say
And
that they
again,
say
it could crash, but even within that, there's no straight line down or up.
yeah,
The people that trade shit, they trade down too, right? Because there are some
yeah.
up points. It doesn't just go straight down like a sliding board. It's up one day, up
yeah,
another day,
that's
on
well,
2
I mean,
days.
sometimes it can go like in 3 days, the whole thing tanks.
But even within those 3 days, there are upticks and
Yeah, but
down.
how would you know those upticks? I just don't. You'd have to have like insider information to be able to play those upticks.
Well, I think you know, and I
You
can't.
say they play the shape, basically, right? But you could set a computer program to play the shape, and if you could, the person, you know what I mean? Like maybe at some point before people started looking at the shapes, you had you were the only person who had a computer that could see the shapes. You could program it, and you'd get paid all day. But now everybody can do that, and I don't see how anyone has an advantage there.
Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna have the advantage every day, but you know, you're just it's it is something that you have to do a lot of research on, and
All right, so you're saying you need some kind of special knowledge. But I'm saying if you take a course that every other person is taking,
no. I'm not saying a
you know what I'm
course.
saying?
I'm just saying you have to have a certain mentality to do it.
And I think it might be just like delusion.
I think that's what you have to have. You got to have a certain level of delusion to do it. Yeah,
Because
no,
I think
yeah,
it's
no.
better to invest in something that makes sense than that something you're speculating on that tons of other people are speculating on. I can't see how it would ever make more sense to speculate than to invest in something that has actual value because you're adding to it. Well,
Well, maybe that's just how you look at it. But like, if I invest in Walmart, does Walmart not have value?
yeah, but what I'm saying about Walmart, you say Walmart has. Let's say you're looking at an up and coming. Let's say you're looking at what you think is an up and coming like thing. Like say you're into AI, okay?
Yeah,
But that stock at the price, and so there's some company that's like doing AI, but that stock may be already overvalued because too many people are speculating in AI compared to the actual value of it. And then even if AI is somewhat successful, when there's a correction, you'll lose. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there's a level of the underlying value of the thing, and then there's the level of the speculation on the underlying value of the thing. And unless you have some kind of counterintuitive knowledge, it's very likely that a lot of people are thinking the same way you are. And so then you don't, like, I invested heavy in gold like 2 years ago in gold mines, but I didn't have the time, and that stuff's done very, very well. But at the time I invested, it was on a downswing. So, I couldn't hold it long enough to see it swing back up. And I had no idea day to day what affects a gold mine, because it's not really like a trend. You know what I mean? It's like it's speculators coming in and out of the market. So it may have been that a whole ton of people were speculating on gold, and that it got overvalued when I invested, because, I thought I was being counterintuitive, but so did every other conservative leaning guy,
Well, the thing with investing in a gold miner, you got to look at what the price of gold is. So I'm guessing when you invested in a gold mining company, the actual gold was probably down. So
But gold has been a great investment. Physical gold has been a great investment. Gold mining companies may be over invested in and therefore overvalued. Even if they're making money, they have to outperform expectations in order for you to do well. You understand? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's different. It's a different philosophy for everybody. And trust me, I know how it felt. Like during COVID, I got completely burnt in the market. So I get it. Like, and that's most people. They get burnt and they don't ever go back to it. They're totally,
I just think like, let's say you take, like, Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit is?
Yeah.
Okay, if they're encouraging a lot of young black men to, if they've got a little money, to invest that money in speculation, I really don't think young black men are particularly in a position, because they usually don't have enough money to play the long game, and they don't have enough knowledge and experience to play the counterintuitive game. I would not encourage them to do that. Like, everyone's going to be making money off of them being in the market. They're going to lose overall.
I don't think you need a whole lot of money to start. I think you need, you could start out with a couple $100. See where it takes you. But I think in those losses, you learn a lot in those losses. You learn how to read the
Maybe
charts
you learn nothing. Maybe, I'm not saying this for you particularly, but maybe you just got unlucky when you first invested, and you're just getting lucky now, but you're attributing it to experience, when maybe it's just the timing. And how would you know the difference?
You know by if you lost or not.
No, because
that's how you know.
If the market as a whole is on the rise, you're going to win. You remember they used to have these shows about, like, flipping houses, like you buy a house,
yeah.
you'd sell it. Like, a lot of times, I remember watching one. It was two gay dudes who bought a house in Cali, and the market was pretty high, and they, like, wasted a ton of money, and they, like, got in fights. They went on vacations. They spent a ton of money. It was like a terrible, like, renovation. But they still made money because the market still, like, went up. So even though, the market carried them and it looked like a success, even though it was a failure.
Yeah.
And they would have made way more money if they had done it smart. But, like, so those guys, I would not say are good real estate investors, even though they made money, because if you see, that's the problem. And I think that's white people thinking, is like, no. The proof's not in how much money you made. The proof is in how much money you made compared to other people who were doing the same thing.
Yeah. And
you know what I'm saying?
Ben, there's so many different ways to trade. Now, CKJ he's a day trader.
Right.
So day trading is a lot more volatile. I'm more of a day trader slash swing trader where I'll hold for like a week or two.
But what if the truth is that people who are big players in the market looked at people like you and said, "Thank God for these morons," because they're stupid and they're not like, they don't have the knowledge and they don't have the supercomputers, and what they do is we make money off them, but they're just desperate because I don't know.
I think the same way. I think the people who like invest in 401ks are suckers.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It's like hard to know where to put money because everything
You're on
is
camera, Therese.
yeah. I think everybody's a sucker in some way, but I think you know, I don't watch Fresh and Fit, but I do think everybody should invest in something at some point. You know, if you put away, like, if you're like 18, you put away money in a Roth IRA.
Yep.
You put like 200, 300 every month until you're 60. That thing is going to be a couple $1,000,000. Investing isn't about making money overnight. It's about making a little bit here, making a little bit there, building on top of that, and you're thinking long term. You're making 10, 20, 30-year plans.
I actually think I disagree with you. I think the best investment is in yourself and in your kids, and that is for most people the best investment they can make. Get the tools to do what you want to do, that you have a passion for, and see it through and pass it on to your kids. Don't and never waver from that once you know what you're doing. And like, I actually think that's the smartest move to make. And speculation, a lot of people who speculate will end up putting a bullet in their brain because, it's basically gambling. And if you don't know what you're doing gambling, you will end up, I think, very likely to end up like killing yourself, which I do think is what happens to gamblers if they don't know what they're doing.
Hey, Ben, let me come in here. I do agree with you, Ben. I would almost go so far as to say, and I'm going to say it by telling you a story. I used to work at 285 Madison Avenue, and there were hedge funds in the building.
Yep.
And it's right around the corner from the Roosevelt Hotel. You know where the migrants are. And I had this thought long ago that that rich people don't invest in the stock market. It was just a thought that I was, just thinking about it. And I said, I want to see if that's true. Anyway, I have the greater fool theory here. If you've never heard of the greater fool theory, you can take a look at that there. Anyone ever heard of the greater fool theory, by the way?
I never.
No. All right, baby. Fair enough. The greater fool theory suggests that one can sometimes make money through speculation on overvalued assets, items with a purchase price drastically exceeding the intrinsic value.
Yeah.
And if those assets can later be resold at an even higher price, that's oftentimes the middleman. You've heard me talk about the middleman here, the super chat people, the Airbnbs. They are the middleman people. They're not necessarily taking advantage of the greater fool, but in the stock market, there is a greater fool theory, and this is what this theory typically applies to, is the greater fool theory in the stock market. But anyway, so I used to work at 285 Madison Avenue, which is here. You can see it on the screen right there in New York, Manhattan, Madison Avenue. And I remember being in the elevator with a guy, and I said, what do rich people invest in? Do they invest in stocks? He said, no. They have so much other shit they can invest in, so many other asset classes.
Mm-hmm.
And it led me along the road of thinking, like, for so many people that have invested in 401ks and they're sitting back and hoping that in 25 years from now their portfolio would have grown, while the people that have collected their assets and feathered it and spent it on real assets, while they have convinced these people to buy paper assets. Are they the greater fool? One might ask. We will find out at some point when these people decide to retire.
Yep.
And if their 401ks aren't what they expected it to be, and they could have bought real assets instead. And I think that young people, all people, in agreement with Ben, should focus on the real assets that they can buy in furtherance of themselves and their children. I do believe that. I'm not saying you shouldn't trade stocks, because there are some inefficiencies that you can take advantage of. But I think in terms of the long-term strategy, you can't pass off your trading strategy to your children. But you can pass off real assets, right? And so that's kind of where I land there. Right.
Nah, that's very true. I think it's for me, the market is just a better, it's something that's working for me now, but I understand it doesn't work for everybody. And eventually you do want to buy actual physical assets. If you think you're just going to get rich off of stocks, and because even somebody like Warren Buffett, I'm sure he has actual investments in real things too, not just stocks. It's
What up, Warren?
Hey.
So,
but if you look at how actual, like I'm saying, common young black guys invest, they'll invest in things like sneakers, and like they'll have like 80 or 90 Nike sneakers, and sometimes that's a good investment, but generally speaking, that's the worst imaginable investment.
no, but if you 10 20 years ago, that was an actual great investment. 10 20 years ago, the market has popped on sneakers. Like nobody's like really buying sneakers anymore. That market has popped. But 10 20
people are
years
buying
ago,
sneakers.
they are, but not the resale market is not what it used to be.
Right, because it's flooded with people. Because like when I was a kid, my brother bought baseball cards because he liked trading baseball cards, but also like the early cards, which no one really bought, had gone up massively in price. But every young white kid was buying tons of baseball cards, and he had whole collections, like the complete collection of whole years. They're not worth any more today than they were worth then, and they're actually worth less. Because you see what I'm saying? But like that is a kind of mentality that a lot of times young men will have, and they'll say, I'm being counterintuitive, I'm being smart, but they're just deluding themselves. They're just going with trends, and they're coming in on a bubble that's making some company rich, but that company knows they're printing so many of these cards that there's no possible way they could ever be worth anything. Same with Teddy. What were those things called? Those
Ben,
little bears.
No, Ben, that's what happened with the sneaker market.
Cabbage Patch Kids, all that stuff.
10, 20 years ago, the sneaker market used to be they would only make a limited run of certain sneakers. But all these companies, Adidas, Nike, Reebok, all of them realize that there's no point in us selling a shoe and then somebody selling that same shoe for 6 times more for a profit. So they just said, fuck it, we'll just make more shoes. Fuck it.
Yeah, but they used that. It was a smart strategy because they used this idea that they go way up in value, then to flood the market, and then everybody goes, well, this time I'm not going to miss the bag, when it's just stupid.
The bigger thing is, honestly, rich people, I don't think would be content with owning a bunch of digital paper stocks. It's not going to be content for them. The inability to control the price, you can't really like plan off of that unless you had a whole bunch of it, and then you have control. If you own 10% of Apple, you got control. You have some say. You're on the board. If you got 50 shares of Apple, you have no say.
Right.
As I stepped away and I bought a beer, it grabbed the beer, and I said, here's what's interesting is that, like, if I ask someone, hey, man, send me some money to invest in my business, and you have no say over the matter, and I'll pay you a dividend every quarter. Most people say, what the hell are you talking about? No way. But they'll do that to some people that they know they don't trust. Wall Street. Instinctively, they have
That's true. Right.
They don't trust these people. But they do send their money to them.
Yeah.
And they seemingly trust these people.
Yeah.
That tells me that they've been propagandized, right? The 401k people have been propagandized. To trust the people that they instinctively know not to trust.
Yep, that's right.
And if these people who have all this money tied away in their 401k plans, foregoing their hopes and dreams, many of these people could take their 401k money and start a business. And Master Kim has said it. It would be the, what did he call it? The pipeline out of poverty or something like that. One business, one $45,000 business. How many people you think have $45,000 in their 401k and they owe money to the same banks they're holding their 401k? Can't borrow money at prime interest rate. Man, you got all my money. Now come to you and I want to borrow $2,000 on my money, and I got to pay you like I'm a pauper because I missed a credit card payment or some shit like that.
Well, because you are a pauper at that particular point. I mean, if you have a 401k from the same bank that has you hemmed up in debts, and your debts are more than your 401k, I mean,
okay, let's talk about the optimal situation. Let's say my debts are less than my 401k. I got $100,000 in my 401k, and I got $10,000 in debt to chase credit card. You'll still be paying 28% interest on that credit card.
And they'll add other fees to that. You're absolutely right.
Other fees. You be like, damn, bro, you got my 401k tied up.
Yeah, but John, like starting a business, like,
hold on,
and that's
hold on, Ben, because before you get my point, what I'm saying is that these people have no leverage over their money, and that's very important, man. You know how much leverage I have, and I don't have millions of dollars. But I got leverage. I got power. I could decide if somebody works today or if someone lives in my place. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power. You got a lot of people tied up with their money tied up in digital assets with no power and not even control of the businesses they investing in. How is that a win? I don't understand how that's a win, right? Can someone explain to me how is that a win?
Yeah, but they might be better. I'll explain it to you. They might be better off if they don't know how to run a business, which you might say like is obvious and every man should have. But I don't think that's true. I do think there's only a limited number of people who know how to run a business. A lot of people who get into like real estate, that you've learned a lot of tricks of the trade and things you got to know and stuff that you don't.
Well, you should pay your mortgage off instead. Fuck it, pay your mortgage off instead.
Well, I think they should invest in a guy like you.
Yeah,
all right, you have the experience, and I also work with you, and you'll teach me the trade. You know what I mean? Better off partnering up with you for a little while, and then maybe go off on your own.
You know what's so interesting, Ben? I had a buddy on the show here. His name is Philippe. And he got himself in some shit that I would have never got into. Rented to some people that I would never rent to.
Yeah.
And when I told him how to get out of it, he just wasn't cut out to get out of it.
Yeah.
But had he ever listened to me from day one, he never would have been in that situation. Day two, I would have gotten him out of that situation. But a lot of people, they want to go their own way and do their own thing. Mm-hmm. And as Booker T. Washington said, one generation cuts down the trees and the next generation comes along and they build a house on the cleared land. I've cut down a lot of trees. Right? Niggles too. I cut the niggles of the tree that same time. But very few people have taken advantage of me. You know who? Man, I got 4 business partners. 3 are women, and 1 is a Puerto Rican. 1 is African. The African woman and a Puerto Rican man. Like they were willing to, more or less follow my lead. They say, you know what? I know I can't put no niggas out like John.
Right.
I'm gonna put them out. Right.
That's a superpower right there.
And I'll do all the paperwork and keeping the lights on while John put these niggas out and put them in. Put them in, put them out. And then I keep the lights on. I said, all right, that's cool. That's a fair trade.
Yeah. Because I can tell you, I was a landlord.
Yeah.
You're a landlord. We had a landlord. Okay. This is the number one. I think this is the number one problem with landlords.
Yeah.
We had a landlord, and we had a single black woman who would get super duper duper angry. And she wouldn't listen to anybody. So Grace, we had a conflict with her. She threatened Grace, punched me in the face. And then I went to the landlord, because the landlord used to tell us like, oh, she's a nice lady. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? When I went to him and said, you got to get rid of this lady or like resolve this problem, he threatened to punch me in the face. And so he had this inability to put this woman who was obnoxious and violent out. And that is like a superpower. I get why he couldn't do it, because he's not, she manipulates him. And a lot of men are manipulable by angry women. And so like he's going to pay out the teeth for that, because when you act like that, now you're going to have a big lawsuit coming at you. And, you shouldn't get into the landlording business unless you can tell a woman you can't punch another tenant and get out of here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But a lot of men can't. A lot of men feel like they're big shots, and because they have that control, but they actually can't like do what you're saying. You got to be a killer. I think you have to be willing to be a killer.
Yeah, the women, you can't be susceptible to the women.
Yeah.
And for a lot of men, and again, this is what I'm saying, like I've seen so many guys I've known, man, like honestly, they couldn't get women on their own, and they end up buying property and sleeping with the tenants.
Right. That's another one. Yeah.
Destroy them.
But more frequently, you become friends with the tenants, which you should never do. You should never become friends with the tenants. You should have a business relationship with the tenants, friendly, but be ready to drop them in a second when they're not paying the rent, because that's not your problem that they lost their job or anything. Because they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it in reverse. If you needed money, they would not give you like a year's rent ahead.
Pay you early. They wouldn't pay you early.
Yeah, they're not going to pay 1 minute early if you need the money. And you should never let them do that either, because it's a business relationship. And once you lose sight of that, you're going to be what I'm saying. That's another competitive market. The other competitors who are willing to be killers will make you lose in the long run, even though you might survive for a while. In the long run, those competitors are going to beat you at that game.
Yeah, that's very true. Because you got to, almost everything is tough, but there's nothing like real estate because the government is against you, and so you have to be really tough.
And you got to even know when. Like what you can get away with, let's say, you know what I mean, and when you got to follow the rules. And that only comes with like understanding the local government and how they enforce things and all that stuff, which takes experience. And see, there I would say, John, I understand you have an advantage. Because you're saying like, I'm making money. I didn't get stuck renting rooms to black people. I see this as an opportunity. Most people who end up renting like that are there because like they have no other choice, and so they're not even going to be really invested. But you go down to the hood, there's all kinds of businesses making tons of money off of people who, if you look at their backgrounds, really, like it's all government money and welfare checks, but like that's still money. And It's actually easier to make money in those situations if you're willing to play ball and be real about who you're dealing with.
Yeah, I showed this yesterday on the stream. And Portia, I'm going to be getting out here in a few minutes, so you have time to discuss the news, and I will be right back. Ben, I showed this to you yesterday to kind of follow up on your point. Some of the people, they couldn't believe it, but I could. Let me see. Where is that article? Ben? I gotta find it. And I want you to see this, man. Damn, where is that? Yes, I found it, Ben. I'm so glad I found it. I want you to see this. Right here in Washington, D.C., home of John Galt, the urban landlord. What's that headline say, Ben?
DC's basic income program is letting people choose the amount on their checks. A participant said $1,400 a month is what she needs to pay medical bills.
What? Some of that going to come to me, Ben. You know that, right? I'm going to get
They giving a blank checkout. That's pretty nice. That seems like a program that's
right. What you need.
Right, I need about $10 million. I'll give $1 million to my man, John.
You got to give me that money. They got to give me that money, Ben. As you said, Ben, there's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Floating around in the ghetto,
and the more like the interesting thing about government programs and all that, the more layers of that there are, the fewer people that are going to want to deal with it, which means the more money you can actually make if you learn how to deal with all of it and who you got to pay off and who you can, ignore and all that kind of stuff, because it makes the market smaller. It shrinks the market.
Ignore is the operative word there. And I like to say, Ben, so many people are afraid, Ben, so many people are afraid of, particularly black people. They're afraid, man, to deal with the black people, man. They read it's almost like propaganda in a way, in that it scares the shit out of people.
Yeah.
And it almost makes like a fertile playground, the more I think about it, for corporate businesses to come in and buy these houses. These people have been scared to death about the shooting and the gun violence and the bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Nigga, I ain't no Haitian. Nigga, I told you I had a Haitian girlfriend. Sac passe. Nambule. Anyway, so
but I'll thanks, John, for me. I would just say one thing to you, one piece of advice that I know because I saw it yesterday. If when you need to go to court, you get a young female who knows how to work one of these pro bono and all these places, that is also a little superpower that you can have, so that when you do the thing you got to do, you got someone to make it look good when someone comes after you for it. And because that's reality. It doesn't matter what the laws are. It matters who it is that's working the system and how much sympathy they get. It's politics.
Ben, I think you've changed your image with at least one person in the audience that probably had a negative opinion. You've been up here, I don't know how long you've been up here, Ben. I think it's one of our better shows, guys. It's been a very good conversation with Ben, and no one else even came up to interrupt. So we went on for hours. Is that right, Ben? We went on for hours.
It was nice. Yeah, it was nice. Take care, man.
Hey, same here, Ben. Thanks for joining again. You're always welcome. I like Ben. I don't know why you guys don't like Ben. I like Ben. Yeah, Ben's all right with me. What's up, 12th man? What's up, Juan?
Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you again, John. Juan.
Another day, another dollar. 12th man, as I like to say, another day, another dollar. 12th man, you had some appointments this morning. I guess they worked out all right. You back here on the panels. Are you doing all right, huh?
Yeah, I have another one late this afternoon, so I have to hang out for a while.
Man, you got to stop going to these doctors, man. They're shaman doctors. Shaman, we already talked. We showed it to you, huh?
Yeah, I have a bunch here for a while, but it'll settle down next month after my surgery.
They got you on the treadmill, the
doctor to pharmaceutical pipeline. The treasure. Anyway.
Yeah.
Call it wellness management.
Man, I had so many things I wanted to go over and run past you guys, but I thought that was a great talk with Ben, man. You know, I know I'm probably in the minority here, but I like Ben Thorpe. You know, I think he's a very, you know, he's a very good conversationalist. Is that a word? Conversation? Yeah, I think that is. I think he's a very good conversationalist. I don't know what you guys think. Aside from all the other provocative stuff, I like Ben. I like Ben. Anyway, yes, the Thorpe Circus. I don't even think it was a circus. You know, when it was just Ben and and me, it was a pretty good conversation. What did you think, man?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he seems fairly intelligent.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a comment because I've seen his other channel, and I've heard some of the other stuff that he said on this particular channel, and that gives me a lot of bias. So I don't have a comment. Yeah,
but I mean that conversation right there.
Well, that conversation was normal, all things being considered. What I do have to disagree with him on is when it comes to court, the only way a woman's going to work in your favor is when it comes to divorce and child support court. And the reason why is because women not only know the law, but they also know how women operate. So you basically it's like when somebody shoots a laser at you and you hold up a mirror. That's the only time that works. Else, if you follow his advice on everything court related, that's a good recipe for you to land on your ass. But I digress.
What I just showed you more or less was a master course of how to deal with different people, right? You know, on some channels, Imperious will go on some channels and act a damn fool. And on other channels, he go on and he act normal. On other channels, Ben will go on a channel and he be as provocative as he can be anywhere, all day long, right? And that is really the approach that I have taken as being a landlord. Sometimes you got to tame these motherfuckers. They bucking. And you got to stop their ass from bucking. And I'm not saying that Ben is bucking, but you have to deal with different people. You find, some commonalities in how to talk to people or how to relate to people because everyone is different. And if you notice how no one came up here to challenge Ben, typically on other platforms, they want to come up and challenge Ben, but Ben is a very intelligent man. You can't take that from him.
Well, real quick to put that, John,
right?
In other people's defense, we're working. We got stuff to do.
We're working with Ben up on other panels.
Well, that may be true. But like, for example, I have to hop off in about 15 minutes to get back from my lunch break. I mean, when I came up here, I saw Ben and I'm like, what else does he have to say? And I was figuring that other people were probably the same way. But no, you have a point. He's up here probably around this time on other channels. And yeah, if other people are ready to challenge him, you're right. It may be that you basically neutered the conversation, so to speak, so that it was a normal conversation. I don't know.
I do neuter motherfuckers if they need to be neutered. That's been my business, right? It's been my business. Niggas get the yapping. You can't tolerate it sometimes. Sometimes you gotta let them punch themselves out. Other times you gotta shit off immediately. It depends on the nigga. What you do.
Then sometimes, John, people will meet on here and they don't get along at first, and they get to know each other a little bit. Then it's like, oh, all right, that person's all right. Then they get along from there on out. So there's that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All those are true. Man, I'm going to get ready to get out of here. Portia, I know you have some stories, and I have a few things I got to do before I come back and join you guys a little later this evening. So,
well, before you get up out of here, did you hear about what happened in your city last night, John?
Well, what happened? Come on. I went to sleep early. Man, I drank too many beers. I went to sleep a little early. Couldn't even get up for the night.
That's what happened last night, man.
They always do this shit when I'm asleep, right?
Pacer went down, and I was finally able to download the indictment this morning, and it was literally.
Oh, you talking about Eric Adams? I thought you were talking about DC. Yeah, we talked about Eric.
New York. I'm talking about New York.
Oh, yeah.
Adams got indicted last night, man.
Juan, how long you been here, Juan? You know, I played a clip of Eric Adams.
I've been here since 12. I think I was here after the clip. I hopped on at around 12:45 my time. So
I played the clip for you while we're waiting your Porsche to come up.
Hey, Porsche.
Is Porsche here already?
Yeah.
Hey y'all. Hey 12th man. Hey John. Hey Juan.
Good to see you guys this morning or afternoon.
I guess you're gonna cover. You're gonna cover the Seahawks later, John. Right?
Yeah, indeed. Before the game, they're not playing tonight, are they?
No, they play Detroit this weekend. It's gonna be a tough game.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully,
I know you probably seen this clip.
Support.
Have you seen this clip, Porsche? I played it a couple times this morning.
Yeah. I saw it when you played it this morning.
One hasn't seen it, so I figured I'll play it for him. Eric Adams won long before there were 200,000 migrants in New York. Here's Eric Adams.
And let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We got a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted. All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community. So as you ask me a question about migrants, tell me what role you played. How many of you organized to stop what they're doing to us? How many of you were part of the movement to say, we're seeing what this mayor is trying to do, and they're destroying New York City? It's going to come to your neighborhoods. All of us are going to be impacted by this. I said it last year when we had 15,000. I'm telling you now, with 110,000, the city we knew we're about to lose.
Woo! Those are some words. You can't change your mind from that. That nigga knew. That nigga knew. But the people all around him were greedy as hell and they wanted money. They saw that money from the migrants, Portia. And everybody around him was stealing. I mean, treason against their own people. You know, Portia, I said this nigga would never be able to come back to Brooklyn. I said it when he was first elected. I don't think he'll ever be able to come back to Brooklyn and live in peace and safety. Those are some damning words by Eric Adams. What do you think about that before I get out of here?
Oh, go ahead, Juan.
I was just going to say that this is the typical tactic, in my opinion. My conspiracy theory is if you don't go with the flow, they have to get you the F up out of here. And so he didn't go with the flow politically, and as a result, he might end up enjoying his new home in Forest City, Arkansas within the next couple of years. I don't know.
Fair enough. That is true. What do you think, Portia?
I remember whenever he was first running, and he kind of seemed like a little bit moderate, if you will. But over time, he started to do the typical Negro, flashy, all of that extra stuff. And then, of course, the more you learn about him, who he hired on his staff, which I'm not necessarily upset with that, like bringing in his family and whatnot. But I actually thought that he would be good for New York in the beginning, but of course, he's turned out to be an absolute disaster. But I do feel like just whenever you look at his record and who he was, whenever he was, in law enforcement, it seems like he's a guy that was paid off, because it seems like a lot of the policies he didn't necessarily agree with, or that, oh, Joe, cool. That, thank you, Joe.
Get out of here, Joe, just for you.
Hold on, wait. But like there was a lot of policies that he didn't agree with, but he did them because he knew that was the New York way. And I think that him becoming, more involved with politics in New York, he just fell to the corruption of it. And then, whenever it seemed like he got a peace of mind, he wanted to push back on the immigration and the illegals and everything. And that's whenever the Biden administration started coming down on him. And I read something a few days ago, and I really didn't get to finish it right now. I don't know where that article is. I would have to find it, but they were linking Mayor Eric Adams with Diddy. And so it seems like it's kind of going hand in hand. And so whenever Eric Adams started to sound the alarm, with the illegals, and he started acting up, right? And then next thing you know, you got the stuff with Cassie and Diddy. And then next thing you know, Eric Adams is getting raided by the FBI and all this other. Then next thing you know, Diddy is getting raided by the FBI and all this other. And now there's all this news about Diddy and Eric Adams and the key to the city and stuff like that. So it just seems like it's going hand in hand. But as far as his pro-blackity black talking points, I wouldn't expect anything less from someone from the East Coast up north in that way. But at best, dang, they're probably actually more than likely going to lock him up. But you know why this is good? The reason why this is good in more ways than one is because now you can have more and more people coming out saying that the federal government is playing politics. They've been doing it from Eric Adams. Now they got you. Whenever they want to get you up out of there, this is what they're going to do. They're going to raid your place. They're going to file all these charges against you. They're going to pull up stuff that you've been doing for years, God knows how long, and whatever it was that he was doing when he was in law enforcement, right? They didn't care then, but now they care now because they have a reason and they want him out of here. And then that guy that you showed us that is going to run to replace him, all I can say is in New York, they get every single thing they deserve because of how they vote.
Do you think, I was going to ask you something, do you think that Kamala will speak out about Puffy and Eric Von Adams?
No. It wouldn't be in her best interest to.
Now, you know that for both of these cases, they would have had to go up to the DOJ to make these arrests. Right? You know that, right? Like,
I do. But what's interesting about Eric Adams' indictment is he got, according to the complaint, he got indicted literally for what everybody in Congress did. Like everybody from Congress had these minders from a group known as AIPAC. And especially on the Republican side, they all had free trips to Israel with no problem. But how coincidental, nobody's getting indicted there. But you take money and you go to Turkey, which is the whole foundation of this indictment. And oops, you better tote the line or we're going to go ahead and get you out of here, which again, I think is what's happening.
Portia, have you heard about Eric Adams, the black woman that was his campaign manager?
I have not.
Let me see if I can find it. You might want to look into this. Let me see if I can find it. You might want to look into this. What is her name? I can't
I know
remember.
you said that you're stepping away. How long are you going to be gone for?
I'm not sure. Portia, depends what I run into, Portia. Depends what I run into, you know. But I do want to share this with you. It was a woman. What was her name? Does anyone remember the woman's name? I think I found it, Portia. Yeah.
You're talking about Eric Adams' campaign manager.
Yeah. What was her name? Brianna Suggs. You never heard of her, Portia?
I don't think so. Not at this moment.
Listen, check this out, Portia.
10:27.
Can you see this, Portia? Morning, everyone.
Can you read it, John?
Yes, I can see it.
Federal agents search home of a top fundraiser for New York City Mayor Eric. November 2nd, 2023. Federal agents on Thursday raided the home of a top fundraiser and longtime confidant to Eric Adams, who abruptly ditched the planned White House meeting and flew home from Washington. Agents searched the Brooklyn home of Brianna Suggs, a law enforcement official told the AP. And what is he being investigated or indicted for? Is fundraising issues, right? And this woman here, you know, really was a fundraising aficionado. And, you know, Portia, I'm going to tell you this before I get out of here. You can Google Bernie Sanders and you ask yourself, why does he keep running for office? And you look at how much money he's raising, how much money he makes. Oh, sorry, Portia.
Bernie Sanders is still alive?
Bernie Sanders, yeah, I think he's still alive, right?
Oh. Hey.
Bernie Sanders, if you Google Bernie Sanders and maybe Alexandria, Virginia, and campaign or something like that, the man has gotten rich running for office. What? And here comes this sister, Brianna Shrug, and she's coming in raising all this money. Eric Adams, was it $10 million they mentioned? And he not paying the VIG, and Bernie Sanders pays the VIG. It's the game. They'll let you get rich, but you got to pay the VIG now. You got to pay the VIG.
Got to pay the toll.
You got to pay the toll. And I just wonder, like, you know, did these niggas get so greedy that they didn't pay the toll and they just let the dogs loose on their ass?
I wonder if it ain't what Juan was saying, that it's more they didn't play ball. They got dirt on everybody when they wanted.
Well, hold on, Joko. Let me see if I can adjust your mic, man, because you're burping over there.
They got some.
Try it again. Go right ahead.
Check.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Yeah. Push, I'm stepping off. Right? Is that all right? You can take over, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Joe, what were you about to say?
I was saying I think it's more of what Juan is talking about. They have dirt on everybody to use when they feel like it. If someone steps out of line, then they use it. But they've been had dirt on them. They just didn't choose to flex and give them shit yet. I'm sure they knew that.
Sorry, I'm trying to set up the.
John, like most people, in my opinion, and I know he's leaving, but John does not like immigrants. He does that us versus them. He's as bad as Trump with that. They coming to kill you bullshit.
Oh, with the Haitians and all of the other immigrants?
Any immigrant that coming to the fucking U.S., John, that's all he talks about is how they gonna kill you. I'm not saying they gonna kill you, but they coming to kill you. Here's the news article. Look at these evil fuckers.
Back in Joe Cool, listen, Joe Cool, like, you know,
I said I ain't left yet.
I'm glad I hopped up here for that shit.
Joe Cool, everybody on the stream probably seen the Hispanics in my house that work for me. Motherfuckers that even worked for me 15 years. I forgot how long it was. And I've told you about my Haitian girlfriend, my African business partner, Uganda.
None of that's gonna dispute what I said, though. That's what you do is talk about how dangerous the immigrants come in your country to kill you. That's what you do.
You think I'm afraid of some dangerous shit?
No,
They
but
are
you do
killing people though.
you're doing yes, you're doing the same shit that the fucking politicians do. They keep us apart. I'm sorry, John. I'm talking over you. I didn't know you were talking.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No, I
No, it's
promise.
not.
I promise you, I'm not Joe Cool, man. Listen, I'm not out here. A sock posse. I keep saying, like, I've dated a Haitian girl for years. Right, one of my better women. I promise you that. I ain't got nothing against the Haitian people. Hell, I've received a voodoo box, and I still don't have anything against it. Right?
So did Thomas Jefferson. He got kids by a black woman, but he didn't free them motherfuckers. Or
But
maybe he did.
the problem with immigrants, as you can see, I've hired them, and I have no problem. But I do think, though, that they do, you can't have it so many underclasses. Somebody got to be at the bottom, and and I think that, we're pushing one group down
You're helping.
while artificially helping another. And I just don't think that that's fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I just showed you the article, bro. I get the money. Bro, like, you know how many immigrants and motherfuckers calling me like, yo, can I put 2-3 people in the room and shit like that, man? Like, I benefit from it. I'm in a position where I benefit from it, but I don't think it's fair.
It's not fair because what it does, John, again, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, is for the people that spend thousands of dollars with my boss, it puts them literally in the back of the line. And these are the people that are also immigrating to the United States, but they're doing it the right way.
Right.
It's a huge difference.
And again, like, Joe, these people, they're bringing in people in I'll go at it from your angle that I think you would be sympathetic to.
Yeah.
Is they're bringing in people who are going to be pliant to big business. And Americans, by and large, are not pliant to big business. Hell,
Pliant? I don't know what pliant means. Compliant?
Malleable.
Pliable. Pliable is what you're working for. Pliable.
The word is pliant, but pliable, malleable, whatever the word you want to.
All right.
Or willing to. Let me give you an example of what I mean. A while back, there was a coffee shop, and I told you guys, one of my favorite coffee shops, to go in there and get the little $4 muffins and bagels or whatever the hell. Not bagels, but cookies and shit like that. They were Americans, all Americans. And they had the nerve to want to unionize. And the coffee shop owner said, you know what, that's enough. I close down. Fuck y'all. No job no more. Well, now they bring in Haitians who have no concept of unions. And then Crack and Porsche and everyone has talked about the Honda plants that are opening up right where the migrants are being dropped off. So when I say, pliant or malleable or pliable or whatever the word you want to use, compliant.
Yes.
Then you're bringing in people who are perfect labor force for, kind of assembly line labor. They're not going to unionize. A Haitian? Unionize? Maybe 30 years from now. So you would have depreciated that asset down to zero. You understand what depreciating an asset down to zero is? And you would have you would have had 30 years of a pliant workforce. And I think that is not fair to Americans to bring in people who are willing to just bow down to corporations because of where they come from.
Well, it's because they make a fuss, John. That's the issue. And for me, I'm sorry, but if I see something that's wrong or something that's not fair, I'm going to say something. That's why I'm glad I work how I work right now, because I'm sorry, I wouldn't last 24 hours in a corporate environment. I just wouldn't.
So I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm just saying that it's not fair to the Americans. That's all I'm saying. Here comes Tough Guy talking shit, I'm sure.
What up, Black?
Hey, John, I was trying to see when
Hey,
you're gonna be
everyone.
available later so you can
What you
you
mean?
can talk to my dad. Remember I told you I was gonna set that up so you can
Yeah.
talk to my dad?
I would love to talk to your dad, man. I would love to talk
I
to
want to hear
him.
that story, man. I want to hear the story you told us about.
Yeah. I want you on there though. If you're gonna
Yeah,
put,
he said that he could do it. He was like, I ain't with the internet shit, but I'll do it for you, so
Will
you
Will
can
you
have
tell
him.
us?
You can have him
but my
call.
dad, y'all gotta excuse him when he talked too, because he had like bad half of his brain came out,
Oh
exposed.
no.
And yeah, so like he talks slow, and sometimes it's hard to like understand what he says, but he talks fine. Like you'll
Tough
be
guy.
able to
Will you tell us
understand
the
him.
story about the nurse?
Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
I
Oh,
said, will
about
he
the
tell us the
nurse.
story about the nurse?
Oh yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have told y'all that, but he knows. I'll tell him that I told y'all.
All
I'll
right.
tell him
Well,
that I
we
told
won't
y'all
bring
that.
it up. We
Hey,
won't bring it up.
Tough Guy. I was talking to Ben earlier, and honestly, I thought about you. To be honest with you, in reference to something that I said. And I remember you talking about your dad being in a wheelchair, but before he was in a wheelchair, you say you're like an OG gangster, whatever. You can tell me exact words how you might describe your dad. You remember that?
Yeah, he was a fighter. Like my dad didn't like nobody fuck with my dad. My dad was like his dad. My dad was like his dad. My grandpa was no joke. He was known for like if you come up on his property, he'd shoot your ass. Like I don't know. We're different. You know what I'm saying? Like my real grandma killed somebody
And so
because I guess he was a peeping Tom and she was like, I shot him and unfortunately he died.
I think that even with your dad being in a wheelchair, wait a minute, here's the definition of pliant, by the way, easily influenced, yielding.
Were you guys arguing on whether or not the term should be malleable or
Nah,
pliable?
I just wanted to make sure I was right. But
Oh yeah, it's a good word. Very
but
good.
back to what I was saying, Tough Guy. I think that I said earlier to Ben that young boys will often talk about, or men will often talk about their dad, no matter how he turned out in life later on in life. He could be a broke ass joke, but it's how you remember your dad and the respect that he garnered in the street that really, really matters. And so your dad being in a wheelchair, but you have memories, or you have fond memories, I would say, or thoughts of how it was when your dad was up on his feet. Is that fair?
No. Because
Well, you
I
have
mean, I don't
people that
remember it,
told
but
you.
I'm going off the
People that
stories
told you.
from my
Right.
mom. I'm
That's what
going
I'm
off
saying.
the
People
stories
that
from
told
my
you.
mom
Right.
and my dad, how he is. I
Right.
kind of believe it.
I'm saying, but you have stories at least of people
Yeah.
having told you, right?
Yeah.
That
But my
and
mom looked at my dad like a god. Like that was
right.
one thing I loved about my mom. She never talked shit on my dad. Even when they're split up, she was always like, "Love your dad,
That's a good mother.
this, your
Good
dad,
mother.
that." Like
Good
my
mother.
mom, that's one thing I always loved about my mom. She never ever spoke bad on my dad. She always made me respect my father, and she always sent me to my dad too. She was like, "You going to your dad's, nigga?" Like, you know what
But
I mean? Like,
I think if your dad was known as a punk ass nigga, and he was
I
now in a
wouldn't be who I am. I would.
if he was if he was now in a wheelchair, and you had known him as people had known him in the street, and you had known him as a punk ass nigga, I think it would have affected you.
What's a punk ass nigger?
Listen, man, you understand? Like it's varying degrees, right?
Like scary. He don't take care of his responsibilities. He's a
or just a
coward.
nigga working a minimum wage job, not doing
That's a punk
anything.
ass nigger.
No, I'm
My
just
dad was
saying.
in the military, but he had his accident outside the military.
No,
But
but what I'm saying,
the VA takes care
before I
of
get
him
out
like
of
he
here,
was an
I got
actual
you.
veteran.
Before
Like
I
he
get out of
got.
here, right? Like what I'm saying is that, like, I think these young men are looking for an element of toughness, spirit, entrepreneurship, like a masculine man. What Ben was saying,
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you now,
I agree with you.
Young boy right now would be okay with his daddy going to prison for being a real man, doing what he got to do, if that's what you want to call it, than just being weak and cowardly.
Interesting.
I do believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, so you think that the respect is garnered by a young man, for his father, if the perception is he's a strong man.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these rap kids. These kids that they dad is rappers. They trying to be just like them. They trying to tote guns. I think it was like T.I. and Boosie shut down their son's music video because they was toting guns.
Look at T.I.'s son trying to emulate him.
Did y'all see that?
He wouldn't be trying to
you should look that up. That shit was funny. They was over there like,
No,
nigga,
I
you get a
didn't.
felony for this. Like,
I don't
it was
even
like,
keep up with nigga
it was
shit.
like, what we look like just letting y'all do this shit. That shit was funny.
Well, what T.I. said, and I don't know if you forget this on the video, and this is where it goes to Michael Irving as well. I'll bring him up in a moment. But T.I. told his son in the video, "Hey, dude, you're embarrassing the family." And when he said that, I'm like, whoa.
That's supposed to be better. You're supposed to be better. Even gangsters want their kids to go to college and be the opposite of them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
do you remember when I played the clip of the Bronx Tale, where Al Pacino, his little boy, was coming out of whatever little gangster hall, and I guess the gangster giving him some money. You don't remember that scene?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Al Pacino said, whatever your sonny or whoever you dealing with, like, these are bad people, blah 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 blah. And
oh, you mean in
Bronx Tale?
Bronx Tale.
Yeah. Bronx Tale? Oh, okay.
Right.
Like
and the man was a bus driver, right? And in that gangster ass Italian community, he was like a chump. His son he looked up to them gangsters.
Yeah, because he didn't snitch, and that's why the gangsters fuck with him. Because he seen him pop that nigga right in front of him, and he was like, and the police was asking, "Hey, who did it? Who did it?" And he kept his mouth shut, so he just took care of the little nigga and gamed him up. You know what I'm saying? Gave him game and gave him money, and the motherfucker was that nigga around the neighborhood because he was fucking with Sam. Who was the same Sonny? I think his name.
Well, you did the same thing in Goodfellas, remember?
Goodfellas, it was the same thing when that boy got pinched and he gets out of jail and they're all like, "Oh no, no, well," and blah blah blah.
Where his father was. Remember, his father did something. His father was like an Irishman, and his mother was.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And he saw all the people in the neighborhood getting money and standing out in front of the doggone diner that the Capo regime owned. And then remember when the mailman was bringing the mail to his father, and his father was whooping his ass for not being in school. And
what up, blacks? That's my nigga.
And then they took up the mailman, whooped the mailman's ass, and said, "Any mail that comes to his house goes through us first." Remember that?
That ties into Michael.
That's some gangster shit. Now that's gangster.
Well, that ties into Michael Irving, which is what I wanted to bring up real quick before I jump, and that was because Michael Irving's son, Tarantino, a rapper, whatever the hell, he pulled the I got out of the trenches, and his dad, Michael Irving, said that when he heard that record, he's like, "Son, you didn't grow up in the trenches like I did. You grew up in a gated community. I don't know why you're trying to act like something that you're not. I worked my ass off playing in the NFL so that you wouldn't live the life that I
remember that. I remember that.
Hey, John, you gonna be on here later? What time should I call my dad? Like maybe after like 4 p.m., 5 p.m. PST.
Yo, send me an email and then I'm gonna send you my number and then we'll coordinate it because man,
you be in and out. I could just whoever's on the panel running things, they can get a hold of you, right?
Yeah. I neglected a lady friend of mine yesterday talking to you guys.
You can't do that.
So I need the milkman, as they say.
You gonna play the milkman today? Y'all role playing?
Hey, just tell them to keep your number in the woofty wop so I could just hit you, my nigga.
Yeah.
John, you role playing today?
But matter of fact, you can see the number in the YouTube calling. You can send me a text right there. I can get your number right there.
Hey, John.
Then, what's up?
Which one are you gonna be today? The plumber or the milkman?
Delivery. Hey man, the mailman don't sound too good. That sounds like he got a package of STD or something.
No, I said milkman.
Oh, I thought you said the mailman. I was like, no, that doesn't sound right.
Here's that clip from the Bronx Tale here, and I'm not even going to play it. I'm just going to play the sound. We're not going to play the sound. I'm going to play the volume. You can hear it. You can see it. You can see that right there where he said the working man is a sucker. Does anyone remember that scene?
I do.
Where he said the working man is a sucker. And I think in America today, honestly, like for many young men growing up in the fast age of money, the working man in their eyes is the sucker.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, because a working man doesn't really get a lot of respect these days.
The term now, I believe, for my daughter's generation is he's lame. Oh,
Yet the working man is the first man that they call on when they need to protect this country.
When shit gets real, they call him the working man.
They call the working man. They don't call the gangster the lazy ass, hustling ass nigger. They call the working man. And the working man, because the working man has morals, ideals, and has ethos, and will do what's necessary to protect what's his. And that's the great lie we're told. That's the great lie.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous, man. And it's not, and it isn't that the working man isn't trying to, fight against the lie. You just have so much propaganda.
Well,
so much.
Here's what I think the problem lies, and I'll fast forward a second. I'll get you to respond on this.
Sure. Man, my dog won't shut the fuck up.
And I think that's it, blacks. That's a very difficult message to convey.
It is. I agree. Yeah.
Try getting up every morning, day after day, and working for a living. That's where you see who the real tough guy is.
Yeah. I know I make fun of you with this story. This story really, really told me the width and breadth of your character when shit hits the fan. When the guy you brought on said, no, John, don't hit him with that ball peen hammer. You know what I'm saying? Listen. It's funny because hindsight is 20/20, but the reality is, I know we joking with Josh. You're a man of action. If somebody is coming and setting upon you, trying to take what's yours, you're not just gonna roll over and let them have it. You're gonna fight.
You don't own it, you don't defend it.
Yeah, and then you're a working man because, like you said, when you come off here, you're always working, man, traveling between New York and DC and wherever your feet may take you, and you're working on what you own, and that's the point, man. A lot of people don't want to do that. They've been sold the lie that you can get it fast and you can circumvent all of the checkpoints, man. And seldom can you do that, man, without a really, really harsh toll to pay. We're seeing that with we're seeing that with a couple people in the news now, aren't we? They seem to have circumvented the process, but they haven't at all. They are just paying a higher toll later.
Blacks, I probably could have articulated it the way you did. You're much more articulate than me.
Sometimes.
But I think that, honestly, those kind of the tenets that you mentioned are part of the reason why I started this channel. I think a lot of people, they go in the pattern, in the path that everyone else has told them to, propaganda more or less.
Mm-hmm.
And I am somewhat of an example of someone who is taking the road less traveled.
Yeah, for sure.
And I've been able to show some fruits of that. I'm not a big guy. I'm not an intimidating guy. And I think that a lot of other people could do this. And I hope that people take some inspiration from me doing this. Like the white John Galt, as he points out, The weed keep blowing and the beer keep flowing.
It's funny.
I'm not the only one that can accomplish this. You guys, you can do it as well. And with that said, Blacks, I really appreciate that commentary because that leaves me as a good transition for me to get out of here and go to work.
All right, now.
Take it easy, John.
Man, I really want to be like 12th Man, though, sitting in front of a nice bonfire and living, maybe partially off the land or wholly off the land. That would be great.
Welcome anytime, Black.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
I guess Porsche and HB are going to come up here at some point.
Oh, that would be great, man. All right, make sure you guys film it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Goodness gracious.
Get a Klondike bar or something. What would you do?
I'm in the
Believe it or not, Alaska. Oh, sorry, Porsche.
Well, I was saying to Blacks, I'm in the middle of finishing my videos for the kids for their homework.
Okay, cool.
And then also trying to clip and edit videos to upload on YouTube. I've uploaded like 7 now, I think. And then also trying to set up the show after this one ends in about an hour.
Jack of
Right.
all trades. Jack of all trades.
Entering grade, and then I have my break right now until the 55, well, till 2:55. So I'm gonna be hanging out with y'all, I suppose, until then, and whenever y'all get.
Everybody gets a nap.
Yeah, gosh, I want to go to sleep so bad, and then we have practice after school, and then we have our football game today and tomorrow. And you know where it is? It's all the way in Dallas. So
all the way in Dallas. Wow.
Yeah, who wants to do that?
Nobody.
Nobody at all.
Nobody.
So I'm trying to figure out where I should start.
Hey, did you see before you go on, Portia? This has to do with Texas. Okay. So you remember when that Patel guy who was running for county commissioner judge got hemmed up in I can't remember what county it is in Texas, but he was running for county commissioners board, and they remember they got him, and they are indicting him for lying and utilizing somebody else's stuff. And now there's another judge, another Patel-esque guy who they got because he was corresponding with him because he made fake pages slandering himself, pretending that it was a MAGA person.
Yep, let me see right here.
It's insane.
Because we jump all over the place so much, so it's like I'm always organized in how I like to present stuff, but then like by the time a second set of 12 hours passes by, I don't know where I put whatever. But we were talking about Mark Robinson the other day, and you were up there too. And it just made me think about the guys in Houston. And I'm like, this is happening in Texas too. However, Mark Robinson, we don't have any, legitimate proof to let you know that this is exactly him from 20 years ago. But with these guys in Houston, Democrats pretending to be some racist person out there in Texas and Harris County, I imagine, and they're making all of these accounts, and it turned out to be them, and now they're charged.
Isn't that crazy?
You never know what people are going to do. If y'all give me 1 second, I don't know who this is.
It seems like Biden administration likes to create lawfare on anyone, even Democrats that don't play ball. Like Eric Adams, he don't want to play ball with this immigrant situation anymore, so they go after him. That's the only, because maybe he is doing some wrong, but they wouldn't be going after him if he was playing ball with that immigrant thing. Which
I call it house cleaning. Get rid of the bums.
Oh God. Okay. All right.
Get rid of all of them. Get rid of Eric Adams. Get rid of Christian Cinema. Get rid of Joe Manchin. Let's get rid of the trash. Let's get rid of them. Clean house. It's time to clean house. If you ain't with it, get out. If you
Well,
with
Joe
it,
Manchin,
stay in.
he's retiring. So
No, he retired because he's gonna get his ass beat by Jim Justice, in whom he picked to run as a fake Democrat. Joe Manchin picked Governor Justice to run as a fake Democrat in West Virginia. Yes, he picked this clown, picked a fake a registered Republican, been a Republican all his life, picked this dude to run for governor of West Virginia. Then this dude does a big middle finger back at him and goes back to his own party. That's why he's stepping down, because he got caught with his head between his ass. So good riddance for that fake ass wannabe Democrat. Basically destroyed the state of West Virginia. I mean, him and his people killed it. It's a meth drug zone because of Joe Manchin.
wow.
It's a shit show over there. It's terrible. The people got to come over here to Virginia to get medical care, for Christ's sake. It's that pitiful. So much for Make America Great Again.
You're in Virginia, right, Linwood?
Yes, I am. That's why I'm telling you the story about what's going on with West Virginia and Joe Manchin, because he's very popular over in the Shenandoah Valley, but he's not popular in other parts of the state. But yeah, it's horrible, man. I've seen people from West Virginia. It's like, what the hell's going on over there? Really? Is anything better than the Mountaineers? All y'all can do is produce football players. Can't produce scientists, engineers, mathematicians. A bunch of people with no teeth. Housing is deplorable. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I mean, what do you really expect from West Virginia? I mean,
well, the Republicans took that state over, so that's what we will get with a Donald Trump presidency, is West Virginia.
I mean, West Virginia was the same way whenever Obama was president.
It's worse. It's worse now.
Right.
Very worse. It's worse.
It's worse.
I mean, they've lost population every year. They're down. They've lost congressional districts. The healthcare is abysmal. People got to come over here to Virginia to get it. People ain't got no fucking teeth in their mouth. Pardon my language. It's just like, wow. It's just horrible. It's horrible. And the only thing that keeps that state afloat is coal. And they don't have coal. That boy gone. So that's why he's leaving the Senate. And Christian Cinema, the reason why she's leaving, because the Democrats primaried her for not voting to kill the filibuster. And so she noticed that, oh crap, they're going to primary me with Gallegos. So let me just switch parties and become an independent.
Sorry about that. I hit the back button.
Talking about Joe Manchin, I guess I'll read this article. Depending on how this goes, we have about 55 minutes before this stream ends, and then I'll start the next one. And on the next one, I'm actually going to get into, the news, the stuff that I would like to share with you guys. But I guess it's the last hour, so instead of me trying to be perfectly organized the way I'd like, let's get into this. So we have Senator Joe Manchin won't endorse Kamala Harris over her pledge to gut the filibuster, warns that she will destroy America. So here's Senator right here. Here he is. All right. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin has announced he will not be endorsing Kamala Harris over her pledge to gut the Senate filibuster. In an interview with CNN, Manchin said Harris's plan to remove the filibuster to legislate in favor of abortion rights would undermine democracy in America. Shame on her, Manchin said. She knows the filibuster is the holy grail of democracy. It's the only thing that keeps us talking and working together. If she gets rid of that, then this would be the House on steroids. That ain't going to happen. He added on the mention of his endorsing Harris for president. I think that basically can destroy our country, and my country is more important to me than any one person or any one person's ideology. I think it's the most horrible thing. Manchin was asked about Harris's past support for eliminating the filibuster. Well, she says she supported banning fracking too, and she changed that. He responded, I was hoping she would change this. The 77-year-old who left the Democratic Party and registered as an independent earlier this year and will not be seeking re-election was previously indicating that he may support Harris over Donald Trump. Also weighing in on the issue was Arizona Senator Kristen Sinema, who, like Manchin, was a staunch supporter of the tactic and also left the Democratic Party, described it as a terrible, short-sighted idea. Look at all of this positivity coming from these two people. To state the supremely obvious, eliminating the filibuster to codify Roe v. Wade also enables a future Congress to ban all abortion nationwide. She wrote, what an absolutely terrible, short-sighted idea, because sometimes we make decisions and in the moment of that decision making we think that it's a good decision. However, if you have people around you that have that type of mind that can look past tomorrow, they would come to terms with it might not always look the way you want it to. And when that happens, it could be a future Congress that just bans abortion all out, and then you won't have the options that you have right now. You can go to any state and kill your baby, and that's what it is. Anyways, to state the supremely obvious, eliminating the filibuster to codify Roe v. Wade also enables a future Congress, again, to ban all abortions nationwide. So let me click on this link and see what it's taking me to. If we get a little video here so I can update the description box, because I forgot to do that before I started reading the article.
Well, hell, the Republicans were talking about getting rid of the filibuster in 2017.
Oh, well,
They were talking about that. So, but Manchin and Sinema, they want to keep it because it's in their thing is, well, hell, they don't even talk. The Republicans don't talk to the Democrats as it is. So what the fuck we gonna have the filibuster for if we're not going to get anything done?
They did, Black. That's how they got the Supreme Court justices in, because Senator Harry Reid had gotten rid of it the year before, or one of the years before.
Yeah, he got rid of it because Republicans stalled their nominees.
So that's how come we got so many conservative Supreme Court justices now.
I mean, it's going to happen. I mean, regardless of what Manchin and Sinema say. Because the pressure is going to get. Well, here's the pressure thing, though, Blacks. The pressure is going to be on the parties, because you see what's going on now. The voters want things done, and if they're just getting an excuse of, the filibuster this, the filibuster that, they're going to get voted out the next term. So it's a pressure cooker. You either do it now or you won't get my vote.
That's not going to happen. It's too convenient. They're never going to get rid of it.
You don't think so, Blacks?
No. Both sides can use it they can scapegoat it too easily. It's never going to go. They can talk about it ad nauseum, kind of like they talk about, we should have term limits on senators and House representatives, etc. It'll never happen.
Mm-hmm.
Which I actually agree with term limits, because
Me too.
Running for president every 4 years is ridiculous.
Yeah, they should definitely have term limits. However, we know they'll never vote for their own attrition. So there we go.
Because that's that one thing where it's just like, we can only have a president 4-year terms only twice, but everybody else, oh no, you can stay forever as long as they vote you in again.
No, I don't even want that. I want the president to be there. I don't want a President Harris for 8 years. Hey, look, 4 years, you're done. I don't want President Trump for 4 years. Hey, look, you had your 4 years. Go sit down somewhere. Let somebody else step up and do the job.
I don't know what that is. All right, so that's Sinema. Since we're talking about Democrats, I have another story here. Let me pull that one up really quick. I don't know if y'all heard about, looking at the wrong tab. We didn't really get to go into it, but let's see. about Nancy Pelosi. Her husband dumps over $500,000 in Visa stock weeks before the DOJ antitrust lawsuit. There's Nancy and her husband.
Yeah, I saw that article. And what's the problem? You know, these people. When are we going to close that loophole? All of us have to suffer and learn about it when it happens. How come they don't have to? It's ridiculous, man. They get to become billionaires ad nauseum, and we get to sit on our laurels and lose. It's insane, man.
Yeah, more for me. More for me. Husband dumps. Sorry. Over 500K in Visa stock. Now, do I have that link handily? Okay, let's see. All right, so we have Nancy Pelosi and her husband, you know, and all of the wonderful things that they tend to do. Oh, look at who it is. Look at who it is.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you want to read that? You want me to read it, or are you going to read it?
Oh, I can read it. I can read it. I was just trying to make sure I got the description box.
No worries. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, dumped over $500,000 worth of Visa stock just weeks before the Department of Justice slapped the financial giant with the antitrust lawsuit, according to the New York Post. The timing couldn't be more suspect. Visa, one of the most dominant players in the debit card market, is now facing charges of monopolizing the industry. The Department of Justice's antitrust unit claims Visa has abused its market power, forcing financial tech companies to work with them while penalizing those who try to go with competitors. According to the press release, according to the complaint, more than 60% of debt transactions in the United States runs on Visa's debit network, allowing it to charge over $7 billion in fees each year for processing those transactions. The complaint further alleges that Visa illegally maintains its monopoly power by insulating itself from competition. For example, Visa wills its dominance, enormous scale, and centrality to the debt ecosystem to impose a web of exclusionary agreements on merchants and banks. These agreements penalize Visa's customers who route transactions to a different debit network or alternative payment system. In doing so, the complaint alleges Visa locks up debit volume, insulates itself from competition, and smothers smaller, lower-priced competitors. Visa also induces would-be competitors to become partners instead of entering the market as competitors by offering generous monetary incentives and threatening punitive additional fees. As the complaint alleges, Visa co-opted the competition because it feared losing share, revenues, or being displaced by another debit card network altogether. And what was Paul Pelosi doing while the DOJ built its case? You know, selling off massive chunks of Visa stock. On July 3rd, a disclosure showed that the former Speaker of the House's spouse unloaded 2,000 shares of Visa, valued valued somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. All this just 3 months before the federal hammer dropped.
This isn't the first time they've done this.
It sure ain't, 12th man. It sure ain't.
That sound like some insider trading to me.
Sound like insider trading to me too, but they'll never get caught on it. Anyway, continue.
The DOJ plans to open up a lawsuit against Visa, saying they illegally monopolized the U.S. debit card market. But fun to note, just be mindful, her husband sold 2,000 shares, and Pelosi sold $1 million worth of Visa just 2 months ago. Wild. Breaking news, Pelosi is back on the trading desk. Check it out. She just bought $5 million of Broadcom and $1.2 million of what does Crack talk about all the time, every day?
Axiom.
Oil?
NVIDIA.
Oh,
Oh,
Nvidia.
Nvidia. Yeah. It's dipped. So, yeah.
Yep, she bought 1.2 million of Nvidia. She also sold 500,000 of Tesla and 536 of Visa. And so she has a stock tracker. Let me see what that looks like, even though Crack's
Yeah.
not here and I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. But hey, let's see what this
I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
because I don't.
That's funny.
So this is her periodic transaction report. Looking at all these zeros, it must be nice. You got Broadcom, Nvidia, Tesla, and Visa. So yeah, she's doing that, and her husband. How nice. Let's see what else they have to say here. Please take me back.
How nice indeed.
All right, Nancy Pelosi's office, of course, was quick to deny any wrongdoing. Her spokesperson claimed that Pelosi has no involvement in any stock transactions. Of course she doesn't. Speaker Pelosi does not own any stocks, even though we just saw that she sold some stocks in her name. Okay. Speaker Pelosi does not own any stocks, and she has no prior knowledge or subsequent involvement in any transactions, even though we just saw those transactions. The Congresswoman spokesperson told the Post, "Isn't it just nice to just be able to lie whenever you want to with no repercussions?" Visa shares plummeted by 5.5% after the news of the lawsuit hit the markets. And yet, the Pelosi's dodged that bullet by a matter of weeks. Coincidence? Skeptics are right to ask, how much did Nancy Pelosi know? Did her perch as a top Democratic power player give her insider knowledge that her husband conveniently acted upon? Public records and filings don't lie. Even though Paul Pelosi's stock dump didn't occur at the height of the market fallout, the timing of the scale mere weeks before a bombshell antitrust lawsuit raises a cloud of suspicion. Last year, Paul Pelosi dumped 20,000 shares of Google stock in December, a month before the Department of Justice and Merrick Garland filed their antitrust lawsuit. 20,000 shares of Google is crazy. In 2022, Paul Pelosi exercised 1 million to 5 million alphabet call options before Democrats proposed a congressional stock trading ban. In the same year, Paul Pelosi sold all of his Nvidia stock just one day before Congress was set to vote on a bill that would boost domestic production on semiconductors.
Again, if any one of us were caught with our hand in the cookie jar like that, we'd be doing football numbers in federal prison right now. In fact, we'd probably never get out.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't get out.
Lastly, do you know how precarious a situation you'd put yourself into if just a few months, let alone weeks, you pulled out a Visa before this whole debacle went down? Do you understand how the SEC would be all over your ass?
See, that's just what's crazy. And the fact
It would be all over your ass. They would file so many lawsuits. They'd suspend accounts, man. They'd have your nuts in a bind. Here you go. Nancy Pelosi's husband gets to do it with impunity. Impunity. There's no way his timing is this good. We have Get Crack up here daily, going over his stock choices, going over charts, and his timing isn't even that good. There's no way.
I think Crack did dump a bunch of Visa stock. We might got to look into Crack too. I don't know.
Listen, I'm not even in Visa. That's just an example. That's fine. Yeah. Some people saw the writing on the wall, so they looked at the tea leaves and interpreted them right. But this guy is like, he can't. This guy, he can't look. He don't miss. He doesn't miss at all.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about a few $100,000 here, dude. Life-changing money for you or I. We're talking about billions of dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, these people, they play a dirty game. I mean, you know,
Let me play the same dirty game is the point. You can't play dirty and then tell me I can't play dirty. That's all I'm saying. You can't have all this insider knowledge. And then if somebody else knows somebody on the board or maybe knows an upper level manager and they tell you something, and then somehow the SEC comes in and sniffs you out, why am I going to jail for having a relationship with someone who's an upper level manager, but you can skirt any sort of indictment because even though your wife is an upper level Democrat and knows when these things are going down?
Yeah. I mean, just in the conspiracy theory, she could have been the one to investigate Visa herself. Well, she could have set the ball into play.
Yeah.
And you know, sold her shares then just because she knew what was coming down. You never know. You never know how this stuff works behind the scenes. But it's definitely insider trading. But you know, she might have just been reading charts like crack. You know, you never know. She might have just
Yeah, right, HP.
she might
Come
have been
on,
reading
man.
charts. She might be just a good chart reader. You never know. I don't know.
You think she's really skilled at that, huh?
Trading in the zone. I don't know. She's playing with some crazy money though. So yeah, but 3 months ahead of the curve. Usually that 3 months, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot with that 3 months. You know, usually the market doesn't really move. Really, you can't really see a real trend. You don't really know, you know.
Yeah, there's no way, guys. There's no way. You can't rationalize this. There's no way.
Yeah, nah. I was just wondering too. You think her husband's still hitting that? I think he's still.
No.
Well, he got caught with that young guy.
Chasing after man's butt.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
He likes the old dookie shoot.
She kind of looks like a man though, so
he definitely does like Hershey Highway.
Yeah, he does.
Ooh.
You think that she got those titties done for him? No, sir.
I've seen it close
That's
up.
so gross. She looks so gross. Oh my God. It's just like if I age like that, which I know that I won't because thank God for good genes. However, in the event that I did, I would just want to go ahead and get up out of here.
I've seen a close up picture of his face and look like he's got monkeypox.
He might. Allegedly. She's just not a good looking woman. Like she just hasn't aged gracefully.
Oh, push. I wanted to ask you too. Did you hear about Jerry Jones?
Yes, I did hear about that. If we're thinking of the same thing, HB. I did.
Yeah, you know, Sir always talks about how gay the Cowboys are, and yeah, Jerry Jones kind of confirmed it. Did you hear about that story, Portia?
No, I don't know.
Okay, hold on.
So,
I'm gonna play the video.
Play it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm gonna play it for you real quick.
Okay,
Portia.
go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I got it.
Oh, well, great. Thank you.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210. 5'9", 210. 441. Okay. 9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
What did the beginning of that say?
He said 5'9.5", runs a 210. Okay.
No, the words on the screen, it said Jamie Foxx ends live after.
Oh, he ends live after Jerry Jones starts talking about that man's penis.
Oh.
Man.
Wow. No, hadn't heard about that. So do the owners know? Is this common? Is this something that they do in the NFL or?
I'm not sure if it's necessarily all the owners, but definitely Jerry Jones knows. Definitely Jerry Jones. He knows how big every one of his athletes' penises are. I'm not sure how. Maybe like a bigger penis makes you have less wind resistance when you're running. I don't know. I don't know. I would think it would make it harder to run.
The point here is.
Thank you, Blacks.
That's why they wear a jock strap.
It's like, where do we go from here?
The point here is that these guys are into some foul shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody were to sit and record my conversation, okay, I'm not going to be talking about the size of somebody's penis, man. Just like a on guard, off the cuff conversation, you know.
It was very casual.
Yeah. And when I was talking to Crack earlier, he said he was like, he said it very matter of factly too. And I think that's what kind of struck me. He didn't say it as a joke. He said it like he took a measuring tape out and did it himself.
He says it like that's what he engages in regularly.
Yeah.
You know, like who's gonna stop me from doing this is how he said it.
I don't think that's a regular thing throughout the NFL.
You know, with everything that's coming out these days, shout out to Cat Williams, you just don't know. You know, you just don't know.
You just don't know. I honestly, because the way I kind of look at the NFL, this is like the NFL, NBA, this is the only way you can legally, a white man can legally own somebody is through sports.
Like with, the Afro light-skinned kid, like he did a Netflix series on it. I can't think of his name.
What's that?
You're talking about you're talking about Kaepernick.
Colin Kaepernick. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, Kaepernick. What Kaepernick was mad about is that he didn't have the skills to be a slave.
A good quarterback. He was terrible.
Well, that too. But he knows it's basically, you know, it's how rich white men can own black men. And you know, maybe his penis wasn't big enough or something. I don't know, but I think really it was just more so he didn't have the skills to really play. But I think it is some. I think there is some truth to it too. Like, how would you know?
Well, let me ask you a question. If truth to them knowing the ins and outs of an NFL athlete's physicality.
Yeah.
What would you have them do? You know what I mean? Because his was more about he wanted to get people to emote, saying that they shouldn't be poking and prodding us to become NFL athletes because there's something indignant about it, something inhumane about it. But I'm saying that if utilizing your physicality is what it's all about, why wouldn't they have you run, jump, and go and be subjected to a ton of doctors? You know what it is. You have a choice not to do that, but that money's calling in there.
Yeah. I think just Blacks. I think I just think the thing that's making it hard for me to understand is I can understand, you know, your 100-yard dash time, how high you can jump, how far you can throw the ball. I just don't get how your penis size really.
But see that I'm not even referring to Jerry Jones' sick, dystopian, disgusting, degenerate behind was talking about that. I was talking. I mainly was talking addressing Colin Kaepernick's.
Oh yeah,
Colin
yeah,
Kaepernick. Sorry, Colin Kaepernick's uh, Netflix, whatever it was, that was
yeah,
produced by that terrible director, whatever her name is. Yes.
yeah, yeah. I think I don't.
I think it
I
was
think
Ava
Cap.
DuVernay. Ava.
Yes. Ava DuVernay or whatever her
Duvernay.
name
I
is.
think it's Duvernay. I think it's French.
Duvernay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Ava Duvernay. Yeah. 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 No. I think Jerry Jones is. I think he's a freak, man. I think he's a freaky ass nigga.
The freak, yes.
Could be.
No.
Mavid said you look for every edge you can get if a Super Bowl's at stake. Big size, skull shape, astrology, etc., and you'll repeat whatever works. All right, so Mavid G has some he has some insider knowledge about this. Okay.
That's
All
funny.
right.
Did you see that Netflix? There's a Netflix docu-series about a guy who took pictures of every sign used in their division for college, college football division, or whatever. I can't remember what division they're in. They might be Big Ten or whatever. I can't remember, but they were winning games. He was from Michigan. What division is Michigan in? Is Michigan? What division is Michigan in? I can't remember. Anyway, he was taking pictures of all of their signs and every sign, and he never missed from that point on. He can always read the signs from the side of the sideline, from the coach, from the players, everything. It's crazy.
Man, Momo is moving. Oh, Momo, watch out! He's got his flashers on. Ah, never mind.
Yeah, I saw. I'm not sure what's going on out here.
Yeah, it looks like an accident. Or maybe construction.
That's a real nice RV right there, and they were pulling.
Yeah, it is, man.
That's
Probably a lot to maintain, isn't it?
That's like some good living right there. I wonder where they're headed.
Are you in Michigan? Are you in Michigan, Momo?
We gonna do what they say can be.
No, it says it I-75 North. No, I'm in. Well, I guess I-70. I-75. It goes up to Detroit, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. No, this is. I'm coming up to Knoxville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm escaping the hurricane right now. I was in Atlanta yesterday.
Knoxville.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I was there this morning. Actually, I was trying to scramble out.
Gotta get out of Atlanta.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, I think it's construction, man.
Well, yeah, because Atlanta's gonna get pretty much a direct hit with at least tropical storm, and it's gonna be a mess. Atlanta doesn't handle that stuff too good.
That kind of sucks. I've never had to deal with that where I'm at in Texas, and I'm happy to say that. I'd rather a tornado over a hurricane any day.
Any day.
Wait,
Mavid
G said, I'm just assuming he's doing it for reasons beyond freakiness, because when you're at that level, you try everything. I don't know, Momo. What'd you think about what Jerry Jones said? What'd you think about that?
Oh, you're probably gay.
Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking too. But Mavid thinks it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going through.
I think for some people, if you just only think about men in tights all day, you kind of just become gay.
Yeah. It's a good point.
I think it's just billionaire syndrome, man. These billionaires get into some nasty stuff, man. I mean,
Some of them, yeah, for sure.
What do you get for the man who has everything?
Yeah,
Apparently,
apparently
you get him a dick.
Blacks, I hate that argument, man, because I just can't imagine like people who have so much money they just turn gay. Like I don't mean
gay. I mean, they take deviant behavior and then they justify it. I'm not saying that's what they all do, but overwhelmingly, you see plenty of examples of when people come into money, they go and they want to experience things that might, I don't know, jolt the senses, things that you would say, man, that might not be ethical, but
I saw why there was a buildup on the right. You didn't see it on the frame, but somebody drove into the ditch with their car.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What? It was a car?
Uh huh. There
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
no emergencies out here yet, but that was why. Yeah, that's why there was a
Okay,
buildup.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Gotcha.
yeah.
Man, drive
But
He
safe
might have
out there.
hydroplaned. He might have hydroplaned out in there. Truck.
Yeah, that rear wheel drive probably got him up out of there.
rear wheel drive will do that.
Eh, Jesus, man, it's really coming down out there though.
Well, I
Man.
think these are the most outer bands. It's been raining all day since. Yeah. Because the
Yeah.
hurricane's pretty huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize hurricanes like touched the I thought hurricanes were like in the water. I didn't realize that they like went into the land so much. Like Atlanta. That's kind of
Oh yeah.
far.
Well, so usually what happens is once a hurricane gets over land, power and moisture, it just kind of loses wind force and it dumps all its water earlier. So if you're more inland, usually it'll go down to like tropical storm level. But tropical storm, if you look at the category, it's still like sustained winds can be even up to like 70 miles an hour, which is still a lot.
Yo, Mavic G is really on. He really thinks there's some. I'm gonna take your word for it, Mavic G. If you think there's some esoteric reasoning Jerry Jones would need to know the size of a man's one of his athletes' penises, I'm gonna take your word for it. Maybe that's why I'm not a billionaire. Maybe that's why.
Did you notice that?
I don't even know who that is. Is that an owner of a team or something? I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
Jerry
anything about
Jones.
sports.
Yeah, that's Jerry Jones. He
He's the
owns
most
the
hated man in footballdom.
Yeah, Jerry Jones owns the Cowboys. So he was sitting there with Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx was live on Instagram, and that was just
Yeah, he
that was
closed out quick. He's like, oh
he
shit. Nope.
yeah, he exited out quick as hell, man. And Stanley made a a point earlier too. Stanley was like, it's kind of ironic he played Django
And
and
he
and he was killing slave owners, and then once once Jerry Jones, the slave owner, said something gay, he got off the live. So he's basically protecting the slave owner.
that's exactly what he's doing. Also protecting himself from lawsuit because he probably wasn't supposed to be on there recording his conversation. But who knows, man?
Yeah.
These celebrities do it to themselves. Who knows?
They do.
We know Jamie Foxx likes to get down. So there you go.
Yeah. Jamie Foxx. He was definitely one of the guys at the
He was
freak
at
off.
Diddy's parties for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you guys hear about the resentencing of the Benghazi mastermind Ahmed Abu Khattala?
Oh, I didn't.
So the DC appeals court said that it was his original sentence was too low. It was at 22 years. And then they ordered the judge who had sentenced him to 22 years to go back and resentence and up the years. And so America, the prosecutors were seeking 60 years to life.
Jeez.
And then this judge only sentenced him to 6 more years, so 28 years.
Jesus.
Man, I don't even think people understand how terrible Benghazi was and how many people died and who died. It's been swept under the rug by the Hillary Clinton coalition.
Yeah, we really never know how many people die over there during that type of stuff. I
Oh
know
no,
I don't.
it's just I know. I just mean this specific conflict that was avoidable. That was avoidable, just because of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, man. Oh man.
Yeah, bro. 28 years.
Jeez, Portia, my bad. I kind of took over, Portia. My
No, no,
bad.
no, no, no. It helps. It's helping me because I am doing other things. Um,
Okay.
I did not know about the whole Benghazi situation until a few years ago, and I watched. I can't remember the name of the movie, but I watched the movie. But I'm the type of person that whenever I'm reading something, watching something, looking something up, I always uh I always stop to look up more, like to get more information. And the more I learned about the Benghazi thing, like my hatred for Hillary Clinton just it just went somewhere else with me with that.
You got
I just
it
couldn't
to a
I just
fever pitch, didn't it? Yeah.
yeah, I just couldn't wrap my head around that. And then of course the pullout of uh our troops again in Afghanistan with Joe Biden, like because that really because my brother, he's in the military, he's active duty and all of that, and so it's just like my dad, my grandpa, and then more presently with my brother being active duty. Anything that's like military related in that way, and I feel like it's like a slight to the men that offer up their lives for hours. It just really frustrates it. It pisses me off, and this whole Benghazi thing, I just thought it was an absolute disaster, and it did not have to go that way. But here's a picture of the guy, Ahmed Abu Khatala.
Can you highlight what the all-seeing guy said? And this is what Hillary Clinton said as it happened. Hillary, what difference does it matter about Benghazi?
Yeah, that's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah,
Anyway.
that's nuts. So he gets 28 years. Let's see. The Libyan militia leader convicted for his role in the deadly 2012 terrorist attack on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi was resentenced Thursday to 28 years in prison despite federal prosecutors seeking at least 60 years to life. Why didn't he just get life? Or excuse me, why didn't he just get death?
We'll ask all those terrorists that are in Guantanamo Bay that as well.
The new sentence comes more than 2 years after a federal appeals court in Washington, D.C. ruled that his original sentence of 22 years was unreasonably low and ordered the judge who imposed it to resentence him. U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper tacked on 6 more years to Khatala's sentence, saying he did not think the crimes for which he was convicted warranted a substantially higher prison term. No matter what I think, the government did not prove the most serious charges in this case. Say it ain't so. The judge said as he explained his decision to once again not consider a slew of other charges, including 4 murder charges of which Khatala was acquitted. At the end of the nearly 2-hour-long hearing, Cooper acknowledged the toll the long-running case has had on the families of the victims of the 2012 terror attack that killed the U.S. ambassador to Libya and 3 others, and said that he hoped the sentence does not detract from their legacy. I sure hope that this is the end of the road in this case. Khatala was present at the hearing, sitting silently at the defense table in a white prison jumpsuit and a long white beard. He listened to the proceedings through a pair of interpreters, but did not address the court at any point. Also seated in the courtroom during Tuesday's hearing were several family members of the 4 slain Americans, including the brother of CIA contractor Glenn Dougherty, who spoke briefly about his family's desire to see the judge impose a harsher sentence. We continue to feel that the sentence was too light. Let's see, this is probably a really long one. Yeah, so I don't know how old he is, but I wonder I guess for however old he is, by the time he gets out, if he'll still be functioning, to possibly do something not so good. What do you think? Am I muted? Give me 1 second. I can't see the screen.
No, you're not muted.
Oh, thanks, Momo. What I'm thinking I want to do, because I want to get into the the other news that I have, and the stream is getting ready to end. And I mean, we still have, I'm going back to the StreamYard screen. Okay, so we are at 11 hours and 42 minutes. So what I think we can just go ahead and do, just to make this a smoother transition, so I don't start a story and then have to rush and be like, hey, we gotta go, let's go to the next one. Because I have some good stories, I think. Let me see, let me find it. Some pretty good stories. I do have a lot of news to catch you up on. And HB, if you're out there listening, please don't be shy to come back up here. Because I do have a class at the 55. But until then, I'm going to post the link in the back chat for all of you that are on the panel. And if you don't mind going over there and joining me, so I'm not by myself, but if I am by myself, that's okay too. That's okay too.
No, I'm here, Portia. I just went to the bathroom, and I don't bring my phone with me to the bathroom. Know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I get you. I got you. So
That's the way I am.
The link in the back chat to the next stream. So
all right, I'm over there now. See you there.
Okay,
I'll
great.
head over there whenever you say, Portia.
All right. So yeah, you could just go now. I'm about to end it here. So everybody in the
All
chat,
right.
please head over to the next stream.
Yeah,
It's
I hope Momo comes over too. I like watching him drive.
yeah, I hope Momo comes too. And hopefully me posting that in the back chat makes it easier for Momo. So I am going to end it here, folks.
See you over there, sweetie.
Okay, see you over there. We're going to get started on the next one. So we could talk about the crazy stuff that's going on in America. So you know how it goes. We're here 24 hours a day.
Have a good day.
24 hours a day. And we have a very dedicated team that is here somewhere in that 24 hours of the day. We have an incredible audience, an incredible team, and we just try to keep it going, and we talk about any and everything. That's just kind of how it is, and it's great. So in the effort of keeping that 24 hours going, I'm gonna have you guys head over to the next stream, and we will get started with some news. All right, love you guys. Bye.